In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, the moment the repair system awakened, Yu Yang's fate changed completely. All broken items could be repaired in his hands. Even the injuries of beautiful women and his own wounds could be restored to their original state in an instant. The most amazing thing is the revolver that looks brand new in his hand. Full of buff bonuses make it a powerful weapon for him to kill everyone. After the initial ecstasy, Yu Yang stepped out of the novice village, and all he saw before him was a world of scrap metal. The waste that was once ignored seemed to hide infinite potential in his eyes. His eyes swept over the abandoned items, and a strong urge arose in his heart. In this doomsday world, it seems that nothing can't be repaired. Is this the new world? Yu Yang whispered, secretly calculating the possibilities of the future. As the night deepened, the streets of the city were filled with the smell of death. In the distance, the faint blue light of the towering stone pillars penetrated the darkness, illuminating a desolate scene. A sudden gunshot broke the silence, followed by the screams of humans and the roars of beasts. Yu Yang crouched in the bushes, his eyes fixed on the scene. The man in front of him had blood all over his wrist, and his right hand was almost completely torn apart. The despair and anger in his eyes intertwined into a weak roar. I didn't expect it to explode at this moment. What a damn bad luck. And the three-headed beast, as big as a car, pounced on him mercilessly. With a scream, the man was torn into two halves, while Yu Yang watched coldly without any emotion in his heart. He had long been accustomed to all of this, and now he only cared about the revolver on the ground that was flashing with a cold light. This is a doomsday world full of mutant creatures. The value of life is no longer valued, but a pistol may change his hope of survival. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by the screams of humans and the roars of beasts. Yu Yang hid in the bushes, carefully observing the scene on the street. A man was holding his right wrist in pain, his right hand completely covered in blood, and a fallen revolver was at his feet. In front of him, a giant wild dog with 3 heads growled fiercely. Its body was as big as a small car. The man's eyes flashed with despair, and he cursed angrily. I didn't expect it to explode at the critical moment. What a fucking wreck. However, the 3 beasts did not hesitate and quickly pounced on the man. The man ran away desperately, but was soon caught up. After a scream, the man's body was torn in half. Yu Yang watched this scene quietly, expressionless. He had seen such scenes many times since he traveled through time. There was only one reason why he did not move: the revolver, which he intended to retrieve when the beast left. The towering stone pillars in the distance emitted a faint blue light again. The 3 wild beasts suddenly raised their heads, put down the food in their hands, ran madly towards the light source, and disappeared from sight. Yu Yang took the opportunity to walk out of his hiding place and came to the fallen revolver. The revolver was completely scrapped, and he shook his head helplessly. What a shame. If I had a good gun, I could at least deter these mutant beasts. At this moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in Yu Yang's mind, and then a light blue light screen appeared in front of him. Ding! Loading the All Things Repair System. Loading completed. The All Things Repair System can repair everything, and after repair, a special effect will be extracted. The more complex the repaired object, the more times it is repaired, and the more repair points are consumed. Note: deliberately damaged items cannot be repaired. Ding! Gain 10 initial repair points. Is this a system? Yu Yang was ecstatic. He originally thought that the system of the time traveler was a legend, but he didn't expect it to be true. With the system, survival shouldn't be a problem. After calming down for a while, Yu Yang decided to try to repair the pistol. Repairing the damaged revolver requires 10 repair points. Do you want to repair it? He chose yes without hesitation. A flash of light appeared, and the pistol was restored to its original state. Ding! Get a brand new revolver. Attack power: 50. Draw 3 special effects. Please choose one from them. 1. 100% accuracy. The bullets fired from this revolver will hit the enemy 100%. 2. Consumption halved. Shooting 2 bullets consumes 1 bullet. 3. Bullet explosion. Basic version: after the bullet hits the target, it will explode, causing secondary damage, with the damage value being half of the original. Yu Yang looked through the 3 effects and finally chose 100% hit the target. Ding! The revolver has been given the effect. 100% hit the target. Next time I encounter mutant beasts, maybe I can fight them. Yu Yang thought to himself. However, he then discovered a problem: bullets. He walked over to the man's body and found a box with 52 bullets in it. It wasn't much, but it was enough. It's not easy to find bullets in this apocalypse, he said to himself. Thinking of this, Yu Yang decided to return to the team base. After crossing, he was pulled into the survival team by a peer. Although he didn't get any resources these days, he at least learned a lot of information about this world. With the pistol, at least he now has some confidence. Along the way, Yu Yang carefully avoided the mutant beasts and finally returned to the team's base, an underground garage. This is the team's shelter, and most of the members are nearby residents. Due to lack of resources, they can only choose this place as a temporary base. As soon as I reached the garage entrance, a young man came towards me and shouted, "Brother Yu Yang, you're finally back." Yu Yang nodded and recognized him as Zhou Kai, with whom he had gotten along quite well before. Then, a strong man came over and said to Yu Yang, right? Hand over the food. We have decided to allocate resources in a unified way. Yu Yang frowned and turned to look at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai was obviously dodging. The things in your backpack were there before I joined the team. They have nothing to do with you. Yu Yang responded coldly. Wu Gang obviously did not expect Yu Yang to resist like this. He snorted coldly. We are a team, and resources should be shared. Yu Yang said, I have never gained any benefit from your team. Instead, you sent me out to gather information and look for supplies. Yu Yang said calmly, just because I joined your team doesn't mean you can force me to do anything. Wu Gang gritted his teeth and wanted to take action, but he noticed that the teammates around him were all looking at him, so he finally resisted the urge to take action. This is a joint decision by all of us, Wu Gang said in a bad tone. Yu Yang didn't say anything else. He turned and walked to the corner of the garage, planning to rest there for a night and leave tomorrow. Why did you promise him? Wu Gang asked Wei Fuhai with a puzzled look on his face. Wei Fuhai's eyes moved slightly, and he said calmly, I know you can beat him, but what if he doesn't fight you? Can you guarantee that you can catch up with him without attracting the attention of the beast? Wu Gang was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Wei Fuhai continued, what is needed now is not strength, but brains. He looked at Wu Gang, his tone becoming deeper. You need to be a bit more thoughtful to be worthy of my daughter. Wu Gang's eyes lit up, but Wei Fuhai's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. We really let him go? Wu Gang asked. Wei Fuhai smiled and said, who said we should let it go? Yu Yang sat quietly in the corner, his back against the cold wall, his eyes cold. He knew that Wei Fuhai had no good intentions in letting him stay. But now he had a revolver that never missed a shot, so it was no problem for him to deal with this group of ordinary people. Even when facing the strong Wu Gang, he was full of confidence. At this moment, Zhou Kai walked over carefully, with a hint of apology and uneasiness in his eyes. Yu Yang, don't be angry. I really didn't mean to tell others that you had instant noodles. Yu Yang glanced at him coldly, his voice as cold as a blade. The trouble has already happened. Is there any point in saying this now? Zhou Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he saw this, but he still tried to explain. I just think that we are all a team and we have to take care of each other. That's what you need, but I don't. Yu Yang interrupted him bluntly. When Zhou Kai heard this, he felt a surge of anger in his heart, but he suppressed it and gritted his teeth and said, if you act alone, you won't live long. He continued, you'd better hand over the things honestly, then Brother Wu Gang and Boss Wei will help you. We may be able to round up a wounded beast. It may be dangerous, but we have more people and a greater chance of success. Don't regret it when we have meat to eat. A wounded beast? Yu Yang's eyes moved slightly, and he had a new plan in mind. He ignored Zhou Kai and calmly watched his departing back. Zhou Kai's eyes fell on Yu Yang's backpack, and a trace of desire that was difficult to conceal flashed in his eyes. Zhou Kai could not forget that instant noodle. If he hands over the supplies, maybe I can get a pack of instant noodles. Zhou Kai thought viciously, full of resentment and greed. At midnight, the sleeping garage was quiet. Suddenly, the tables, chairs, and benches at the garage door made a slight noise, and Wu Gang and Wei Fuhai walked in quietly, each holding a candle in their hands. The flickering candlelight reflected their hideous faces. Wei Fuhai held a rope in his hand, with a cold look in his eyes. We are here to take his things. Why do we need to bring a rope? Wu Gang frowned and asked in a low voice. Let's tie him up. Wei Fuhai replied in a low voice, with a sinister look in his eyes. Tie him up, but there are wild beasts outside. He'll die if thrown out. Wu Gang was a little puzzled. Yes, we must kill him. Wei Fuhai's voice was cold and resolute. Boss Wei, it shouldn't be that necessary. He didn't do anything wrong. Just take a few packets of instant noodles. There's no need, Wu Gang said hesitantly. Wei Fuhai sneered. Do you think he will cooperate with us? If he lives, it will only bring us trouble. Let him be eaten by the beast, and no one will doubt us. Wu Gang's face changed, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. The two men quietly approached the corner where Yu Yang was, but they didn't notice that he had already opened his eyes, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Just as Wu Gang was about to step forward, the sound of a wine bottle falling broke the silence. The bottle hit Wu Gang's head, and he subconsciously cried out, ouch. At the same time, Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes cold and calm. What? You can't afford to play? Want to launch a sneak attack? Yu Yang's voice was like a chill wind that pierced the bones. Wu Gang was stunned. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was not as simple as he had imagined. He felt uneasy, as if he was no longer a hunter, but a prey. Wei Fuhai was surprised when he saw this. He originally thought that Yu Yang was just an incompetent college student, but he didn't expect that he could stay calm in such a situation and set up precautions in advance. Oh, what a pity. If we were not enemies, you would definitely be my best helper. A trace of regret and appreciation flashed in Wei Fuhai's eyes. However, he paused as soon as he finished speaking. Yu Yang took out the revolver from his arms, his eyes cold. You have a gun? Wei Fuhai's voice became sharp and full of disbelief. How do you have a gun? You don't understand. This is not a toy. Yu Yang whispered, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The next second, gunshots rang out across the night sky. Bang! Wei Fuhai's body trembled violently, and then he fell straight down, blood splattering. The shot was so accurate that Yu Yang fired it without hesitation. He hit the target accurately, and Wei Fuhai's head exploded instantly. Ding! Kill the entry-level Order Destroyer Wei Fuhai and obtain 10 repair points. I can really get repair points. Yu Yang's eyes lit up with joy. The decisive shot just now not only gave him a clearer understanding of his own repair system, but also made him full of hope for the future. Wei Fuhai's death not only gave him a repair point, but also allowed him to confirm the effectiveness of the system. After all, the damage that the revolver can do to mutant beasts is still limited, and only hitting the vital points can cause fatal damage. For these evil people, the deterrent power of guns can easily take people's lives, and sometimes they don't even need to use bullets. Wu Gang had never expected that Yu Yang had such a deadly weapon in his hand. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. He felt his knees with a plop, hitting his head on the ground, and begged for mercy. Brother, please don't kill me. I was wrong, really wrong. Yu Yang glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, I cannot kill you, but you have to prove that you are worth living. I heard that you're going to hunt a wounded beast. Tell me what's going on. Yu Yang said in a cold tone, wiping the muzzle of his gun slightly. If I hear a lie, haha, I can't guarantee that I won't accidentally fire. Wu Gang nodded hurriedly, swallowed his saliva, and said in a low voice, We have been observing the beast for several days. It seems that it was injured in a fight with other beasts, and its fighting power has been greatly weakened. We have set up a good position and are ready to ambush it. But, he swallowed and said hesitantly, it seems to be targeted by another survival team. Although it is a small team, it is much larger than us and has stronger combat power. Yu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, thought for a moment, and asked, Do they have guns? No. Wu Gang quickly shook his head. There are definitely no guns. If there were, they would have joined the Imperial City Alliance long ago. Yu Yang nodded, and he already had a plan in mind. He had heard about the Royal City Alliance in the past few days. It was the largest survival team in Royal City, with nearly 10,000 people. Here, the old, weak, sick, and disabled cannot join unless they have enough supplies and weapons. The average team does not have enough weapons and resources, and those who can survive in such an environment mostly rely on means and opportunities. I originally planned to leave you at dawn, but I didn't expect to hear news of wild beasts. Yu Yang said calmly. Injured wild beasts are much easier to deal with. Wu Gang instantly understood Yu Yang's intention, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. Yes, with your leadership, we will definitely be able to capture the beast. Whether you can win or not depends on your ability. Yu Yang snorted, then put on his backpack, turned around, and walked towards the gathering place in the garage. At this moment, Wei Xiaomei woke up from her sleep and quickly picked up the flashlight to shine around. Her face was full of impatience. Who is it making such a big noise? What if it attracts wild animals? It's the sound of gunfire. Someone reminded. Gunfire? Bullshit. Wei Xiaomei rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. This place is far away from the Royal City Alliance. Where did the gun come from? Make me one. Suddenly, Zhou Kai looked around anxiously and whispered. The sound just now seemed to come from Yu Yang's place. Wei Xiaomei frowned, a little confused. What's going on? Didn't Dad say he would deal with him? Why is there a gunshot? She sneered. That idiot. He refused to return the things and made such a fuss, it's really annoying. You can't say that. You're the one who bullies him on weekdays. One person said, didn't Boss Wei come up with the idea for the instant noodles? Wei Xiaomei was instantly enraged and yelled, You bunch of ungrateful wolves. I'll destroy you all when my dad comes back. However, before she finished her words, a gunshot broke her laughter. Bang! Wei Xiaomei's body froze, and blood spurted out instantly. She fell down before she could react. Yu Yang walked out of the shadows slowly with Wu Gang, his eyes cold. Sorry, the gun is in my hand. I can really get the repair points. Yu Yang was delighted. The decisive shot just now not only allowed him to confirm Wei Fuhai's identity, but also made him more confident in the ability of the repair system. Although Wei Xiaomei caused no actual damage, she was still a huge potential threat to herself, so it was reasonable that no repair point was provided. Wu Gang looked down at Wei Xiaomei's body, his eyes full of reluctance. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl died like this. There really is a gun. Following Yu Yang's action, there was an uproar at the scene, and everyone realized that the gunshot just now was real. As they realized this, everyone became nervous, their eyes filled with fear of the unknown. After all, what happened during the day and the current gunshots made them begin to doubt whether Yu Yang would kill everyone in a rage. Yu Yang glanced around calmly and said calmly, Don't worry, I will bear grudges, but I won't kill people casually. He paused, then announced, Tomorrow we're going to hunt down that injured mutant beast. Who's willing to help? I'm willing to help. Everyone responded without hesitation, and even Zhou Kai quickly echoed, I'm willing too. Seeing everyone's positive response, Yu Yang nodded secretly in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Since they could play a role, he might as well give them a chance. Wu Gang saw that the situation had changed subtly and his attitude had changed drastically. He immediately added in a loud voice, Everyone should be grateful to Yu Yang. Since he doesn't intend to settle the score later, we should cooperate well. If I see anyone who dares to harm Yu Yang, I, Wu Gang, will be the first to kill him. Wu Gang's attitude changed very quickly, and the original opponent had now completely become a supporter of Yu Yang. The reason for his change was that he saw Yu Yang's strength. With a gun in hand, he dared to kill and make decisions, and he had to admire this kind of leadership. Since everyone has expressed their opinions, we will set out at dawn. Yu Yang finally added, However, I tell you very clearly that whoever does not contribute will not be eligible to share the spoils. After saying that, he left without looking back. After returning to his resting place, Yu Yang took out a pack of instant noodles and prepared to fill his stomach. However, he did not make a fire as he did before, but instead crushed the instant noodles and ate them dry. Although it doesn't taste as good as eating it soaked in water, but in this environment, being able to eat a pack of instant noodles is already an extremely luxurious enjoyment. There are still 7 bags of instant noodles and 3 bottles of mineral water left in my bag, which is barely enough for me to survive for 4 or 5 days. Yu Yang calculated the remaining food. If we can hunt down that mutant beast tomorrow, we can keep these instant noodles. He began to think about his next plan. To obtain sufficient supplies, hunting alone was far from enough, and he had to consider how to store them effectively. Then his eyes fell on his somewhat damaged backpack, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If I repair this backpack, maybe I can get an effect similar to infinite space. Thinking of this, Yu Yang's heartbeat accelerated. Although there were not many repair points, repairing the backpack was undoubtedly a gamble, but he decided to take the risk. After all, he might be able to get more repair points after hunting mutant beasts tomorrow. And even if not, the revolver in his hand would be enough for emergency. System, repair the backpack. He made up his mind. It will take 5 repair points to repair the damaged backpack. Do you want to repair it? Only 5 points? Yu Yang was a little surprised. Yes, repair it immediately. Ding, get a brand new backpack. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Expanded space. The backpack space increases 100 times, and the weight remains unchanged. 2. Convenient organization. All items are automatically organized and classified, and can be quickly accessed. 3. Durability enhancement. The durability of the backpack is greatly improved, and it is almost not easy to be damaged. Yu Yang was delighted when he saw these effects, and chose expand space without hesitation. I can actually get repair points. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that Wei Fuhai's death would actually allow him to obtain repair points, proving the system's capabilities and the effect he guessed. Only those who commit actual evil deeds will be judged as disruptors of order. For Yu Yang, Wei Xiaomei was just a potential threat. Although she had made many provocations, she had not actually hurt him, so she did not trigger the reward of the repair point. This discovery gave him a better understanding of the operation of the system. Wu Gang stood by, looking at Wei Xiaomei's body. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes. Although he was usually tough, he couldn't help but sigh that it was a waste for such a seemingly useful woman to die here. There really is a gun. Suddenly, a team member exclaimed. So the sound just now was really a gunshot. Another person followed suit, and everyone immediately fell into panic. Yu Yang had a gun in his hand, and coupled with what happened during the day, everyone was wondering if they would become the next target. However, Yu Yang looked at their fearful eyes and said softly, "Don't worry, I heard everything you said just now. Although I will take revenge, I will not kill." He changed the subject and proposed the next plan. "Tomorrow we're going to hunt down the injured mutant beast. Who is willing to help?" "I'm willing to help." Almost everyone responded excitedly, especially when they heard about the opportunity to eat wild animal meat. Everyone became even more enthusiastic. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yu Yang nodded secretly. He didn't expect them to provide much help, but at least they could share some of the danger. Zhou Kai also echoed, "I am willing to do so too." Now Yu Yang is still willing to give you the opportunity to participate in hunting mutant beasts. You should be grateful to him. If I see anyone who is against him, I, Wu Gang, will be the first to kill him. Wu Gang's attitude changed dramatically from a former threat to a loyal supporter. Okay, since everyone has expressed their attitude, we will set off at dawn that day. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he turned and left without saying anything else. Back at the resting place, Yu Yang took out some instant noodles to fill his stomach. He had prepared these noodles before traveling through time, so that he could eat them at any time during the trip. He had never expected that in this apocalyptic world, they would become a rare luxury for him. Although it tastes better without water, being able to eat a pack in such an environment is already a rare satisfaction. There are still 7 bags of instant noodles and 3 bottles of mineral water left in my bag, which is barely enough for me to last 4 or 5 days. Yu Yang muttered to himself and began to plan for tomorrow's hunting. If we can capture the mutant beast, these instant noodles can be saved a little. He suddenly remembered his backpack and glanced at the somewhat damaged backpack. A bold idea suddenly occurred to him. Why not try to repair this backpack? Maybe I can get an effect similar to infinite space. Although the repair point was extremely valuable, he decided to take the risk. After all, if there was a larger storage space, future material management would be more convenient. System, repair the backpack. Repairing the damaged backpack requires 5 repair points. Do you want to repair it? Only 5 points. Yu Yang was delighted and immediately decided. Yes. Repair it immediately. Ding. Get a brand new backpack. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Double space. Double the existing space. 2. Small freezer. Gain 3 cubic meters of special space in the backpack and gain the freezer effect. 3. Small storage. Get a special space of 10 cubic meters in the backpack. Yu Yang hesitated for a while and finally chose the small freezer. He knew clearly that food was the most important resource in the apocalypse, and a small freezer could ensure that food was preserved for a long time. In this way, he could preserve the meat of the mutant beasts he hunted for a longer period of time, ensuring that the food would not spoil easily. Ding! The backpack has been given an additional effect. Small freezer. He reached in the backpack and felt a strange space. This space was much larger than it looked, and the temperature was surprisingly low. As soon as he put his hand in, his fingers immediately felt a piercing chill. What shocked Yu Yang even more was that the backpack could quickly take out the items he needed according to his thoughts, or the items would appear directly in his hands, without any burden of added weight. This backpack was like a pocket from another dimension. I didn't expect this space to be so magical. Yu Yang's heart was filled with joy, and suddenly he thought of a question. Can a repaired item be repaired multiple times? He decided to give it a try and pulled out his revolver. Ding. The current item does not need to be repaired. If it is accidentally damaged again, it can be repaired again, and the effects can be accumulated. Sure enough, repaired items can be repaired further. Although more repair points are needed, the effects can be accumulated. Yu Yang's mind moved. If I continue to repair it, this revolver will become extremely powerful. I'm afraid those mutant beasts will have to avoid me when they see me in the future. Thinking of this, Yu Yang's desire became stronger. No matter what, I must hunt down that mutant beast tomorrow. This way I can get more repair points. After dawn, Yu Yang slowly opened his eyes, took a short rest, and sorted out his equipment. He had already placed small, early warning devices around him, so he would receive a warning immediately if someone approached. He arrived at the gathering point of the survival team, and the team members were already ready. Wu Gang greeted them with a smile. "Brother Yu Yang, you are finally here. We are ready." Yu Yang nodded. "Let's go. Is everyone ready?" He noticed Wang Tao, who came over carefully with a bit of hesitation on his face. "Brother Yu Yang, can my mother and son stay here? I can do the work alone, and I only need a piece of meat." Yu Yang looked to the side and saw Wang Tao's mother and child. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, for a reliable member like Wang Tao, staying here would not cause trouble." "Okay, Wu Gang lead the way, let's go." Yu Yang finally gave the order and led the team members forward. The streets and the ruins were dead silent. Tall buildings collapsed, abandoned vehicles were scattered all over the place, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. In the distance, the huge stone pillars still towered into the clouds, with a faint blue light shining through the cracks. These days, Yu Yang gradually understood the secret of this stone pillar through observation and discussion. The legendary doomsday began with the descent of these pillars. Huge stone pillars fell from the sky, instantly destroying the world's power and communication systems, and modern civilization collapsed instantly. At the same time, a series of natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions followed one after another, killing or injuring almost half of the human population. What's even more terrifying is that almost all creatures have mutated, especially near these pillars, where the mutations are even more serious. Yu Yang raised his head and stared at the stone pillars in the distance, thinking, the reason why the three-headed beast suddenly turned around and left seems to be related to these pillars. He still remembered that one of the pillars emitted a blue light, and the three beasts took one look at the pillar and then turned and ran away. What's so special about these pillars? Yu Yang wondered, could it be that there are some benefits to being close to these pillars? While Yu Yang was thinking deeply, Wu Gang said beside him, "A few days ago, Boss Wei mentioned that there seemed to be a kind of crystal in the heads of those mutant beasts." "Oh!" Yu Yang came back to his senses, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "What crystal? What is its use?" Wu Gang smiled and said, "Boss Wei said that this crystal can strengthen the body and can also gain special abilities after eating it." "Special abilities?" Yu Yang raised his eyebrows. "What kind of abilities?" Wu Gang shook his head. "I don't know. That's all Boss Wei said." Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and whispered, "Boss Wei also said that eating that crystal can increase our men's abilities in that area." Yu Yang was stunned. Then he couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, men will never forget this matter no matter what environment they are in. "Ah, okay, I get it." Yu Yang suppressed his laughter and urged, "Hurry up and lead the way. Don't let those beasts be robbed by others." Wu Gang nodded and said as he led the way, "A few days ago, Boss Wei and I went out to look for supplies. When we passed by the entrance of the museum, we saw two mutant beasts fighting over food. One of them looked like a wolfhound, and the other looked like a tiger. The wolfhound was completely defeated and fled after being injured. Boss Wei thought there was a chance to kill the injured beast, so he took me along. We followed it all the way to Bowl Park, where the beast hid under a bridge, seriously injured." Wu Gang continued to explain, but Boss Wei was afraid of danger, so he decided to withdraw first and wait until his injuries worsened before taking action. Yu Yang nodded after hearing this and said, "It would indeed be easier to solve the problem if you had a gun. If you had a gun, you could definitely handle it easily," Wu Gang added. Yu Yang looked at the scene around him, and doubts once again emerged in his mind. What is the range of activities of these mutant beasts? What about the other small survival team? How did they find it? Yu Yang asked. "Because when we came back, we met another group of people heading towards Bowl Park," Wu Gang said. "But the bridge tunnel is very hidden. I'm not sure if they can find it. But even if they do, they probably won't dare to act rashly." Yu Yang nodded. thinking that Wu Gang was right. Before he had a gun, he himself did not dare to approach the mutant beast easily, let alone such a strong enemy. The group walked cautiously and finally arrived at Bull Park. The surroundings were desolate, and the gate of the park was eroded by time and covered with dust. Wu Gang pointed forward and said, "Let's go in and turn left. We will arrive in another kilometer." Just as they were about to enter, they heard the footsteps of several people in the distance. Yu Yang leaned over and asked, "Is it this group of people?" Wu Gang shook his head. "No, I've never seen this group of people." Not far away, a yellow-haired young man wearing a baseball cap glanced at them with a provocative smile. "How dare you come out and wander around like this? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by mutant beasts? Only a big fool like you can tolerate it." When Wu Gang heard this, his face instantly turned pale. The yellow-haired young man's ridicule made him extremely angry. "Who are you talking about?" Wu Gang asked through gritted teeth. "I'm talking about you. What did you do to me?" The young man smiled crookedly and raised the machete in his hand. The people behind the young man laughed loudly, and the atmosphere became more tense. Yu Yang observed their attitude and sneered. "You guys really don't know your place." Bang! A gunshot suddenly sounded, and the yellow-haired young man's head was instantly shot through, blood splattered, and he fell to the ground instantly. Ding! Kill the entry-level Order Destroyer Wang Ingjun and get 10 repair points. Yu Yang slowly retracted the gun. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Haha, that's what I've been waiting for you to say." The red flame tiger in front of him was huge, very intimidating, with strong limbs, and its brown hair flashed dangerously in the sun. It growled, its eyes burning like fire, as if assessing the threat level of the human in front of it. But Yu Yang just stood there quietly, his eyes calm, without any hesitation at all. In Wu Gang's eyes, this scene was simply shocking. Facing this mutant beast with the ability to spray flames, ordinary people would feel terrified and helpless anyway, but Yu Yang showed no sign of retreating. "Isn't he afraid at all?" Wu Gang muttered to himself, with a look of doubt on his face. "That's a mutant beast. Could he actually be a Special Forces soldier?" This thought suddenly flashed through Wu Gang's mind, and his eyes widened slightly. Ever since he met Yu Yang, he felt more and more that this seemingly ordinary college student was not as simple as he appeared. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Yu Yang's mind. His eyes quickly swept over the huge mutant beast, and the information quickly appeared in his field of vision. The information provided by the system is really timely. Yu Yang was secretly delighted. To kill him with 5 shots, I guess as long as the hits are accurate, there's no need to waste too many bullets. However, he was not in a hurry to shoot. The red flame tiger had already started to roar, and its blood-red eyes were fixed on him. At the same time, the timid young people had completely lost their minds and ran away in fear. The red flame tiger's roar almost shook the ground. It suddenly blew out flames, and the flames spread everywhere, instantly engulfing the young people. The sound of the flames engulfing and the screams intertwined, giving people a suffocating feeling of oppression. Help! The scene around made everyone shudder, especially the team members behind him, who huddled together with fear on their faces. Although they were too frightened to move, they did not dare to run away for fear that they would become the next target of the Scarlet Flame Tiger. What should we do? Yu Yang, this beast is too strong. Can we defeat it?" Wu Gang's voice trembled a little, and his strong muscles seemed to become weak under extreme fear. Zhou Kai shouted nervously. "Yu Yang, don't you have a gun? Shoot it quickly." Zhao Baofu's voice was filled with obvious fear. This beast might have been attracted by the gunshot. If we shoot, what if it attracts more beasts? Wang Tao also analyzed. That's right, the revolver has 6 bullets in total. If we can't kill it, we're done. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Yang, hoping that he would take action. Yu Yang stood there quietly, his eyes flashing with calmness and determination. To him, the threat of this red flame tiger was only temporary, and it was not difficult to solve it. He nodded slightly, and the revolver in his hand was gently raised, aiming at the red flame tiger. Flames and furious roars of the beast filled the air around them, but Yu Yang's eyes were like the cold wind in winter, unwavering. "I hope this shot can hit the vital point directly," Yu Yang said to himself. Bang! The bullet flew out and hit the red flame tiger's head accurately. The red flame tiger trembled violently. Then its body tilted and fell backwards to the ground. Blood spurted out, and the air around it was instantly filled with the smell of blood. Ding! Kill the red flame tiger and get 50 repair points. Ding. Kill the order destroyer red flame tiger and get a special loot. Red flame crystal core. Yu Yang slowly put down the gun and sneered. No bullets were wasted this time. There was dead silence all around, and everyone was stunned, their eyes focused on the machete in Yu Yang's hand, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. The scarlet flame tiger's huge body, which was as big as a mountain, was split in half so easily. Its head was split in two, and the splattered blood and brains instantly filled the air with a strong smell of blood. Is this true? Wu Gang's voice trembled slightly, and shock flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that the body of the red flame tiger was indestructible and even a machete could not break it, but Yu Yang easily solved this problem within a few seconds. As the machete was swung, the head of the red flame tiger was quickly split open, exposing the crystals inside, flashing with a strange luster. Yu Yang looked at the machete in his hand, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It can cut iron like mud. It really works well. He then bent down and skillfully took out the crystal from the head of the red flame tiger. This crystal emitted a faint red light and was a little irregular in shape, but it looked extremely hard, as if it were a natural treasure. Ding! Obtain the red flame crystal core. Note: the red flame crystal core can be used to upgrade weapons or perform special refining. This discovery made Yu Yang even happier. He knew that this crystal core could not only enhance his weapons, but also bring him other unexpected benefits. Did you see that? This guy is really incredible. Wu Gang was stunned and turned to the others and said, with just this machete, he can kill the mutant beast so easily. Is he really a college student? He looks like an expert. The others also nodded, their eyes showing more awe for Yang. Zhou Kai, Zhao Baofu, Wang Tao, and others all stood there looking at Yu Yang, their eyes full of admiration and fear. Okay, stop being in a daze. Yu Yang smiled and put the crystal in his backpack. Hurry up and pack up the spoils. We have other things to deal with. He had already put away the machete and crystal and turned around to leave. Although the atmosphere around him was still tense, he did not seem to be in a hurry to leave this place. The mutant beast in front of him has been dealt with. The next step is how he will use this opportunity to improve his strength. Yu Yang, you're really amazing. Wang Tao spoke slowly, his eyes still flashing with shock that was hard to conceal. Yes, our team will rely on him in the future. Wu Gang patted Wang Tao on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration and recognition. With such a strong man, at least we won't die easily at the hands of wild beasts anymore. Yu Yang smiled slightly, turned around and led the team forward, but he was thinking about the next plan in his mind. More repair points, more challenges, and the tank he had been thinking about. Yes, Yu Yang replied calmly. You attracted attention from the front, and I'll attack from the back. I saw what you did just now. Although it was a bit reckless, it's better than staring at it alone. Wu Gang hesitated for a moment, then nodded, with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He knew that at this time, cooperation was the most effective way, especially for this injured mutant beast. His cooperation with Yu Yang would be the key to success. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wu Gang gritted his teeth and said. Yu Yang didn't say anything else. He walked to the side with a machete and quietly approached the dying steel wolf. He had already made a judgment in his mind. Although this beast was seriously injured, its special abilities still existed, especially its tempered skin, which could greatly improve its defense in a short period of time, so it must be handled with care. The steel wolf was still crawling on the ground, with only 5 health points left, and it was obviously in a state where it could no longer resist. It lowered its head and panted, occasionally glancing around with its red eyes, but did not notice Yu Yang's approach. Wu Gang stood in front and deliberately made a few loud noises. He slapped the ground with the machete in his hand to attract the attention of the steel-armored wolf. Ayo! The steel-armored wolf's low roar echoed in the air. It turned its body and pounced towards Wu Gang with almost no strength. At this moment, Wu Gang quickly retreated, deliberately avoiding its attack, and deliberately letting the steel-armored wolf focus completely on himself. Now, Yu Yang said in his heart. He quickly exerted force with his feet and took advantage of the moment when the armored wolf's attention was attracted to leap behind it. A knife. The machete flashed past, leaving a deep knife mark on the back of the steel wolf. Due to its strong defense, the machete did not penetrate immediately, but it still caused some damage. The armored wolf struggled angrily and tried to fight back, but due to its severe injuries, Its movements were extremely slow and posed almost no threat. One more strike, Yu Yang commanded calmly, swinging the machete in his hand again, striking the steel-armored wolf in the neck. The knife was finally fatal. The steel wolf let out a scream and fell to the ground, losing all hope of life. Ding! Kill the common order destroyer steel wolf and get 100 repair points. Ding! Get the special loot of steel wolf. Tempered crystal. Well done, Yu Yang said softly, put away his machete, turned around and looked at Wu Gang with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Although Wu Gang was sometimes reckless, it was indeed reassuring to be able to trust him as a partner at a critical moment. We made a profit this time. Wu Gang breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes full of gratitude. But I have to thank you. It was you who led me to this path. Yu Yang didn't say much, just looked at the tempered crystal. This special trophy was equally important to him and could bring him enhanced defense or other uses. Pick up the spoils first, Yu Yang said as he bent over to pick up the tempered crystal, then looked at Wu Gang again. Take it back later, and we'll continue to look for more supplies. Don't waste time. Wu Gang nodded and began to prepare to deal with the body of the steel wolf. After all, this prey was crucial to the team's resources. At the same time, he also understood that with Yu Yang's leadership, the team's future would be brighter. Yu Yang, on the other hand, had already begun to think about the next repair points and possible enhancements, knowing that this was just the beginning and the real challenges and opportunities had just arrived. Every aspect has been enhanced 3 times. Yu Yang responded calmly. Although he seemed calm on the surface, he could clearly feel that his body had become stronger. Every muscle seemed to be full of strength, and even his own reaction speed had increased a lot. The coordination of his body was better than before. When Wu Gang heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 3 times? This is really a big change. He looked at Yu Yang carefully, his heart full of envy and awe. Yu Yang's skills had already shocked him, and now, the changes in his body undoubtedly made Wu Gang value Yu Yang's strength even more. It seems that you have really become stronger, Wu Gang sighed. This way, our chances are greater. From now on, when we are together, there is nothing we dare not do. Well, Yu Yang nodded, his eyes flashing with calmness and thought. However, this evolution is only the first step. Although my physical fitness has been enhanced, I still need more resources to become stronger. Aren't you afraid of evolving too quickly and getting out of control? Wu Gang asked in a low voice, with some worry in his eyes. Yu Yang smiled slightly. If the control is good, the evolution will not get out of control. This is why I can't rely too much on evolution crystals. I must continue to accumulate experience in actual combat to ensure the balance of power. Wu Gang nodded silently and understood what Yu Yang meant. Next, let's move on. Yu Yang put away all his thoughts and looked forward. Don't forget, our goal is that stone pillar. Collect as many supplies as possible. At the same time, the team must also be prepared. The next battle will not be easy. Wu Gang followed Yu Yang's pace. His eyes became firm. He knew that following Yu Yang meant not only a chance to survive, but also to become stronger. He didn't say anything more and just followed Yu Yang forward. They carefully walked through the ruins and approached a more hidden place. The scene here was extremely desolate. The stone pillars in the distance seemed even larger and more dangerous, and there was a sense of oppression all around. Yu Yang stopped and looked around. We have to be careful. There should be a lot of mutant creatures around here, he said vigilantly. Wu Gang nodded. This place looks a little strange. We have to be on our guard. Yu Yang didn't say anything more, his eyes fixed on the stone pillar in the distance. He knew that this challenge had just begun. The next battle will be a contest that determines their life or death. I said, can you move now? Yu Yang's voice sounded coldly. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it carried an intimidating pressure that could not be ignored. And Jia and her teammates were shocked by this sentence. They could clearly feel the pressure from Yang, even though they were only a few steps away. This aura made them stop subconsciously, and a hint of uneasiness appeared in their eyes. And Jia's eyes flashed with anger. She was obviously not used to someone speaking so bluntly in front of her. However, facing Yu Yang's calm and determined gaze, she felt a little shaken. Most of the 20 or so people she brought were men. Although they were strong and physically fit, they were somewhat skeptical when faced with Yu Yang's powerful aura. After all, she had just seen with her own eyes how he easily killed the steel-armored wolf and cut off its flesh without hesitation, and the machete in his hand was not to be underestimated. We don't care about the meat you have already taken away. The rest belongs to us. And Jia finally couldn't help but speak. Although his tone was tough, it was much softer than the anger just now. She tried to resolve the conflict in this way. After all, although she felt threatened, she still hoped to avoid a greater confrontation as much as possible. However, Yu Yang did not waver at all. He raised the machete in his hand slightly and responded coldly. This is our prey. No one can take it away easily. If you want to take the remaining meat, you can, but you have to get past me first. And Jia was already a little hesitant. She realized that the man in front of her was not only a strong man, but also gave people the feeling of being calm and decisive, and was definitely not the kind of person who would give in easily. Her teammates began to murmur among themselves, clearly unsure of how to respond. After all, they had already suffered when facing mutant beasts, and now they were facing an opponent that seemed to be equally powerful or even stronger. Miss Anjia, stop talking nonsense to them. A dark-skinned man behind him was obviously a little impatient when he saw this. There are only two of them. They can't beat us. As long as we take action, they have no chance at all. The man's words made Njia's heart sink. She knew that the goal of this team was to avoid unnecessary conflicts as much as possible, but the situation was becoming more and more complicated. She knew that if she confronted these people head-on, it might not be easy to solve the problem. She took a deep breath, turned to look at the team members behind her, and finally made a decision. Okay, since you insist, let's take back the remaining meat. Although her voice contained a hint of reluctance, she did not provoke Yu Yang again, but tried to calm the situation with such concessions. Do you really think that with your numbers and strength, you can take this meat from us? Seeing this, Wu Gang's eyes flashed with a hint of provocation, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't think you are qualified. Anger flashed in Anjia's eyes, but she didn't continue to argue. She had already decided in her heart that it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible, especially when facing such a strong opponent. Yu Yang stood there, his face expressionless, staring at these people with cold eyes. You already know our bottom line. If you don't leave, I don't mind letting you know what regret is. And Jia hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to retreat first. She whispered to the team members behind her, let's retreat first. We don't want to conflict with them. Although her voice was low, it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Several people looked at Yu Yang angrily, with a trace of unwillingness on their faces, but finally chose to obey, slowly retreating, carrying the remaining meat of the steel wolf, and walking away. When they left, Wu Gang breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Yu Yang, full of admiration. Brother Yu Yang, you are so awesome that even they dare not say a word. Yu Yang smiled gently and shook his head. This scene is just the beginning. Next, we have to keep going. That's right. I'm so lucky to be with you, Wu Gang said with admiration. Even if there's a disaster in the future, I will be able to withstand it. Yu Yang said no more, calmly sorted out the machete in his hand, and secretly thought about the next plan. Whether it was collecting resources or facing future challenges, he had to remain calm and sober enough. Chapter 13 Bullet News. What? Yu Yang's answer stunned Jia. She felt that the conditions she proposed were already very sincere, but the other party actually rejected her proposal. Does he think 2 people can beat more than 20 of us? Is he crazy? Boy, are you out of your mind? Get out of my way. The dark-skinned man looked impatient and looked at Yu Yang as if he were a fool. Miss Anjia, stop wasting time talking to this guy. Let's just send a few brothers to take him down. Anjia shook her head in disappointment. She didn't expect that this young man looked handsome and had some skills, but was so arrogant. If you don't get out of the way, we're going to take action. Oh, you could try it. Yu Yang clenched the machete in his hand with a calm face. His physical fitness has improved 3 times. Even without using the revolver, he is confident that he can repel these people with his extraordinary physical fitness and the machete's ability to cut through iron like mud. However, his purpose was not to kill people, but to obtain more information about the apocalypse from this group of people. Boy, you're looking for death. The dark-skinned man couldn't bear it any longer and rushed towards Yu Yang with an iron pipe. Although Yu Yang's machete was sharp, his iron pipe was longer, so he did not think he was powerless to fight. What's more, he has brothers. As long as he can fight with Yu Yang, the others can take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. It will only be a matter of time before Yu Yang is captured. The thick iron pipe came down on Yu Yang's head with a sharp sound like a flash of lightning. However, only a clang sound was heard. A scene happened that left the dark-skinned man dumbfounded. The hollow iron pipe in his hand, which was as thick as his wrist, was instantly broken into two pieces by Yu Yang's seemingly nonchalant wave. Half of the iron pipe fell weakly to the ground, making a dull sound. At this moment, not only the dark-skinned man, but also the brothers behind him who had originally been so aggressive, were all so shocked that they stood there like wooden carvings and clay sculptures. They all opened their mouths wide, staring at Yu Yang and the broken iron pipe with astonishment on their faces. And Jia, who was standing not far away, widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. "Brother He, are we still going to fight?" The dark-skinned man's name was Wang Zhixing, but because of his dark skin, he was called Brother He. At this time, a younger brother behind him raised a wooden stick in his hand and asked hesitantly. At this moment, they were in a state of confusion as to whether to advance or retreat. It was extremely awkward and funny. Wang Zhixing angrily slapped his head and cursed. "Are you blind? Didn't you see that my iron pipe was cut off by a knife? Why are you going up? Get out!" After saying this, he turned his head and looked at Yu Yang, who was standing beside him, with a stiff smile on his face. Yu Yang just looked at them with a half-smile, as if he didn't care about them at all. Only then did Wang Zhixing realize that he had hit a wall. Although this man looks young, he is very capable, and he is not someone he can handle alone. He held his forehead and covered half of his face, feeling very regretful. But the harsh words had already been spoken, and he was now in a difficult situation. Just when he didn't know what to do, and Jia's voice came. "Old Black, come back first." Wang Zhixing was extremely surprised. For the first time, he felt that the voice was so intimate and pleasant. "Okay." Wang Zhixing agreed very straightforwardly, then quickly returned to Njia's side, smiled awkwardly, revealing his white teeth. "Miss Anjia, this kid is quite capable. The machete in his hand is very sharp. We have to be careful." And Jia nodded and looked at Yu Yang seriously again. Yu Yang has a clean and sunny face, refreshing short hair, and thick eyebrows. He is not only handsome, but also makes people feel comfortable looking at him. And Jia secretly admired him in her heart. Then she hesitated for a while, thought about it, and asked Yang, "Excuse me, are you an evolver?" "Evolver." Yu Yang silently recited these 3 words in his heart. It seems that this Jia really knows something. The reason why Yu Yang wanted to show some of his strength was to attract the other party's attention. He had no interest in the remaining wolf meat, but he was interested in the power behind Anjia. Although he knew some common sense about this world, he knew nothing about some deeper things. For example, before today, he didn't know the existence of evolution crystals. Also, his knowledge of the Tongtian stone pillar was extremely limited. Now, there is news about another evolver. He has decided to contact the forces behind the other party to at least obtain some useful information. This can also provide a direction for his next action plan. Yes. Yu Yang's answer was straightforward and concise. Hearing Yu Yang's answer, Jia sighed slightly. She knew that there was a high possibility that she would return empty-handed today. She and her brother had once encountered an evolver, so she knew very well that evolvers were much stronger than ordinary people. Although she had more people and more power, if she took forceful action, many of her men might die, and that was something she could not accept. And Jia lowered her head slightly, her fingers gently tugging at the corner of her shirt. Her originally clear and bright eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist, revealing a bit of reluctance and helplessness. She took a deep breath, as if mustering up her courage, and said in a pleading tone, "Dear Evolver, we really need this food. Can you give us some?" Facing Njia's plea, Yu Yang did not agree, nor did he intend to refuse outright. Instead, he asked, "Tell me first, how did you know about the evolvers?" And Jia hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "My brother once met an evolver, and he told me about this." Yu Yang nodded, already having a plan in mind. "I can give you all of these, but you have to promise me one thing." "What's the matter?" For some reason, Njia's heartbeat suddenly quickened. "Exchange information with me." "Huh? What information?" And Jia was a little confused. "Do you know where there might be ammunition nearby?" Yu Yang asked after thinking for a while. Although he now has a revolver, the biggest problem is that he does not have enough bullets, which makes it difficult for him to use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been holding only a machete just now and now. Although a machete can cut through iron like mud, a pistol is obviously more deterrent. Therefore, his purpose is to replenish his ammunition. Ammunition? And Jia paused, shook his head and said, "The nearby police stations and military camps have been occupied by large survival teams. There is no way there is ammunition anywhere else. At this point, Njia seemed to suddenly think of something, and her bright big eyes rolled around. But I do remember there seems to be a shooting range in the south. There might be ammunition there. But I guess they're all old-fashioned revolvers and bullets. As for bombs and the like, there are definitely none. Hearing this, Yu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 14 disappeared. Don't you think this is a coincidence? What Yu Yang needed was exactly the bullets for the revolver. Wu Gang, then you go back and help the other members of the team to bring back the meat of the other mutant beast. I won't be going back yet. I'm going to the shooting range with Miss and... Wait a minute. You killed another mutant beast. And Jia covered her mouth in surprise, her expression as if she had seen a ghost. After hearing what Yu Yang said, Wang Zhixing sneered and shook his head. Wu Gang's temper flared up immediately, and he pointed at Wang Zhixing and said, "What do you mean? Don't you believe it? I would believe you if you said you killed a few people, but you said you killed 2 mutant beasts in one day? Are you kidding me?" Wang Zhixing was not afraid and mocked directly. "Are mutant beasts so easy to kill? This mutant beast was seriously injured, and we kept draining its energy, so you finally caught it. An ordinary mutant beast would make even a team of dozens of us run away if we saw it. How could you possibly kill it?" Wu Gang said proudly. "Words are not enough. Our boss just killed a tiger-like mutant beast by himself. If you don't believe it, we can take you to see it." Having said that, Wu Gang led the group of people out. Wang Zhixing, along with a few of his loyal followers, chased after Yu Yang. Yu Yang shook his head upon seeing this. He had no real interest in proving himself. He just wanted to let these people see his strength so that the subsequent conversation would go much more smoothly. And Jia also shook his head helplessly and ordered the remaining people, "Take the remaining meat back." The rest of them nodded repeatedly. Although the remaining meat is not good meat, it is still meat. They haven't had meat for a long time. The leftover meat is also a rare good thing for them. Here, Yu Yang and Wu Gang brought Wang Zhixing to the gate of Bull Park. But what shocked Yu Yang was that the original body of the red flame tiger had disappeared. Apart from the pool of blood, there was not even a body left. "Haha, I told you this guy was a liar." It really made me laugh out loud. Wang Zhixing looked at the empty road and burst into laughter. Yu Yang was also a little confused at this time. Where did such a big red flame tiger go? Even if Wang Tao and Zhao Baofa moved faster, it was impossible for them to move all the meat so quickly, right? "Boy, do you have anything else to say?" Wang Zhixing's dark face was smiling like a chrysanthemum with a look of pride. Wu Gang was dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. His face flushed the color of liver, but then he stretched his neck and said, "We clearly killed a mutant beast before. Did you secretly transport away? How shameless." Wang Zhixing was stunned by Wu Gang's retort, and then he became furious. "Bullshit. Would I do such a thing? What else can you young people do besides pretending to be cool? Once you have some skills, you don't know how high the sky is. If you don't have the ability to kill mutant beasts, just admit your weakness and stop pretending." At this time, Njia also rushed over, but when she saw the empty road, her pretty face was full of confusion. There really are no mutant beasts. Could he really be lying? At this moment, a long snake tongue suddenly appeared out of nowhere and moved back and forth above Wang Zhixing's head. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge python slowly appeared behind Wang Zhixing. Chapter 15, Elite Order Destroyer. Wang Zhixing was still unaware at this time, but several of his younger brothers were already scared and stepped back, saying incoherently, old black snake, big snake, no, it's a mutant beast." "What mutant beast? Where are the mutant beasts? Is there something wrong with your brain or eyes?" Wang Zhixing cursed. "Are you as insane as that kid?" "No, that's not it. It's the top of your head." Wang Zhixing looked up impatiently. His dark face turned pale in an instant. His eyes widened and his body trembled uncontrollably. He saw a huge python with a body diameter of 1 meter and a length of several dozen meters. It was looking down at him. Its dark pupils emitted a creepy light, and its long tongue was almost touching his face. Ding! Mutated creatures detected. Elite Order Breaker, Hidden Python. HP 200/200. Attack power 100. Defense value 60. Special ability. Become invisible after standing still for 10 seconds. And become visible after moving. The information automatically appeared in front of Yu Yang's eyes. He looked at the terrifying attributes of this hidden giant python and was secretly surprised. This mutant beast has reached elite level, and its attributes are twice those of the red flame tiger. Not only does the attack power reach a terrifying 100 points, but the defense value is also as high as 60. This means that, without hitting the vital points and causing a critical hit, even if Yu Yang's bullet hit the hidden giant python, it would not be able to cause any damage to it. Help, help! Wang Zhixing's face was distorted, and his voice became extremely sharp. At this time, his pants were already wet. He had a sad face and squeezed out a desperate cry from his throat. Save me. Someone save me. Please, save me. Although his screams were miserable, no one dared to step forward. Are you kidding? This is a mutant monster. And this one is bigger than any other one they have ever seen. It can swallow an adult with just a simple opening of its mouth. Who dares to step forward? Going up there would mean you die. But at this moment, there was a deafening gunshot. Bang! The hidden giant python, which had already opened its bloody mouth, suddenly shrank its body and made a strange and shrill cry. It was Yu Yang who took action. With this shot, he hit the hidden python's eye, causing critical damage to it. Hit the hidden python's vital point, causing 15 points of damage. Yu Yang frowned as he looked at the damage, which was only a dozen points. The hidden giant python was suddenly attacked and was extremely angry. It pushed Wang Zhixing away and twisted towards Yu Yang at a high speed. Bang! Yu Yang fired 2 more shots. Hit the hidden python's vital point, causing 18 points of damage. Hit the hidden python's vital point, causing 21 points of damage. The damage was still very low, and after 3 shots, the hidden python only had half of its health left. However, Yu Yang was not discouraged because he found that if he kept hitting the same part, the damage would continue to increase. As long as we hit him a few more times, it's not impossible to kill him. At this time, everyone except Wu Gang was stunned. The terrifying hidden giant python was actually suppressed by Yu Yang's firepower alone. They never expected that Yu Yang actually had a revolver in his hand. Moreover, his marksmanship is so superb. It is really amazing that he can achieve such accuracy even when the hidden giant python keeps twisting its body. And Jia, in particular, looked at Yu Yang with eyes full of admiration and even a hint of self-abasement. She finally realized how ridiculous her previous threats were in the eyes of the other party, and Jia was secretly glad that she did not become an enemy of the other party. On the other hand, although Wang Zhixing escaped death, his eyes were filled with jealousy when he saw Yu Yang, who appeared like a hero. He actually has a gun. How does he have a gun? Wang Zhixing's teeth were chattering. Over the past few days, he has searched almost all the surrounding ruins and only found a long iron rod as a weapon, which was just chopped off by Yu Yang with a knife. I wish that gun was mine. Bang! 2 more shots. While shooting, Yu Yang relied on his extraordinary physique to constantly move his position to prevent himself from being caught up by the hidden giant snake. Hit the hidden python's vital point, causing 25 points of damage. Hit the hidden python's vital point, causing 30 points of damage. At this time, the total damage he caused to the hidden python has reached 109. Although he consumed 5 bullets, his method was effective. Bang! The 6th bullet was fired and pierced fiercely into the hidden python's eyes. Chapter 16: Exchange of Resources. Roar! The hidden python let out a cry that was much more painful than before. Hit the hidden giant python's vital part, causing 80 points of fatal damage. Yu Yang was slightly stunned when he saw the high amount of damage. Does it pass through the septum and reach the brain? But this hidden python is really tough. It's not dead yet. After dealing another 80 points of damage, the hidden python has 11 points of health left. Yu Yang was ready to use his last bullet to take away the hidden python, but he was embarrassed to find that there was no bullet in his pistol. At this moment, as if sensing that its life was about to come to an end, the hidden giant python went crazy. It twitched its tail frantically, and the rockery at the entrance of Bull Park was cracked apart by its tail, with debris flying everywhere, and several people from Anjia's team were hit. The power of this tail is such that if it hits anyone, that person will definitely die on the spot. Seeing this, Yu Yang had no choice but to flee, intending to keep some distance before reloading. At this moment, Wang Zhixing's angry voice came over. Shoot! Keep shooting it! You idiot! Can't you see it's not dead yet? As soon as Wang Zhixing finished speaking, the hidden giant python's tail arrived like lightning with a whistling sound. Bang! There was a dull thud. Wang Zhixing's body was blown away almost instantly. His bones shattered in an instant, and he drew a parabola in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Because Wang Zhixing attracted the attention of the hidden giant python, Yu Yang finally found time to load a bullet. Bang! The last bullet fired. The hidden giant python's constantly twisting body suddenly stopped, and then fell to the ground like a soft rope, making a loud bang. Ding! Kill the elite Order Destroyer Hidden Python and gain 1,000 repair points. After hearing the system's prompt, Yu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This elite-level Hidden Python is too difficult to deal with. I fired a whole round of bullets, but still couldn't kill it, and every bullet hit its vital points. If it's an ordinary marksman, it would be considered good if he can hit the eye once out of 6 shots. Yu Yang looked at the revolver in his hand and sighed. It's so difficult to kill an elite mutant beast. The force value is still too low. And Jia, who had just walked up to Yu Yang and was about to thank him, happened to hear what Yu Yang said. If she hadn't always been used to maintaining a Leda-like image, she would have almost swore on the spot. No, you just killed such a terrifying mutant python. Low force value? What kind of joke is this? If your combat power is low, what will we become? Cannon fodder NPC? Well, thank you. It's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, we would be finished. And Jia sorted out his feelings and said with gratitude. Her gratitude to Yang was genuine. She didn't expect that Wang Zhixing was so sarcastic to Yu Yang, but Yu Yang was still willing to help him. As for Wang Zhixing's final death, it was purely Wang Zhixing's own fault. And Jia knew that Yu Yang had done his best. You're welcome. I'm just worried that you'd die and there'd be no one to take me to the shooting range. Yu Yang smiled innocently. Seeing Yu Yang say this, and Jia bit her lip lightly, feeling a little disappointed. Well, let's know each other formally. My name is Jia, and my brother's name is Yang. I'm from a survival team stationed at the nearby Minghuang Primary School. There are about 50 people in our team. No matter what, and Jia decided to make friends with Yu Yang. She knew very well that having a friend like Yu Yang would be an extremely lucky thing in this doomsday. Oh, my name is Yu Yang. I'm a survival team from the garage in the nearby Evergrande community. There are about 7 or 8 of us in our team. Hearing this, and Zhao was a little surprised. A person as capable as you is actually only from a survival team of less than 10 people? This is such a waste of talent. In my opinion, you can at least be a leader in the Royal City Alliance. Yu Yang just smiled in response to Njia's compliment. In fact, it doesn't matter much to him where he is, but he doesn't like to listen to other people's orders, so let's just call it a survival team. There's nothing wrong with that. Wu Gang happened to come over and became unhappy when he heard Njia's words. Miss Anjia, our boss is doing well in our team. You can't poach him. And Jia was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Brother Wu Gang, I didn't mean that. I just simply think that Yu Yang is very powerful, even more powerful than my brother. No, much more powerful. Your brother was able to build a team of more than 50 people, so he must have some skills himself. Yu Yang also said politely, and Jia sighed and said, My brother is a veteran. He has some martial arts skills and some organizational skills. However, if we encounter mutant beasts, we can only run away. Those guys are too scary. At this point, and Jia raised her head, stared at Yu Yang curiously with her big watery eyes, and asked, You're such a good shooter, you must be a soldier too, right? When Wu Gang heard Jia ask this, he pricked up his ears. He also wanted to know what Yu Yang's identity was. As for me, I'm just an ordinary college student. Hearing Yu Yang say this, and Jia felt a little disappointed. Of course, she didn't believe that Yu Yang was just an ordinary college student. She thought that Yu Yang said this because he was unwilling to reveal his identity. However, and Jia also understood that in this end times, people still have to have some secrets of their own. After figuring it out, and Jia put a smile on his face again and said a little embarrassedly, Yu Yang, this python is so big, and your team is less than 10 people. You definitely can't eat it all. Can you take out some and exchange it with our team? We could provide you with some other resources. Yu Yang nodded sleekly. He really couldn't finish all the meat, and his backpack couldn't hold it all. It is a good choice to use it in exchange for some resources. So what resources do you have? Seeing Yu Yang's interest, and Jia quickly said, For example, some daily necessities, clothes, and things like firewood, rice, oil, and salt. When the doomsday came, my brother and his brother stocked up a lot. Especially salt, they stocked up a whole truck. I'm afraid we won't be able to eat it all in our lifetime. Is that all? Yu Yang was slightly disappointed. His need for food and drink was not that strong. What he wanted more was something that could enhance his strength. Then what do you want? And Jia asked with some confusion. For example, bullets and so on. You saw that I have a pistol. Yu Yang shook the revolver in his hand. And Jia looked at the pistol in Yu Yang's hand with some envy, then sighed. We really don't have any bullets. Maybe there will be some at the shooting range. But I did see a bulletproof vest among the things they brought back, and I don't know where they got it from. Bulletproof vest? Yu Yang's eyes lit up. Chapter 17, boss. Seeing that Yu Yang seemed interested, and Jia quickly added, but the bulletproof vest seems to be broken. My brother threw it in the warehouse, and it has not been moved. After saying this, and Jia felt a little embarrassed. In fact, she also knew that such damaged things were not worth showing off. But she really couldn't think of anything about her team that would catch Yu Yang's eye. Damage? Yu Yang was stunned. Then he grinned. Isn't this a coincidence? Yu Yang was still worried that the bulletproof vest was not broken. Seeing Yu Yang couldn't stop laughing, and Jia thought that Yu Yang was laughing at her and said a little aggrievedly, I really don't know what materials we have that you're interested in. Otherwise, you can go back with me, and I will take you to see our warehouse. At the end of his speech, Jia's voice became lower and lower, and he buried his head deeply. She was too embarrassed to continue. Let's just take the bulletproof vest. I'm a craftsman. I can definitely fix it. Yu Yang was already looking forward to the special effects that the bulletproof vest could extract. Hearing Yu Yang's reply, Jia looked up in surprise. Really? Yu Yang? You are such a nice person. And Jia was so moved that her eyes turned red. In her opinion, Yu Yang was just caring about her face, and it could even be said that he was simply taking a loss to help her. What good is a broken bulletproof vest? Using it to exchange for this meat is simply taking it for nothing. For a moment, she really didn't know how to thank Yu Yang. How can there be such good people in this world? And Jia sighed silently in his heart. Just then, two people came over from the corner of the street. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu looked at the huge python lying on the ground in shock, and their brains froze for a moment. Brother Yu Yang, what happened here? Oh, just now a giant python suddenly appeared and I killed it. Yu Yang explained casually. Killed another mutant beast? Wang Tao's eyes were a little numb. That was killing a mutant beast. Why do you make it sound as easy as stepping on a bug? Oh, I was wondering why the meat disappeared. The tiger meat that was not moved away in time must have been eaten by the python. Zhao Baofu slapped his thigh and said with regret, Such good meat, it was wasted like this. Wu Gang glared at Zhao Baofu in anger and said contemptuously, You are stupid. Isn't the python dead? Isn't the meat in its stomach? Besides, snake meat is also very nutritious and tastes much better than tiger meat. Also, you two, stop calling each other Yu Yang from now on. Call me boss like me. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu were stunned at first, then hurriedly smiled and nodded. They are not fools. Only a fool would refuse to follow such a powerful and kind boss. Boss! Wang Tao shouted from the bottom of his heart. Then you will be my boss from now on. Ha! Zhao Baofu smiled naively. He didn't think there was anything embarrassing about calling someone younger than himself the boss. Yu Yang smiled helplessly. It's up to you. Seeing that Yu Yang had no objection, Wu Gang immediately expressed his loyalty and said, From now on, you'll be my boss. I, Wu Gang, will be your loyal lackey. Wang Tao also nodded and said sincerely, Boss, we were wrong before. I apologize to you. Zhao Baofu also hurriedly said, Boss, please don't be angry with us. In fact, it was Wu Gang who instigated us. You're talking nonsense. Fatty Zhao, don't frame anyone. Wu Gang glared and pointed at Zhao Baofu viciously. He was so angry that his face turned red. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to take action. Wang Tao immediately stepped out to smooth things over, stopped Wu Gang, and explained for Wu Gang, Actually, that was all Boss Wei's idea. He was the one who suggested that we share resources, and Wu Gang was just following his instructions. After hearing this, Wu Gang's expression finally looked better. That's right, it's all because of that Boss Wei. He's the one with the most evil intentions. And that Zhou, well done. I despise people who backstab their teammates the most. And Jia listened to the conversation between several people and realized that Yu Yang's team had just been fully established. He couldn't help but feel it was a pity. If she had met Yu Yang earlier, she might have had a chance to get him to join her team. With Yu Yang's abilities, if he joined their team's current situation would definitely be several times better. And Jia gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly, Yu Yang, do you want to bring your team to our base to stay? Mingwang Primary School is big and can definitely accommodate you. Don't worry, your team is independent, and we will never ask you to do anything. It's just that it's a good thing for everyone to get together and help each other. Yu Yang's eyes moved, and he thought this was a good idea. But after thinking about the pros and cons, he finally shook his head. Forget it, I won't cause any trouble for you. Yu Yang knew that once his team entered someone else's territory, the development of the situation would no longer be under his control. And Jia may not have any ill intentions, but when people from two teams stay together for a long time, conflicts and frictions are inevitable. The most important thing is that Yu Yang is enjoying all the good life, and the people over there will inevitably become jealous, and they might do something weird again. Yu Yang hates trouble the most. It is better to have less trouble than more. Besides, Yu Yang does not need to seek protection from a large force now. With him around, most of the problems can be solved. Seeing Yu Yang refuse, and Jia felt very sorry. She wanted to persuade Yu Yang again, but Yu Yang said first, let's discuss the issue of resource exchange. Seeing Yu Yang's clear attitude, and Jia didn't say anything more, but just said obediently, you killed this giant python, you can arrange it. Yu Yang nodded and said, I can give you half of this giant python. In addition to the bulletproof vest, I also want to exchange it for some daily necessities. No problem. Just make me a list, and I'll try my best to get it together for you. And Jia also showed a sincere attitude. She has thought it through. Even if she can't get Yu Yang into the team, she must win Yu Yang's favor and become friends with him. Yu Yang nodded, then walked to the side of the hidden python and took out the machete again. However, at this time he became a little worried. The defense value of the hidden giant snake is 60 points, but the attack power of the machete is only 50 points. Although it was very high, it could not cause any damage to the body of the hidden giant snake. How to cut the hidden giant snake has become a tricky problem. Chapter 18-2 Intermediate Evolution Crystals. What's wrong? Seeing Yu Yang remain silent, and Jia suddenly became curious. Yu Yang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. The defense value of this giant python scales is too high. I can't cut it. The man had been killed, but there was nothing he could do with the body. Yu Yang himself felt speechless, and Jia was stunned, blinked, and said, then we could just pluck its scales, right? Now it was Yu Yang's turn to be stunned. Yes, the hidden python's defense comes from its hard scales. The scales can be pulled off piece by piece. Unlike the red flame tiger, whose hard hide is a whole piece without any gaps, it is impossible to start. Once the hard scales are lost, the python will only have soft skin left. Wouldn't it be easy to cut it by itself then? Yu Yang gave Joshua a thumbs up. You are really smart. And Jia felt a little embarrassed by Yu Yang's praise and lowered her head shyly. I'm glad I can help you. Yu Yang gathered everyone, including those in Jia's team, and told them to pull out the scales first so that they could dismember the python. Originally, they thought that removing scales was easy, but when they did it, they found that it was not the case. Although snake scales are piece by piece, each scale is like an old tree growing in the soil and is very difficult to pull out. It takes almost 2 people working together to pull out one scale. Half an hour later, with the efforts of more than a dozen people, they were able to pluck out all the scales from the python's head. This won't work. Yu Yang frowned as he looked at the hidden python's scaly body. We won't be able to finish this until tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, Yu Yang said, how about this? You guys make a grid-like path on the python's body, and I'll cut along the path, so you don't have to remove all the scales. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Yu Yang's proposal. Captain, you are really smart. Wu Gang immediately gave a thumbs up and praised him. You are worthy of being a college student. It's good to be educated. After saying that, Wu Gang immediately called on everyone else and adjusted the method of pulling scales according to Yu Yang's suggestion. This way, the progress was greatly accelerated. After Yu Yang saw that everyone continued to work in an orderly manner, his gaze fell on the head of the hidden giant python again. At this time, the hidden giant python's head was bald and had no scales. Yu Yang only needed to chop it casually to split its head in half. An ordinary mutant beast has a primary evolution crystal in its head. What's in the head of this elite mutant beast? Could it be an intermediate evolution crystal? Thinking of this, Yu Yang suddenly became excited. He remembered that the system had prompted that the second evolution required 10 intermediate evolution crystals. Compared with the first evolution, the difficulty can be said to have increased dozens of times. If we can really get an intermediate evolution crystal this time, it will be a good start. Yu Yang picked up the machete and swung it casually, splitting the giant python's head in half. Two light blue crystals fell out of the hidden python's head. Two. Yu Yang hesitated. Could they be two primary evolution crystals? He quickly picked up the crystal and held it in his hand. As the information appeared, Yu Yang exclaimed, "Intermediate? It's actually intermediate?" And Jia, who was standing by, looked on with envy. "It's actually intermediate? And there are two of them." While feeling envious, and Jia then realized that the giant python that Yu Yang had just killed was actually a higher-level existence than ordinary mutated beasts. And Jia knew that only more advanced mutant beasts could produce more advanced evolutionary crystals. I remember that Revolver said that above ordinary mutant beasts are elite mutant beasts. Although their output is more abundant, their abilities in all aspects have doubled. Yu Yang just killed an elite mutant beast. This is incredible. Yu Yang's strength has definitely surpassed that Revolver my brother saw. Although that Revolver is powerful, he is not capable of easily killing elite mutant beasts. Thinking of this, and Jia's eyes turned completely into admiration when she looked at Yu Yang. Staying by Yu Yang's side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Yu Yang stared at the evolution crystal in his hand, his heart burning with excitement. Maybe it's because he has already evolved once, but he can now clearly feel the strange energy contained in the evolution crystal. This strange evolutionary energy must be related to those stone pillars that reach the sky. Maybe there's a substance similar to the evolutionary crystals near those stone pillars. Yu Yang made a bold guess. Afterwards, he no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the two intermediate energy crystals into his stomach. The energy quickly flowed to his limbs and bones. This strange energy was changing his body in an almost overbearing way. Yu Yang could feel that his physical strength seemed to have increased a little, reaching about 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary person. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Yu Yang was full of anticipation for evolving again. I wonder what kind of improvement I'll get after evolving again. All right, boss. Wu Gang ran to Yu Yang breathlessly and reported their results. We have almost finished pulling out the trees. Please take a look. Yu Yang nodded and looked towards the hidden body of the giant python. It was seen that the body of the hidden giant python had been pulled out into many grids with an area of about 1/4 of a square meter, and Yu Yang only needed to cut along these grids to divide the giant python into many pieces. As his physical fitness had just been improved, Yu Yang also wanted to try his fists and feet. He just rushed towards the hidden giant python with a machete in his hand. The machete was swung out with a strong wind and chopped the giant python's body fiercely. Puff, 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 puff. The hidden giant python's body was cut into pieces by Yu Yang like tofu. The tender snake meat was exposed, and the dense texture and pink color made everyone drool. They couldn't imagine how delicious the meat would be when cooked into dishes. The meat of mutated beasts is much more delicious than ordinary animals, not to mention that this is snake meat. It is an excellent choice whether it is braised or made into soup. If my wife and I were to make this, we would drool over the deliciousness. Zhao Baofu stared at the snake meat with shining eyes. Wang Tao and Wu Gang were also swallowing hard. Even Yu Yang was looking forward to what the meat would look like after being made into delicious food. Okay, this part belongs to you. After Yu Yang dismembered the hidden giant python, he pointed to one part of it and said, and Jia looked at the part Yu Yang pointed out, and her heart was deeply touched. A lot of the snake meat that Yu Yang left for them were of extremely high quality, and the portion was quite large. He did not use the less tasty parts or leftovers to perfunctorily satisfy her. Anjia felt a little sour in her nose. Since the end of the world, no one except her brother has been so kind to her. She really didn't know how to repay him. Yu Yang, how about I? Chapter 19, Encountering Obstacles. Yu Yang, how about I join your team? Anjia didn't know why, but she said this sentence. But she quickly realized that this was impossible. She glanced at Yu Yang cautiously and was relieved to see that Yu Yang didn't seem to hear it. She truly meant these words from the bottom of her heart. Although Anjia's team has more than 50 people, she feels that all of them are not as capable as Yu Yang alone. Even her brother, although very outstanding, is far inferior to Yu Yang. But she couldn't just ignore her brother. Oh, and Jia let out a long sigh. Huh, what did you say just now? Yu Yang saw Anjia sighing and felt a little strange. No, nothing. And Jia didn't dare look directly into Yu Yang's eyes. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head to look at her toes. Yu Yang frowned, feeling a little puzzled. Well, missin', why don't you take me to your base now? I want to get the bulletproof vest as soon as possible. Also, I can get some daily necessities by the way. And Jia nodded obediently. Okay, then come with me. Let Brother Wu Gang take charge of things here. Yu Yang nodded, and after giving the instructions, he walked towards Minghuang Primary School within Jia. Opposite Minghuang Primary School, there's a row of small shops. However, when the end of the world came, these small shops had already collapsed into ruins in various natural disasters. However, Yu Yang could see that these ruins showed signs of being explored. Many of the collapsed shops were cleared of rubble. Yu Yang guessed that many of the supplies for Njia's team were probably found in the ruins of these small shops. Yu Yang and Njia arrived at the gate of Minghuang Primary School. At a glance, they saw countless collapsed houses inside Minghuang Primary School. Fortunately, since it was an elementary school, the floors of the buildings were not too high, so there was no crushing when the building collapsed. Some of the ground floor classrooms have been preserved. And Jia, you are finally back. As soon as I entered the gate of Minghuang Primary School, a young man came out to greet me. However, when he saw Jia chatting happily with a heroic young man, his face suddenly froze for a moment. And Jia walked over to the young man and said with a smile, Brother Zhang Tan, you are the one guarding the door today. Is my brother out? Zhang Tan looked Yu Yang up and down. Then he said softly to Njia, your brother is away on a long trip. He said he was going to meet that revolver from last time. It seemed like there was some great opportunity or something, but I didn't hear the details. Oh, I hope everything goes well. And Jia nodded. And Jia, didn't you lead the team to kill that lingering mutant beast? Why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Zhang Tan completely ignored Yu Yang and chatted with Njia. And Jia winked mischievously and replied with a smile. Other people are already transporting the meat, so I'll come back with my guests first. We have something to do. Guest? Zhang Tan pointed at Yu Yang, standing beside him, and frowned. He is your guest? What do you want to do? It's nothing actually. Just take him to the warehouse and pick some things out. Warehouse? Zhang Tan glared and said firmly, that won't work. How can you bring outsiders to our warehouse casually? Besides, why should we let him choose things? And Jia didn't expect Zhang Tan to react so strongly, and hurriedly explained, no, Brother Zhang Tan, Yu Yang exchanged the meat of the mutant beast with us. It wasn't for free. Meat for mutant beasts? Zhang Tan asked suspiciously. Are you talking about that big wolf? Wasn't that wolf originally ours? No, it's a giant snake. That snake is so big. It's enough for us to eat for many days. And Jia drew a circle in the air with his hands and used exaggerated movements to gesture to the hidden body of the giant python. Zhang Tan frowned and said disapprovingly, the meat of a big wolf is enough for us to eat for many days. If we can't finish more meat in a short time, it will go bad. There is no need to change the meat. Let him go. After hearing this, Yu Yang finally reacted. I don't seem to be very popular. However, he was determined to get this bulletproof vest and would not give up just because of the obstruction of some random person. Ahem. Let me interrupt you. I was the one who killed the steel wolf. So the meat belongs to me. I used part of the meat to exchange a message with Miss Anja. But that meat should not be enough for you to eat. What? You kill that wolf? Zhang Tan's eyes were instantly filled with hostility, and he asked Njia in a bad tone, Njia, didn't you tell him that we spent many days on that wolf? Njia said in a low voice with some grievance, I said it, but that wolf was indeed killed by Yu Yang. Just him. Zhang Tan sneered. If we hadn't spent so many days, would he have been able to kill a mutant beast? He can really kill. Njia said very seriously. Njia, are you crazy? Zhang Tan looked at Njia in disbelief. Then he realized that his attitude was not good and apologized quickly. Njia, that's not what I meant. I meant that you were deceived by him. With his current condition, can he kill mutant beasts? Seeing that Zhang Tan was so difficult to deal with, Njia immediately became dissatisfied. Zhang Tan, I know very well whether I've been deceived or not. It's okay for you to scold me, but please don't insult Mr. Yu Yang. He is an revolver. Get out of the way. I want to take Mr. Yu Yang in. Njia said coldly. Njia. Zhang Tan clenched his fists, looking unwilling. He couldn't figure out what kind of love potion this kid had given Njia to make her so partial to him. Zhang Tan gritted his teeth, spread his arms, and blocked the way with his body. No, you can't take him in, not even the revolver. Even if you're the leader's sister, you have no right to bring outsiders into the warehouse. And Jia's face turned ugly in an instant. He knew that Zhang Tan was telling the truth. According to the regulations, she really couldn't bring outsiders into the warehouse. This was a rule set by her brother himself. In fact, not only outsiders, but even people in the team need to get her brother's consent to enter the warehouse. But everyone had been very caring towards Jia before, and no one would deliberately make things difficult for her. But today Zhang Tan brought this matter out into the open and put the blame on her. At this point, even she can't do anything. Just when the situation here was at a stalemate, a few people in the distance, pushing carts with smiles on their faces, slowly approached. Ms. and Captain Yu, we've brought the meat back. Chapter 20, you are fired. What are you doing? Zhang Tan looked at the tender meat on the cart, pushed by several people in surprise, and swallowed hard. Zhang Tan, hurry up and help us push the cart. Be careful. The meat is very precious, said a bearded uncle who was pushing the cart with a smile. This doesn't look like wolf meat. Why are there scales on it? After Zhang Tan came to his senses, he was a little confused for a moment. This is not wolf meat. This is snake meat, the meat of a python. It's fresh. Python meat. Zhang Tan suddenly remembered that Jia seemed to have said that Yu Yang used python meat to exchange supplies with them. This is actually snake meat? No wonder it looks so delicious. Although Zhang Tan was salivating over the snake meat, he was unwilling to admit it. Instead, he pretended to be disgusted and said, "What's so good about snake meat? It's so fishy and doesn't look delicious at all. What's with your nose? How is this meat fishy? If you think it's fishy, don't eat it later." A burly man, pushing a cart, said with great dissatisfaction, "It is normal for snake meat to have a slight fishy smell. But as long as it is cooked well, it will only have a fresh taste and no fishy smell." They all felt that Zhang Tan simply didn't know what was good. Zhang Tan was immediately unhappy. It wasn't that he didn't know the value of snake meat. He just didn't want Yu Yang to steal the show. Anyone who didn't eat such delicious snake meat would be a fool. I'm also a member of the team. Everyone who sees it should have a share. Why don't you let me eat it? I won't give it to you. And Jia put her hands on her waist and said angrily, "This meat was given to us by Yu Yang. You didn't even put anyone else in, so why should I give it to you?" As soon as Jia said this, Zhang Tan immediately felt several unfriendly gazes. Well, that's not what I meant. Seeing that he was about to become the target of public criticism, Zhang Tan quickly made way. However, he still said unconvincingly, "You can let him in, but he can't enter the warehouse. This is the rule set by your brother." And Jia hurriedly explained to Yu Yang. "Yu Yang, don't listen to him. Just follow me in. My brother will definitely not say anything." "That's right. If it weren't for Captain Yu, we would have been wiped out today. What's wrong with letting him go into the warehouse to pick out the supplies for exchange?" "Yes. Zhang Tan, what's wrong with you today? Why do you always go against Miss and Captain Yu? Are you itching for trouble? If you feel uncomfortable, I'll talk to Captain and ask him to send you out on a field mission." A grown man who stays in the base all day must have lost his mind. Seeing that everyone else was condemning him, Zhang Tan's face turned pale and blue, and he felt very embarrassed. But he still stretched his neck and forced a stern face, saying, "No way. If you take him in, I will report you when the captain comes back." "No need to report. I'm here." A strong voice came from not far away. Yu Yang looked up. A tall and straight young man with short hair was walking slowly towards Yu Yang with steady steps. "Captain, great, you're finally here. These people don't follow the rules you set, and I stopped them all." Zhang Tan was overjoyed when he saw Anyang. He knew that Anyang was a military man and attached great importance to discipline. Even Jia could not break the rules casually. "Yeah, very good." Seeing Anyang praising him, Zhang Tan became even more proud and looked at Yu Yang and others with a gloating expression. But Anyang's next sentence stopped him from laughing. "You're fired." "What? You said I was fired?" Zhang Tan pointed at himself with an incredulous look on his face. "That's right. You can pack up and leave now," Anyang said calmly. "Why?" Zhang Tan was stunned. "I am following the rules." "Are the rules you said a joke?" "I didn't say that it was wrong for you to follow the rules. Didn't I even praise you?" Anyang said with a wry smile. "Then why are you firing me?" "I fired you because you offended our distinguished guest. Don't want to keep someone like you, who has no sense of propriety, to cause trouble for me." After saying that, Anyang ignored Zhang Tan and turned to Yang and stretched out his hand. He smiled politely and said, "Hello, my name is Anyang. I'm Anjia's brother and the leader of the Ming Huang survival team. Nice to meet you." Yu Yang looked at Anyang, who was smiling, and also stretched out his hand. As soon as their hands touched, Yu Yang felt a familiar, strange energy. However, this energy did not have any malicious intent, but rather seemed like a test. "You are also an evolver?" Yu Yang blurted out. Anyang had a faint smile on his face, nodded very frankly, and then withdrew his hand. "Under the guidance of an expert, I've just gathered the third primary evolution crystal." And Jia was surprised when she heard Yang's explanation. "Really, brother? Have you really completed your first evolution?" Anyang smiled dotingly at Anjia, patted Anjia's head, and said, "That's right, brother will be able to protect you better in the future." At this moment, a sharp stone hit Anyang's head without warning. And Jia was frightened and turned pale and screamed. The knife flashed, and the stone was precisely split in half and fell to the ground. It was Yu Yang who took action. Anyang gave Yu Yang a grateful look. Then his face darkened in an instant, and he looked coldly at Zhang Tan, who threw the stone at him. "You're looking for death." Chapter 21, Second Evolution. Special abilities. "You were the first to be unreasonable. You're lucky I didn't hit you." Zhang Tan curled his lips and said provocatively. Anyang snorted coldly, took 2 steps forward, grabbed Zhang Tan's clothes and arms, exerted force, threw him over his shoulder, and smashed him to the ground. There was a dull impact sound between Zhang Tan's body and the ground. Zhang Tan screamed in pain, saw stars, and curled up in pain. "Kid, don't forget, this is the end of the world. The bigger the fist, the more right it is. If you don't have any skills and like to stir up trouble, I'm lucky I didn't kill you. Get out of here now." Anyang spat at Zhang Tan fiercely, then turned to Yu Yang and said politely, "Brother Yu Yang, let's ignore this idiot and follow me in." Seeing that Anyang let Zhang Tan go so easily, Yu Yang frowned but didn't say much. After all, this person is a member of Anyang's team, not his, so it is not easy for him to interfere. But since he has been fired, if this person jumps around in front of him again, Yu Yang doesn't mind sending him to hell. At Anyang's invitation, Yu Yang finally stepped into the gate of Ming Huang Primary School. Yu Yang noticed that sharp pieces of glass were tied around the walls, apparently to prevent mutated beasts. Yu Yang was very skeptical about whether these protective devices could actually work. However, mutated beasts generally do not invade crowded places, mainly because mutated beasts do not have much interest in humans, and they eat humans just to fill their stomachs. In terms of attraction, they seem to prefer other beasts that have also mutated. "Brother Yu Yang, you look young, don't you? I didn't expect you to be such a good shooter. To be honest, I have also practiced shooting, but my shooting skills are far inferior to yours." Anyang asked casually as he took Yu Yang through Ming Huang Primary School. "Oh, how did you know?" "Yu Yang asket." Anyang laughed and said, "To be honest, I have placed a subordinate in my sister's team who is specifically responsible for informing me of the news." "Elder brother." And Jia suddenly realized. She had thought her brother was so powerful just now. She could tell at a glance that Yu Yang was a good shooter. She didn't expect that he had actually planted his confidant in her team. Anyang touched his nose and explained to Anjia, "Isn't this also for your safety?" After saying that, he looked at Yu Yang again, his eyes burning as he said, "To be honest, at first I didn't believe that your marksmanship could be so amazing. But the moment I saw you, I believed it. The calmness in you is only possessed by powerful people, so when I shook hands with you, I deliberately felt it. You are indeed an evolver." Yu Yang nodded and said modestly, "It's not that I'm superb, I could just barely protect myself." "Haha, brother Yu Yang is too modest." "Okay, brother, stop chatting with Yu Yang and let him go to the warehouse to pick out the things. He's in a hurry to go to the shooting range." "Shooting range?" Anyang paused, then asked, "Are you going to look for bullets?" Yu Yang nodded. "That's right. Brother Yu Yang, I advise you not to go." Anyang reminded seriously. Yu Yang frowned. "Why?" Anyang explained. "Because that place has been spotted by a level 2 evolver." "Level 2? Yes, it's the evolver who has evolved twice." Anyang explained patiently. "Brother Yu Yang, the second evolution requires 10 intermediate evolution crystals." Yu Yang understood what Anyang meant. The fact that that person was able to complete the second evolution not only showed that his physical fitness had become extremely strong. More importantly, at level 1, It has the ability to kill several elite mutant beasts. Generally speaking, it is better to avoid becoming an enemy with such a difficult opponent. And the most important thing is that once you evolve a second time, you will gain a special ability. Anyang added. Yu Yang's eyes narrowed. It turns out that you have to be at level 2 to gain the ability. I don't know what kind of ability I will be able to gain when I reach level 2. What exactly are special abilities like? Have you ever seen them? Yu Yang asked curiously. Anyang shook his head and said, I don't know, but it's very powerful. It may allow you to fly, spit fire and water, etc. In short, it's very powerful. And Jia, who was standing by, heard this and widened her eyes in surprise. So powerful? Brother, how do you know all this? Anyang did not hide it and said frankly that Revolver said that he has reached level 2, but he did not tell me what ability he gained. Hearing this, Yu Yang fell in a deep thought. Although he didn't think these people's special abilities were better than his own, a sense of urgency still arose in Yu Yang's heart. I still have to work hard to improve. I'm already 3 months late. If I don't work harder, I might really fall behind. After thinking about this, Yu Yang became more eager to get a bulletproof vest. Okay, I understand. Thanks for the reminder. Take me to the warehouse first. Anyang nodded. He believed that Yu Yang was a smart man and should know the most correct choice without him saying anything more. Yu Yang followed in Jia and in Yang to the door of the warehouse. This is a school auditorium. Although many parts have collapsed, it is still stable overall. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Yu Yang was stunned by the supplies in front of him. He really didn't expect that there would be so many things in the warehouse. No. Did you rob a mall before the apocalypse? In front of Yu Yang, firewood, rice, oil, and salt were spread all over the floor, and there were countless clothes, pots, and pans, as well as some gasoline, alcohol, charcoal, and other fuels. Apart from fresh fruits, vegetables, and meat, this place is simply a small supermarket. Seeing Yu Yang's surprised look, and Jia covered her mouth and laughed secretly, explaining, My brother worked as a security guard at Lianzhong supermarket after he was discharged from the army. When the end of the world came, my brother gathered all the security guards, moved many things from the Lianzhong supermarket warehouse, and hid them here. No wonder you set the rule that no one is allowed to enter the warehouse casually. If others know about this warehouse, they will definitely be jealous. Yu Yang sighed. Yes, if I didn't believe in your character, brother Yu Yang, I would definitely not let you in so casually. Anyang said with a smile. And Jia blinked and said mischievously, Yu Yang, you have to keep the secret for us. Okay, no problem. Don't worry about it. Yu Yang nodded in agreement. Brother Yu Yang, I see you came here alone and you don't have any means of transportation. How are you going to transport these things back later? Anyang's eyes turned and he suggested, How about you stay here and call your team over? We can treat each other as brothers, and I promise not to command you. How about that? Anyang spoke sincerely, but Yu Yang still politely refused. Forget it. I'm used to being free. I'm not used to being in such a large team. Don't worry, I have a way to move the supplies back. As he spoke, Yu Yang picked up a storage box that looked a little damaged. Chapter 22. Shoot decisively. It will take 5 repair points to repair the damaged storage box. Do you want to repair it? Yu Yang chose, yes. A flash of light passed by, and the storage box suddenly looked brand new. Ding, got a brand new storage box. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Double the space, double the current space. 2. Small freezer. Get 3 cubic meters of special space in the storage box and get the freezer effect. 3. Small storage. Get 10 cubic meters of special space in the storage box. It looks like the effects of extracting similar items are very similar. This time, Yu Yang did not choose a freezer, but chose the third effect, small storage. Ding! The storage box has been added with the effect, small storage. Then, Yu Yang began to pack things into the storage box under the surprised gazes of Jia and Yang. Yu, what is this thing? Even with Anyang's calm personality, he was so surprised that he was incoherent. And Jia had already covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open. The scene before my eyes was so magical that it was hard to explain. This is my special ability, Yu Yang explained with a turn of his eyes. Anyang was so shocked that he was speechless. He knew very well what it meant to have special abilities. That was an ability that only those who reached the second level of revolvers could obtain. Anyang couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. I have been reminding this for a long time, and it turns out that the person in front of me is his second-level evolver. However, he also felt a little sorry for Yu Yang. In his opinion, Yu Yang's special ability is to create a special space to store things. Although it is very practical, it does not have direct combat capability. Special abilities without combat capabilities would not be a problem before the end of the world, but in the end of the world, they are a bit useless. By the way, where is the bulletproof vest? Yu Yang asked, waving his hand in front of Njia's dazed eyes. Njia finally woke up from her dream and looked at Yu Yang deeply. Then he turned to the corner and took out the bulletproof vest that Yu Yang had been thinking about. Yu Yang took the bulletproof vest with great anticipation on his face. He did not show the disappointment that Njia had imagined. Instead, he could not put down the tattered bulletproof vest. Yu Yang, what do you want this bulletproof vest for? Well, a hobby, a little personal hobby. I feel safe wearing this. Yu Yang Lao get, but I can't wear this anymore. It's so torn. And Jiao was confused. It's okay. I'll sew it up and it will be fine. Yu Yang put on the bulletproof vest and then discussed with Anyang about packing some supplies. Okay, happy cooperation. Yu Yang was satisfied. This time he not only got a bulletproof vest, but also took away a lot of daily necessities and pots and pans. There's even a tent. It can be said that Yu Yang is now a walking base. Anyang, come out here. Just when Yu Yang was about to say goodbye to Anyang, a hostile shout was suddenly heard outside the warehouse. Yu Yang and Anyang looked at each other, and both saw a hint of impatience in each other's eyes, because they all heard that the person calling people outside was Zhang Tan. What the hell is Zhang Tan doing? Anyang frowned and clenched his fists. It seems that I didn't hit him hard enough just now. Then, the three of them walked out of the warehouse together. A group of people gathered at the door of the warehouse, chattering about something. And Zhang Tan, as expected, stood at the front of the group. Why are you all crowded here? Don't you have anything to do? Anyang spoke with an air of authority that quieted the crowd down a lot. How dare you command us? You are not worthy of being our leader. Zhang Tan spoke with confidence, relying on the fact that he had a few familiar friends behind him. Anyang's face was terribly gloomy. Zhang Tan, do you know what you're talking about? Of course I know. Zhang Tan was determined to make things difficult for Anyang, and he deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear him clearly. Anyang is the only one who can enter and exit the warehouse freely. The rest of us have to get approval if we want to go in. This is not fair. We are all a team, and the supplies belong to everyone. Why should he, Anyang, make the decision? That's all. But today, Anyang openly brought other people into our warehouse and picked things at will. What right did he have? Did he think our warehouse was his private property? Seeing the people around talking about it, and Jia hurriedly explained, it's not like that. Mr. Yu Yang is exchanging python meat with us. He didn't just take it casually. When Zhang Tan saw Jia defending Yu Yang again, his eyes were filled with jealousy, as if they were about to spit fire. Bullshit. We don't need python meat at all. We obviously have wolf meat. It was you, and Jia, who gave the wolf meat to others and then exchanged the supplies for snake meat. You two are clearly colluding with outsiders to steal team supplies. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Zhang Tan's voice suddenly stopped, and he fell backwards with his head raised. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Yu Yang slowly retracted the pistol. Ding! Kill the entry-level order destroyer Zhang Tan and obtain 10 repair points. Murder! Gun! He has a gun. Seeing Yu Yang shoot Zhang Tan in the head with a gun, the crowd suddenly panicked. Captain, I will help you deal with this person who disturbs the morale of the army. Anyang was slightly stunned, but didn't say much. He thought Yu Yang was right, but he was not as decisive as Yu Yang. The best option is to kill those who disrupt the morale of the army. Okay, everyone be quiet. Anyang shouted to everyone. Without the leader causing trouble, and with Anyang's former prestige, the riots gradually subsided. However, some of Zhang Tan's friends still dared to question him. Zhang Tan just said a few truths. Why kill him? Anyang did not answer his question, but asked, who else thinks Zhang Tan is right? You can leave now. I don't need someone who can't even tell right from wrong in my team. Zhang Tan's friends shrank their necks, but no one stood up. It's so dangerous out there. Without the protection of the team, they might soon be eaten by mutant beasts. No matter how much trouble you make, whoever leaves is a fool. Okay, since no one is leaving, then everyone shut up and listen to me. Mr. Yu Yang is our distinguished guest. The entire team, led by Jia, encountered an elite mutant beast. Originally, there was a high probability that the entire army would be wiped out, but Mr. Yu Yang took action and saved them all. Everyone in the team can testify to this. Chapter 23. Anyang, the Fawning. Secondly, you have seen the meat that was brought back. It is of good quality and in large quantities. If it is well preserved, it will be enough for all of us to eat for a month. We only exchange some daily necessities for so much meat. Is there anything wrong with that? At last, Yu Yang's marksmanship is superb. You all understand guns, right? With such an ally, isn't our team's safety more guaranteed? Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with what Anyang, did in this deal? Everyone was whispering, but no one stood up to say that Anyang was wrong. Especially those who had seen Yu Yang's marksmanship in Anjia's team before also helped Anyang explain in the crowd. They all witnessed Yu Yang's marksmanship with their own eyes. The captain did a great job. I think this young man named Yu Yang is very talented and has great potential. He is nothing like Zhang Tan, who is idle all day long. That's right. Zhang Tan is just a lazy guy. You can't trust what he says. When Zhang Tan's friends heard the comments from the crowd, they all lowered their heads and kept silent. They just wanted to watch the fun before. With Zhang Tan taking the lead, they were happy to join the fun. Now that Zhang Tan is dead, even if they still feel a little dissatisfied, how dare they say it out loud? They don't want to be kicked out of the team. Okay, since everyone trusts me, Anyang, I will definitely lead everyone to live in peace and stability. Today is a good harvest. Let's celebrate and cook some delicious dishes tonight. When everyone heard that they could have a good meal tonight, they were overjoyed. Yeah, there's meat to eat again. Good. Seeing that the time was right, Anyang said loudly, everyone should remember that these delicious meats are all contributed by Brother Yu Yang. Everyone should treat Brother Yu Yang well. If I see anyone disrespecting Brother Yu Yang again, I will kick them out of the team. Okay, that's enough of the story. Let's all go about our business. After Anyang finished speaking, Yu Yang suddenly became the center of attention. The originally hostile looks turned into gratitude and admiration. Do you have a girlfriend, little brother? A young woman dressed quite beautifully came up and asked Yu Yang right next to him. Brother Yu Yang is so handsome and powerful. How could he not have a girlfriend? Another hot girl teased, looking at Yu Yang with a passionate gaze. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this young man is obviously stronger than Captain In. Instead of currying favor with Captain In, it is better to curry favor with this young man. I don't mind you having a girlfriend. You're so capable. One more person won't make any difference, right? The young woman's eyes were full of affection. Looking at Yu Yang really made him feel uncomfortable. Okay, just go and do your work. Why are you so gossipy? And Zhao watched from the side, feeling very unhappy. Why does it seem like Yu Yang can't even suppress the corners of his mouth? And Zhao cleared the area around Yu Yang, then walked to Yu Yang's side and said awkwardly, Yu Yang, are you really not considering staying? If you stay, I can do. Yu Yang scratched his head and asked, what could be done? And Jia blushed and said hurriedly, I can cook for you. I'm a good cook. Oh, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. Then I must try your cooking today. At this moment, Anyang led Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and others to Yu Yang. Boss, Wu Gang shouted to Yang with a smile on his face. How about it? Are you surprised to see us? Yu Yang was slightly stunned. This is... Haha, Brother Yu Yang, don't blame me for not informing you in advance. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Anyang explained with a smile. Our group is going to celebrate tonight, so we just called everyone from your team over so that we can have some fun together. After hearing this, Yu Yang finally understood Anyang's thoughts. Anyang failed to invite him, so he planned to give their team a sugar-coated bullet first. Let the team members' ideas influence Yu Yang's ideas. However, what Anyang didn't expect was that Yu Yang didn't care about the people in his team at all. Yu Yang didn't care at all whether these people stayed or not. Anyang has completely got the wrong direction. It is these people who need Yu Yang, not Yu Yang who needs them. If there's not even the minimum loyalty, Yu Yang would be happy to cut off ties with these people. Thank you very much, Captain Anyang, for your hospitality, Yu Yang said lightly. Anyang naturally heard the slight dissatisfaction in Yu Yang's words. But there was nothing he could do. He really wanted Yu Yang to stay. Now the entire team depends entirely on him, and he is really tired. If there could be one more Yu Yang, it would definitely be great news for him. That's why he came up with this idea. Even if you fail, it doesn't mean you have offended the other party. As night fell, The people in Anyang's team built bonfires with stones and wood, and the aroma of meat wafted out from the bonfires. After the apocalypse, all production methods returned to their most primitive state. Making a fire is simply burning wood. Fortunately, there are plenty of tables, chairs, and benches in the elementary school, which are quite suitable for making fire. Under the careful preparation of the team's chefs, one delicious dish after another came out of the pot. Although the main ingredient is snake meat, the Anyang team has added a lot of seasonings. With the addition of various cooking methods, the dish is quite flavorful. Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and others were deliberately separated by Anyang and sat at different tables, and he asked the members of his group to entertain them well. Wow, it smells so good. Zhao Baofu's eyes were shining. He pulled his wife over and pointed at the bowl of snake soup, exclaiming, "Just look at the color. You can tell it's fresh. This snake meat skewers are not bad. They are better than a barbecue before doomsday. It would be great if there were a few bottles of beer." Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves and said while eating the skewers. Anyang heard it and shouted immediately, "Come on, bring some beer to Brother Wu Gang." When Wu Gang heard that there was real wine, his face was filled with excitement. He cast a grateful look towards Yu Yang. He knew that he had wine to drink only because of Yu Yang. Otherwise, how could Wu Gang have such a grand show? Yu Yang didn't care about the food and drink in front of him. He was more concerned about obtaining information about the apocalypse. This was also one of the reasons why he came here. He asked Anyang, "Have you ever seen those stone pillars in the distance? What are they?" Anyang followed Yu Yang's gaze. More than a dozen sky-high stone pillars are scattered throughout the city, emitting a faint blue light. Chapter 24 Bonfire Dinner. Anyang shook his head. No way to get close. The closer you are to the stone pillars, the more mutant beasts there are, and the more aggressive they are. They have a strong sense of territory. If you approach them rashly, they will attack you fiercely. Yu Yang nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Then why did they approach that stone pillar? What's their purpose?" Anyang pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, "I'm not sure about this. I only know that the closer the mutant beast is to the stone pillar, the stronger it is. Also, the stone pillar will flash every once in a while. At that time, all the mutant beasts will move towards the stone pillar. So, I guess that the mutation of these beasts is related to the energy emitted by the stone pillar. The closer they are to the stone pillar, the more mutation energy they gain, and the more severe the mutation." Yu Yang nodded in agreement. Anyang's guess was similar to his. He continued, "So, the reason why those beasts tend to cannibalize their own kind is probably because they're trying to obtain mutant energy in every possible way. The evolution crystal may be the essence of these mutant energies. Moreover, the meat of these mutant beasts must contain trace amounts of evolutionary energy. If you eat it for a long time, your physical fitness will surely improve slowly." Hearing Yu Yang's speculation, Anyang couldn't help but admire. "Brother Yu Yang, your guess is more comprehensive and well-founded. I admire you." Yu Yang waved his hand, smiled modestly, and then asked, "There's one thing I am very curious about. I wonder if you can answer it for me." "What? Tell me." Yu Yang considered his words for a moment before asking. Since the apocalypse destroyed almost all technology, how could anyone hunt mutant beasts? Anyang was startled, then smiled bitterly and said, "Before these stone pillars suddenly descended, the powerful people received the news via satellite at the first opportunity. Although they were not much ahead of us, it was enough for them to make adequate preparations. In a city, traditional guns and ammunition were quickly concentrated in the hands of a small number of people. They used their connections and resources to quickly build a large team. It's like the Imperial City Alliance, which was established by people with official backgrounds in the Imperial City. Some of the leaders in it were powerful people before the end of the world. They became top figures in the Imperial City Alliance by handing in supplies." Yu Yang suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Since the Royal City Alliance is an official organization, why don't they protect the people of the city? I saw many people displaced and starving to death on the streets. Huh? Anyang's mouth was filled with sarcasm and helplessness. Even if it's the government, where can they get so many resources to feed all the people? If those masters want to get nourishment, it is naturally more cost-effective to only raise elites. In the end times, I don't want to talk to you about humanitarianism. If you are useless, you can only wait to die." Yu Yang sighed after hearing this. Although Anyang's words are cruel, they are also reality. No matter where you are, if you don't have any ability, you will just be waiting to die. The only difference is dying quickly or dying slowly. In peacetime, death is slow, but in the end times, death is quick. The law of the jungle applies everywhere. Yu Yang, this is something I made especially for you. A clear and pleasant voice broke the somewhat dull situation. And Jia brought a small plate of stir-fried vegetables and placed it in front of Yu Yang with a shy blush on her face. She is not a professional cook and doesn't know how to cook a big pot of rice. So, I only fried one portion for Yu Yang. This is a dish of snake meat fried with onions. The purple-red onions paired with the snow-white snake meat are attractive in color and full of aroma. It has been 3 months since the end of the world, and the only vegetables that can be preserved are those that are not easy to spoil, such as onions and potatoes. The soil all over the world has been polluted, and it is no longer possible to grow vegetables. Therefore, any preserved vegetables are extremely valuable. It can be said that this small plate of fried snake meat with onions is as precious as the gold before the end of the world. Mizzen, why is this dish only given to Yang Yu Yang and not to us? Someone joked. And Jia's face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. I'm here to thank you, Yang, on behalf of everyone. This is not a thank you. I think Mizzen is interested in Brother Yang, right? No way. Don't talk nonsense. And Jia stomped her feet and ran away pretending to be angry. A burst of laughter echoed in the playground of Minghuang Primary School. Against the backdrop of the bonfire, warm light flickered on people's faces. The long-lost atmosphere of fireworks made many people sigh with emotion. Anyang picked up a large piece of snake meat and put it into his mouth, with a look of enjoyment on his face. I haven't eaten meat so happily for a long time. Yu Yang also leisurely enjoyed the fried snake meat with onions in front of him. He wasn't like these people who had been hungry for 3 months. So there is no need to be impatient. Yu Yang, what are your plans next? Anyang asked casually. Yu Yang paused with the chopsticks in his hand. Continue to improve your own strength, and then build your own power. No matter what, life must go on. Anyang laughed. You are open-minded, and I am just expressing useless sentiments. However, it is not so easy to build a power on your own. There are too many aspects to consider. I have been very tired these days. Yu Yang understood in Yang's hint and said indifferently, if you really feel tired, then change someone else to be the leader. Anyang's face froze, and he said awkwardly, I'm just worried about my sister. Having a team is a guarantee. I can't always bring her with me. The places I go are sometimes quite dangerous. Yu Yang, my sister is obviously interested in you, you can see that. If you have feelings for my sister too. No need, I don't have any idea about this for now. Yu Yang Refu said bluntly. It's not that Jia is not good-looking, or that Yu Yang looks down on her. However, he is not in the mood for romance right now. The escalating sense of urgency, the growing sense of urgency, surrounded him all the time. In the first few days after arriving here, Yu Yang saw too many people die at the claws of mutant beasts. I also saw too much bloodshed. If his strength hadn't increased, he would have become a corpse long ago. Therefore, Yu Yang feels that improving his own strength is the most important thing at the moment. As for forming a force or something, as long as you are strong enough, are you still afraid that no one will follow you? I advise you to focus on improving your strength. You have already evolved, and your future path should not be limited to this world. Yu Yang Adfi said. Anyang was startled, then smiled and said, Ha. Yu Yang, I understand what you mean. A good man has ambitions. But I just want to protect my little piece of land and my sister. In this imperial city, I still have some power. If I leave the imperial city and go to the vast world outside, even if there are 10 of me, I won't be able to make a splash. Seeing Anyang say this, Yu Yang didn't try to persuade him any further. He knew that everyone had different ambitions and pursued different things. What you said is useless. Just follow your own path. Chapter 25 I'm cold. Can you hug me? The bonfire dinner is over. Yu Yang prepares to say goodbye to Anyang. Anyang tried to persuade him. Brother Yu Yang, it's getting dark now. It's dangerous to go out. If you encounter mutant beasts on the way back with this group of people, there will inevitably be casualties. Why don't you stay here tonight? Yu Yang knew that this was also Anyang's appeasement plan. But Yu Yang didn't care too much. He nodded and said to Wu Gang and the others, Then let's stay here for tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. After that, he emphasized, if anyone wants to stay in Captain Anyang's team, they can stay. I won't say anything more. Anyang's face froze, and he looked a little embarrassed. His target was Yu Yang. As for other people, he had no interest in them at all. Even Wu Gang, who looked strong, is dispensable to him. Hearing Yu Yang say this, Wu Gang immediately expressed his loyalty. Don't worry, boss. I only recognize you as my boss. No one can take me away. Yes, we only recognize you as the boss. The other members of the team also echoed. Yu Yang smiled slightly, but it was not obvious in the darkness. It's up to you. After saying that, Yu Yang turned and left. If these people really know what's good for them, Yu Yang wouldn't mind giving them a ride in this apocalypse. Yu Yang came to the bedroom that Anyang arranged for him. Although this is a half-collapsed classroom, it can still keep out the wind and rain. A soft blanket is thoughtfully laid on the floor. Yu Yang sat on the blanket and took out the storage box from his arms. He tried to put the storage box into his backpack, but failed. Obviously, the system does not allow this kind of nesting. Yu Yang took the bulletproof vest out of the storage box and spread it out in front of him. The bulletproof vest looked really tattered, but it wasn't caused by bullets. Based on Yu Yang's observation, he was more inclined to believe that it was corroded into this state by the corrosive liquid released by some mutated beast after the apocalypse. The fact that it can corrode a bulletproof vest into pieces is enough to show how corrosive this liquid is. If the system hadn't said that things that were deliberately damaged could not be repaired, Yu Yang would have had to get some of this corrosive liquid. Soak your revolver when you have nothing to do. Wait until corrosion breaks down and then repair it to get a stronger special effect. It would be great if the revolver could be planned to be obsolete so that it could be continuously strengthened. After saying this, Yu Yang shook his head and ended his beautiful fantasy. He took the bulletproof vest in his hand and chose to repair it. A total of 10 repair points were spent. Ding! Get a brand new bulletproof vest. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Indestructible. Basic edition. The bulletproof vest provides 100 points of defense, and the effect can cover the whole body. 2. Absolute defense. Primary version after being attacked. A defensive shield is provided, which can defend against any attack below 500 attack points and cause a 3-second stun effect on the attacker. Effective once a day. 3. Defense field. Primary version can be activated actively to form a defense field with a diameter of 3 meters, which can resist attacks below 50 points of attack power, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. Can be activated once a day. Seeing these 3 effects, Yu Yang suddenly became embarrassed, because all 3 have good effects. The first effect is indestructible and can provide 24 hours of permanent protection with a defense value of 100 points. If Yu Yang had this defense value earlier, today's hidden giant snake would not pose any threat to him at all. Because the hidden giant snake's attack power is only 100 points, it can be completely blocked. However, it is impossible to defend against mutant beasts with higher attack power. The second effect is absolute defense, which can fully defend against 500 points of attack power. It can also stun the attacker. It has to be said that it is simply a magical skill, but its disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it can only be triggered once a day. The third effect, defensive force field, can provide range defense. This is the least attractive to Yang. In the end times, the most important thing is to take care of yourself first. It's not too late to choose this ability once you become really strong. Therefore, Yu Yang was torn between the first and second effects. After thinking for a long time, Yu Yang chose absolute defense, basic version. After all, he can barely kill elite mutant beasts now, and they're not a big threat to him. However, if he encounters a higher level mutant beast without absolute defense, Yu Yang still has a high probability of being killed. Therefore, with absolute defense, he at least had a chance to escape. The 3-second stun effect was enough to give him time to escape. Ding! The bulletproof vest has been added with the effect. Absolute defense, basic version. Yu Yang put on the bulletproof vest. The bulletproof vest itself is still a bit heavy, but Yu Yang's physical strength has increased several times. Wearing this bulletproof vest on him is just like wearing an ordinary vest. It does not cause any burden to him at all. Just when Yu Yang was feeling satisfied, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yu Yang, are you asleep? And Jia's voice came in with a hint of shyness. Is there anything wrong? Yu Yang replied. Can I come in? And Jia asked carefully. Yeah. Yu Yang responded. And Jia carefully pushed the door open and walked into Yu Yang's room. There were no lights, so most of the house was dark, with only moonlight shining through the cracks in the wall and the windows. After Jia opened the door, she stood at the door. The light was backlit, so Yu Yang couldn't see in Jia clearly. Is there anything wrong? Yu Yang asked with some confusion. Can I come closer and talk to you? Yu Yang hesitated for a while, but still nodded and said, Okay, come over. After Jia got Yu Yang's affirmative answer, he approached Yu Yang cautiously. Yu Yang's bed was next to the window, so as long as he got within the range of the bed, he could see clearly with the help of the moonlight. After all, with the improvement of his physical fitness, his eyesight is now much better than before. When Jia approached, Yu Yang immediately saw a scene that made his blood boil. I saw that Jia was only wearing a lace bra. The snow-white skin was exposed directly in front of Yu Yang without any cover. Jia, what are you doing? Yu Yang froze. He was still an inexperienced college student and had never seen such a scene. Before he traveled through time, he had only seen it while surfing, but he had no experience at all in real life. After all, the things on the internet are separated by a screen and are far less impactful than those in reality. What's more, Jia is a real beauty. Jia was originally a very reserved woman, especially before the end of the world. She could be said to be very cold and aloof. But it's been 3 months since the end of the world. She has seen too many people die, so she understands how important it is to have a reliable backer. The reason why she is still alive and well is because she has a reliable brother. But I can't rely on my brother forever. My brother will have his own wife and children in the future. So, Anja has been looking for a suitable candidate. After meeting Yu Yang, she felt she had found it. Seeing so many women seducing Yu Yang today, her inner sense of urgency became even stronger. So, she decided to strike first. Yu Yang, I'm cold. Can you hug me? Chapter 26, Shooting Range. Hearing Jia's soft request, Yu Yang was a little at a loss for a moment. Hey, isn't this a bit too fast? Before Yu Yang could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by a warm feeling. A sweet scent came, and the moist touch made Yu Yang tremble all over. His body was tightly embraced by the elastic and delicate body. But before he had time to feel it carefully, he was released again. And Jia's incredible voice rang out. Why are you wearing a bulletproof vest so late at night? No. Why is this bulletproof vest so new? And Jia was a little confused for a moment. Haha, Yu Yang laughed awkwardly. Well, I said collecting this is my hobby. And Jia asked in confusion. You wear it when you sleep? Yeah, I wear it when I sleep. And Jia was silent for a while, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Yu Yang, do you think I'm particularly casual? Yu Yang thought for a moment and said, Before the apocalypse, you were indeed very casual, but now, I know that you just want someone to rely on. And Jia bit her lip, and a sense of warmth flowed through her heart. Yu Yang, thank you for your understanding. I've made up my mind. I will wait until I become strong enough to be worthy of you before I come to you. At least I won't be a burden to you. I've been presumptuous tonight. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Jia turned around and went out. Yu Yang just stood there in a daze. He looked at the tall tent below him and said with a wry smile, Don't just light a fire without putting it out. Don't worry, Jia chapter 64 has been collected. The next morning, Yu Yang said goodbye to Anyang. The 6 people in Yu Yang's team, without exception, all chose to continue following Yu Yang. They're not stupid. My boss has the ability to kill mutant beasts independently, and I can follow him to eat and drink delicious food, so why should I join such a large team and compete with so many people for food? The meat currently in the base is enough for the 6 of them to eat and drink well for a month. Then you go back first, I'll go to the shooting range by myself. After walking out of Minghuang Primary School, Yu Yang said to the other people, Boss, I'll go with you. Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves and said energetically. After a big meal last night and a good sleep, he was in great spirits today. I'll go with you. Wang Tao said, adjusting his glasses. Boss, I'll go with you, but let the children, women, and the elderly go back. Zhao Baofu said, somewhat embarrassedly. You don't have to come with me. Yu Yang shook his head. The shooting range is very dangerous. You won't be able to help much if you go there. How can that be possible? If you, the boss, have to do everything, what will we, the younger brothers, do? Wu Gang said immediately. Yes, at least I have to contribute to the team, otherwise I will feel unworthy of it. Wang Tao said seriously. Zhao Baofu rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Since you are so powerful, it shouldn't be dangerous to follow you, right? Yes, boss. If it doesn't work, you can let me do some cleanup work, such as helping you move supplies or something. Wu Gang showed off his strong muscles. Yu Yang thought for a moment and said, You don't need to move the things anymore. I already have a solution. But I still need someone to help me cooperate. How about this? I'll take Wu Gang with me this time, and I'll take the rest of you next time if there's a chance. When Wu Gang heard that Yang was only taking him to the shooting range, he was not afraid, but was extremely happy. He felt that this just proved that he had gained Yu Yang's trust. You know, throughout history, anyone who becomes the boss's confidant will naturally enjoy benefits that others cannot enjoy. Wu Gang was already fantasizing about when Yu Yang would reward him with an evolution crystal to try out. He was really curious about the effect of that thing. Boss, I'd like to go with you too. Me too. Wang Tao and Zhao Baofu quickly expressed their loyalty. Okay, I know, but we really don't need so many people this time. The meat in the base hasn't been processed yet, right? You guys go back and process it first. It just so happens that you both have family members, so you can work together quickly. Go back quickly and be careful on the way. After saying that, Yu Yang called out to Wu Gang and headed towards the shooting range. The reason why Yu Yang brought Wu Gang along was very simple, because he didn't know the way. He came here through time travel, so he had no idea where the roads here led to. But Wu Gang was very familiar with it. He was a sociable person before his death, so it's pretty clear where the range is going. Wu Gang, this is for you to use temporarily. Yu Yang took out a machete from his bag and handed it to Wu Gang. Wu Gang looked at the sharp machete in his hand in surprise and was speechless for a moment. He had personally witnessed the power of this machete, which could cut through iron like mud. Even a red flame tiger with such strong defense can be cut through. It can be called a magical weapon. And now Yu Yang actually gave him this knife. Wu Gang was deeply moved for a moment. Boss, what have I done to deserve this? Seeing Wu Gang so excited, Yu Yang reminded him, it's just for you temporarily. Why are you so excited? After saying that, Yu Yang paused and then continued, but if you behave well, it won't be a big deal to give it to you. The reason why Yu Yang is willing to give Wu Gang weapons now is that Wu Gang's performance has initially gained his trust. Second, he brought Wu Gang with him, and he needed Wu Gang to participate in the battle to some extent. Without a suitable weapon, Wu Gang would just be a decoration. The most important thing is that Yu Yang now has defensive equipment and is not afraid of sneak attacks from others. It just so happens that this is also a test for Wu Gang. If Wu Gang doesn't take any action against him this time, then he can basically rest assured. That's why he chose to give the machete to Wu Gang this time. Boss, don't worry, I will work hard. Under Wu Gang's leadership, Yu Yang quickly arrived outside the shooting range. There's a tall barbed wire fence around the shooting range, and various targets are placed inside. But now they're all scattered all over the ground. In the distance is an open grassland, which was originally a place for people to conduct shooting training. However, the place is overgrown with weeds, which means that it is rarely visited and there is no team station here. Yu Yang remembered Anyang's words. This place has been targeted by a second-level revolver. However, Yu Yang did not see any human figure here. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could it be that Anyang was deceiving himself? However, Yu Yang quickly rejected this idea, because he felt that Anyang had no need to lie to him. Then, Yu Yang guessed that the second-level revolver might have taken what he needed and left. Yu Yang could only pray in his heart that what the man needed was not a bullet. Yu Yang stepped into the shooting range carefully. Be alert to threats that may arise at any time. Wu Gang followed closely behind Yu Yang, also looking around and paying attention to any possible abnormalities. Boss, what do you think that is? Chapter 27, The Woman with the Sniper Rifle. Yu Yang looked in the direction Wu Gang pointed. His pupils suddenly shrank. I saw 10 huge skull skeletons hanging on a high wall in the shooting range. It can be clearly seen that these are the heads of mutant beasts. Someone actually killed 10 mutant beasts? What kind of strength is this? For a moment, Yu Yang also became a little nervous. It is not easy to find someone who can kill mutant beasts, let alone 10 of them. And there's no trace of any team here at all. So he's not the kind of person who relies on his original status and position to hoard resources and then form a team to hunt mutant beasts, but a real strong individual. It seems that there are real masters in this world. Yu Yang carefully patrolled the shooting range and then walked into a warehouse. The warehouse here is not too big. It was messy and dusty inside. However, what disappointed Yu Yang was that this place seemed to have been looted. There was nothing useful except some empty cardboard boxes. Alas, I'm still late. Just then, a deafening gunshot was heard from above. Then, the howling of a wild beast was heard. Wu Gang was startled and subconsciously moved closer to Yu Yang. Yu Yang turned and walked out of the warehouse, looking into the distance. It's another steel-armored wolf. But this steel-armored wolf has been killed. A body as big as a hill fell to the ground, and judging from its size, it was even bigger than the previous one. It should be a male steel-armored wolf. Yu Yang couldn't help but think. Could it be the mate of the female steel-armored wolf from before? If that's true, then the intelligence of these mutated beasts seems to be much higher than he thought. They actually followed me here. Yu Yang looked at the body of the steel wolf, pondered for a moment, and said, "The gunshot just now sounded like a sniper rifle." Sniper rifle? Wu Gang was shocked. This thing is not something that ordinary people can get. Yu Yang nodded and looked at the tall buildings around him. Generally speaking, sniper rifles are on the top of tall buildings, where the view is wide and the advantages of sniper rifles can be better utilized. However, the apocalypse caused most of the tall buildings to collapse, and it would take a lot of effort to climb to the top of these ruins. "Boss, do you think that guy won't snipe us?" Wu Gang shrank his neck and said with some fear. Yu Yang shook his head. "No, there are fewer bullets now. Who would be so bored as to use such a large-scale weapon to kill people indiscriminately? We have no hatred or grudge against each other." Sure enough, soon a man came out from the half-collapsed door of the office building opposite the shooting range. To Yu Yang's surprise, the person who came out was actually a woman. A black tights outlines her perfect figure, and her long hair is tied behind her, revealing her slender neck. Like a noble black swan. However, this woman had a very cold temperament, and she looked like she didn't want anyone to approach her. She walked up to Yu Yang and Wu Gang, looked at them, and said calmly, "This mutant beast is mine. You can take the meat if you want it, but the evolution crystals must be given to me." The woman's voice was very cold, inadvertently revealing a unique confidence. "You killed this mutant beast, so it naturally belongs to you. We won't steal it," Yu Yang said in a friendly manner. But the woman just glanced at Yu Yang indifferently, as if to say, "Even if you want it, do you have the ability to do it?" Yu Yang didn't care. Instead, he continued to ask, "Excuse me, do you know where all the bullets in the shooting range went?" The woman raised her eyes slightly and asked, "What do you want the bullets for?" "Of course it's for use." After saying that, Yu Yang took out his revolver. The woman's eyes narrowed, and her originally slightly contemptuous expression instantly became serious. "You actually have a gun?" She couldn't help but look at Yu Yang again. "Don't you have a gun too?" Yu Yang said with a smile, "And it's a sniper rifle. Compared to yours, my little revolver is far inferior." The woman's lips curled up, revealing a beautiful curve. "I used to be a killer. No wonder." Yu Yang nodded. Although female killers are rare, they do exist. Moreover, this also explains where the sniper rifle in the other party's hand came from. "I told you I'm a killer, little brother. Aren't you afraid? I have killed a lot of people." The woman's attitude suddenly became ambiguous, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "It's just killing people. It's the end of the world. Who hasn't killed a few people?" "Oh, you've killed someone." Wu Gang snorted and said, "Not only has our boss killed people, he has also killed an elite mutant beast." "Really?" The woman blinked, quite surprised by Wu Gang's words. "This brother who looks like a student is actually so powerful. Can you please tell me where all the bullets are? I can exchange supplies for information." Yu Yang asked politely. The woman shook her head and said casually, "It's not important news. I'll tell you if you want to know. All the bullets here have been taken away by Jiang Chang." Jiang Chang. Yu Yang silently repeated this unfamiliar name. "Is that the controversial police officer?" Wu Gang said with his eyes wide open. "Police officer?" Yu Yang's eyes were a little confused. "Boss, you didn't know?" Wu Gang was a little surprised, and then he suddenly realized, "You came to Yuqing from another place to attend university, right? No wonder your accent sounds a little strange." Wu Gang explained. Jiang Chang was a police officer from the original police station in Yuqing. However, this police officer was very strict in enforcing the law. When he encountered criminals, he would shoot without hesitation. Many criminals were disabled by him. Many people think he did a good job, while others say he was too cruel. But his shooting skills were really accurate. He could hit whatever he pointed at and never missed. Wu Gang paused and said with a smile, "But in terms of spearmanship, I feel that you are better. You fired 7 shots in total, and each shot hit the python's eyes. It's really amazing." Hearing this, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up. This boy who looks like a student actually has such good shooting skills? No wonder the tall, muscular man seemed to obey him at his command. Yu Yang nodded after listening. Where is Jiang Chong? I want to talk to him. We can exchange some resources with him. The woman shook her head with some regret. I don't think he'd trade with you. Why? How should I put it? His personality is a bit strange. To tell you the truth, I don't have many bullets left. I have tried to negotiate with him before, but I got nothing in return. Besides, he's a level 2 revolver and he has a gun. Yu Yang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. If they don't want to change, you can't just snatch it away. A second-level revolver with a gun. Yu Yang may not be able to defeat the opponent, but Yu Yang didn't intend to give up just like that. Maybe the other person will be willing to exchange with you if he likes you. You have to give it a try after all. Do you know where he is? I still want to see him. Yu Yang asket. The woman did not answer immediately, but walked around Yu Yang first. He muttered, she's fair-skinned with a pretty good figure, and there's a saying about her. Oh, by the way, a Diamond College student. Yu Yang. The woman continued, I can tell you, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Chapter 28, Luring into a Trap. What request? Yu Yang felt something was not right. The woman pulled at her collar, revealing her snow-white skin. A slight blush appeared on the originally cold and arrogant face. She bit her red lips lightly and asked seductively, I haven't cut my nails recently. How about you help me eat meat? Yu Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Even if he was inexperienced, he understood what this meant. This is too open, right? Wu Gang on the side was even more stunned. Is this a request? Is this a reward? Wu Gang was so envious that his eyes turned purple. Well, we're not familiar with each other yet. Yu Yang didn't know what to say for a moment. He sighed in his heart. What happened in the past 2 days? Why are there so many romantic opportunities? Is this some weird test of concentration? The one in front of me was a top beauty even before the end of the world, and it has a very unique temperament. How can one refuse this? It seems that the end of the world has made everyone more open-minded. Yu Yang secretly sighed that his thinking was still too conservative. So, what if you're not familiar with each other? I won't hold you responsible. The woman continued to press on with a triumphant smile on her face. She seemed to enjoy seeing Yu Yang in such an awkward state. Yu Yang struggled internally for a moment. If he wants to get more revolver bullets now, he must find Jiang Chong. And if he wants to find Jiang Chong, he must agree to the woman's request. And the woman also said that she didn't need to take responsibility. This way, there will be no worries. Yu Yang thought for a while and said, Okay, I promise you. The woman curved her eyebrows, revealing a charming smile, and said with a hint of coquettishness, Little brother, you're not still a virgin, are you? I have a good figure and I'm good at sex. Why do you look so embarrassed? That's right. Wu Gang muttered softly, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Yu Yang glanced at him fiercely, and Wu Gang was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth. Since he had already decided to devote himself to his career, Yu Yang simply accepted it generously. He took a closer look at the woman. The woman looked a few years older than him, but she was also in her prime. Yu Yang estimated that she was definitely no more than 25 years old. And since he is a professional killer, he must have undergone intensive training. Even though it has been 3 months since the apocalypse, he still maintains a good figure. The delicate body under the tights looks full of strength and flexibility. What's more valuable is that the bumps and curves are very full and look full of elasticity. This made Yu Yang, who had only seen beauties on the internet, feel a little excited. His throat was dry, and he asked, Shall we leave now? Where are we going? The woman crossed her arms and looked at Yu Yang with interest. She asked with a smile, You are not really a virgin, are you? Are college students nowadays still so innocent? In this case, I am taking advantage of you. How about this? Sister will give you a set of sexy lingerie for free. I have found many kinds in the ruins of the adult store. I guarantee that there is something you like. Adult underwear. Yu Yang's eyes widened and his gaze was dull. Are there adult underwear for men too? He had always thought that this kind of thing only women had. What does men's adult underwear look like? Yu Yang didn't dare to think further. This woman has so many tricks. Wu Gang standing by was so envious that he was scratching his ears. If the woman didn't only want Yu Yang, he would have given himself to her for free. But people don't want him. He could only cry silently in his heart. The woman took Yu Yang's arm and pulled the still dazed Yu Yang toward a tin house next to the lawn of the shooting range. Big fool. Just wait here. When I finish my work, I will reward you with a bag of beef jerky. The woman said to Wu Gang. Wu Gang wanted to cry, but had no tears. I don't want any beef jerky. At this moment, he could only stand guard at the gate of the shooting range with a bitter look on his face. The woman held Yu Yang tightly and warned him, "Don't run around. I have set up a lot of traps on this lawn. If you accidentally step on one, you'll be dead." Yu Yang could only nod his head continuously as he felt the waves pressing against him. The tin house is only 1 story high and is made entirely of tin sheets, which is good toughness. Therefore, there was no collapse or damage during the earthquake. However, the defense here is very weak. Apart from the wall outside the shooting range, there is almost no obstruction. The only advantage is the good view. However, the woman set traps everywhere. Although I don't know what kind of traps they are, I believe they must have a certain degree of lethality. By the way, that big idiot keeps calling you boss, and I don't even know your name. The woman asked softly in Yu Yang's ear, her hot breath touching Yu Yang's earlobe. "My name is Yu Yang." Yu Yang stood straight, his body seemed a little stiff, and he looked extremely unnatural. "My name is Lin Wei." The woman took the initiative to say, "Lin Wei, nice name." Yu Yang muttered to himself randomly, but he was actually a little nervous inside. If he were asked to face an elite mutant beast, he might not be so nervous. But at this moment, feeling the hot body beside him, he was really a little flustered. "You seem very nervous." Lin Wei felt Yu Yang's tense body and smiled softly. "I'm not going to eat you. What are you afraid of?" "No, I'm not scared," Yu Yang explained weakly. The iron gate opened. The furnishings in the house were very simple, with only a simple bed, a table, chairs, and a small wardrobe. Although simple, it was rare to have these in the end times. More people sleep on the streets or find an abandoned ruin to spend the night. Although this tin house is small, it is not leaky and is considered pretty good. The room was very clean, and there was even a faint fragrance. "Would you like some water?" Lin Wei took a bottle of mineral water. Although it was just a simple bottle of mineral water, it was enough to show how much Lin Wei valued Yang. Because mineral water outside has become a rare resource now. As for food, it can be obtained by hunting mutant beasts, but clean water resources are used less and less. Without the help of modern machines, purifying water is very troublesome. So a bottle of mineral water like this is enough to cause a crazy rush outside. "You live a good life, worthy of being a professional killer," Yu Yang said with emotion. "Do you think this is a compliment?" "Ha!" Lin Wei chuckled. Then she also sighed. "My situation is nothing. The leaders of the Royal City Alliance live a life similar to that before the end of the world. Except for the inconvenience caused by the lack of electricity, they enjoy better life than before. What do you think of this one?" Lin Wei took out a pair of translucent panties from the closet and held them up in both hands to show them in front of her. Puff! Yu Yang spat out all the water he had just drunk. Can I wear this?" Chapter 29, Uninvited Guests. "Why can't I wear it? This is a good thing. Do you know its value?" Lin Wei threw the panties at Yu Yang's face, and then continued to rummage through the cabinet. Yu Yang took the translucent underwear off his face and said awkwardly, This can't cover it at all. Why are you blocking it? Are you embarrassed to show it to others?" Lin Wei teased. "How is that possible?" Yu Yang immediately puffed out his chest and retorted. "That's good." Lin Wei's eyes moved downwards, and then she smiled with satisfaction. Having said that, under Yu Yang's surprised gaze, Lin Wei actually started to take off her clothes. Gulp! Yu Yang swallowed hard. "My throat is a little dry. My body suddenly felt hot." At this moment, Wu Gang's voice suddenly sounded in the distance. "Boss!" Someone broke in. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron door was kicked open with a bang. An exasperated voice sounded. "You stinky bitch, weren't you pretending to be so cool before? It turns out you're so coquettish behind the scenes. You don't like a real man like me, but you like a pretty boy like this, right?" A man with a fierce look on his face rushed in. "Boss, he runs too fast. I can't catch up with him." Wu Gang chased after him, panting. "Isn't there a trap on the grass nearby? How did you get here?" Yu Yang's face changed slightly. His good thing was ruined, and he was very angry now. "Haha, pretty boy, what do you know? My ability is to foresee risks. This trap can't stun me." The man smiled proudly. "Anticipate risks? Special abilities? This man is actually a level 2 revolver? Yuan Li, I've told you that I don't like you. Can you stop harassing me?" Lin Wei said with a cold face. "I don't understand. What's so good about this guy? It's the end of the world now, and I'm a level 2 revolver. You should find a man like me. Only I can protect you better." The man snorted coldly and looked at Yu Yang with hostility and disdain. "I don't need anyone's protection. Lin Wei's face was as cold as ice, and she sneered coldly. Yuanli, I'm sure you know very well how you got this level 2 evolution. You're such a dog to others, and you still have the nerve to say you're protecting me? That's ridiculous. Yuanli was obviously in pain, and her face instantly turned gloomy. You're looking for death, you bitch. As he spoke, Yuanli pulled out a small knife from his arms and rushed towards Lin Wei at an extremely fast speed. The speed of the second-level revolver is almost 10 times faster than theirs. Yu Yang grabbed the mineral water bottle and threw it at Yuanli. Yuanli seemed to have expected this, and his body suddenly stopped. The mineral water bottle flew past his cheek and hit the wall. Haha, kid, I told you I can foresee the risks. Do you still want to hit me? It's ridiculous. Yuan Li's knife was already against Lin Wei's neck. The cold touch made Lin Wei's body tremble slightly. A crazy smile appeared on Yuan Li's face. Lin Wei, I want you to kill this guy with your own hands, otherwise you will be the one to die. Lin Wei had a cold and arrogant look on her face and said nonchalantly, You think you can threaten me? You can kill me if you want, but you want me to do something to him? Impossible. Yuan Li's face suddenly turned red with anger. Okay. I'll tie you up later and then torture this kid to death. If you want to attack my boss, you have to get past me first. Wu Gang had quietly walked behind Yuan Li and chopped down with force with a machete. Yuan Li had anticipated this and kicked back. With a bang, Wu Gang was kicked out of the door. The gap in physical fitness between ordinary people and second-level evolvers is too big. Wu Gang had no power to fight back at all. Haha, you are as stupid as your boss. I told you that I had foreseen the risks. Do you want to launch a sneak attack on me? Yuan Li became even more proud. To you, I am God. God, do you understand? Invincible. Yuan Li became more and more proud as she spoke, and then burst into laughter. Bang! There was a deafening sound of gunfire. Yu Yang fired a shot, aiming it directly at Yuan Li's forehead. Yuan Li felt a chill down his spine and subconsciously dodged backwards. The bullet hit the wall right on his forehead. He immediately laughed at her. Are you stupid? I have the ability to predict risks. Puff! The bullet entered from the back of his head and went through. Yuan Li's laughter stopped abruptly, like a rooster with its throat strangled. Yu Yang chuckled. You can predict the risks, but I can always hit the target. It seems that I am still better. Yu Yang did not fire the second shot. The bullet that hit Yuan Li was the same one just now. The bullet bounced back and forth on the iron wall, finally hitting Yuan Li's back of the head, and then passing through Yuan Li's eyebrows. Yuan Li couldn't believe until his death why his ability to predict risks did not work again, and the same bullet could actually come back and hit him again. His eyes widened and his body slowly fell down. At this moment, Lin Wei was completely stunned. What kind of shooting skill is this? Is it possible for someone to accurately calculate the trajectory of a bullet? This is impossible. As a killer, Lin Wei has received shooting training since childhood. She knows very well that even a so-called sharpshooter cannot accurately calculate the trajectory of a bullet after it is fired. This is simply beyond human power. Wrong. Lin Wei suddenly thought of a possibility. Special abilities. This must be a special ability. Crack shot is Yu Yang's special ability to hit the target every time. It must be like this. Thinking of this, Lin Wei felt a little better. Otherwise, she would really doubt whether her more than 10 years of training were in vain. Boss, how are you? Wu Gang rushed in again. The kick from Yuan Li just now caused him severe pain all over his body, but he still rushed in as soon as he got up. But when he saw the bullet hole between Yuan Li's eyebrows and thought of the gunshot just now, he realized that Yuan Li had been killed by Yu Yang. As expected of the boss, foreseeing risks doesn't work in front of the boss. Wu Gang looked at Yu Yang with admiration. He increasingly felt that following Yu Yang was the right choice. I told you my vision is never wrong. Wu Gang couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Lin Wei, what do you mean when you said that Yuan Li is a dog for others? Yang took back his gun and asked. Lin Wei sighed. The leader of a medium-sized team in the next district is an evolver named Zhao Yi. He was already a level 3 evolver a month ago. Level 3, Yang took a breath of cold air. The second level of evolution requires 10 intermediate evolution crystals, and I don't know how many evolution crystals are needed for the third level of evolution. That's right. Lin Wei nodded and continued. He was originally a wealthy man with some official background and was well informed, so he made some preparations for the apocalypse. He was also very courageous, so he hunted and killed several mutant beasts at the beginning. He was considered one of the first to evolve, and his special ability is called contractual obedience. Chapter 30. Give Lin Wei the ability. Contract obedience? Yu Yang silently recited these 4 words, and then asked, "What kind of ability is this?" Lin Wei's face was slightly solemn. That is, he can sign a contract with others. The person who signs the contract must be willing, but once the contract is signed, he must obey him 100%. Wu Gang curled his lips and said, "Who would be stupid enough to sign such a contract?" Although he was willing to obey Yu Yang, it did not mean that he was willing to sign such a contract. After all, what was the difference between this and being a slave? People have lost their most basic dignity. No, there should be a lot of people signing. Yu Yang guessed. Wu Gang was stunned. Lin Wei nodded, looked at Yu Yang with admiration, and explained, "When the end of the world comes, many people will not be able to survive. Zhao Yi has water, food, and even shelter. Naturally, many people are willing to sign." Later, in order to attract some capable people, Zhao Yi even started to use evolution crystals as a promise. As long as the contract was signed, the evolution crystals would be given away. His tilde. Wu Gang took a breath of cold air. Send the evolution crystal directly? This is really too generous. Lin Wei nodded. But the price is heavy. You will become his slave for the rest of your life. As long as he has a thought, the contractor will die instantly. Yu Yang sighed, his voice becoming somewhat serious. With such ability, everyone in the team will be his confidant. A team without any dissidents is absolutely the most terrifying. That's right. So even the Royal City Alliance is unwilling to provoke them. Hearing this, Wu Gang's face suddenly turned pale. "Boss, you just killed Yuan Li. Will they seek revenge on you?" "You are stupid. People die every day in the apocalypse. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who would know that I killed Yuan Li? I could just deal with his body later." "Oh, that's true." Wu Gang smiled awkwardly. "What are you still standing there for? Move his body away," Yu Yang said unhappily. "Oh, what about you, boss?" "I'll stay." "What are you staying for? Get out." Yu Yang and Lin Wei shouted together. Wu Gang then understood what Yu Yang meant. He pursed his lips, carried Yuan Li's body on his back, and walked away dejectedly. Yu Yang and Lin Wei were the only ones left in the room. However, the ambiguous atmosphere faded a lot, but the trust between the two increased. Just now Yuan Li threatened Lin Wei and asked her to kill Yu Yang, but Lin Wei refused. And Yu Yang also saved Lin Wei with a gun. "Thank you, Yu Yang," Lin Wei said sincerely. Yu Yang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's just a small favor." Lin Wei looked eager and smiled as she said, "Although it was just a small effort on your part, it really helped me a lot. Let me think about how to repay you." "Well, let's do this. I'll wear black stockings and you wait for me." As she spoke, Lin Wei began to take off her clothes again. "Yu Yang pupils dilated." I couldn't look away. Lin Wei cried out in pain. "What's wrong?" Yu Yang woke up as if from a dream and asked hurriedly. Lin Wei touched her snow-white neck and said aggrievedly, "Yuan Li's knife just scratched my skin a little. I don't know if it will leave a scar." Yu Yang hurried to Lin Wei's side. There was a shallow bloodstain on Lin Wei's neck. Yu Yang reached out and touched the wound, wanted to say a few words of comfort, but the system prompt suddenly popped up. "It will take 10 repair points to repair the small wound on Lin Wei's neck. Do you want to repair it?" Yu Yang was completely stunned. "Can humans repair it? Are you kidding me? This is too outrageous. Is this the universal repair system?" Wait a moment. Yu Yang suddenly thought that the repaired items would have special effects. So, if Lin Wei is repaired, what special effects will be extracted? Wouldn't it be like evolution crystals, unable to extract special effects? "What's wrong, Yu Yang?" Seeing Yu Yang in a daze and with a look of shock on his face, Lin Wei smiled and said, "It's okay, it's just a small wound, not a big deal." Yu Yang came back to his senses, curled the corners of his mouth, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. "For a beauty like you, any small wound is a big deal. Come, let me help you heal it." After saying that, he chose yes. Ding. Repair successful. Obtain the loyal Lin Wei. Loyalty effect. The target creature will be absolutely loyal to you and will not do anything that harms your interests. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Detection bell. Basic version, when a bell is hung around Lin Wei's neck, it will ring only when danger approaches. Detection range is 50 meters. 2. Elastic black stockings. Basic version, after Lin Wei's legs are wearing black stockings, her speed and flexibility will increase by 10%. 3. Training whip. Basic version, when Lin Wei whips any target with the whip, the target will become excited and the combat power will be increased by 10%. Looking at the 3 special effects that popped up, Yu Yang was stunned for a moment. System, do you want to see what effects you have given? Is this serious? Why doesn't my neck hurt anymore? Lin Wei touched her neck curiously and found that there was really no wound. Can you really heal wounds? Lin Wei widened her bright eyes and stared at Yu Yang. But isn't your ability to hit the target every time? After she finished speaking, she discovered that Yu Yang had fallen into a daze. What's wrong with you, Yu Yang? Lin Wei didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a sense of belonging to Yang and an inexplicable concern for him. Nothing. Yu Yang recovered from his shock. Lin Wei, do you like bells, black stockings, or whips? Lin Wei opened her mouth slightly, a look of surprise on her face, and then a sly smile appeared on her face. What? You want to play these with your sister? Don't tell me, I really do. As she spoke, Lin Wei turned around and took out a bell, black stockings, and a whip under Yu Yang's dull gaze. She bit her red lips, excitement revealed in her eyes. Which one do you want to play first? No, that's not what I meant, Yu Yang said with some stammering. If that's not what I meant, what do you mean? Lin Wei grinned. Lin Wei approached Yu Yang step by step, and Yu Yang was gradually forced into a corner by Lin Wei. Lin Wei hooked her long legs around Yu Yang's body and teased, Why? Do you want your sister to help you choose? She breathed warm air gently into Yu Yang's ear. Well, how about you bring the bell for your sister? Okay, bell. Bell then. Ding. Lin Wei has added the effect. Detection bell, basic version. Okay, then you help your sister put on. Lin Wei put her snow-white neck close to Yu Yang's eyes. Yu Yang could see large waves just by lowering his head. At the same time, a bell connected to a belt collar was stuffed into Yu Yang's hand. Chapter 31, Decadent Jiang Chong. Yu Yang was holding onto the bed under the wall. His legs felt a little weak. Although there was a lot of stock, it was all sold out. He felt a sense of emptiness inside him. However, the taste of this exquisite beauty still made him feel extraordinary. Yu Yang casually repaired a crossbody bag for Lin Wei, spending 5 repair points and giving it the effect of a small warehouse. Then he handed the crossbody bag to Lin Wei. Pack all your things in here, and then take me to see Jiang Chong. Lin Wei didn't understand what Yu Yang meant. All my stuff is put here? Are you serious? Lin Wei wondered if Yu Yang had just had a brain-destroying moment. What did such a small crossbody bag hold? But then, Yu Yang stuffed all her sex toys of various shapes into the crossbody bag in front of her, but the crossbody bag showed no sign of being full. Lin Wei then covered her mouth in surprise. What's going on? How can this small messenger bag hold so many things? You'll know if you try it. Lin Wei tried to stuff all her luggage into it, and then she discovered the magic of the crossbody bag. This small crossbody bag actually has a huge storage space. How on earth did you do that? Lin Wei looked at Yu Yang with an incredible look, as if Yu Yang was some strange species. You already surprised me enough in bed just now, but I didn't expect that this was just the tip of the iceberg of your abilities. Little brother, tell me, how many surprises are there that I don't know about? Yu Yang smiled gently. You'll find out slowly. By the way, remember to always carry the bell with you. After they packed up their things, they came to the outside of the shooting range. At this time, Wu Gang had already chopped the dead steel-armored wolf into pieces. Seeing Yu Yang coming out, Wu Gang greeted him with a smile. Boss, this machete you gave me is really useful. It's like cutting vegetables when I cut mutant beasts. Then he handed a primary evolution crystal to Lin Wei. Beauty, this is the fruit of your evolution. Wu Gang did not dare to eat the crystal himself. He can clearly distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. He knew that as long as he kept following Yu Yang, he would definitely have a share of the evolution crystal in the end. Lin Wei took the evolution crystal with a smile, then took out a bag of beef jerky from her messenger bag and handed it to Wu Gang. Here, big idiot, here you go. This is the beef jerky I promised you. Wu Gang happily took the beef jerky. It was a rare and good thing. Lin Wei looked at the evolution crystal in her hand and sighed softly. It's a pity that it's still a primary evolution crystal. 10 primary ones are equivalent to 1 intermediate one. I don't know how many more I need to eat before I can evolve. How many primary evolution crystals have you eaten? Yu Yang asked curiously. 13. Lin Wei did not hide it. Except for the 3 I consumed during the initial evolution, I have already consumed an additional 10, but the evolution progress bar has only moved forward one level. Yu Yang nodded. He already knew that after evolving, other people would also have something similar to a panel, but it would be more crude. His panel appeared earlier and is more powerful. Yu Yang looked at his progress. He ate 2 intermediate evolution crystals, and the progress bar has moved up 2 spaces. To complete the second evolution, one needs to eat at least 8 intermediate evolution crystals or 80 primary evolution crystals. It's not easy to evolve a second time. Yu Yang sighed. Yes. The leaders of those large teams also rely on the joint efforts of all members to concentrate all the evolutionary crystals obtained on him alone, so that they can evolve so quickly. As individual survivors like us, we have to rely entirely on ourselves if we want to evolve. Lin Wei also sighed. Yu Yang nodded, but he didn't think that his second evolution would be extremely difficult. He can now easily kill ordinary mutant beasts and can barely kill elite mutant beasts, so as long as there is the right opportunity, plus a little luck, the second evolution is only a matter of time. By then he will unlock a special ability, and his strength will definitely increase. Yu Yang, I'll give you this evolution crystal. You can improve yourself first. Lin Wei thought for a moment and handed the evolution crystal in her hand to Yu Yang. Yu Yang shook his head. This is the mutant beast you killed. This evolution crystal should belong to you. Lin Wei smiled charmingly. I'm yours from now on anyway, so just protect me. Do you think a little brother still needs his sister's protection? Yu Yang smiled and said nothing more, but put away the primary evolution crystal. He looked into the distance, his gaze gradually becoming firm. Take me to see Jiang Chong. In a courtyard with 3 collapsed walls, a sloppy man was lying in a rocking chair basking in the sun, while a tape was playing on an old tape recorder next to him. The content played was some old novels, which contained many blushing and heart-pounding scenes. The man was enjoying the listen so much that one of his hands involuntarily reached down. Sizzle, sizzle. The teacher's tape recorder suddenly made a burst electric sound and then stopped working. The man sat up suddenly, ran to the recorder, and checked it carefully. Fuck it, what a piece of crap. How could it break so easily? The man's expression was even sadder than if his wife had died. He threw the recorder aside and became completely dejected. Although he was not starving and could protect himself, he had no interest in life. The damage to the tape recorder was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, making him completely lose hope in life. Then he sat back in a rocking chair in frustration, staring blankly at the ground, his eyes full of confusion. Officer Jiang, long time no see. Lin Wei brought Yu Yang and Wu Gang to the yard where Jiang Chong was. But they were all curious to find that Jiang Chong looked depressed, as if he had lost hope in life. Is this the officer? Wu Gang curled his lips and muttered. Why does it feel a bit unworthy of the reputation? Yu Yang glared at him. It was too rude of Wu Gang to say that when doing business at home. But he also knew that this could not be entirely blamed on Wu Gang. It was mainly because Jiang Chong's current appearance was too unbearable to look at. He was already a little sloppy because he hadn't taken a shower, and his beard was uncut, and he looked extremely depressed. Coupled with the blow he had just suffered, his entire mental state was very depressed. If you didn't know him, you would think he was a homeless person who had just been released from a drug rehabilitation center. When Jiang Chong heard Lin Wei's voice, he raised his head stiffly and looked at Lin Wei without any fluctuation in his eyes. Then he lowered his head again without any other reaction. Lin Wei was also a little surprised. The last time she saw Jiang Chong, he was not in this state. At that time, Jiang Chong still maintained the vigilance and wisdom that a police officer should have. But this time, it was like a different person. Yu Yang thought for a moment, then tried to ask, Officer Jiang, we want to do business with you in exchange for some bullets. Can you consider it? Chapter 32 Special Ability, Tomato Novel. Get lost. Don't bother me. Under Jiang Chong's messy hair are a pair of slightly red eyes. At this moment, he was somewhat hysterical and not very rational. Yu Yang was very confused. How could such a good person suddenly become like this? Lin Wei also introduced Jiang Chong's situation to him. He has a gun and is a good shooter. He has killed many mutant beasts. He is also a level 2 revolver. Why did you suddenly become so decadent? Seeing Jiang Chong's bad attitude, Lin Wei didn't dare to say anything more. She just waited quietly by the side, waiting for Yu Yang to find solution. Yu Yang looked around the messy courtyard and suddenly noticed a smoking tape recorder at Jiang Chong's feet. This is an old-fashioned tape recorder that works by plugging in batteries, reading tapes, and playing sounds. Yu Yang's eyes turned, and he tried to say, "Officer Jiang, I can help you fix this video recorder." After the words were spoken, the air was silent for a second. Then Jiang Chong raised his head suddenly, staring at Yu Yang, and said in an urgent and hoarse voice, "Are you telling the truth?" "Really?" Yu Yang knew that he guessed right. Jiang Chong stood up suddenly, picked up the recorder, held it in front of Yu Yang, and said excitedly, "Look carefully. This recorder is smoking. Can you fix it?" "Yes." Yu Yang's tone was calm and confident. Jiang Chong took a step back and looked at Yu Yang carefully. He looks like an ordinary college student. Apart from his good looks, there is nothing special about him. This was Jiang Chong's first impression of Yu Yang. "Good boy. I, Jiang Chong, have never been fooled by anyone. If you can't fix it, don't even think about leaving this yard today." Jiang Chong's tone was fierce. His years of experience as a police officer made him sound intimidating even without getting angry. "No problem. If I can fix it, please do business with us," Yu Yang said with a calm smile. "If you fix it, you can choose any bullet you want," Jiang Chong said very straightforwardly. Seeing Yu Yang so confident, his eyes also became eager. Since the end of the world, his family members have died unexpectedly one after another, and he is left alone. He was originally a bit paranoid, and without the company of his family, he became more and more withdrawn. He originally had a hobby of reading novels and happened to find an old tape recorder to keep him company, but now the tape recorder suddenly broke down. He suddenly felt that life was meaningless. How could he not be happy to hear that the tape recorder could be repaired? "Boy, I hope you keep your word. Here you go." Jiang Chong handed the recorder to Yu Yang. He was also very curious about how Yu Yang was going to fix the tape recorder. Lin Wei and Wu Gang were also very curious. Could Yu Yang actually repair machines? What else is there that he can't do? Yu Yang took the machine, and without any unnecessary movements, he directly requested the system. "It will take 10 repair points to repair the damaged old tape recorder. Do you want to repair it?" "Yes." "Ding. Got a brand new old-fashioned radio." 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. No energy required. The radio does not need to consume electricity when working. 2. Chinese music library. The radio can play any music in the Chinese music library. 3. Tomato novels. The radio can play any novel in Tomato novels without having to listen to ads. Jiang Chong's eyes almost popped out when he saw the radio in Yu Yang's hand suddenly become brand new in a flash of light. "Good boy. How did you do that?" Jiang Chong is really screwed. It's over before it even started. When did repairing machines become so easy? But soon he reacted. "Boy, are you a level 2 evolver? Your special ability is to repair machines, right?" Jiang Chong looked at Yu Yang with an earnest gaze. Such special abilities, if used well, can also bring great effects. After hearing what Jiang Chong said, Wu Gang and Lin Wei both rolled their eyes silently in their hearts. If this is really the special ability of a second-level evolver, then Yu Yang has too many abilities. They have seen more than one kind. "Officer Jiang, how many batteries do you have left?" Yu Yang suddenly asked. "Battery." Jiang Chong was stunned for a moment, then said with some caution, "I didn't say I could give you a battery." Yu Yang smiled and said, "I don't need batteries. I'm just curious. Even if you have a radio, if you don't have enough batteries, it won't last long before it runs out of power. I'm afraid it will be useless even if you fix it, right?" "Don't worry about that. I have enough batteries to last me a lifetime, but I only found one for this old-fashioned radio." "So what do you usually listen to on the radio?" Yu Yang continued to ask. Jiang Chong's bearded face turned slightly red. "Well, I just listen to some literary works to kill time." "Okay, I understand." Yu Yang nodded and selected the special effects. Ding! The old-fashioned radio has been added with the effect. Tomato novel. "Well, your radio has been repaired, and it has a special function." "What function?" Jiang Chong's heart suddenly beat a little faster. He can listen to any novel in Tomato novel. Yu Yang replied, "Buzz." Jiang Chong suddenly felt his head buzzing, and a huge surprise made him look a little dazed. It took him several seconds to recover. He excitedly grabbed Yu Yang's shoulders, shook Yu Yang's body violently, and asked excitedly, "Are you serious? Are you telling the truth?" Yu Yang pulled Jiang Chong's hand off his shoulder, then smiled and said, "Why don't you try and know?" "Okay." Jiang Chong nodded heavily. He turned on the recorder, and it became different from before and seemed much smarter. Although there was no tape in the recorder, it still made some sound. What novel would you like to listen to? I'm learning to slay gods in a mental hospital. Jiang Chong said the name in a trembling voice. Okay, let's start playing. I'm learning to kill gods in a mental hospital. Author, Sanjiu Inu, Chapter 1. Black satin-wrapped eyes. Really? It's actually true. I can really listen to novels. Jiang Chong burst into tears with excitement. Perhaps before the end of the world, listening to novels was a simple thing, but now it has become a luxury. But now he can listen to novels again. Jiang Chong suddenly felt that life became better, and the originally gray sky suddenly became colorful. Yu Yang's appearance was like a ray of light in his life, bringing him hope. He looked at Yu Yang with eyes full of gratitude, as if he had seen his own adoptive parents. Thank you. Thank you so much. What's your name, young man? My name is Yu Yang. Okay, what a great name. Yu Yang, all my bullets are yours. Take whatever you want. Chapter 33, Bullets in Hand. Seeing Jiang Chong treating Yang as enthusiastically as if he were his own father, Lin Wei was completely stunned. In her impression, Jiang Chong, who was eccentric and weird, was easily conquered by Yu Yang. This is a bit too unexpected. Lin Wei felt that Yu Yang was becoming more and more mysterious, very mysterious. For a man like this who is so powerful, smart, and has mysterious abilities, Lin Wei can conclude one thing based on her experience over the past decade and her calm judgment as a killer. Gotta get it. We must take him down completely. Although Lin Wei knew that it would be extremely difficult to completely win over such a man. Moreover, she could see that Yu Yang was not someone who would be blinded by beauty. However, she felt that as Yu Yang's first woman, she still had certain advantages. After all, they had spent some happy and affectionate time together. It seems like we have to come up with something new. As long as we stay alive, we don't have to worry about him not surrendering. Next time, when the most critical moment comes, we'll ask him again, and we don't have to worry about him not telling us. Lin Wei's lips curled up beautifully, and she already had a plan in mind. Yu Yang naturally had no idea what Lin Wei was thinking. All he was thinking about now were bullets. As long as he has enough bullets, he alone can match the combat power of an entire regiment. And this bullet is finally in our hands. And it cost almost nothing. It just consumed 10 repair points. Now, he has 1175 repair points left. Killing the elite mutant beast gave him 1,000 repair points, leaving him with a relatively abundant balance of repair points for the time being. At this time, Jiang Chong was holding the tape recorder and couldn't let it go. He was so happy that he couldn't let go. Yu Yang asked, Officer Jiang, where did you put the bullets? It's buried next to the manure pit at the back. Jiang Chong didn't even raise his head. His attention was almost completely attracted by the recorder. Next to the manure pit, Yu Yang was speechless. He turned to Wu Gang and said, Go and bring the bullets to the yard. Wu Gang's eyes widened slightly. Aye. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Yu Yang said unhappily. Wu Gang walked towards the backyard reluctantly. There's no way. When you're a younger brother, you must have the awareness of being a younger brother, and serving the boss is your natural duty. Not long after, Wu Gang came over carrying a wooden box. The wooden box almost blocked Wu Gang's upper body, and as Wu Gang put on the ground, there was a loud, clanging sound. Yu Yang looked inside the wooden box and was immediately stunned. There are at least several hundred bullets in it. Not only are there revolver bullets, but there are also sniper bullets that Lin Wei needs. It is absolutely impossible for a small shooting range to have so many bullets. Where did you get all these bullets? Jiang Chong replied casually. I brought all the bullets from the police station. Yu Yang shook his head and said, Your explanation may explain the variety of bullets, but it cannot explain why there are so many bullets here. Jiang Chong raised his head and looked at Yu Yang deeply. You're smarter than I thought. Ha, you're too kind. Yu Yang smiled modestly, and then continued, Let me guess, your special ability is copying objects, right? Jiang Chong was really shocked this time, even more shocked than before. His eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, How do you know that my ability is to copy objects? Did you guess it just because I have more bullets? Yu Yang smiled calmly and shook his head. Not only that, Yu Yang picked up one bullet, then another. The two bullets are identical in appearance. He handed 2 bullets to Jiang Chong. Look, there's no difference between these 2 bullets. Jiang Chong curled his lips and said, What's so strange about this? Bullets produced by machines are naturally the same. Just like this, how can it be said that my ability is to copy objects. Because of this, Yu Yang pointed to the row of numbers and letters on the bullet. Each bullet has a special number, and the numbers of these two are exactly the same. Looking at Jiang Chang's open mouth, Yu Yang chuckled and said, I just checked. Almost all the bullets in this wooden box have the same serial number. So, I conclude that your ability is to copy objects. Besides, I guess the batteries you mentioned were also copied, right? That's amazing, boss. You can see from this that college students have very smart brains. Wu Gang praised at the right time. Lin Wei also looked incredulous. She didn't expect Yu Yang to notice such detailed information. It took Jiang Chang a long time to come back to his senses, and he clapped his hands involuntarily. Great. The younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. I never thought that after being a police officer for so long and doing criminal investigation for so many years, I would forget this loophole. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Yang with admiration. You are very good. You can take all these bullets. I won't need them anyway. Having said that, Jiang Chang sat on the recliner alone again. If you can, don't tell anyone about my abilities. Also, take the bullets and you can go. Yu Yang was silent for a moment, then said, Officer Jiang, please come with us. Our team needs someone like you. No, I'm not used to being in a team. Jiang Chang's tone suddenly became very calm, even a little cold. But you need us. I have the ability to copy objects. I won't die of thirst or hunger. How could I need you? Yu Yang's smile seemed to have never changed from beginning to end. He said firmly, No, you need me. Although your ability is to copy objects, it must be extremely limited. Otherwise, you wouldn't have copied a tape recorder in advance. You wouldn't look so sloppy. It looks like you haven't taken a shower in a long time. I guess you can't copy water, right? Jiang Chang was silent. His body was motionless, like a dead person. Yu Yang did not rush, but waited patiently. Okay, I'll go with you. Jiang Chang sat up from the recliner, then stood up and looked at Yu Yang with calm and steady eyes, as if he had become the famous police officer Jiang again. Yu Yang, you are really good and excellent. You are the most outstanding young man I have ever met. If there were no apocalypse, I would definitely train you to be the best police officer. My ability is indeed to copy objects, but I can only copy solid objects, and the objects I copy cannot be too large. They can only be the size of my fist at most. Most importantly, no matter how big or small the objects are, I can only copy a maximum of 10 copies a day. Yu Yang nodded. What Jiang Chang said was similar to what he guessed. That's right. Yu Yang suddenly thought of something very important, and he quickly asked, since your ability is to copy objects, then, you want to ask whether the evolution crystal can be copied? Jiang Chang said with a smile. Chapter 34 New Base Site Selection. Right. Yu Yang suddenly realized that Jiang Chang's ability might be one of the most powerful special abilities. Evolutionary crystals also happen to meet the requirements of solidity and size. If Jiang Chang could copy the evolution crystal, wouldn't he be invincible? However, Yu Yang quickly calmed down. Before Jiang Chang could answer, he asked, Is it impossible to copy it? Jiang Chang nodded with a smile. If he couldn't see this, then his admiration for Yang would be in vain. Boss, how do you know Jiang Chang can't copy it? Wu Gang asked puzzledly. When Yu Yang asked Jiang Chang if he could copy the evolution crystal, he was the most excited. If Jiang Chang can copy the evolution crystal, as Yu Yang's most loyal lackey, he should be able to get a share of the pie. Lin Wei was also very curious as to how Yu Yang suddenly knew the answer. Yu Yang explained, because if he could copy the evolution crystal, he would not be just a second-level evolver now. Wu Gang was stunned after hearing this. Then he understood, and deep disappointment appeared in his eyes. I see. Oh, what a pity. There's nothing to regret. Jiang Chang is still very capable. With his help, our team will be able to grow quickly. Yu Yang enjoyed get. Where's your team's base? Let me tell you first, I don't like living with others. I like to be alone. Jiang Chang said somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Chang is actually a person who is relatively introverted and not good at socializing. That's why he was reluctant to join Yu Yang's team at first. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Yu Yang also knew that he didn't like dealing with people, so he agreed. Don't worry. Our team now has less than 10 people, and no one will disturb you. Even if our team grows in the future, I will definitely promise you to arrange a separate residence for you. When Jiang Chang heard Yu Yang say this, he nodded with satisfaction. Well, you have high IQ and EQ. You're a good candidate for leadership. Given time, you may dominate the imperial city. Haha, our boss can dominate the whole world. Wu Gang praised Yu Yang without hesitation. Jiang Chong, however, showed a sincere smile. Being young has its advantages. You have high aspirations and dreams. But the reality is cruel. It is not as easy as you think to dominate the world. A hint of emotion emerged on Jiang Chong's face. Yu Yang asked curiously, Officer Jiang, do you know the news outside the Imperial City? Jiang Chong smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm not that powerful. It's just that in the first few days after the apocalypse, satellite communications had not been completely cut off, and some of my friends who had already reached high positions in the government secretly contacted me and asked me to go to their place. I have a general understanding of their strength. The Royal City Alliance is powerful, right? But in the vast world outside, it is just a drop in the ocean. It only took 3 days for someone to evolve to level 2. Now, 3 months have passed, and I wonder how much stronger they have become. Maybe they're no longer the same species as us. Jiang Chong saw that Yu Yang and the other two were slightly dazed, then smiled and said, But don't be discouraged. It's pretty good to be able to make it in Royal City. Without background and resources, you'll have a big gap at the beginning. The Royal City Alliance is your goal. Officer Jiang, Yu Yang suddenly said seriously, although background and resources are important, it does not mean that they are invincible. Maybe they have already reached the top of the mountain, but there is always a mountain higher than the other. Maybe one day, I will become the mountain they cannot climb over. Good. You are indeed a young man with lofty ambitions. It is a good thing to have such ambition. Although Jiang Chong did not think that Yu Yang could really stand at the top of the world, he was still full of admiration for Yu Yang. A person without a dream and the courage to overcome everything. Then you won't get far. Boss, you have great literary talent. It really gets me excited, Wu Gang said while wiping his tears. Lin Wei, who had been silent the whole time, also said with emotion, After the doomsday came, I just wanted to live in a quiet corner. But now, I also want to see what the scenery would be like for the strongest human being. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with charming brilliance. Yu Yang, I will always support you. Yu Yang smiled and said, Well, we haven't even started yet, so let's just live in the present. The next goal is to find a suitable base. We can't just stay in the underground garage all the time. It's too dark there, even during the day. It's not suitable for long-term survival. As for the base, I do have a suitable location, Jiang Chong suddenly said. His words attracted the attention of Yu Yang and the other two. Where? Yu Yang asked. He knew that as a famous police officer in Yuqing, Jiang Chong would definitely have unique insights into the location of the base. That depends on your ability. Jiang Chong looked at Yu Yang. My ability? Yu Yang pointed at himself. Yes. Jiang Chong nodded. We have a nuclear power plant in Yuqing, but it was damaged in the apocalypse. Although there was no nuclear leak, many core components were damaged, and it is completely unable to generate electricity. You mean, you want me to repair the nuclear power plant? Yu Yang was surprised by Jiang Chong's bold idea. Yeah, I don't know if you can fix something that big, but it's definitely a good place to go if you can. The nuclear power plant itself has good defense measures. With just a few more people, we can defend the entire nuclear power plant. Moreover, in order to cool down the high temperatures in nuclear power plants are often built near the sea or lake. And our Yuqing nuclear power plant is built next to a huge lake. Lin Wei's eyes moved. Are you talking about Wanxin Lake? Yes, it is Wanxin Lake. Jiang Chong nodded, and then continued. Although the water in Wanxin Lake is polluted after the apocalypse and cannot be drunk, it can still be used to cool the nuclear power plant. Besides, there are quite a few aquatic mutant creatures in the Bay Heart Lake. Yu Yang understood what Jiang Chong meant. The presence of mutated creatures meant the presence of evolutionary crystals, and creatures in the water generally could not come ashore, so they could attack or defend, and they would be much more calm when facing these creatures. But I remember there seemed to be a stone pillar next to the Wanxin Lake. Although it is on the other side, it is so close. Will it be dangerous? It is precisely because of the high risk factor that no one is stationed there. Otherwise, the good places would have been taken by others long ago, and there would be no chance for us to take over. Yu Yang listened to the two people's analysis and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He is sure that he can repair this nuclear power plant. The All Things Repair system can repair everything. Chapter 35 Wu Gang, Exclusive Guard. But Yu Yang knew that although the nuclear power plant could be repaired, the number of repair points required would certainly be extremely large. Therefore, It is definitely impossible to repair the nuclear power plant in the short term, but this does not mean that they cannot settle down at the nuclear power plant first. There are enough aquatic mutant creatures in Wanqing Lake. With the help of Jiang Chang's replica items, Yu Yang can kill several mutant creatures every day. In this way, maybe we can quickly accumulate enough repair points to repair the nuclear power plant. Moreover, once the nuclear power plant is repaired, it means that they will have inexhaustible electricity. Infinite electricity in the end times. It is definitely an existence that transcends all forces. Yu Yang dare to say that even those superpowers outside the Imperial City could not have unlimited electricity. What's more, the items he repaired will have special effects. God knows what special effects a nuclear power plant can have. Although nothing has been decided yet, Yu Yang is already feeling a bit excited. Okay, then our next goal is to explore the nuclear power plant. I'll find an opportunity to go to the nuclear power plant someday, to explore the environment there. If it's suitable, I'll choose it as the location for the new base. Officer Jiang, pack your things first and then come with us. There's nothing to pack, just take my tape recorder with you, Jiang Chang replied. Yu Yang nodded. Then, in front of Jiang Chang, he put all the bullets into the storage box in his arms. Jiang Chang was shocked again by the scene before him. But then, he looked at the recorder in his hand thoughtfully, and his guess about Yu Yang's ability became clearer. But he didn't ask much. Since he has decided to follow Yu Yang, the stronger Yu Yang's abilities are, the better it will be for him. Yu Yang, I am more and more optimistic about you. Maybe you can really make it in the outside world. Before Yu Yang could say anything, Wu Gang said as if it was a matter of course. Of course, our boss can kill an elite mutant beast with just a revolver. When our boss reaches a few more levels, all the monsters will be wiped out in a snap. Wu Gang made exaggerated movements, using his fingers as a pistol, and imitated Yu Yang's calm shooting. After he was done, he pretended to blow on the barrel of the gun, looking extremely proud. It was as if Yu Yang had really reached the top and looked down upon the world. Lin Wei covered her mouth and chuckled. The help of a lackey like you is definitely needed. What do you mean by lackey? Don't put it in such harsh words. That's called a confidant. It's called his right-hand man. Wu Gang boasted while secretly glancing at Yu Yang. Seeing that Yu Yang was also smiling, he immediately expressed his loyalty and said, Anyway, I will follow you till death. Okay, I'll give you this machete. Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Yu Yang shook his head helplessly. Then he asked, Have you been injured anywhere recently? Wu Gang thought Yu Yang was concerned about him, and his nose felt sore with excitement. He shouted in his heart, The boss finally recognized me. But he still said, It's okay, boss. I was just kicked by Yuan Li and got a little scratched when I fell. It's nothing serious. Where's the wound? Yu Yang asked. Wu Gang scratched his head somewhat uncomfortably. On the outside of the thigh. Take off your pants, Yu Yang said calmly. Huh? Now, Wu Gang was a little embarrassed and said, Boss, it's really okay. Just some minor injuries. Take it off. Yu Yang's tone left no room for doubt. Wu Gang had no choice but to turn his back slightly and take off his sweatpants. Before the end of the world, he was a fitness trainer with very strong muscles. Yu Yang could see that there were many cuts on the outside of Wu Gang's strong thighs, but they had all scabbed over. It's really not a serious injury, Yu Yang said as he gently touched it. Like Lin Wei, he spent 10 repair points, and the wound disappeared instantly. Ding! Repair successful. Get loyal Wu Gang. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Exclusive Guardian, basic version when protecting the host. Defense power increases by 50 points. 2. Inspiring Command, basic version follow the host command and improve your physical fitness by 10%. 3. On Call, basic version when approaching the host. The speed increases by 20%. Yu Yang thought about it and finally chose the Exclusive Guard. Ding! Loyal Wu Gang has been given an additional effect. Exclusive Guard. Boss, how did you do this? Wu Gang looked surprised. Lin Wei had known for a long time that Yu Yang had such ability, so she was not surprised. Jiang Chang nodded, having basically confirmed Yu Yang's abilities, but he didn't know the extent of Yu Yang's abilities and what his limitations were. From now on, as long as you stay by my side and protect me, you will have the defense power comparable to that of an elite mutant beast. What? Boss, are you telling the truth? Wu Gang said in disbelief. Although he was very convinced by Yu Yang, he believed everything Yang said. However, when Yu Yang said that he had defensive capabilities comparable to those of elite beasts, he still found it a little unbelievable. That's right. Even my revolver can't hurt you with your defense. But the premise is that you are protecting me. Okay, boss. I will protect you until my death. Wu Gang stood up straight and gave Yang a standard military salute. So, you asked me to carry the bell before, because it has some special effect? Lin Wei suddenly asked. Yu Yang nodded. That's right. Your bell will only ring when danger is approaching. No wonder. Lin Wei suddenly realized. I was wondering why the bell suddenly stopped ringing. I thought it was broken. Ding-ling. Just then, Lin Wei's bell suddenly rang. Boss, be careful. Wu Gang rushed to Yu Yang and blocked him with his body. A cold arrow whizzed over and hit Wu Gang directly. But what was surprising was that the sharp arrow that looked full of lethality actually broke directly, as if it had hit a steel plate. Who is so despicable to shoot an arrow in secret? Wu Gang scratched the part where he was shot. It was slightly numb, but there was no scar at all. Boss, everything's really fine. That's awesome, Wu Gang said in amazement. Yu Yang looked at the dark shadow in the distance with a chill on his face. Although he had a bulletproof vest and could not be killed by sneak attacks, he was still very dissatisfied when people shot him from behind for no reason. Without hesitation, he drew his revolver. Chapter 36. Someone arrives at the base. The shadow watched from afar as Yu Yang took out his pistol, sneering in his heart. How did you hit me from such a long distance? My sword and crossbow have an aiming bonus. Bang! A bullet shot out and shot towards the black shadow. The shadow ran to one side. He was not very close to Yu Yang. Generally speaking, a sudden shot would not be as accurate as a lurker's calm aim. He felt that there was a high probability that the other party would not be able to hit him. Yu Yang did not hit him at the first sight. The bullet bounced off the street lamp and then hit his thigh at a strange angle. The black shadow cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Damn it, I'm so unlucky that I got bumped into by this kid. Seeing the man in black fall to the ground, Yu Yang and the other two rushed over. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack our boss? Are you looking for death? Wu Gang raised the machete and held it against the black shadow's neck. Are you Lu Meng? Jiang Chong asked hesitantly. Do you know each other? Yu Yang asked. Jiang Chong's face was solemn, and he nodded slowly. He is a member of Zhao Yi's team and a level 2 evolver. Wu Gang asked in confusion. Someone from Zhao Yi's team? Our boss has no grudge against him. Why would he attack our boss? Jiang Chong said. I guess it's because Yu Yang took the bullets. Some time ago, they came to me and wanted my bullets, but I didn't agree. I didn't expect them to secretly send someone here. I guess he originally came here to kill me. Humph, you idiot. Our boss invited you to join our team, but you didn't know how to appreciate it. Do you still think you're a police officer? Going against our boss. You will definitely die. Just because someone doesn't want to trade with you, you kill them? How shameless, Lin Wei said angrily. He is the one who doesn't know what's good for him. He is willing to give the bullets to you rather than to our boss. What's wrong with following our boss and enjoying the good life? Lu Meng said, gritting his teeth, covering his bleeding thigh. How can a boss who sends people to launch a sneak attack be a good person? If I were such a person, I would not follow him. Wu Gang said with disdain. Even if you want to follow us, our boss won't accept you. Do you think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can catch our boss's eye? Who the hell do you think you are? Wu Gang had a bad temper to begin with, and now he wanted to chop Lu Meng to pieces with a single blow. He was so angry that he kicked Lu Meng's thigh hard. Lu Meng grimaced in pain. How many people are there in your team now? Yu Yang asket. Our team is more than 500 people. Moreover, there are more than 100 first-level evolvers and more than a dozen second-level evolvers. How about that? Are you scared? Hearing this, Jiang Chong and Lin Wei both took a breath of cold air. They were all evolvers, so they naturally knew how powerful evolvers were. They were mentally prepared for the power of Zhao Yi's team, but they didn't expect there would be so many evolvers. Seeing Jiang Chong and Lin Wei's shocked expressions, Lu Meng was very satisfied. He said proudly, how about this? If you hand over the bullets, I won't mind you injuring me. I see that you're a good shooter, too. Come back with me and sign a contract with our boss, and I will guarantee that you will have good food and drink. Yu Yang didn't say anything, but raised the gun again and aimed at Lu Meng's eyebrows. Liu Mang Suden Li Bani. You can't kill me. If you kill me, our boss will definitely. Bang! The bullet fired one shot into the head. Ding! Kill the Common Order Destroyer Lu Meng and gain 100 repair points. Boss, you're awesome. Wu Gang looked very pleased. He had been unhappy with Lu Meng for a long time, and Yu Yang's move made him feel very pleased. Yu Yang said expressionlessly, "Take his crossbow, and let's go." Constant-sized community. Entrance to the underground garage. Wang Tao, you used to be my subordinate, and I was pretty good to you, right? Can't you just give us some meat for the sake of our past? Said a man wearing black-framed glasses who looked like an urban elite. He even had on a pair of shiny leather shoes. Wang Tao looked at the man in front of him and felt very disgusted. He knew this man. His name was Qian Yan. He was his immediate superior in the internet company where he worked before the end of the world. He often bossed him around and made him work overtime without pay. Now he even has the nerve to mention what happened before. Wang Tao wanted to chop him into pieces with a knife. But when he saw the dozen or so people behind the other party, he knew in his heart that he could not have a head-on conflict with the other party before Yu Yang came back. This is not my trophy. This is our boss's. I have no right to give it to you. Qian Yan sighed and said, "Why are you still as rigid as before? You have so much meat. Share some with us. Your boss doesn't know, right?" Wang Tao looked unhappy. This is not a question of whether it can be seen or not. This is a matter of principle. You're talking to me about principles? Qian Yan sneered. I'm already talking to you about principles. In principle, I can just rob you directly. Do you understand? Can these old, weak women and children here stop me? Be quiet and move all the meat out quickly. Don't let me do it. Zhao Baofu walked out of the garage, wiped his greasy hands on his apron, pointed at the group of vicious people opposite, and said, "You still want to fight? Do you know how powerful our boss is? He can even kill mutant beasts, so why would he be afraid of you?" Hearing what Zhao Baofu said, a trace of fear flashed in Qian Yan's eyes. The reason why he didn't rob it directly was that he was afraid of the so-called boss mentioned by Wang Tao. It must be difficult to kill a mutant beast. Qian Yan, can you do this? Didn't you say that as long as you come forward to negotiate, Wang Tao will definitely give you meat? Behind Qian Yan, there was another yellow-haired young man holding a toothpick in his mouth, speaking with a mocking look on his face. Qian Yan was furious, and his face became even more ferocious. He threatened Wang Tao, "Are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't, we will take action." Wang Tao's face looked extremely ugly. If they hand it over, they won't be able to explain to Yu Yang. If they don't, these people will attack them again. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. But when he thought about how Yu Yang had taken them in and given them meat, Wang Tao gritted his teeth and said firmly, "If you want to fight, come on. Do you think I, Wang Tao, am afraid of you? Do you really think you are my superior? You are so arrogant." Okay. Qian Yan laughed in anger. "Since you want to die, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship. Brothers, take action. Let's see who dares to take action." A steady and powerful voice suddenly came. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. When Wang Tao saw who was coming, his face immediately showed joy. "Boss, you're finally here." Chapter 37. The girl rubbing charcoal with her hands. "Boss." Qian Yan looked at the four people approaching. I was a little confused for a moment. If there is anyone who looks like the boss, it must be the tall and muscular guy, or the man who looks sloppy but has a mature and steady face. But the one walking in front was a very young boy. He looks like an ordinary college student. This person is actually their boss. Qian Yan hesitated. He is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become an executive of an internet company. Although this young man looks ordinary, he must have something special to be called a boss by them. What happened here? Yu Yang came to the entrance of the garage, glanced at Qian Yan lightly, and then asked Wang Tao. With Yu Yang around, Wang Tao feels more confident. He replied, "Boss, they wanted to steal our meat. They even tried to attack us just now." Oh, Yu Yang's eyes fell on Qian Yan again, his eyes slightly cold. "You want to steal our things?" Somehow, Qian Yan suddenly felt cold, as if the boy in front of him was a terrible monster. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, "It's not robbery, it's exchange. We are willing to exchange some supplies for food." "Huh?" Yu Yang laughed non-committally, then asked, "What do you want to exchange for it?" "Charcoal. We have charcoal," Qian Yan said hurriedly. Charcoal. Yu Yang was a little surprised. As an excellent fuel, charcoal has been in great demand since the end of the world. Although its burning temperature is not as high as that of coal, it is more suitable for daily life. Especially now, it is autumn, and the demand for charcoal will definitely increase in winter. Yu Yang didn't expect that the other party was willing to trade charcoal. If this is true, then the Tao is not impossible to exchange. 10 pounds of charcoal for 1 pound of meat. Yu Yang said calmly. Qian Yan's face froze. My dear little brother, this is too black. Our charcoal is top quality. There is no smoke when it burns. You exchange 10 kilograms of charcoal for only 1 kilogram of meat. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? It doesn't matter if it's not suitable. Anyway, we have enough fuel for now. We can even burn dead plants. If it doesn't work, we can just dismantle the furniture. There will always be enough. Yu Yang's expression remained unchanged. The initiative was in his hands, so he naturally had the final say on the price. Qian Yin secretly clenched his fists. Such a price was beyond his acceptable limit. Anyway, the meat was not only available to the person in front of him, so if it didn't work out, he could just find another store to exchange it with. Let's go. Qian Yin gritted his teeth. Let's switch. The yellow-haired young man who had been following Qian Yin suddenly said. Then he walked in front of Yu Yang and said, Don't listen to him. Let's switch. 1 pound of meat is 1 pound of meat. Let's switch to 50 pounds. Qian Yin was immediately furious and glared at him. Sun Yimiao, what did you say? Do you know how precious charcoal is in the winter in Imperial City? 10 pounds of charcoal for 1 pound of meat. Are you crazy? What are you afraid of? Anyway, that girl can rub charcoal with her hands. Give her some more time, and we can have as much charcoal as we want. Sun Yimiao said indifferently. Shut up. Qian Yin quickly glanced at Yu Yang, then walked to Sun Yimiao's side, lowered his voice as much as possible, and shouted angrily. Who told you to mention that girl? Don't you know that her identity cannot be made public? Sun Yimiao curled his lips, but did not refute. Instead, he said, Anyway, our girlfriend hasn't eaten meat for a long time, so we must bring some meat back today. Qian Yin stared at Sun Yimiao with disgust, wishing he could eat him alive. But Sun Yimiao didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Qian Yin provocatively. Qian Yin had no choice but to hold back his anger and turn around to Yu Yang and say, Okay, we'll switch with you. Yu Yang's eyes were filled with thought, and he smiled faintly and said, Wang Tao, go get 5 pounds of meat. Wang Tao turned around and went to get the meat. Seeing Qian Yin being humiliated, he was secretly happy. Qian Yin also sent someone to bring up 50 kilograms of charcoal. They originally planned to exchange charcoal for food, so they brought 50 kilograms with them. But 50 kilograms of charcoal were only exchanged for 5 kilograms of meat, which was far below his expectation. If Sun Yimiao had not intervened, he would never have agreed. There are 5 pounds of meat in their team of more than 20 people. Even if they eat sparingly, they can finish in a day or two. But Qian Yin had no choice now. Sun Yimiao had never been convinced by him, and he was young and strong. If they quarreled now, Qian Yin would not be his opponent. 5 pounds of meat were handed to Sun Yimiao and Qian Yin. Sun Yimiao's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips unconsciously. Wang Tao also silently accepted the other party's 50 kilograms of charcoal. Wang Tao knew that they were not losing out by exchanging 5 kilograms of meat for 50 kilograms of charcoal. Okay, now that the deal is done, we'll leave first, Qian Yin said to Yang, suppressing his anger. Yu Yang smiled calmly and said, Then take care, boss. Welcome to visit us next time. After Qian Yan's team left, Yu Yang called Lin Wei and instructed, Go and follow them, find out where their team is stationed, and if possible, find out what happened to the little girl they mentioned. Be careful not to be discovered by them. Lin Wei nodded, turned, and walked out of the underground garage. Yu Yang sent Lin Wei because Lin Wei was a killer by profession and knew how to hide herself better. You want to know what's going on with that girl who can rub charcoal? Jiang Chang's eyes flashed with thought. He and Yu Yang are both evolvers with better hearing than ordinary people, so they both heard Qian Yin and Sun Yimiao's whispers. Yu Yang nodet. Jiang Chang continued. From what they said, it seems that there's a girl with special abilities that can create charcoal. But I'm very curious. Special abilities can only be unlocked after the second evolution. How could there be a second evolutionary person in their team? They can get so many evolution crystals, so they shouldn't be short of meat. Yu Yang nodded, and then said, They said that the girl cannot be made public. Could it be that they kidnapped the girl by some means? It's also possible that they don't want to be coveted by others. If we talk about kidnapping, how can they kidnap a level 2 evolver? To be a level 2 evolver, one must be very capable. Yu Yang also considered Jiang Chang's statement, and he also felt very confused. That's why I sent Lin Wei to take a look. Jiang Chang nodded slightly, admiring Yang's meticulousness and caution. Then he glanced into the underground garage. He said a little speechlessly, "Your place is too simple. Apart from being a little bigger and relatively hidden, it has no advantages at all." Yu Young smiled helplessly. "The team is just starting out, so we have to take it slow. Things will get better in the future. To welcome you, let's have another good meal tonight." As he spoke, Yang took out various pots and pans, seasonings, some drinking water, and freeze-dried vegetables from the storage box, while Jiang Chong was stunned. "Does your family own a supermarket?" Jiang Chong wiped his face and said with shining eyes. Chapter 38. Rescue the Girl, Action. It was getting dark and dusk was falling. In the underground garage, the light from the flames shone on everyone's faces. Waves of aroma wafted out of the pot. Zhao Baofu was busy at a simple stove made of stones, with his wife helping him. The others sat around a neatly laid carpet. Although it was not as lively as last night's bonfire dinner, it was still quite warm. "Officer Jiang, how long have you not taken a shower? You smell a bit strong." Wu Gang covered his nose and moved to the side. Jiang Chong didn't care. He just smiled helplessly. "It's been about a month, mainly because there's no water. Otherwise, I would have loved to take a good bath." "Didn't it rain some time ago? We can collect some rainwater," Wang Tao reminded. Jiang Chong replied. "Then rainwater is not clean, don't you know?" "I know, just don't drink it. It's fine to use it for bathing, but will make your body itchy after bathing." Yu Yang's eyes moved after hearing this, and he asked, "How much water do we have left?" Wang Tao said dejectedly, "We originally had no water left. If the boss hadn't brought back some, we would have been out of water today. I estimated that the water we brought back this time should be enough for us to drink for a week if we drink it sparingly. As for the rainwater, there's still one tank left." Yu Yang nodded. Although there was enough food now, water was indeed a problem that needed to be solved urgently. Just then, footsteps were heard at the garage entrance. A slender figure slowly walked out from the shadows. "Lin Wei, you're back. Did anything happen?" Yu Yang walked up to her and asked with concern. Lin Wei shook her head, her expression looking somewhat grim. "What's wrong? You don't look well." Lin Wei took out a bottle of mineral water from her messenger bag, gulped down a big gulp, and then said angrily, "They are really going too far." Seeing this, the others also stood up. Wu Gang was impatient and asked quickly, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Wei calmed down a bit, then explained, "I followed them all the way and followed them into another community. Then I followed them all the way to their base. Guess what I saw?" "What?" Wu Gang asked with his eyes wide open. "They actually chained a 14 or 15-year-old girl, beat her and kicked her, and forced her to make charcoal." "Sure enough," Yu Yang said in a heavy voice. He guessed that the other party forced the little girl to produce charcoal, but they actually locked up the little girl like an animal. "You haven't been exposed, have you?" Yu Yang asked. "No, I was afraid of ruining your plan, so I didn't reveal my whereabouts." Lin Wei shook her head. Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Lin Wei is worthy of being a killer. Although she is very excited, she can still control her emotions. "What do you think, Yu Yang? Don't do it tonight," Jiang Chong said with a look of indignation on his face, eager to try. Hearing Lin Wei's description, he was also very angry. He had a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, he would not have become a police officer. Yu Yang nodded. "Let's eat and drink first, then we'll set off." Rescuing the girl is not only out of humanitarianism, but also because the girl's abilities are indeed outstanding and she is worth saving. Being able to produce fuel is considered an excellent special ability in the end times. Midnight. Yu Yang, Jiang Chong, Lin Wei, and Wu Gang quietly came to the Chinyan base. This is another community next to the Hengda community. Bigui community. Originally, the housing prices in the two communities were rising at a rapid pace, but now they have both turned into ruins and become a bubble. In the sales hall of the Bigui community, Qian Yin was arguing fiercely with Sun Yimiao. "You idiot! Do you know how precious 50 kilograms of charcoal is? You actually agreed to a 10-to-1 exchange. Are you crazy?" Qian Yin's face flushed, and he pointed at Sun Yimiao and cursed. Sun Yimiao was not to be outdone. You said that as long as you stepped in, Wang Tao would definitely hand over the meat, but what happened?" He was so scared by the boss that he dare not say a word. "If you weren't a loser, will we have to exchange charcoal for meat? The boss can kill mutant beasts. Are we going to fight him head-on?" Qian Yin roared. "Then what's the problem with me exchanging with him? You don't dare to fight, and you don't want to exchange. Do you want everyone to starve to death with you?" Sun Yimiao put his hands on his hips, a look of disdain on his face. "You just keep guarding your charcoal. Can charcoal be eaten? You're starving to death. What do you need charcoal for? Qian Yin immediately retorted. Didn't we find some rice to eat last time? You won't starve to death even if you cook porridge. Drink porridge. Drink porridge. You only know how to drink porridge. I don't want to drink porridge. I want to eat meat. Do you understand? Everyone who follows, you can only drink porridge. Don't be a team leader anymore. Get out of here. I don't know what use you are. Sun Yimiao spoke very rudely and didn't take Qian Yin seriously at all. Qian Yin slammed the empty mineral water bottle in his hand and said angrily, If I hadn't kidnapped Su Xiao Xiao, would you have had charcoal? Where did you get the charcoal to exchange for meat? We can catch her even without you. Don't think you are so great. You are only good at talking. If we really fight, you are nothing. Sun Yimiao turned around, picked up a bowl of hot broth, and took a sip. It smells so good. After that, he said to Qian Yin with a look of dissatisfaction, If I listen to you, I don't know when I can drink the meat soup. Don't you think so? Yes. Almost everyone agreed. When they were starving, they were satisfied to have the broth to drink. Who would think about the future? Qian Yin was so angry at this group of people that his hand was shaking. If you expose Su Xiao Xiao, you will get yourself killed sooner or later. That has nothing to do with you. I advise you to get out of here as soon as possible. Don't make me drive you out like a dog. Sun Yimiao said without turning his head. Then he put his arm around his girlfriend and handed her a bowl of broth. Here, honey, this is the broth I prepared especially for you. Brother Sun, you are so kind. Thanks to you. I wish you could become the captain earlier. After saying that, the woman carefully drank the broth, her eyes full of satisfaction. Qian Yin felt that he was being ignored, excluded, and misunderstood. Looking at the scene before him, he could no longer bear it, and his anger overcame his reason. He took out a fruit knife from his arms and stabbed Sun Yimiao in the vest. Puff! Sun Yimiao suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a chill accompanied by severe pain came over him. The woman saw Sun Yimiao beside her being stabbed by Qian Yin, and she screamed in horror. Chapter 39, Colorful Poisonous Spider. Qian Yin, you are crazy. The other stood up and looked at Qian Yin in horror. Qian Yin's eyes were filled with madness, and that crazy look made everyone present feel cold in their hearts. He is asking for death. This brainless person deserves to die. Qian Yin pulled out the fruit knife and put it back in. He stabbed him more than 10 times until Sun Yimiao stopped moving. The woman next to her was already scared silly, her face full of fear. When she saw Qian Yin walking towards her with a knife in his hand, she suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground with her head tilted back. Useless thing. Qian Yin looked at the fainted woman with contempt in his eyes. Then he looked at the others. I tell you, without me, Qian Yin, you would have died in the end times. I've kept you alive, so you just have to be obedient. If I hear anyone dare to go against me again, Sun Yimiao will be your fate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from outside the window. What is that? One pointed out the window in horror. In the pitch darkness, they saw 2 huge eyeballs staring at them from the window. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The next second, a milky white thing with a line broke through the window and shot out, covering one of them. A layer of spider web spread out, wrapping it up instantly. Then the next second, with a scream, the man was dragged out of the house and disappeared into the night along with those eyes. After a moment, the screaming stopped. A bone-chilling chill enveloped the remaining people. Then, what the hell is that thing? Someone asked with trembling legs and a look of horror. Qian Yin's face also looked ugly. It's a mutant beast. Then what should we do? Can we still get out? Someone had a sad and desperate face. Qian Yin clenched the fruit knife in his hand. If they rushed out directly, they would definitely be discovered. With the speed of the spiderweb, no one like them would be able to dodge it. Unless, let's split up and run away later, so that we have a greater chance of survival. Qian Yin said in a deep voice. He looked at the dark night outside and already had a plan in mind. As long as the others ran, he could determine the location of the mutant beast based on the location of the screams, and attract the attention of the mutant beast. At that time, he only needed to flee in the opposite direction to avoid the attack of the mutant beast. Will this work? Someone felt that Qian Yin's plan was a little inappropriate. Doesn't that mean that someone will definitely be eaten by the mutant beast? Qian Yin said sternly. Do you have any other ideas? If we just wait here, we will just be eaten one by one. Okay, all right. At this point, everyone else could only nod their heads, praying in their hearts that they were not the ones caught. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and will escape in different directions. 3, 2, 1. Except for Qian Yin, everyone ran outside desperately. Ah! A scream came from Qian Yan's left. Qian Yan's face lit up with joy, and he was about to escape to the right. But the next second, the same scream suddenly came from the right. Qian Yin suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face filled with surprise. Immediately afterwards, several screams came one after another from all around. Help! No, don't! Ah! Monster! Let me go! Qian Yin listened to the screams coming from all around him, and then he realized that there were far more than just one mutant beast coming. He was surrounded. His face gradually turned pale, and despair welled up in his eyes. The great fear made his legs weak, and he fell to his knees with a thud. I don't want to die yet. Someone come and save me. When Yu Yang and his group arrived at Qian Yan's base, they immediately felt a chill. I saw more than a dozen huge cocoons wrapped in spider silk hanging upside down on the beams. From the outline of the shape, one can vaguely tell that there is a person wrapped inside. What on earth is happening here? Wu Gang asked in horror as he looked at the scene in front of him. It should have been attacked by a mutant spider or something like that. Jiang Chong looked around vigilantly. Since it chose to leave the food here, it should not have left yet. Ding ding bells. The bell on Lin Wei's neck suddenly rang. It's not it, it's them. As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, he fired 3 shots into the darkness. Hiss hiss hiss. A shrill scream accompanied by a rustling sound surged out from the thick night. Spider webs shot out, and Yu Yang, Lin Wei, and Jiang Chong dodged them one after another thanks to their physiques as revolvers. Only Wu Gang was wrapped in the spider silk. Boss, help! Help! Wu Gang's terrified voice came from the spider web. Seeing this, Yu Yang fired 3 more shots. Although Yu Yang only knew the general location of the mutant beasts based on the system's prompts and did not see their appearance clearly, his bullets would definitely hit the target as long as he had the ability to hit the target. Sure enough, as 3 shots were fired again, a total of 3 colorful poisonous spiders fell down. Ding! Kill the common order destroyer colorful poison spider and gain 100 repair points. Ding! Kill the common order destroyer colorful poison spider and gain 100 repair points. Ding! Kill the common order destroyer colorful poison spider and gain 100 repair points. 300 repair points are easily credited to your account. As soon as the colorful poisonous spider died, the spider silk that wrapped around Wu Gang began to disintegrate. Wu Gang crawled out of the spider silk covered in dust and dirt. When he found that he was the only one who was hit, his face suddenly became bitter. What bad luck! Why did they kidnap me? Lin Wei said anxiously. Let's go check on that girl. We don't know how she is doing. Yu Yang Nodet. Wu Gang, go get the evolution crystal. We'll go over first. Okay, boss. I promise to complete the task. Wu Gang walked towards the colorful poisonous spider with a machete in hand. He had just been trapped by these guys, and he was just about to vent his anger on their corpses. Under the guidance of Lin Wei, Yu Yang and his companions came to the hiding place of the little girl. Because he didn't want to be discovered, Qian Yin hid the little girl in a secluded room with only a small window. This also prevented the little girl from being discovered by the colorful poisonous spider, and she escaped. Yu Yang and his companions kicked open the door and walked into the room where the little girl was. The house was in a mess, without any furniture, only gravel, hay, and a pile of brand new charcoal. A little girl was covered in dust, her hands and body were dirty, all covered in charcoal ash, and there was an iron chain tied around her waist, connected to a huge rock nearby. At the noise, her body trembled and she shrank back in fear. No, don't hit me. I'll rub it now. The little girl rubbed her hands together quickly, and a palm-sized piece of charcoal magically appeared in her palms. I'm so hungry. Can you give me something to eat? The little girl didn't dare to look up and pleaded timidly. Chapter 40 New Ideas. Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Lin Wei ran to the little girl and hugged her gently, showing her gentle side rarely. The little girl was scared at first and trembled all over, but was gradually calmed down by Lin Wei's warm embrace. Lin Wei raised her head and said to Yang, he is an evolver, and his energy seems to be stronger than mine. Yu Yang Nodet. It is a consensus that except for him, those who possess special abilities are all level 2 evolvers or above. He was just very curious about how this little girl reached level 2, and if she reached level 2, how did she get caught by Qian Yin and the others? After a long while, The little girl slowly raised her head and looked at Yu Yang and his group. Yu Yang gave the little girl a friendly smile, hoping to ease the fear in her heart. You are not bad people. Although the little girl's voice was still a little timid, it was very firm. Yu Yang was very curious and asked, "How do you know we are not bad people?" "Because Big Brother has a very beautiful smile, and good-looking people can't be bad people." Yu Yang. He finally understood how the little girl was caught by Qianyan. With such good judgment, it would be strange if he was not deceived. "Do you have any family members?" Yu Yang asked. The reason why he asked this was because he judged that it was impossible for the little girl to get the evolution crystal by herself. There's only one possibility, that is, it was done by her relatives. Moreover, her relatives must be very powerful. When the little girl heard Yu Yang's question, she lowered her head again and refused to answer. "It's okay, just forget it if you don't want to talk about it." It just so happens that Yu Yang doesn't want to return the little girl now. After all, their team doesn't have enough fuel. The little girl's abilities can just help them make up for the shortage of resources in this area. "Boss, I'm here." Wu Gang walked in from outside the door. There are 3 evolution crystals in total. Wu Gang handed the evolution crystal to Yu Yang honestly. "Hey, boss, let's not have the spider meat. It doesn't look tasty." This is because Yu Yang brought back enough meat, so he had the confidence to say such things. If it were in the past, he would not let go even if it was a mosquito leg. Yu Yang nodded and took the evolution crystal. 3 more primary evolution crystals. "Oh, I don't know when I can reach level 2. Yu Yang sigid secretly. "What? You're not level 2 yet?" Jiang Chang exclaimed. "You're so powerful, but you haven't even reached level 2 yet? Where did your special ability come from?" "Well, my special ability is quite special." After hearing what Yu Yang said, Jiang Chang stopped asking questions and took out more than 30 primary evolution crystals from his arms. "I'll give you all these. I won't be able to use them anyway." Seeing so many evolutionary crystals, Wu Gang's eyes widened. So many crystals of evolution. Wu Gang was drooling with envy. But he also understood that Yu Yang's promotion to level 2 was the most important thing at the moment. After all, the entire team was counting on Yu Yang, and they were just making up the numbers. After all, Lin Wei had been intimate with Yu Yang before, and she could sense that Yu Yang was not a second-level evolver, but she was smart enough not to ask. She did not have a secondary evolution. Originally, she would eat the primary evolution crystals directly after obtaining them. However, her daily necessities were running out, so she saved a few and planned to exchange them for some supplies. Now that she was following Yu Yang, she naturally didn't have to worry about daily necessities, so she simply took out all the primary evolution crystals she had saved. Yu Yang was moved as he looked at the crystallization of evolution. "This is your stuff, Take it. You have much greater potential than me. I will just follow you around," Jiang Chang said with a smile. Lin Wei curled her lips and raised her eyebrows to Yu Yang. "No need to thank me. Just remember to give me all the stock someday." 2 jealous glances immediately shot towards Yu Yang. Yu Yang smiled awkwardly. That, let me count how many there are." As he spoke, Yu Yang counted the evolution crystals in his arms. There are 47 in total, plus the 3 given to him by Wu Gang, a total of 50. 50 primary evolution crystals are equivalent to 5 intermediate evolution crystals. Yu Yang stuffed it all into his mouth, then burped in a very ungraceful manner. He could feel that his physical fitness had suddenly improved a lot. Now, if he was asked to lift the car by himself, he probably could try it. He looked at his panel and found that his evolution progress had reached 7 levels. He only needs 3 intermediate evolution crystals to evolve to level 2. By then, he will gain a brand new ability. Yu Yang was very curious about what kind of ability he would gain. However, according to the rules he summarized, the more powerful the ability, the more restrictions there are. Generally speaking, the abilities brought by evolution will not be mindlessly powerful. However, having one more ability is always a good thing. Yu Yang only prayed that he could have a useful ability, preferably one related to combat. "Okay, let's go back first. Wu Gang, go cut off the chains on the little girl." "Okay." Wu Gang picked up the machete and easily cut off the chains on the little girl. Jiang Chang asked curiously, "Wu Gang, where did you get this machete? Why is it so sharp?" Wu Gang said proudly, "Our boss gave it to me." Jiang Chang looked at Yu Yang, thought about it, and tried to ask, "Can your ability repair objects and give them abilities?" Yu Yang thought for a moment and nodded. As you get along with each other more, your abilities will eventually be revealed. Instead of trying hard to hide them, it is better to admit them generously. This can also enhance other people's confidence in themselves and strengthen the cohesion of a team. So that's how it is. I was wondering why my crossbody bag has so much space. Lin Wei said suddenly. Then why don't you try to repair the water dispenser or something? Maybe there will be a surprise? Jiang Chong suddenly suggested. Moreover, you can use the repaired items to exchange for evolution crystals with other teams. I believe many teams will be interested. Yu Yang was stunned. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be some problems with his previous thinking. All along, he had been thinking about saving up repair points, and then having a chance to repair weapons, armor, and the like, improve his combat effectiveness, and then hunt mutant beasts on his own to obtain evolution crystals. There is certainly nothing wrong with thinking this way. After all, improving your strength is the top priority. However, he could actually try to repair some daily necessities and then exchange them directly with other teams. After all, the speed at which one person can hunt mutant beasts is limited, and there are certain risks. If the mutant beast found is far beyond the elite level, even Yu Yang may lose his life if he is not careful. But if you exchange, the risk is much lower. Okay, Officer Jiang is right. I'll try it when I get back. Chapter 41, Show It All to My Brother. The next day, everyone in the team is in high spirits. With enough food and adequate sleep, they can't help but be full of energy. And they all understood that all this was due to Yu Yang's existence. It was Yu Yang who brought them food and water, as well as an environment where they could sleep peacefully. They're very clear about this. Therefore, when Yu Yang gathered them all together, they all looked at Yu Yang with anticipation, waiting for his next instructions. Okay, now that everyone has had a good rest, I will give you an important task next. Boss, just give the orders directly. No need to be so polite. Wu Gang rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to try. Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I will tell you the truth. I once said that I have a special ability, and today I will tell you about it. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces, especially those who had no idea what evolution was. My ability is to be able to repair damaged items and give them a special function. Wow, is it so amazing? Boss, how did you do it? Yu Yang tried to explain. The stone pillars fell from the sky, bringing about the end of the world and changing the world. Countless creatures have mutated as a result and gained tremendous abilities. We humans can also evolve by eating evolution crystals and gain abilities. You can understand that I gained some abilities ahead of time by chance. Wu Gang looked incredulous. Doesn't that mean that you are the chosen one, boss? Yu Yang curled his lips and said with a smile, You can say that. Then, boss, can you repair anything? Wu Gang continued to ask. Anything can be fixed. Can humans repair it? Well, people can repair it too. Hearing this, Lin Wei nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Wu Gang was ecstatic. Boss, can you help me fix my... No. Before Wu Gang could finish, Yu Yang rejected his request. Even without listening to the end, he knew what Wu Gang wanted to say. He went on to explain, repairing things doesn't come without a price. Hearing this, Jiang Chong immediately focused his attention. As expected, such a powerful ability must have an extremely terrifying price. Huh? What's the price? Wu Gang wilted immediately after hearing Yu Yang's ruthless rejection. The price is that I need to kill the mutant beasts. Yu Yang said. Jiang Chong nodded. This is indeed a very dangerous thing to do. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. What else? Jiang Chong asked subconsciously. What else? What's the price? No more. Yu Yang spread his hands. That's all. Jiang Chong was stunned. Then his eyes widened. You're telling me, such a powerful special ability, the price is just this little? After saying that, he felt something was wrong. No. This is not a price at all. To survive in the apocalypse, hunting mutant beasts is almost inevitable. Yu Yang nodded subconsciously. What Jiang Chong said is also true. Then what a shitty negative effect this is. Wu Gang immediately showed his lacking nature and reminded, Officer Jiang, please be careful with your words and be polite to our boss. Jiang Chong pursed his lips, feeling a huge blow in his heart. He originally thought that his abilities were already very impressive, but compared with Yu Yang's abilities, they were nothing. Well, I'm glad I chose to follow you. With your ability, I'm afraid you can really have a place among the world strong. Yu Yang smiled and explained, It's not that difficult actually. The more complicated the object is, the more repair points will be consumed. For example, if we want to repair the nuclear power plant, the number of repair points we need to consume will probably be an astronomical number. That's very impressive. Repairing a nuclear power plant. Who else would dare to think about such a thing? At least you still have a chance. Jiang Chong still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Yu Yang into the topic. The reason why he explained his abilities was to make everyone understand the task he would send out next. Today, everyone's task is to find damaged machines, preferably those related to water sources. For example, water dispensers, kettles, ice machines, and the like. Of course, other home appliances are also fine. If you can find a powerful weapon, come back and reward me with a bag of beef jerky. Beef jerky is one of the supplies that Yu Yang exchanged from Anyang. It is extremely popular in the apocalypse. When they heard that they could have beef jerky to eat, everyone's eyes lit up. Although they all had their fill, who wouldn't be happy to have some snacks that could satisfy their cravings and fill their stomachs? Great! Boss, I promised to find a treasure for you. Wu Gang's face was full of excitement. In fact, even if Yu Yang did not offer any reward, they would still try their best to find it. After all, this was a matter of water resources, which was closely related to each of them. It's just that with small rewards, everyone is more motivated. Everyone was secretly glad to have such an open-minded and generous boss. After all, they had all experienced the ruthless exploitation of black-hearted bosses before the end of the world. Those bosses, let alone giving you any extra rewards, it's good enough if they don't deduct your salary. The search area this time is within the Hongda community. Do not leave the community for now to avoid danger. The elderly and children should stay behind. Everyone else, act immediately. Following Yu Yang's order, everyone headed outside. Many buildings in the community collapsed, and of course some homes were buried under the rubble. They used to think these things were useless, so no one would take them. If you look for them now, you should be able to find quite a few. As for safety issues, they're not too worried. Jiang Chong also owned an ordinary standard pistol, although its power was not as great as Yu Yang's revolver, and its accuracy could not be as good as Yu Yang's. However, there's still a great threat to ordinary mutant beasts, and it is no problem to shoot them a few more times. Otherwise, he would not have been able to accumulate more than 30 evolution crystals. As for Yu Yang, he stayed in the base. If other members encounter danger, Yu Yang can provide timely support by shouting. Of course, Yu Yang stayed in the base not only because of this, but also because he had a more important thing to do. After everyone left, Yu Yang came to a corner covered with a soft carpet. A little girl was curled up with her head buried between her legs, wondering what she was thinking. Su Xiao, do you want to go out for a walk? Yu Yang tried to make his voice sound gentler. As expected, Su Xiao was very impressed by this. She immediately raised her head, blinked her big eyes, and stared at Yu Yang curiously. After Lin Wei's careful scrubbing, all the charcoal dust on Su Xiao's body had been wiped clean, and she was also changed into new clothes. At this moment, Su Xiao looked like a doll, with a hint of pink on her chubby little face. Big brother, what can I do for you? Actually, you don't have to call me big brother. I'm only 2 or 3 years older than you. Yu Yang stared at the bruises on Su Xiao's body, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Su Xiao had no suspicion of Yu Yang at all, and said with a smile, "Okay, then can I call you Brother Yu Yang?" Yu Yang nodded and smiled. "You can call me that if you like. How about this? Let me see the injuries on your body. You have been abused by them for so long. It must be painful, right?" Su Xiao nodded aggrievedly. "They're all bad people. Brother Yu Yang is a good man. Brother Yu Yang won't beat Xiao, right?" "Of course not. Then Brother Yu Yang won't force Xiao to make charcoal, right?" "Certainly not." "That's great. Xiao thinks charcoal is dirty and doesn't want to rub it." "It doesn't matter. If you want to rub the charcoal, then do it. If you don't want to, forget it." As he was talking, Yu Yang had quietly approached Su Xiao. "Come, let me see the injuries on your body." "Okay." Su Xiao was completely unprepared, but she still subconsciously felt that something was wrong. "Brother Yu Yang, can you please not look at some places?" Yu Yang thought about it and nodded. "Then show me the wound on your arm. I can heal it. Once it's healed, you won't feel any pain anymore." "Really? Brother can actually heal injuries. I'd better let him see all my injuries." Su Xiao was about to lift up her skirt when Yu Yang held her down. His breathing became noticeably faster. "That's not what my brother meant." Su Xiao was puzzled and poked her chin with her index finger. "What do you mean, brother?" Chapter 42, Everyone's Gains. Brother can be cured without seeing it. "Really? Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands happily. Brother is so awesome. Xiaoxiao doesn't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Yu Yang smiled gently and lifted Su Xiaoxiao's arm. There are no less than 10 bruises on this arm alone, not to mention other parts of the body. Those inhuman people deserve to die. After cursing in his heart, Yu Yang began to repair Su Xiaoxiao. It will take 20 repair points to repair Su Xiaoxiao, who is covered in bruises. Do you want to repair her? The number of repair points required is twice as much as Lin Wei's. Yu Yang guessed that it was either because Su Xiaoxiao's injuries were more serious, or because Su Xiaoxiao was a second-level evolver and a more complex being. Yu Yang's current repair point is 1,555 points. He earned 300 points from the 3 colorful poisonous spiders last night, so spending 20 points is nothing. Without hesitation, Yu Yang chose yes. Ding! Obtain the loyal Su Xiaoxiao. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Double the results. Su Xiaoxiao's ability to make charcoal has now doubled, and she can produce double the charcoal at a time. 2. Immaculate. Su Xiaoxiao can create charcoal remotely. 3. More resistant to burning. The burning time of charcoal made by Su Xiaoxiao is increased by 50%. Looking at these 3 special effects, Yu Yang fell silent. For him, he would definitely choose the first one. Double the results means that the efficiency of making charcoal will be doubled, which is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Or choose the third one, which takes up less space but is more efficient. But, Xiaoxiao, do you really hate charcoal ash? Su Xiaoxiao was lowering her head, looking at the disappearing wound on her body with surprise. When she heard Yu Yang's question, she raised her head and nodded heavily. Good. Ding. Loyal Su Xiaoxiao has been given the effect. Spotless. Although Yu Yang knew that Su Xiaoxiao was loyal and would definitely help make charcoal if he asked. But if that happens, Su Xiaoxiao will live in unhappiness every day. If that's the case, Yu Yang would rather Su Xiaoxiao be less efficient in making charcoal. At least she is not averse to doing this job. It is not easy to survive in the apocalypse, and Yu Yang does not want to be a boss who exploits others. Especially since Su Xiaoxiao calls him brother all the time, he can't be a bad brother. Xiaoxiao, try rubbing the charcoal again, Yu Yang said with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and said, Brother Yu Yang, I don't want to rub the charcoal, but if you want, I'm willing to help. After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao began to make charcoal reluctantly. But as soon as the thought came to her mind, she was stunned. She hurried on and discovered that she could actually create charcoal remotely. Suddenly, a palm-sized piece of charcoal appeared on the ground under her hands. How could this happen? The charcoal didn't appear in my hand. Su Xiaoxiao's face was full of surprise. Yu Yang smiled slightly smugly, touched Su Xiaoxiao's head, and said, This is a gift from your brother. Really? Thank you, brother. Su Xiaoxiao rushed towards Yu Yang, wrapped her arms around his neck, and hung on him. You treat me better than my own brother. My own brother only knows how to force me to rub charcoal. He is a bad guy, and you're a good guy. As Su Xiaoxiao spoke, a few more tears fell from her eyes. Yu Yang straightened Su Xiaoxiao, then raised his hand and gently wiped away Su Xiaoxiao's tears. You will be a member of our team from now on. Can you help us make charcoal? Charcoal is a very good fuel. We all need you. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao smiled happily. I will help everyone make lots and lots of charcoal. So much so that we can't use it all up. Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Now, there is no problem with fuel for the team. Yu Yang looked at the happy Su Xiaoxiao and tried to ask, Xiaoxiao, can you tell me who your brother is? Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head and said seriously, Then brother Yu Yang, I will only tell you, and you are not allowed to tell anyone else. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. For hours later, Yu Yang was stunned when he saw Wu Gang, who came in from the garage door first. Where did you get all this garbage? Wu Gang alone was seen carrying no less than 10 kinds of household appliances, ranging from the smallest razor to the largest water dispenser, which can be said to be a wide variety. Forget about your razor. I don't have enough points. But the water dispenser is nice. Yu Yang counted Wu Gang's gains and found that apart from a useful water dispenser, the rest were unnecessary things, like electric shavers, irons, sweeping robots, and so on. You can consider repairing these things to improve your life in the future, but it would be a waste now. Although it is possible to obtain useful special effects, the thing itself is useless, and relying solely on special effects is tantamount to gambling. Boss, when we become stronger, we will beat the mutant beasts half to death and send them to you to earn points for you. Then you have to help us improve our lives. Yu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, when you have enough points in the future, everyone can line up to find me. At this time, Jiang Chong also walked in carrying 2 piles of things. I didn't find any home appliances, but I did find a set of tables and chairs. Nowadays, people sit on the floor all day, which is a bit shabby. This one can be repaired or not. Although it's a little damaged, it's still usable. What Jiang Chong brought in was a folding table and a stack of plastic chairs with backrests, which are often used in roadside barbecue stalls. Jiang Chong was also found at a barbecue stall near the community sales office. Very good. This set of tables and chairs is really good. Apart from anything else, you need a dining table. Yu Yang nodded and praised. Soon after, Wang Tao also rushed back, and the thing he was holding made Yu Yang's eyes light up. Boss, this is a baton. I found it at the security booth. It's just bent. The baton is actually not a very useful weapon in the apocalypse. It might be okay to use it against humans, but it's not good enough to use it against mutant beasts. However, as a weapon, if it is repaired, the special effects obtained will most likely be related to the attack. Yes, I'll give it to you after it's repaired, and if it works well. Wang Tao was also delighted after hearing this. Not only because Yu Yang praised him, but also because he had a handy weapon and had more power to protect himself. They were all very envious of Jiang Chong's pistol. Not long after, Zhao Baofu and his wife came in, and together they held a huge cylindrical electrical appliance. Yu Yang took a closer look and said in surprise, electric water heater. Chapter 43, Generator. Wow, where'd you get this thing? Jiang Chong on the side was surprised. If there is anyone who needs a shower the most right now, it is undoubtedly him. Others wiped frequently, so there wasn't much dirt on their bodies, but he hadn't taken a bath for a month, so his body was already extremely dirty. Just wiping is totally useless now. He now needs a good bath to be clean again. Zhao Baofu's wife is named Wang Meng. Her figure is almost the same as Zhao Baofu's, even a little rough. She has neat short hair and is the kind of woman who can get things done. At this time, the two of them carried the electric water heater and placed it in front of Yang. Both of them were exhausted and out of breath. Although the water heater was not ridiculously heavy, it was not light either, and they were exhausted after carrying it all the way. After taking a breath, Zhao Baofu said, "This is my water heater. I live on the top floor. Luckily, my wife and I were not at home when the building collapsed, but I roughly know where my water heater fell. I just dug around and luckily found it. This water heater is a good brand. It boils water very quickly, and it can store a lot of water at a time, enough for 10 people to take a bath." After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Chong and added, "I'm talking about normal circumstances. Officer Jiang may need a little more water." Haha, everyone laughed. Although Jiang Chong is a person, he's just not good at socializing, not petty, so he doesn't care. Instead, he said to Yang, "You have to fix it, but even if there is water, there is no electricity, so it is a problem whether it can be used." Yu Yang nodded hesitantly. He had drawn the effect of no energy required when repairing Jiang Chong's tape recorder, but he didn't know if he could draw it this time. "By the way, where's Lin Wei? Why hasn't she come back yet? Has anyone seen her?" Yu Yang asked. "I saw it." Wang Tao hesitated. "When I arrived at the security booth, I seemed to see her go to the supermarket across the community." "Why did you go to the supermarket? Are there any supplies there?" Yu Yang asked. Wu Gang shook his head. "It's impossible. We have already searched all the supplies there. Several teams nearby have also searched there. There is no way there is any fish that slipped through the net." So what did she do? Just when everyone was puzzled, Lin Wei returned to the garage with brisk steps. However, her hands were empty, with nothing in them. "Haha, Lin Wei, you didn't find anything? I had already searched that supermarket thoroughly. There's nothing left to eat or drink." Wu Gang said smugly. Yu Yang was not in a hurry to comment. He knew that with Lin Wei's personality, she would not do anything meaningless. Lin Wei rolled her eyes at Wu Gang and said calmly, "All you care about is eating and drinking. Don't use it when Yu Yang is done repairing it." After saying that, Lin Wei took out a giant machine from her messenger bag. The giant machine suddenly appeared on the ground, startling everyone except Yu Yang. "Oh my god, what is this?" Wu Gang stretched his neck and asked with wide eyes. "This is a small generator." Jiang Chong was pleasantly surprised. He gave Lin Wei an admiring look. "Why didn't I think of this?" Large supermarkets usually have a small backup generator to deal with sudden power outages. Yang also gave Lin Wei a thumbs up. Lin Wei, well done. Wu Gang finally reacted at this time, and immediately said in a flattering manner, Auntie Lin, I was wrong just now. The generator has been repaired. You can't stop me from using it. Lin Wei snorted, but didn't say anything else. Okay, now that everyone is back, I'll give it a try. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, Yang took the lead in placing his hand on the generator. The generator can be said to be the top priority. If it is done well, the energy problem of the entire team can be solved. There was a part of the generator that was flattened, probably caused by a falling rock. Repairing the damaged diesel generator will cost 30 repair points. Do you want to repair it? Wow, it actually takes 30 points. It's really not easy. Yu Yang chose, yes. Then he waited expectantly for the system to extract the special effects. You must get good results. Ding, get a brand new diesel generator. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. No consumption. This generator will not need diesel and can generate electricity on its own. 2. Doubled power. The power generated by this generator is doubled. 3. Noise-free. The generator will no longer make any sound when working. Very good. Yu Yang looked at the first special effect, and his whole face was filled with smiles. What's wrong, boss? Did it work? Wu Gang asked expectantly. Others also focused their eyes on Yu Yang, waiting for his answer. Hee, I drew the exemption from consumption. This generator can generate electricity without consuming diesel. Even though Yu Yang has a calm personality, he couldn't help but smile. With a generator that can generate electricity continuously, the quality of life of the entire team can be greatly improved. Yu Yang looked at the power of the generator, which was 5 kilowatts. It was enough for their daily consumption. So Yu Yang chose the first effect without hesitation. Ding! The diesel generator has been added with the effect. No consumption. Great! Doesn't that mean I can charge my phone now? Wu Gang's face was full of excitement. There's no internet. Why are you so excited? Lin Wei asked curiously. What do you know? Men always have some interesting things stored in their mobile phones, and they can watch them without the internet. Wu Gang said happily. The men present also smiled knowingly. I just checked. This generator has its own transformer in a socket. You just need to plug the electrical appliances into it, Yu Yang explained. Long live the boss. Finally, there is electricity. Then I'll try to find a light bulb or something. This garage is always dark. It's time to light it up. Wang Tao said. Yu Yang, please take a look at the effect the water heater can achieve. Jiang Chong said anxiously, with a hint of excitement. Yu Yang's abilities were so strong that they all began to fantasize about living a life before the end of the world. In the past, they would never have dared to think about this. But now, everything is possible. Good. Yu Yang walked to the electric water heater. What Zhao Baofu brought back was a complete set of electric water heaters, with fixed hooks and shower heads. We already have electricity, now we just need to solve the water problem. It will take 15 repair points to repair the damaged Gamay electric water heater. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Ding. Get a brand new Gamay electric water heater. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. Chapter 44. Massive water sources. 1. No consumption. Using this electric water heater will no longer consume electricity. 2. Doubled capacity. The capacity of the electric water heater is doubled. 3. Precise temperature control. The water outlet temperature can be precisely adjusted during use. To be honest, seeing these 3 effects, Yu Yang was a little disappointed. The effect he originally wanted was something like automatic filling with water. This way, the water heater can also be used as a source of drinking water. However, none of the 3 effects extracted can meet this requirement. Seeing Yu Yang's slightly disappointed expression, everyone's heart tightened. Jiang Chong, in particular, asked nervously, why is it gone? Is it not repaired? Are there not enough repair points? That's not the case. It's just that the special effects extracted are not satisfactory. What effects do you have? Tell us about them for everyone's reference. We might think they're good. Lin Wei encouraged. Yu Yang nodded and told them the 3 effects he had drawn. After everyone pondered for a moment, Wu Gang spoke first. Boss, why don't you choose the one with precise temperature control? To tell you the truth, when I used to use an electric water heater to take a shower, it took me a long time to adjust the temperature, and it was either too hot or too cold. The faucet has to be moved millimeter by millimeter, which is very troublesome, especially in the middle of winter It is very torturous. Hearing Wu Gang's words, everyone smiled knowingly. Most of them have basically experienced the dilemma of difficulty in adjusting the water temperature. Yes, it seems that this option is indeed the most useful. We already have electricity, and as for water, we can only see if the water dispenser can perform its magic. Lin Wei also said, "Okay, then I'll choose the third one." Ding! The Gamay electric water heater has an additional effect: precise temperature control. The already brand new electric water heater has undergone further changes. There is an additional display screen on the barrel-shaped body, as well as 2 buttons for adjusting the water temperature. "Okay, boss, please try this water dispenser." Wu Gang brought the water dispenser to Yu Yang. He was the one who found this water dispenser. Now everyone's hopes for drinking water depend on this machine, which makes Wu Gang feel very proud. However, he was also very nervous and worried that he would not get good results. Repairing the damaged water dispenser requires 5 repair points. Do you want to repair it? Yu Yang also prayed secretly for a moment, then said, "Yes." Ding! Got a brand new water dispenser. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. No energy required. The water dispenser does not consume electricity when working. 2. Adjust the temperature. The water outlet temperature of the water dispenser can be adjusted. 3. Massive water source. The water dispenser is connected to a pure water reservoir, which can release billions of liters of pure water. Got it. Yu Yang's eyes were focused on the 3rd special effect, but he felt a little regretful. It's not an unlimited water source. Hearing Yu Yang's words, everyone else's expressions dimmed. What effect will that have? Wu Gang's tone did not sound as expectant as before. Yu Yang sighed and said, "Only 1 billion liters of water." Jiang Chong was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard Yu Yang's words, he jumped up suddenly. "How much?" 1 billion liters. Yu Yang repeated that. Lin Wei opened her mouth wide with a look of disbelief. "Dad, how much is 1 billion liters?" Wang Mukin, the little boy who had been quiet all this time, suddenly asked curiously. Wang Tao withdrew his shocked gaze and explained to him, before the end of the world, an adult's daily water consumption was about 200 liters. In a year, about 73,000 liters are used. 1 billion liters of water is about enough for an adult to use for more than 13,000 years. If it's just for drinking, then the consumption is much less. An adult drinks about 2 liters of water a day, and 1 billion liters is enough for one person to drink for about 1.37 million years. After hearing Wang Tao's professional explanation, Yu Yang finally realized what a huge number this was. Although it is not an unlimited water source, it is almost inexhaustible if used normally. Unless Yu Yang's team expands to the scale of the Royal City Alliance, with tens of thousands of people guarding water dispensers, this amount of water is enough to be used without restraint for a very long time. That's great. Doesn't that mean that each of us can have enough water to drink and take a bath? Lin Wei finally smiled. After listening to Wang Tao's explanation, Wu Gang was also very proud. He originally thought that this water dispenser was useless, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. "Boss, you have to reward me for this." "You are so ashamed to ask for a reward," Lin Wei also said. "Repairing the water dispenser and giving it the effect are all Yu Yang's credit. What does it have to do with you?" This, Wu Gang wanted to refute, but found that he couldn't refute. If it weren't for Yu Yang, this would just be an ordinary broken water dispenser, the kind that no one would want if it was thrown on the roadside. Yu Yang smiled and said, "How about this? When I get enough evolution crystal for the second upgrade, the extra evolution crystals will be given to you first for the initial upgrade. Is that okay with you?" Wu Gang was stunned at first, then his eyes filled with tears. "Boss, you are so kind." He hugged Yu Yang's arm, crying and saying, "The luckiest thing in my life is to follow a boss like you. Go away, I don't have any weird hobbies." Yu Yang pushed Wu Gang away and continued, "Everyone else can rest assured. After Wu Gang, anyone who has not undergone the initial upgrade will be eligible for the upgrade. As long as you contribute to the team, I will not be stingy with the evolution crystals. Once Yu Yang completes the secondary evolution, the primary evolution crystal will be useless. In order to upgrade 3 times, the minimum required is intermediate evolution crystal. Therefore, the best arrangement for the extra primary evolution crystals is to reward them to members who have contributed to the team." After hearing Yu Yang's promise, Wang Tao, Zhao Baofu, and others showed some anticipation. They now also know the benefits of evolution. Apart from anything else, Jiang Chong, and even Lin Wei can beat Wu Gang, who looks the strongest in terms of physical fitness. Yu Yang took out a bag of beef jerky and handed it to Wang Tao. Here, this is a reward for you. We agreed before that whoever brings back the weapon will get a bag of beef jerky. Let's wait until we get a good effect. Otherwise, it's just an ordinary baton and has no use. Wang Tao was a little embarrassed. Yu Yang shook his head. I will definitely do what I promised you. Since we agreed that if you bring back weapons, I will give you beef jerky as a reward, then you just need to bring them back. I won't make any special requests at the last minute. After hearing what Yu Yang said, Wang Tao took the beef jerky and then handed it to his son Wang Yukin. Wang Yukin is a 6-year-old child who was held in the arms of his grandmother. When he saw the beef jerky, he excitedly said, "Thank you, Dad. You should thank Uncle Yu Yang. It was he who took us in despite past grudges and gave us such a good life." Wang Yukin blinked and immediately said to Yu Yang in a baby voice, "Thank you, Uncle Yu Yang. You are a good person, and you are like Ultraman." The child's vocabulary is limited, and the only powerful character he can think of is Ultraman. Yu Yang smiled and said, "Wang Yukin, grow up quickly, and you can be as powerful as Ultraman in the future." After saying that, Yu Yang took out the baton that Wang Tao had brought back. Now he, Jiang Chong, Lin Wei, and Wu Gang all have weapons at hand, but the number of weapons is still not large. Therefore, if this baton can produce a good effect, it will enhance the strength of their team. Repairing the damaged baton will consume 5 repair points. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Ding. Get a brand new baton. Chapter 45. Police Baton, Weakened Defense. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Go and return. Throw the baton at the target and it will hit. After hitting the target, the baton will return to your hand. 2. Police Soul Shock. The baton is added with the power of the heroic spirit, and the damage caused is increased 5-fold. 3. Weakened Defense. Basic version. After the baton attacks the target's defense will be reduced by 50 points. The effect cannot be stacked. Yu Yang looked at these 3 effects and checked the basic attack power of the baton, which was only 3 points. Therefore, the first one of returning and the second one of the shock of the police soul were ruled out directly. The first one, go and return, can provide a safer output environment, but its attack power is too low. If you're dealing with mutant beasts, throwing it out will only tickle them. The second alarm soul shock can increase the attack power, but the basic attack power is too low. Even if it is increased 5 times, it is only 15 points. It might be a powerful weapon against humans, but it is not enough against mutant beasts. On the contrary, the third one weakens the defense, which is absolutely a miracle in the early stage. Although it cannot cause direct damage, it can greatly reduce the defense of mutant creatures. A defense reduction of up to 50 points can even directly cause ordinary mutant beasts to enter a state of 0 defense. This means that any weapon can cause damage to it. This is absolutely a huge help for a team. It can even be said that with this effect, ordinary people will also have the opportunity to kill mutated beasts. Ding. The baton has an additional effect. Weakened defense. How is it, boss? What's the effect of this baton? Is it more powerful than my machete? Wu Gang asked nervously. He didn't want to be overshadowed by Wang Tao. In his mind, this baton could be powerful, but not more powerful than his. Lin Wei raised her chin and said, "What do you mean by your machete? I lent it to you, okay?" Wu Gang scratched his chin awkwardly and said weakly, "Miss Lin, I won't say anything bad about you next time. Please let me go. Hee. Let me let you know that we women are not easy to mess with. Forget it, I won't bother with you." Seeing Wu Gang give in, Lin Wei raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Yu Yang glanced at Wu Gang, then said, "The attack power of this baton is only 3 points. Don't worry, it's not as powerful as your machete." When Wu Gang heard this, he immediately became happy. "Wu Gang, your attitude is wrong. Why are you so happy that the baton is not powerful? Isn't it a good thing if the team's strength increases by 1 point? Lin Wei spoke again. "I say, Auntie, didn't you let me go? Why are you bringing trouble to me again?" Wu Gang's face suddenly turned bitter again. All his little thoughts were exposed by Lin Wei, making him very embarrassed. "I'm not targeting you. I'm just telling the truth." Lin Wei crossed her arms and said unhappily. After saying this, she was also somewhat curious about what the effect would be, because when she observed Yu Yang's expression just now, he didn't seem disappointed. "Yu Yang, what exactly is the effect? Tell us quickly." Yu Yang nodded and smiled. The effect is to weaken the defense. After attacking the target, it can reduce the target's defense value by up to 50 points. In simple terms, with one stick, the defense of an ordinary mutant beast will become 0. Wu Gang was stunned for a moment. The others were also shocked, especially Wang Tao, who was a little disappointed at first, but now he had a look of joy on his face, feeling fortunate that he had drawn such a powerful effect. They're not stupid, and they all know what this effect means. Brother Wang Tao, do you think we have a good relationship? Wu Gang squeezed next to Wang Tao and said with a smile, in the future, we will cooperate with each other and will be no worse than Officer Jiang. Haha, you're not that stupid. Lin Wei covered her mouth and laughed. Oomph. Wu Gang snorted with a hint of complacency, but did not dare to show it too obviously. He was afraid of Lin Wei's sharp tongue. Okay, give this baton to Wang Tao, but you still have to be careful when dealing with mutant beasts. Yu Yang instructed. Wang Tao pushed up his glasses and nodded. Boss, don't worry, I know what I am doing. Yu Yang nodded and concluded, okay, everything is done. We'll install all these things later, and then we can all go about our business. If you find anything useful in the future, you can hand it in. If it's repaired, the person who found it will have priority to use it. The meeting is adjourned. The crowd dispersed, and Lin Wei walked up to Yu Yang, leaned over to whisper in his ear, actually, I brought something else back. Oh, what is that? Why didn't you take it out just now? Yu Yang was a little confused. Lin Wei stroked Yu Yang's cheek, then touched Yu Yang's Adam's apple, and whispered, this is a gift that sister prepared for you. Yu Yang finally understood what Lin Wei was talking about, and his heart trembled. It's broad daylight, it's not good. What's wrong in broad daylight? You were so great last time. I missed you so much, sister. Lin Wei's hands left Yu Yang's body. She gently tidied up her hair and crossed her legs tightly. After you take a shower, I'll wait for you in your room. Yu Yang felt a little dry in the mouth. Even though I have already tasted it once, for such a beautiful woman, I would never think it is too much to eat her as many times as I want. He hurried to a corner of the garage and urged Wu Gang and Wang Tao, who were busy putting several machines together. Hurry up, your boss needs to take a shower. Deep in the garage, in Yu Yang's private bedroom, a rustling sound was heard. This is inappropriate. Yu Yang blushed sleekly. Lin Wei, however, had a firm attitude. Don't you know what my sister likes? I'm not used to being down there. Lin Wei held Yu Yang's shoulders, posed like a queen, and said with a smile, don't worry, you'll like it. Remember, I prepared a gift for you. As night falls, the temperature in late autumn drops significantly. Zhao Baofu is the chef, cooking delicious dishes over a simple stove. Wu Gang, Wang Tao, and a few others had just finished their work and were now sitting at the table, drinking water in big gulps. They had just connected the generator and the water dispenser. Wang Tao, who had some experience as an electrical worker, even connected the light tubes on the roof of the garage to the generator. The area above their heads now had light again. Why hasn't the boss come out yet? Wu Gang felt a little sad. Considering his identity as a fitness coach before the end of the world, he had no shortage of women around him, but now he has no woman to accompany him and can only live with the Five Fingers girl. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Wei was seen walking towards him from a distance, looking radiant, and behind her was Yu Yang, whose steps were a little unsteady. Boss, can you do this? Why are you so weak? Chapter 46, Su Dada. Before Yu Yang could say anything, Lin Wei was already unhappy. She mocked Wu Gang. He's a Diamond University student. If he can't do it, can you? What's wrong with being a college student? I'm also a fitness trainer. Oh, if you are so capable, why did you want Yu Yang's help to repair that part last time? To put it bluntly, you are still not confident. Lin Wei was not willing to be outdone. Wu Gang's face turned red with embarrassment, and he stretched his neck and said, I just wanted to go a step further. Okay, stop talking. The child is here. Jiang Cheng spoke up to stop their conversation. Yu Yang didn't express any opinion. His mind was filled with the images and feelings that had just made his blood boil. If there was no stock left, Lin Wei might not have let him go. However, although Yu Yang didn't say it, others could tell from Lin Wei's satisfied expression that Yu Yang must be doing well. By the way, where's Su Xiao? Lin Wei looked around, but didn't see Su Xiao. Is he going to run away? Yu Yang shook his head confidently. She won't run away. How do you know? Lin Wei couldn't help but feel confused when she saw Yu Yang was so confident. She still remembered that Yu Yang was very worried that Su Xiaoxiao would run away yesterday. So why did his attitude change 180 degrees today? Why? Did you give her some drug? Yu Yang smiled mysteriously. If you don't believe me, let's go and see it together. Afterwards, except Zhao Baofu and his wife Wang Ming, everyone else followed Yu Yang to where Su Xiaoxiao was. In the distance, they saw a dark hill standing there. When they got closer, they found that the hill-like thing was actually full of charcoal. 1832, 1833. Su Xiaoxiao's serious voice came from behind the hill. Oh my god, this girl is so awesome. Wu Gang's face was full of amazement. Wang Tao was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that such a little girl could produce so much charcoal in just a few hours. Lin Wei looked at the pile of charcoal in disbelief, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "How did you do that?" She was not asking Su Xiaoxiao this question, but Yu Yang. She really wanted to know how Yu Yang made Su Xiaoxiao willing to rub the charcoal so hard. Hey, it's a secret. Of course Yu Yang couldn't tell Lin Wei. Not only Su Xiaoxiao, but Lin Wei was also given a loyalty buff by him, so she would only do things that were good for Yang. Su Xiaoxiao kept making charcoal just to help Yu Yang. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao was unwilling to make charcoal before, not because of laziness, but simply because she disliked charcoal because it was dirty. Yu Yang helped Su Xiaoxiao solve the problem. In order to repay him, Su Xiaoxiao naturally worked hard to rub the charcoal. Brother Yu Yang. Seeing Yu Yang coming, Su Xiaoxiao stood up happily, holding up her pink face, with her hands on her hips, and said proudly, "How is it? Isn't Xiaoxiao awesome?" Yu Yang touched Su Xiaoxiao's head and praised, "Xiaoxiao is really amazing. This much charcoal is enough for all of us to use for a while." Su Xiaoxiao was very happy after receiving Yu Yang's praise. She didn't know why, but she just wanted Yu Yang's affirmation. Xiaoxiao will rub countless pieces of charcoal for brother Yu Yang from now on. Yu Yang smiled gently and said, "Don't tire yourself out. If you want to rest, just stop working. No one will force you here." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, blinked her eyes, and said, "I'm not tired. I only need to think about it, and the charcoal will come out. I'm just a little bored." Gurgle. Su Xiaoxiao's stomach suddenly growled. She immediately lowered her head in embarrassment and said shyly, "Xiaoxiao is a little hungry." Yu Yang couldn't help laughing and said, "Then I'll take Xiaoxiao to eat." Jiang Chong looked at the mountain of charcoal and suggested, "Since Su Xiaoxiao is so fast at making charcoal, we can actually trade this charcoal with the Royal City Alliance. They should have a lot of primary evolution crystals." As soon as Jiang Chong finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao immediately looked up and said anxiously, "No, we can't do business with the Royal City Alliance." "Why?" "As far as I know, even the Royal City Alliance has a huge demand for fuel, so they must be willing to exchange." Jiang Chong was puzzled. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated for a long time, and finally looked at Yu Yang as if asking for help. Yu Yang gave her a reassuring look, and then said, "If we trade it, we won't have enough for ourselves. Besides, I don't want Xiaoxiao to make charcoal from morning till night. This is too demanding for her." Hearing Yu Yang say this, everyone else nodded in agreement, except Jiang Chong, who looked at Su Xiaoxiao thoughtfully. But he didn't say anything more. Led by Yu Yang, the group returned to the table. There was not enough space for everyone at one table, but fortunately Jiang Chong brought back 2 sets of tables and chairs. Everyone gathered around 2 tables, waiting for Zhao Baofu to prepare the meal. Just then, a person suddenly walked in from the entrance of the garage. Yu Yang immediately became alert. However, Lin Wei's bell did not ring, which meant there was no threat, so Yu Yang did not take direct action. When the figure came closer, Yu Yang realized that it was a girl of the same age as him. Although the girl was not tall, her breasts were extremely proud, and all the men present were dazzled by her. The girl stared angrily at Su Xiaoxiao beside Yu Yang, gritting her teeth and saying, "Su, Xiao, Xiao." Su Xiaoxiao had her head down, but when she heard the voice, her whole body trembled. She slowly raised her eyes in fear, and when she saw the girl, her face suddenly turned bitter. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Wu Gang stood up and stared at the girl in front of him with vigilance. Although the girl has a good figure, her face is full of youthful beauty. But this is the end of the world. Someone appeared at the door of the car, so quietly and aggressively. Who knows if he is an enemy? So Wu Gang immediately stood in front of the girl. "What's it got to do with you? Get out of my way." The girl didn't take Wu Gang seriously at all. "Little girl, this is your fault, right? This is our base. Jiang Chong stood up, took out a pistol from his waist, with a threatening look in his eyes. When the girl saw the gun in Jiang Chong's hand, she calmed down a bit, gritted her teeth, and said in a gentle tone, "I'm here to find my sister." "Your sister?" Everyone turned around and looked at Su Xiaoxiao. You know what? After careful comparison, the girl in front of me really looks a bit like Su Xiaoxiao. "Are you the little sister?" Yu Yang asked. "That's right." Yu Yang nodded, looked at Su Xiaoxiao's petite figure, then looked at the girl's proud giant, and said seriously, "You're not going to call me Su Dada, are you?" Chapter 47. I'll stay. "What do you mean, Su Dada? My name is Su Mingming." The girl looked down, following Yu Yang's gaze, and immediately realized what he was talking about. You hooligan." After saying that, Su Mingming anxiously shouted to Su Xiaoxiao, "Look at the kind of people you are with. Come back with me quickly." What do you mean? Our boss is just making a reasonable guess." Wu Gang felt that Yu Yang's guess was very reasonable. "Sister, I don't want to go back." Su Xiaoxiao hid behind Yu Yang and said weakly. Su Mingming was immediately furious. "What kind of magic potion did they give you? Can your sister harm you? Come back with me now." "No, I won't go back. If I go back, you will force me to do things I don't like." Su Xiaoxiao suddenly became excited. Su Mingming was stunned. Her body stiffened for a moment, and a trace of heartache and pity appeared in her eyes. "My brother. He is also considering the team." "For the team, just do it for the team. Can you force me to do things I don't like for the team?" Su Xiaoxiao said excitedly. "But without you, the others will have no fuel to make a fire and cook. If you don't have fuel, chop down a tree. Just go find some wood. Why are you pushing me? You know I hate getting dirty." As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao started crying again. Su Mingming was silent for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and said, "At worst, I could go talk to my brother and ask him to reduce your workload a little, but no matter what, you have to come back with me." "I don't care, I just won't go back." Su Xiaoxiao's attitude also became tough. Su Mingming looked puzzled. She asked, "What's so good about this place? For such a small team, survival is a problem, right? Do you have enough to eat every day?" Just then, Zhao Baofu and Wang Ming came to the table with the freshly prepared food. Zhao Baofu's cooking skills are very good. Although there are not many ingredients, he can still make the dishes look good, smell good, and taste good. And he can also make many different dishes. The aroma filled the air, easing the tense atmosphere a lot. What's going on? Why does it smell so good?" Su Mingming looked at the dishes being served, and the surprise in her eyes was less than if she hadn't seen the mutated beast. In his opinion, it is impossible for such a small team to have such abundant food with such simple living quarters. But what is served here? How come it looks so tempting? Su Mingming's momentum suddenly weakened a lot. Gurgle. Her stomach growled too. "How about you eat some too?" Yu Yang said with a smile. Su Mingming was also very rude. "Just eat a little. I don't believe you have anything good to give Xiaoxiao." Having said that, Su Mingming actually sat down next to Su Xiaoxiao. Seeing this scene, everyone else present was stunned. When Su Xiaoxiao saw her sister sitting next to her, her mind suddenly became active. "Sister, let me tell you, this place is great. What's good here? Did you hit your brain?" Su Mingming picked up the chopsticks without hesitation, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. The tender texture and the flavorful sauce spread all over her taste buds. It actually tastes quite good. What kind of meat is this? It's so delicious." Su Mingming's originally frowned brows suddenly relaxed a lot. "Ahem," she asked Su Xiaoxiao, "what did you say was good about this place?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Based on her understanding of her sister, this was an opportunity. "You can charge your phone here." Puff. Su Mingming quickly covered her mouth with her hands. She almost spat out what was in her mouth just now. She quickly swallowed the meat in her mouth and looked at Su Xiaoxiao as if she was a fool. "Is your brain really damaged? Where does the electricity come from now?" "Little girl, do you want to see what's above your head?" Wu Gang snorted and sneered. Su Mingming glared at Wu Gang, then looked up. Then she froze. She didn't pay attention when she came in just now, but now she realized that the lights here were on. "Electricity? How can you have electricity here?" "Haha, our boss fixed a generator, so there will be electricity," Wu Gang said proudly. "Dynamo." Su Mingming held her breath and concentrated, and she seemed to hear the humming sound of machinery running in the distance. "Is there really a generator here?" Su Xiaoxiao said happily. "Of course. We can even take a shower here." Su Mingming was really shocked this time and asked in disbelief, You mean like taking a bath before the apocalypse? That's right. Isn't it the kind of water that makes you itch when you wash it? Of course not. Su Xiaoxiao smiled cunningly. She knew very well where her sister's lifeline was. Su Mingming especially loves playing games, but after the apocalypse, all power facilities were paralyzed. As the power in the power bank ran out, Su Mingming's greatest hobby became something out of reach. That's why Su Mingming reacted so strongly when she heard that there was electricity. Secondly, Su Mingming loves taking a bath. Most girls like cleanliness, and Su Mingming is no exception. But under the current conditions, it is good enough to have something to drink, and bathing with clean water is not allowed at all. Su Mingming could only use the rainwater from the sky to wash her body and had no chance to take a bath at all. Therefore, being able to take a bath is extremely attractive to Su Mingming. Moreover, the water heater here can adjust the temperature precisely. Su Xiaoxiao continued. I'll stay. Su Mingming made a prompt decision. After saying this, Su Mingming found that except for Su Xiaoxiao, everyone was looking at her in surprise, and she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But the temptation of electricity and the ability to take a shower was too great for her, so she could only bite the bullet and say, I want to stay, can I? My sister is here. Can I stay and accompany her? Everyone looked at Yu Yang again. However, Yu Yang did not agree immediately. Instead, he said, you can stay if you want, but you have to be helpful to our team. We don't accept useless people. Su Mingming was stunned, then looked around at everyone present. She really wanted to ask Yu Yang. Could it be that the little brat with a runny nose and a silly smile was useful? You're clearly targeting me. But she only dared to think about it in her mind and said, my ability is to sense the approximate location of the target. What do you mean? Everyone was confused. Su Mingming explained, when I think of a person or creature in my mind, I can sense its approximate location. The closer the distance, the more accurate it is. How else do you think I found Su Xiaoxiao? It seems to be of no use. Wu Gang muttered. Su Mingming immediately jumped up to her feet. You're useless. What do you have besides a few muscles? Big-breasted, no-brain guy. Wu Gang was stunned by the scolding. He admitted that his chest muscles were quite big, but compared to the man in front of him, his were nothing. Okay, you stay. Yu Yang made the final decision. But starting tomorrow, you have to help us find lone mutant beasts. It's time for our team to take the initiative. Chapter 48, The Sisters' Concerns. After dinner, it was late at night, and everyone returned to their quarters in the garage. There are some abandoned vehicles blocking the way, so there's still some privacy. With the company of Su Xiaoxiao, Su Mingming experienced the water heater with precise temperature control for the first time. When the warm water flowed through Su Mingming's body, she couldn't help but sigh. This is how people should live. Xiaoxiao, how did you meet this group of people? Su Mingming asked while applying soap on her body. Su Xiaoxiao looked lonely. I was rescued by Brother Yu Yang. If it weren't for Brother Yu Yang, I might still be imprisoned in that dark place. Hearing this, Su Mingming's expression suddenly tightened, and she asked with concern, What's going on? Su Xiaoxiao sighed, took off all her clothes, and walked to Su Mingming's side. Before, she was busy rubbing charcoal and didn't take a shower. Now, she has the chance to take a shower with Su Mingming. Su Xiaoxiao leaned in Su Mingming's arms and said a little aggrievedly, I ran in this direction as soon as I came out. I encountered many mutant beasts along the way, but fortunately I was fast enough, and they didn't catch up with me. Su Mingming wanted to blame him, but she felt a little distressed. She sighed and said, Fortunately, your physical strength increased more than 10 times after your second evolution. Otherwise, you would have been caught up and eaten by the mutant beast. Su Xiaoxiao did not refute, but nodded obediently, and then continued. I ran and ran, and when I was tired, I stopped to rest. Then, a man who looked like an uncle found me, and he told me that he could take me in, and that his team had food. Then I went back with them. But when I got there, they asked me to do this and that. I was so hungry and had no strength, so I couldn't do anything. They told me that useless people had no right to eat. So I told them that I could make charcoal. At this point, Su Xiaoxiao shed tears of grievance. Then they knocked me unconscious when I wasn't paying attention, tied me up with chains, and forced me to rub charcoal. If it wasn't for Brother Yu Yang saving me, I would have been locked up there forever. After saying that, Su Xiaoxiao buried her head in Su Mingming's breasts and burst into tears. Su Mingming touched Su Xiaoxiao's head and comforted her. It's all over. I came too late. It would have been better if I'd found you earlier. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head and shook it. Don't blame my sister. It's all because I'm useless. Don't blame Xiaoxiao. Those people are too bad. Xiaoxiao is just too naive. That's why I was afraid that you would be deceived by Yu Yang. So I stayed to accompany you. Sister, didn't you stay because you wanted to take a shower? Su Xiaoxiao asked innocently. Su Mingming's face turned red. Well, of course, my sister stayed because she was worried about you. Su Xiaoxiao looked at her sister and said sincerely, Sister, Brother Yu Yang is a good man. You really don't have to worry. Not only did he heal all my injuries, he also allowed me to rub charcoal through the air, so I'll never get dirty again. Oh, he has this ability? Is this his special ability? Su Mingming's heart moved. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. I don't know. I just know that Brother Yu Yang is very good at repairing things. He repaired the generator, water dispenser, and electric water heater, and he became even better after repairing them. So Min nadi thoughtfully. Are you going to stay here forever? Don't you want to see your brother? Su Mingming asked. When Su Xiaoxiao mentioned her own brother, dissatisfaction immediately appeared in her eyes. Whoever wants to be his sister, let him find someone else to be his sister. I want to be with Brother Yu Yang forever. Su Mingming opened her mouth slightly. Xiaoxiao, are you in love with Yu Yang? Su Xiaoxiao panicked and said quickly, no. Although she said no, her evasive eyes betrayed her. As Su Xiaoxiao's elder sister, Su Mingming saw through her thoughts at a glance. Xiaoxiao, you're still young. Your likes are all immature. Su Xiaoxiao broke free from Su Mingming's arms, put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and said with dissatisfaction, How am I small? After saying that, she looked at Su Mingming's proud, big things and suddenly became dispirited again. Well, compared to you, sister, I am indeed small. Excuse me, Su Mingming said unhappily. Even you make fun of your sister. I'm not teasing you. You didn't see that today. The men stared at my sister with their eyes wide open. Really? Is it true? Su Mingming's face turned a little red. Su Xiaoxiao didn't notice the change in Su Mingming's expression. She just said sadly to herself, in terms of height and leg length, I am not as good as Sister Lin Wei, and in terms of breasts, I'm not as good as you. I really don't have any advantages at all. Brother Yu Yang will definitely not like me. But you also said that you don't like Yu Yang. Elder sister. In a fit of anger, Su Xiaoxiao turned the water temperature down to 1 degree, causing Su Mingming to scream out of the cold. Okay, stop messing around. Xiaoxiao, come here. Su Mingming adjusted the water temperature back to normal, and then carefully applied soap to Su Xiaoxiao. Sister, I will stay here with you for now, but I will go back in 2 days to let brother know that I am safe. I don't want my brother to know I'm here. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. My brother was also very sad when he knew you ran away. If anything happened to you, I'm afraid my brother would never forgive himself. I promised him that I would go back within a week, whether I could find you or not. Today is already the 5th day. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, It's not impossible for my brother to have charcoal. Let him exchange it for the primary evolution crystal. Su Mingming looked incredulous. Well, Su Xiaoxiao, are you so supportive of your brother Yu Yang you even asked our team to exchange the primary evolution crystal, and you said you don't like that Yu Yang? I like you, so what? Su Xiaoxiao gave up and admitted directly. Brother Yu Yang is handsome, kind-hearted, and capable. He also speaks softly. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head shyly and blushed. Besides, Sister Lin Wei said that he was very good at that. Su Mingming also blushed and said dissatisfiedly, What's so great about that? How could Lin Wei tell you such a thing? Is this something you can listen to? Why can't I listen? Sister Lin Wei just said that Brother Yu Yang's shooting skills are very powerful. What are you thinking about, sister? Besides, I'm a grown-up girl, not a child anymore. What can't I listen to? Su Mingming knew that she had misunderstood, but she still puffed out her chest and asked, Were you bigger? Were you bigger? Let me see it. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the large piece of white swaying in front of her and said helplessly, I have a headache. Is that all right? Take your bath. Su Mingming knocked Su Xiaoxiao's head hard, then dried her body and walked out. Su Mingming stood there thinking for a long time. After thinking it over, she still felt that she couldn't let others take advantage of her sister so easily. No, I must make it clear to Yu Yang. You can't do that to my sister. Thinking of this, Su Mingming walked towards the place where Yu Yang was resting according to her memory. After walking for a while, she suddenly heard faint panting and gasping sounds coming from the darkness ahead. There's also an ambiguous conversation. Lin Wei, I really can't do it anymore. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. You have to let me rest for a while, right? Why can't you do it? I think your body is very honest. Come on, I promise this is the last time today. Let your sister play with it again. Chapter 49, Su Mingming's Plan. Hearing this blushing conversation, Su Mingming quickly covered her burning face and ran away. No, Yu Yang is so outstanding, I don't know how many girls will like him in the future. Xiao Xiao is so innocent. She will definitely not be able to compete with these girls. We can't let Xiao Xiao fall into his hands. Although Su Mingming gave up the idea of looking for Yu Yang tonight, her desire to stop her sister from being with Yu Yang remained unchanged. But she couldn't think of any particularly good solution at the moment. She didn't want to force her sister, so she could only start with Yu Yang. I have to make Xiao Xiao realize that these stinky men are creatures who think with their lower body. Then she will definitely be willing to go with me. Su Mingming suddenly had a bold idea. Even if it would make her sister hate her, she didn't care. After thinking about it, Su Mingming returned to her resting place and began to modify her clothes. The next day, it was already bright outside. Yu Yang rubbed his eyes and got up from the bed. He looked at Lin Wei, who was sleeping beside him, and his heart suddenly trembled. Although his whole body ached as if it was falling apart, thinking back on what happened last night, Yu Yang couldn't help but sigh at Lin Wei's superb skills that could make him feel like he was in ecstasy. Maybe this is what it means to be in pain and happy at the same time. Luckily, I evolved once, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to get out of bed. If I evolve a second time, maybe I will be able to adapt completely. It's time to sprint and try to complete the second evolution within 3 days. Thinking of this, Yu Yang quietly got out of bed. He knew that Lin Wei, as the leader, was actually more tired, but she didn't show it in order to make him happy. So Yu Yang did not disturb Lin Wei's deep sleep, but quietly put on his clothes and walked towards where everyone was gathered. Now in the team, everyone's resting place is around the garage, separated by a certain distance. The gathering place is a space similar to a kitchen and living room, not far from the garage entrance, where everyone eats and holds meetings together. Wu Gang had just arrived here at this time. He had slept soundly and looked even more energetic than Yu Yang. However, he did not feel proud of it, but instead felt very miserable. Doesn't he want to be tired? No one makes him tired. The more Wu Gang thought about it, the more depressed he became. However, when he saw the delicious breakfast on the table, his depression was reduced by half. The table was filled with bowls of lean meat porridge. Zhao Baofu and Wang Ming got up early in the morning to do it. Now, they're the only 2 strong men in the team who are not able to participate in the battle, so they consciously took charge of everyone's meals. The rice for the lean meat porridge was exchanged by Yu Yang from Anyang, and the meat was the lean meat from the hidden giant python, so the porridge is particularly delicious. By eating the meat of mutant beasts every day, everyone's bodies have become stronger imperceptibly. Not long after, other people also arrived here one after another. Everyone, hurry up and eat. We will take action after dinner. After saying that, Yu Yang started to eat. Why hasn't my sister come yet? So xiao xiao mater softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl dressed very hotly walked out from the shadows with a cat-like step. Puff, this white piece is so big. Oh no, this one is so good. Wu Gang spoke somewhat incoherently. This hot girl is none other than Su Mingming, who has an amazing figure. However, her clothes were quite conservative yesterday, but today a lot of fabric was torn off her clothes. The top became a belly-bearing outfit. The pants were torn into shorts. The vast expanses of white made the blood boil in all the men present. Wang Tao quickly asked his mother to take Wang Yukin away, because this is really not suitable for children. Sister, aren't you cold? Su Xiao Xiao asked with some confusion. Su Mingming, it's definitely not cold. Your sister has evolved twice. Her physique is incomparable to that of ordinary people. This low temperature is not a problem for her at all. Wu Gang said hurriedly. He didn't want Su Mingming to go back and change into other clothes. It's been a long time since I last saw a woman. Even if I can't eat her, it's good to satisfy my eyes. His eyes were fixed on every part of Su Mingming's body, and he couldn't move them away. Sensing Wu Gang's gaze, Su Mingming frowned in dissatisfaction and thought to herself, "What are you looking at? It's not for you." However, what made her even more dissatisfied was that her real target, Yu Yang, was actually eating a bowl of porridge with his head down and enjoying it, without even looking up at her. Damn it. Su Mingming gritted her teeth. But she couldn't just call him Yu Yang, as that would seem too deliberate. And Yu Yang's only feeling at this moment was that he was very hungry. He had consumed too much energy last night, so the lean meat porridge, which tasted pretty good to begin with, seemed like a delicacy to him. I ate bowl after bowl. He didn't feel the murderous gaze of Su Mingming at the side at all. Ahem. In the end, it was Jiang Chong who sensed Su Mingming's murderous intent and reminded her, Yu Yang, arrange the task for today. Yu Yang then raised his head. Okay. After he finished speaking, he saw Su Mingming, who was already blushing with anger, and asked in surprise, What happened to you? Did a zombie chew your clothes? Su Mingming was so angry that she wanted to throw porridge on Yu Yang's head. I think your brain was eaten by zombies. After saying that, Su Mingming stomped her feet, turned around, and left. Who told you to leave? Yu Yang looked calm. Have you forgotten what you promised yesterday? Su Mingming paused but did not turn around. From her rising and falling shoulders and clenched fists, one could tell that she was very angry at the moment. After a while, she turned around and said viciously, I did this all for Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, no one would care about you, a bastard. Wu Gang muttered, So you dress like this for Su Xiao Xiao too? Shut up. Su Mingming glared at Wu Gang fiercely. The murderous look made Wu Gang shrink his neck. He was actually a little afraid of this little girl. After all, although Su Mingming looks like just an ordinary girl, she has undergone secondary evolution after all, and her physical strength is far beyond what he can contend with. Today you must help us find 3 elite mutant beasts. Phew. Su Mingming, who had just taken a sip of the lean meat porridge on the table, sprayed Wu Gang in the face. Wu Gang was stunned by the spray, but he could only wipe his face helplessly. There's no way he can beat him. Su Mingming looked at Yu Yang in disbelief. Are you crazy? You dare to go looking for elite mutant beasts? Don't think you are so powerful just because you killed a few ordinary mutant beasts. Elite level, that's a completely different concept, okay? Su Xiao Xiao, who was standing by, poked her sister and whispered, Sister, the meat in the porridge you just drank was the meat of an elite mutant beast. Su Mingming was stunned. She stared at the delicious meat in her bowl, staring in disbelief. Is this the meat of an elite mutant beast? Chapter 50. Set out to find elite mutant beasts. This is the meat of the elite mutant beast hidden python. Yu Yang said lightly, then picked up a bowl of lean meat porridge and took a sip. Su Mingming still found it a little unbelievable. Her team had killed elite mutant beasts before, but that was when hundreds of people were besieging them together, and many members still died. The elite level and the ordinary level are completely different levels. For an ordinary level enemy, if more than a dozen of them besieged it and used hot weapons and coordinated well, they could barely take it down. But it's different for the elite level. Ordinary thermal weapons can't even break through the defense. It would take a weapon with extremely strong penetrating power or a bomb with huge destructive power to have a chance of killing. In her opinion, there are no conditions here to kill elite beasts. Su Mingming thought about it for a long time, but still felt strange, so she asked, How did you do it? Just relying on just a few of you? Of course not. Wu Gang replied immediately. Oh, that's what I knew. Were these meats exchanged for other resources? Su Mingming felt that this guess was the most reasonable. Wu Gang still shook his head. Just as Su Mingming was about to continue asking, Wu Gang explained, We didn't kill the hidden python. The boss killed it alone. What did you say? Su Mingming was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands. Impossible. Stop kidding. How can one person kill an elite mutant beast? Unless our alliance commander comes in person. After saying that, Su Mingming quickly covered her mouth. Then she looked at Su Xiao Xiao in a panic, hoping to be comforted, but Su Xiao Xiao added, Sister, this is what you said. I never said it. Su Mingming was completely disgusted. Since she couldn't hide it anymore, she simply admitted it generously. After all, it was not something shameful for her. Yes, I am from the Royal City Alliance. As far as I know, if you want to kill an elite mutant beast with your own ability, you can only do it if you evolve to level 3. Su Mingming looked at Yu Yang. In the entire Imperial City Alliance, only the Commander-in-Chief is at level 3. Are you also at level 3? Yu Yang put down the lean meat porridge in his hand. Hiccup. He burped in a very ungraceful manner, and then said, I'm not level 3. I'm level 1. Ah, level 1. This time, Su Mingming was a little confused. No, how could he be level 1? She looked at her sister in confusion, and then asked, Didn't you say he had special abilities? Then how could he be level 1? Su Xiaoxiao was also a little confused. Brother Yu Yang has special abilities. He healed all my injuries, and he also repaired the water heater you used to take a shower yesterday. But special abilities can only be evolved at level 2. This is common sense. Su Mingming still didn't believe it. Our boss is the chosen one. Do you understand? The chosen one. It's not something that mortals like you can understand. Su Mingming was silent. She knew that Yu Yang was excellent, but she didn't expect that Yu Yang was so special. Then when you evolve to level 2, can you gain another ability? Su Mingming suddenly asked. Hiss. Everyone present gasped. Yes. They had ignored this matter before. Yu Yang had this ability before level 2, so once he evolves to level 2, wouldn't he be able to gain another one? If the first ability is so amazing, then wouldn't the second one be even more amazing? Well, theoretically, that's right. Yu Yang said hesitantly. However, although Yu Yang was certain that he would gain a second ability, he did not think that he could gain an ability as miraculous as the all things repair system. Instead, like most people, you will gain an acceptable but limited ability. As for how effective this ability can be, that depends on human efforts. Okay, I can take you to find the elite mutant beast, but Xiao Xiao and I will not participate in the battle. Su Mingming thought for a while and replied. Okay. Yu Yang agreed readily. Although both Su sisters have evolved twice, neither of their abilities can be used in combat, and they don't have any suitable weapons, so there is little point in them joining the battle. Therefore, Yu Yang had no intention of letting the two of them join the battle. Okay, now that we've agreed, let's go. Aren't you waiting for Lin Wei? Jiang Chang asked. Yu Yang paused, then said, no more waiting. Let her have a good rest. She was too tired last night. We are all adults, so we naturally understand what Yu Yang means. The Su sisters both blushed. It's up to you from now on. Yu Yang looked at Su Mingming and said with a gentle smile. Cathedral of Phi Phi. The huge cross was inserted diagonally into the ruins, like a standing giant sword. A team of more than a dozen people passed by here. The two leaders looked somewhat similar. Brother, can we really kill an ordinary mutant beast? And Jia asked worriedly as he looked at Anyang, who was holding a shotgun beside him. Anyang's palms were sweating, and he clenched the gun in his hand. Don't worry. With a gun, it's not impossible to kill an ordinary mutant beast. After 2 days of discussion, Anyang's team decided to exchange 100 bags of salt with the Royal City Alliance for this shotgun with only 2 bullets. Although it doesn't seem to be a good deal, Anyang has his own ideas. He knew that Jiang Chang had a lot of bullets. Although Jiang Chang had a bit of a strange temper, he had helped him twice before, so he felt that he had a chance to exchange the bullets he wanted from Jiang Chang. Once there are enough bullets, then this transaction will not be a loss at all, and it can even be said to be a profit. But the biggest problem with this shotgun is that it can only be effective when fired at close range. If the distance is too far, the lethality will be greatly reduced. If only Yu Yang were here, he could kill a mutant beast with just 2 shots. And Jia muttered. When Anyang heard Anjia's words, his eyes dimmed. He admitted that he was not as capable as Yu Yang, so it was actually him who instigated Jia to go to Yu Yang's room that night, but he did not expect that Yu Yang would refuse. It's my brother's fault. I should have asked Yu Yang to take you in. And Jia shook her head. Don't blame my brother. It's my own fault that I didn't make Yu Yang like me. If only I could be more proactive and not so reserved. Before the end of the world, and Jia was the kind of person who was always being flattered by suitors. So she got used to being reserved and used to being superior. The initiative she took that night was the limit of what she could do. So after being rejected, she did not beg Yu Yang to take her in. Now she feels a little regretful. Careful. Just as Jia was daydreaming, and Yang suddenly pushed her aside, and a pool of corrosive liquid splashed on the place where Jia had just stood. Sizzle. A pit was corroded in the ground. Family members, please urge me to update. If there are more than 20, I will update 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 51 Yu Yang is here. We are saved. And Jia's face turned pale. She couldn't imagine what terrible consequences would have happened if this corrosive liquid had been splashed on her. Squeak. A shrill cry came from high up on Anjia's side. She looked up and saw a huge mutant creature that looked like a bat hanging on top of the cross, standing on the ruins. A pair of scarlet eyes, flashing with bloodthirsty light, were looking at them with interest. And Jia was so scared that her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. The rest of the team also stepped back, looking at the horrific mutant beast in horror. Oh no, it's actually a mutant beast that can fly. Anyang's face turned ugly. When encountering mutant beasts that can fly, the threat of shotguns is greatly reduced. Although when a man first got the gun, he said that one shot would most likely kill an ordinary mutant beast, and 2 shots would definitely kill it. But the prerequisite is that you can hit it. There's no other way. We can only lure him down. Anyang said in a deep voice. Lure them down? How? Let's just run away. Although the members of the current squad are the main combat force of Anyang's team, they're all frightened when they see the mutant beasts. In particular, the shotguns they originally relied on were not able to exert their power, which made them completely lose confidence in killing the mutant beasts. We've been targeted. How can we escape? If I run away, we will be easily defeated one by one. Then no one will survive. I can't escape, and I can't fight back. What should I do? Some people are already a little desperate. Anyang looked a little strange, with some struggle in his eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, "It's not that I can't beat him. I just need a chance to get close to him. Let me do it." A man in his 40s with a sallow face came out on his own initiative. He understood what Anyang meant. "I'll go lure it down." The uncle's voice choked up a little when he said this. "When he eats me later, Captainin, you must kill him." At this time, a young man in his early 20s rushed out and hugged the uncle. "No, Dad, why should you be eaten by this monster?" The young man's tears suddenly burst out. The uncle's eyes showed emotion and vicissitudes, but he was not afraid. "I have liver cancer and I won't live long. I'm very happy to be with you for 3 months. You have to take care of yourself in the future, okay? Let Dad save you one last time, so that my death will be worthwhile." After saying that, the uncle rushed directly towards the mutated bat despite his son's objection. "No, Dad." The young man wanted to follow, but was held back by his teammates. When the bat saw someone rushing over, it immediately spat out a pool of corrosive liquid. Sizzle. The uncle let out a scream, and more than half of his body was corroded, turning into a pool of liquid mixed with blood. The mutant bat flapped its wings and flew to the uncle's side. A long mouth part stretched out from its face, inserted into the uncle's body, and began to suck the uncle's body fluids. The time is now. Anyang saw the right opportunity and took advantage of the moment when the mutant bat landed next to the uncle, rushed forward, almost sticking to the bat's body, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A low explosion sound was heard. However, what no one expected was that such a close-range shooting only left some white spots on the bat's wings. There was no real harm done to the bats at all. Anyang immediately fired another shot. But what made him despair was that the second shot was the same. Squeak! The mutant bat screamed and spread its wings. Anyang was knocked flying and fell heavily into a pile of rubble. It was also at this time that he finally understood why his shooting had no effect on the mutant beast in front of him. Because this is an elite mutant beast. At this moment, everyone in Anyang's team turned pale. They never expected that after the uncle sacrificed himself and created the conditions for output, Anyang's shotgun did not cause any damage to the mutant beast at all. "Brother!" And Jia rushed to Anyang, tears streaming down her face. Anyang spat out blood and shouted at Anjia at the top of his lungs. "Run! This is an elite mutant beast. We can't be its opponent." Squeak! I don't know if it was Anyang's gun just now that angered the mutant bats. The mutant bats did not choose to continue enjoying the food, but instead took the initiative to attack their team. Several balls of dark green corrosive liquid spurted out, and several people were immediately hit. Screams were heard, and Anyang's team suffered heavy casualties in an instant. A hint of despair emerged in Anyang's eyes. "And Jia, it was my brother who let you down. I was determined to let Yu Yang take you away no matter what." And Jia cried so hard that she couldn't speak, and choked up and said, "It's my fault. I'm useless. Don't blame my brother." Anyang looked at the mutant bat flying towards him and sighed heavily. "Oh, if only Yu Yang was here. I should have brought the entire team to join them and become their subsidiary team. It was because I couldn't bring myself to do that, and I thought I could lead the team to grow, which led to today's disastrous consequences." After saying that, Anyang closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Just at this moment, bang, 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 squeak, a few gunshots rang out, and the mutant beast cried out in pain and quickly shrank back. "Brother, it's Yu Yang. Yu Yang is here." And Jia pulled in Yang's arm, and a surprised voice filled his ears. He opened his eyes blankly and saw Yu Yang, who looked as relaxed as if he was taking a walk in the garden. Yu Yang smiled warmly and said to Anyang, "Captain Anyang, long time no see." Anyang came back to his senses and was overjoyed. "Yu Yang, it's really you. Great, we are saved." Yu Yang did not continue the greeting, but instead turned his gaze back to the mutant beast. Elite Order Breaker, Corrupted Bat. Health 90/180. Attack Power 80. Defense Value 50. Special Ability, can spray highly corrosive liquid. Under the leadership of Su Mengmeng, Yu Yang finally found this elite beast. Moreover, the attributes of this elite beast are actually relatively weak. The only special thing is that this is a flying mutant beast. Squeak. The corrupted bat's scarlet left. I stared at Yu Yang closely, its eyes full of fear. The 3 bullets that Yu Yang fired just now all hit his right eye accurately, causing considerable damage to it. However, the corrupted bat immediately closed its eyes and released sound waves. That way, it has no weaknesses. Vision was never its strong point, and even after evolution, sonic positioning was still an instinct engraved in its genes. Chapter 52 Corrupted Bats Easily Killed. Seeing the corrupted bat close its eyes, Yu Yang was not panicked at all. Not to mention that a bat's weak points are far more than just its eyes. Even if there are no weak points to attack, Yu Yang still has his own trump card. Wang Tao, can you hit it? When Wang Tao heard Yu Yang calling him, he knew it was time for him to show his talent. He hesitated for a moment, then bravely rushed towards the corrupted bat. The corrupted bat sensed someone rushing towards it in the sound waves and immediately spat out a ball of corrupted liquid. However, Wang Tao was prepared and rolled to the side to avoid the attack of the corrupt liquid. His heart was pounding, but he soon approached the corrupted bat. The corrupted bats sensed Wang Tao's approach and quickly flapped their wings and flew up, preparing for the next corrupted liquid attack. Seeing the corrupted bat flying higher and higher, Wang Tao simply gritted his teeth and threw his baton out. The baton drew a parabola in the air and hit the corrupted bat. The corrupted bat felt something coming towards it and quickly moved, but due to its enlarged wings, it was still hit. The baton was bounced away, and the corrupted bat immediately felt that his body seemed to become fragile. But from the outside, it was not affected at all. This scene made everyone who was still alive in Anyang's team feel a little confused. Why not use a good gun and use a baton to attack a mutant beast? What's the point of holding a baton? We can't even hurt him with a shotgun. It's over. It's all over. We're all going to die here. I thought Yu Yang was so powerful, but he actually had such childish ideas, sending people to fight mutant beasts with batons. Anyang's face was solemn. Could it be that Yu Yang is also unable to deal with this mutant bat? But the next scene made them all stunned. Bang! After 2 shots, the corrupted bat that was hovering in the air suddenly let out a mournful cry, fell directly from the air, and hit the ground heavily. Ding! Kill the Elite Order Destroyer corrupted bat and gain 1,000 repair points. Those who had just questioned Yu Yang rubbed their eyes with their hands, unable to believe what they saw. What's going on? How come a mutant beast with such amazing defense was killed with just 2 shots? Anyang stared blankly at the dead and rotten bats on the ground, his whole body in a daze. In fact, not only Anyang, but even Su Mengmeng looked incredible. At first, she didn't really believe that Yu Yang could kill an elite mutant beast. After all, she had actually seen with her own eyes the scene of the Royal City Alliance besieging and killing an elite mutant beast. Every time there were heavy casualties, and it took a huge price to kill one. But now, Yu Yang actually killed one so easily, which was beyond her imagination. And what purpose did the baton serve? Su Mengmeng had no idea. When Wang Tao saw that the elite mutant beast was killed so easily, he knew that the baton had performed a great deed, and hurriedly picked up his baton, cherishing it very much. Jiang Chang's expression was also slightly stunned, and he shook his head in self-mockery. Although he is a second-level evolver, in terms of attack power and function, he is completely inferior to Yu Yang, a first-level evolver. When Wu Gang saw that the corrupted bat was dead, he hurried over and directly split open the corrupted bat's head. Then he took out an intermediate evolution crystal and returned excitedly to hand it to Yu Yang. Only one. Yu Yang was slightly disappointed. It seems that there are still gaps among elite mutant beasts. The previous one provided 2 intermediate evolution crystals. You should be content. This is the intermediate evolution crystal. Su Mengmeng's eyes were complicated. Even in the Royal City Alliance, this is something that will definitely cause competition. You got it so easily, and yet you're still not satisfied. Seeing Su Mengming's angry look, Yu Yang shook his head with a smile, then swallowed the intermediate evolution crystal. The progress of evolution has increased by 1 level. 2 more missing. Yu Yang recited silently. Thank you very much, Brother Yu Yang. An Yang was helped by An Jia to Yu Yang's side and looked at Yu Yang with envy. They are both young men in their 20s. Although he's a few years older than Yu Yang, the gap is so obvious. Their entire team was almost wiped out, but Yu Yang easily took care of the terrifying mutant beast with just 1 move. You're welcome, Captain. This corrupted bat was originally our target. An Yang, long time no see. Jiang Chong took the initiative to greet An Yang. Only then did An Yang realize that the second-level revolver he had always respected was actually in Yu Yang's team. An Yang thought about it, and there was a look of struggle in his eyes. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, Yu Yang said, Brother Yu Yang, are you willing to let us be your subsidiary team? Su Mengming's eyes were slightly surprised. You are willing to let your team become a subsidiary team? Affiliated team? What does this mean? Yu Yang asked. Seeing Yu Yang's confusion, Su Mengming explained, subsidiary teams are very common in the Royal City Alliance. Some small teams want to join the Royal City Alliance, but they are not qualified, so they can only become subsidiary teams. The status and treatment of the affiliated team cannot be compared with that of the official team. They do the same heavy and tiring work and must obey the orders of the official team. They exist to serve the official team members. But in return, they can also get protection from the official team. If they encounter danger, the official team will help them. A subsidiary team. After listening to Su Mengming's explanation, Yu Yang pinched his chin and said, If you want me to accept you as a subsidiary team, that's fine, but you have to agree to a few conditions. Hearing that there was a chance, An Yang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, Brother Yu Yang, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Yu Yang nodded. The reason why he agreed was because the current situation was completely different from before. An Yang had invited him to join before, but now he's asking him to go back and be the boss. Although they're all part of the team, their status and ways of getting along are very different. It can be said that once the subsidiary relationship is established, An Yang himself will completely obey Yu Yang's orders and will not have any objections. Yu Yang paced for a while, then said, First of all, you have to give up the best seats in Minghuang Primary School so that my team can move in. That's no problem. Minghuang Primary School is very large, so we will give you the building that is the least damaged and best preserved. An Yang agreed without thinking. No, I want to vacate 2 buildings. I want to live in 1 building by myself, and no one is allowed to live near me, Yu Yang added. An Yang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. That's no problem, Captain Yu. Don't worry. Yeah, Yu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Secondly, anyone who disobeys management will be kicked out of the team. Anyone I don't like will also be kicked out of the team. Chapter 53, Huge Cocoon. An Yang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, No problem, I'll listen to Captain Yu. Okay, in that case, go back and prepare. Once I kill a few more elite mutant beasts, I'll find you at Minghuang Primary School. Are you still going to look for elite mutant beasts? An Yang felt his brain was a little numb. They didn't even have enough time to hide from the elite mutant beasts, but Yu Yang actually had to take the initiative to find the mutant beasts and kill them. Isn't the gap between people and between teams too big? It's only been a few days since we last met, but Yu Yang's team has become so powerful. Wait a minute, I have another request. An Yang called Yu Yang. Wu Gang looked dissatisfied and said unceremoniously, Hey, don't be so arrogant. It's good enough that I agreed to take you in. How dare you make demands? Yu Yang also felt very confused. He didn't think An Yang had any qualifications to make a request to him, but considering that they were familiar with each other before, he still said, Go ahead. An Yang also quickly explained, I don't dare to make any excessive requests. I just hope that Captain Yu can take my sister in and not let her stay in the affiliated team. Seeing Yu Yang frowned, he immediately knelt down and begged, Please, Captain Yu, please accept her. And Jia can at least take care of your daily life. Brother. And Jia felt very uncomfortable seeing his brother begging others for help. Although it was true that she liked Yu Yang, she was not willing to beg him like she was doing now. What she had always thought was that she would pursue Yu Yang after she became stronger. But she now knew that this was impossible. The difficulty of surviving the doomsday was much higher than she had imagined. Moreover, Yu Yang is so outstanding, there will be more and more women around him in the future. If she doesn't try to get close to him now, there will be no place for her by Yu Yang's side. And Jia also knew very well that if she really became Yu Yang's woman, Yu Yang would more or less take care of her brother for her sake. Considering this, Jia bit her lip and finally knelt in front of Yu Yang. Please take me in. I don't ask you to be responsible for me. Even if you get tired of me in the future, it doesn't matter. I just ask you to let me stay by your side now. Seeing that people had said so much, Yu Yang sighed and said, okay, just stay with me. Yu Yang just happened to be in need of someone to take care of his daily life. Lin Wei would not do these trivial tasks in life. Lin Wei would only do things that would make him unable to get up. Therefore, Njia's existence does have some effect. Besides, Njia is a beauty to begin with, and having a pure and pretty girl around him is just a feast for Yu Yang's eyes. Thank you, Captain Yu. Anyang finally put down the stone hanging in his heart. Njia, you just stay with Captain Yu. I'm going back first. Njia, just serve Yu Yang well and put away your airs, understand? And Yang said earnestly. Njia nodded silently. After saying that, Anyang said goodbye to Yu Yang, and then took the remaining few people and walked towards Ming Huang Primary School. Njia reluctantly withdrew her gaze, then walked obediently to Yu Yang's side. You can follow me, but you have to be obedient, understand? Yu Yang knew that Njia still had some self-esteem, so he reminded her briefly. I see. After experiencing this somewhat embarrassing situation just now, Njia actually felt inexplicably happy and excited in her heart, but she hid it very well, and no one noticed. She had always liked Yu Yang, and she didn't feel wrong to follow him. Although joining Yu Yang's team now is a bit embarrassing, the result is always good. Njia quietly looked up at Yu Yang's current team members and found a girl who was no worse looking than her and had a very proud figure. The sense of crisis in her heart suddenly reached its peak. It's only been a few days, and Yu Yang has such a beautiful woman by his side. Fortunately, I came not too late. If I want to get Yu Yang's favor, I must show some sincerity. Seeing another beauty being accepted by Yu Yang, Wu Gang on the side was so envious. Boss, oh boss, you are so lucky. Okay, let's go to the next target. Yu Yang ignored Wu Gang's resentful look and said to Su Mingming. Su Mingming nodded, felt it carefully, then opened her eyes and said, in the park ahead, there's an elite mutant beast, but its energy feels a little strange to me. What's strange about that? Is it too powerful? Yu Yang asked. Su Mingming shook her head. No, it's too stable. Normally, the energy of mutant beasts is extremely active, but this one feels as if it's still. Wu Gang curled his lips and said, what's so strange about this? Maybe it's sleeping. We could just sneak attack it. When Wang Tao hits it with a stick, I will chop it with a knife. Having seen Wang Tao's performance just now, he was also anxious to prove his worth. Moreover, he knew that as long as he was near Yu Yang, his defense would be comparable to that of an ordinary mutant beast, and he would not be easily hurt. Yu Yang didn't know what was going on, but he still reminded, don't take it lightly. You must remain vigilant at all times. Jiang Chong nodded secretly on the side. Originally, he thought that Yu Yang would be complacent because he easily killed an elite mutant beast and completely lose his vigilance. But I didn't expect that Yu Yang, at such a young age, could remain calm in the face of praise or criticism. Got it, boss. The others all nodded. With Yu Yang's reminder, they all put away their contemptuous thoughts. After saying that, several people, led by Su Mingming, walked towards the park in front. This park is not as big as Bowl Park, but originally had more vegetation. It's just that these plants were affected by some force in the doomsday, and they turned yellow and withered. Only a very small number of plants survived and underwent strange mutations. For example, the original ivy has now become as thick as arms and has covered the entire ticket office. It's in that direction. Su Mingming pointed to a striking emerald green plant in a yellow jungle not far away. Yu Yang looked up and saw that it was a huge tree. The dense leaves are like a huge umbrella, blocking out the sky and the sun. At the bottom of the umbrella-shaped leaves, cocoons as big as adults are hanging on them, which makes people feel a little creepy. Is this a mutant beast? Wu Gang said in astonishment. No, this should be considered a mutated insect. It's probably a giant butterfly, or a giant caterpillar that has not yet turned into a butterfly. Jiang Chong analyzed. When they heard the word caterpillar, both girls felt goosebumps all over their bodies. No wonder its energy is so stable. It turns out it is in the cocoon. So Minming suddenly realized. At the same time, the information of this mutant insect has appeared in front of Yu Yang. Chapter 54, the Second Elite. Pseudo-Elite Order Destroyer. Shapeshifter, evolving. HP 50/100 weak. Attack power 20 weak. Defense value 30 weak. Special ability. Able to mimic surrounding objects, allowing oneself to completely blend into the environment and completely conceal one's own energy fluctuations, making it difficult to be discovered. Seeing these obviously weakened attribute values, Yu Yang was delighted, because this is no different from picking it up for free. However, he did not rush to take action, but instead carefully observed the surrounding environment. This place is not really conspicuous, but to say it is very hidden would be a bit self-deceptive. Not to mention the towering tree that is a touch of green among the yellow trees. Even this huge cocoon is very eye-catching. However, it was really unreasonable that this evolved shapeshifter did not choose a more secluded place when it was at its weakest. After thinking for a while, Yu Yang came up with a plan. He turned to look at Wu Gang and said, "Who said they wanted to chop it down? Come on, Wu Gang, I'll give you a chance to show off." After hearing this, Wu Gang looked embarrassed and his face completely drooped. This huge cocoon made him feel creepy. The unknown is always the most frightening. He had no idea what would come out of it, and he would rather face a huge beast than a giant insect. But he had already said it. If he gave up now, he would definitely be laughed at by others. After thinking it over, Wu Gang came up with a plan. "Wang Tao, you go first. Without your stick, I can't do anything. The defense value of this mutant beast is very low. You can deal with it by yourself." There is no need for Wang Tao to take action. Yu Yang's words completely blocked Wu Gang's way out. He looked at Yu Yang with a wronged expression. "Boss, oh boss, you're trying to trick me." But now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to go. Otherwise, he will never be able to hold his head up in the team again. After thinking this through, Wu Gang gritted his teeth and rushed directly towards the giant cocoon. Just at this moment, a huge piece of bark fell from the originally thick trunk of the tree. I saw this piece of bark fluttering in the wind, and in a moment it turned into a huge butterfly. Oh my god! Wu Gang was immediately frightened to death. At the same time, new information appeared in front of Yu Yang. Elite Order Destroyer, Shapeshifter. HP 200/200. Attack power 80. Defense value 60. Special ability. Able to mimic surrounding objects, allowing oneself to completely blend into the environment and completely conceal one's own energy fluctuations, making it difficult to be discovered. Another elite mutant butterfly. Su Mingming exclaimed, her face turning pale. She had no idea why she hadn't sensed the presence of this mutant creature. A feeling of self-blame spread in her heart. She really could not forgive herself if someone was injured or even killed because of her misjudgment. But, in fact, all of this is under Yang's control. Based on the environment, he judged that this evolving shapeshifter butterfly must be being watched over by its own kind. Otherwise, it would not be able to evolve here so confidently. That's why he asked Wu Gang to attack the giant cocoon, with the purpose of luring out this hidden phantom butterfly. The shape-shifting butterfly flew towards Wu Gang. Its long mouth parts and huge wings made people feel cold in their hearts. Although it looked like a soft butterfly, Wu Gang had no doubt that it could twist his head off. "Boss, help me. Wang Tao, take action." Yu Yang shouted in a deep voice. Fortunately, Wang Tao did not disappoint Yu Yang. Even though he was caught off guard, he was able to remain calm. He just threw the baton directly towards the spread wings of the shape-shifting butterfly. With the experience from last time, he understood that the wide wings were a good place to improve his hit rate. Sure enough, although the shape-shifting butterfly was huge in size, its speed was not as fast as the corrupted bat, and it was hit hard by the baton. Its defense value instantly decreased by 50 points, directly dropping to 10 points. Yu Yang seized the opportunity and fired immediately. Bang, 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 bang. Each shot caused 40 points of damage to the shapeshifter. The shape-shifting butterfly had a total of 200 health points, which were completely depleted after 5 shots, and it fell from the air like a piece of rag. Ding! Kill the Elite Order Destroyer, the shapeshifter, and gain 1,000 repair points. Although the shape-shifting butterfly was killed by a few shots, Yu Yang was not very satisfied as he looked at the revolver in his hand. The attack power is still too low. It would be great if I could repair the revolver again. at least to double the attack power. Yu Yang looked at the brand new revolver in his hand and sighed secretly. Why aren't you bad? Wu Gang rolled and crawled to Yu Yang's side, crying and saying, I'm so scared. Boss, you're really cheating me. I'm so scared that my soul is about to come out of my body. Yu Yang looked at Wu Gang and shook his head with amusement. In fact, with Wu Gang's 50 points of defense after triggering his exclusive guard, he would not die immediately even if he was attacked by the shape-shifting butterfly once or twice. Maybe if he is injured, Yu Yang will consider repairing him again and let him evolve again. It's just that Wu Gang himself couldn't seize this opportunity. Okay, what are you afraid of? Everything is within my calculations. Look at you, it's embarrassing to have such muscles on you. After saying that, Yu Yang raised his hand again and fired 2 more shots at the giant cocoon. Puff! The bullet passed through and directly took the life of the phantom butterfly inside. Ding! Kill the pseudo-elite order destroyer, the shapeshifter, and gain 500 repair points. The phantom butterfly in the giant cocoon had just accumulated enough energy and was in the process of evolving from ordinary level to elite level. It was in a weak state, but was picked up by Yu Yang. Okay, go get the evolution crystal. When Wu Gang saw that Yu Yang had eliminated all the threats, he immediately smiled, ran over happily, and took out all the evolution crystals with a machete. There are 2 evolution crystals in total, 1 big and 1 small. Wu Gang respectfully handed the evolution crystal to Yu Yang. What a pity, there is still 1 evolution crystal that has not reached the intermediate level. It is at most half intermediate. It should be equivalent to 5 primary ones. The slightly smaller one was taken from the pseudo-elite level shapeshifter butterfly. However, Yu Yang did not feel disappointed. Instead, he held the smaller evolution crystal and chose to repair it. Repairing the incomplete intermediate evolution crystal will consume 100 repair points. Do you want to repair it? After killing 2 elite order breakers and 1 pseudo-elite order breakers in succession, Yu Yang's total remaining repair points have reached 4,005 points. So I don't care about spending these 100 points. After all, this intermediate evolution crystal is the key to whether or not one can evolve a second time. Ding! Repair completed. Intermediate evolution crystal obtained. Chapter 55 Yu Yang's Second Evolution. Yu Yang's operation of repairing the evolutionary crystal can be said to have stunned both Jiang Chong and Su Mengmeng. No, what kind of operation is this? Su Mengmeng was breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling. The surging waves revealed the shock in her heart at the moment. She had eaten quite a few evolution crystals, but she had never seen anyone repair a defective evolution crystal. This was beyond her imagination. What's even more terrifying is that the person who did this has only evolved once, and he is about to evolve for the second time. Everyone knows that Yu Yang is just short of 2 intermediate evolution crystals, and this hunting operation is aimed at allowing Yu Yang to quickly evolve a second time. And now, everything is ready. All that's left is to eat these last 2 intermediate evolution crystals. Seeing everyone's expectant eyes, Yu Yang did not hesitate and ate the 2 intermediate evolution crystals in front of everyone. Boom! Vigorous energy surged within Yu Yang's body, and the evolutionary energy that had accumulated to a certain level seemed to have broken through some bottleneck. This caused a qualitative change in Yu Yang's body. Originally, his physical fitness was only several times higher than that of a normal human being, but now, he suddenly felt that he was a little bit not like a human. To be precise, it is the beginning of a sense of control over one's own body. For example, he now feels that he can make moves that he could never do before. Things like bending over and doing splits are no problem at all, and I have unlocked many postures that I couldn't do before. Moreover, he even felt as if he could fly over eaves and walk on walls, and his whole body was filled with endless strength. Is this the second evolution? How wonderful! However, the second evolution is far from over. Ding! The host's energy level has been detected to have undergone a fundamental change, and the all things repair system has evolved. Ding! New! Humans or weapons that have been repaired by the host can also provide repair point for the host by killing other order destroyers. Very good. Yu Yang was overjoyed when he heard this tip. Although he was very powerful in the past, he still had to do everything by himself, because only the order destroyers killed by him could obtain repair points, which made him a little depressed. But now, people like Lin Wei, Wu Gang, or Su Xiaoxiao, who have been repaired by Yu Yang, or someone like Wang Tao, who holds the weapons repaired by Yu Yang. The people they killed could also provide recovery points for Yu Yang. In this way, Yu Yang can completely become a hands-off boss. Moreover, as Yu Yang repairs more and more people, the speed at which the repair points increase will only get faster and faster. This is undoubtedly a huge improvement. Ding! Second evolution completed. Extracting special abilities. Here it comes. The part that Yu Yang was most looking forward to has finally arrived. The surprise just now was an unexpected surprise, but the ability gained with the second evolution was what he had been looking forward to. You must be more forceful. Ding! Gain special ability, Power Overload. Power Overload. You can apply an overload effect to any item, increasing its properties and effects tenfold for 3 minutes. The item with the overload effect has a 50% chance of being damaged after the time is up. Boom! The huge surprise made Yu Yang's brain go blank. It took him a long time to recover. Awesome. System, you are so awesome. Yu Yang's body trembled slightly because of ecstasy. It's not that he is not calm. It's mainly because this ability is like it was tailor-made for him. It's really too amazing. First of all, after overloading, the attributes and effects of the item increased tenfold. That is to say, Yu Yang's revolver originally had only 50 points of attack power, but after overloading, it directly became 500. A full 500 points. Elite-level mutant beasts can be killed instantly. Yu Yang's revolver has officially become a terrifying weapon. No, it should be said that Yu Yang himself has become a terrifying weapon. However, this is not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing is that after using power overload, there's a 50% chance that the item will be damaged. This means that Yu Yang can, to some extent, be planned to be scrapped. With this probability of happening, the system certainly cannot determine that he has done the damage intentionally. So once damage occurs, Yu Yang can continue to repair it, thereby continuously obtaining stronger special effects. Moreover, when the revolver itself becomes strong enough, Yu Yang will be able to kill everything in sight, even without the additional overload effect. In addition, in theory, Yu Yang can do this with any object. As long as there are enough repair points, he is a god who creates artifacts. How is it? What is your special ability? Seeing Yu Yang's dazed look, everyone felt a little nervous. Yu Yang is their absolute core. The stronger Yu Yang becomes, the greater the benefits will be to them. So they all hope that Yu Yang can acquire an extremely powerful special ability. Facing their questions, Yu Yang did not give a detailed answer, but said, "You just need to know that I can kill elite mutant beasts with one shot now." Hiss! Everyone gasped. Kill elite mutant beasts instantly? Is this really possible? If someone else said this, they would definitely think that person was crazy. But this is Yu Yang. It is really possible to kill an elite mutant beast with just a few shots. Therefore, it is possible that several shots could be reduced to just one shot. However, this result was far beyond their expectations. In fact, what Yu Yang said was already very conservative. Now, he could not only kill elite mutant beasts in seconds, but even those at a higher level would probably be killed instantly. What are the negative effects? Jiang Chang asked. There are negative effects, but for me, it's actually a positive effect. Haha. I won't go into details, but you should know that your boss is invincible. It's rare for Yu Yang to be so flamboyant. The main reason is that the improvement brought about by this evolution is so huge. It made him feel a little proud. Since I have completed my evolution, Su Mingming and Wang Tao should go back and inform a team to pack up and prepare to move to Minghuang Primary School. Everyone else, follow me to Minghuang Primary School. It's time for us to improve our living quarters. Why don't we go directly to the nuclear power plant? Jiang Chang asked. Since you have the ability to kill elite mutant beasts in seconds, you can consider the nuclear power plant. In response to Jiang Chang's question, Yu Yang shook his head. It's not that we can't go to the nuclear power plant, but it's not the right time yet. Not to mention that I haven't accumulated that many repair points yet. Even if I did, a nuclear power plant is so big that it would be impossible for just a few of us to manage it. I plan to take over Anyang's team and reorganize it so that the people who stay will really obey me. In this way, when we arrive at the nuclear power plant, there will be enough people to manage it. Jiang Chang nodded, agreeing with Yang's statement. Besides, I plan to go there and investigate first to see if there are any potential dangers before making a decision, Yu Yang explained. Now, let's go to Minghuang Primary School temporarily. I've been there before, it's pretty good. When our team is really strong, we'll go take over the nuclear power plant. After Yu Yang finished speaking, he asked Jia to lead the way, and everyone walked towards the direction of Mingwang Primary School. Chapter 56. Am I that good? Inside Mingwang Primary School. What? Affiliated team? I don't agree. A burly man threw the bowl in his hand, very angry. Anyang, the brothers recognize you as the leader, and this is how you treat us. Yeah, what's the difference between you and being someone's dog? Anyang's face looked ugly. He didn't expect that the voices of opposition in his team would be so loud. Can't you see the situation clearly? Without the protection of experts who can kill mutant beasts, we will eventually be wiped out. Bullshit. Didn't you exchange 100 bags of salt for a gun yesterday? Where's the gun? Did you eat it? Someone asked. Anyang's face flushed red. That gun is totally useless. It can't do any damage against an elite mutant beast. If it weren't for Yu Yang's help, we would all be dead. That's all your fault as the leader. You insisted on killing the mutant beasts, and even exchanged so much salt for a broken gun. So many brothers died because of you. Everyone's accusations fell on Anyang, especially the families of those who had just died in the team. All of them were very dissatisfied with Anyang. Anyang felt very aggrieved. He said helplessly, "Can I not go out to look for the mutant beast? There is not much rice left in the warehouse." If it weren't for Brother Yu Yang's generosity in exchanging so much meat for us last time, our food rations for the next month would have been in jeopardy. Someone immediately stood up and asked, "How could there be no rice? I remember that we brought back dozens of bags of rice. Did you secretly give all of it to that guy named Yu Yang last time?" That's right. They must have given it all to outsiders. Otherwise, how could they be out of rice? No wonder they wouldn't let us into the warehouse. I knew there was something fishy going on. The crowd suddenly became excited. You? How can you slander me like this? Anyang was very angry. Slander you? Then why don't you tell me where the rice went? Anyang said with a chill in his heart. Just think about it. There are more than 50 of us, and we have to eat nearly half a bag of rice every day. It's been almost 3 months, and the rice is almost gone. We only have some flour left as staple food. Once it's gone, we'll be starving. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd suddenly panicked. The reason why many of them are willing to accept Anyang's leadership and stay here is because they have no shortage of food here. Because Anyang reacted quickly during the apocalypse and stockpiled a lot of food, they never had to worry about food and drink. But now the food is gone, they will soon starve to death. Anyang looked at these ungrateful people and felt extremely disappointed. He is a veteran. When he saw that many people had no food, he took the initiative to share food with everyone. Everyone was very grateful to him. In addition, Anyang was indeed strong and had many supporters, so a team was formed after a few interactions. But now, these people whom Anyang had once helped turn against him. This really makes Anyang feel disheartened. However, not all people in the crowd were condemning Anyang. There were also supporters of Anyang. However, they're also somewhat reluctant to become a subsidiary team of others. Okay, even if what you said is true, even if we want to be a subsidiary team, then why don't we become a subsidiary team of the Royal City Alliance? No matter how powerful Yu Yang is, can he be as powerful as the Royal City Alliance? As soon as these words were spoken, many people immediately agreed with them. Yes, no matter how powerful Yu Yang is, he is just one person. The Royal City Alliance is a team of tens of thousands of people. If you want to go, we should go to the Royal City Alliance, Anyang said with some regret. If the affiliated team of the Royal City Alliance was that good, I would have gone there a long time ago. The Royal City Alliance won't talk about any feelings with us. Once we go there, we will have the worst food and the most tiring work. The only benefit is that we can get some protection, and it's not 100% protection. If we encounter an irresistible danger, we will be the first to be abandoned. So you still want to go to the Royal City Alliance? Everyone was silent. They all understood that being a subsidiary team of the Royal City Alliance meant living under someone else's roof. Otherwise, they would have gone to the Royal City Alliance long ago. Anyang's voice was excited, and he continued. But do you know? At the beginning, Wang Zhixing offended Yu Yang, but he was able to save Jia's team. How will such a person treat us? I don't need to say more, right? To be a subordinate team of such a person, we just have to do more work and be more tired. But I am sure that Yu Yang will never take our lives for granted. On the other side, Yu Yang had just stepped into Minghuang Primary School and happened to hear Anyang's words. Even though he was not thin-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed after hearing it. He touched his nose and asked a few people around him, "Am I so good?" "Yes, yes, yes." Boss, you are so awesome. To be honest, I don't feel wronged at all to be your subordinate, and I am so happy to see the pie you painted. Wu Gang showed his true colors as a lackey. Wu Gang, do you know how to praise people? What do you mean by empty promises? Wang Tao shook his head helplessly. Jiang Chong nodded with a smile and looked at Yu Yang with admiration. Decisive but not completely cold-blooded, strong but not overbearing. A team with you is the best team. Listening to what several people said, although Yu Yang didn't say much, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Yu Yang, you're finally here. Anyang was relieved when he saw Yu Yang. He felt that Yu Yang must find a way to stabilize the current situation. In fact, after hearing Anyang's heartfelt words just now, many people have changed their minds. Seeing Yu Yang's entire team looking so energetic, everyone couldn't help but believe it a little more. With such a spirit, it's obvious that they are living a good life. Well, isn't it just a matter of changing the boss? Just change it. As long as there's food to eat, it doesn't matter who is the boss. I think Yu Yang is pretty good. He's handsome and capable. If I were you, I would choose Yu Yang as our leader. Yes, only a truly powerful person can be our leader. Hearing the discussion below, Anyang felt somewhat embarrassed. However, he also admitted that his leadership ability and strength were not enough to be the head of a group. Therefore, I didn't feel that I was humiliated. Yu Yang patted Anyang on the shoulder and slowly walked in front of the crowd. Very good. I can feel your enthusiasm. Yu Yang greeted everyone with a smile, but then changed the subject. But I never said that I would recruit all of you into my team. Yu Yang, don't need people who don't obey management and only eat but don't work. Chapter 57. Go out and pick up the rags. As soon as Yu Yang said this, the people below were instantly in an uproar. They also didn't expect that even though they were willing to be a subsidiary team, Yu Yang would actually drive some of them away. For a moment, many people who were usually lazy and gluttonous lowered their heads nervously. The few people who had caused trouble just now were now extremely panicked. You can get out now. Yu Yang pointed at the few people who had just led the trouble and said expressionlessly, why should we leave? Those people were not easy to deal with. Seeing that they were about to be driven away, they immediately became unhappy. Oh, nothing. I just think you guys are an eyesore. Yu Yang smiled contemptuously, too lazy to argue with these people. Those people were all stunned. Originally, they thought Yu Yang would say that they were disobeying management or something, so they could refute it. But I didn't expect Yu Yang to say that they were an eyesore. This is tantamount to slapping them in the face. Why should we leave? We all built this base together, and you are the one to leave. Yes, you are the outsider. And that guy Anyang, he actually helped outsiders. He is not worthy of being the leader at all. That's right, you two should get out together. These people are not easy to deal with, so it is impossible for them to surrender just like that. Yu Yang Sigid sleek flee. He silently took out his revolver. He took a few steps back, his face flushed and his neck thickened just now. They had all seen Yu Yang killing Zhang Tan, and they all knew that this gentle-looking young man could really kill people. Get out of my sight right now, otherwise. Yu Yang Triatanet. Those people looked at each other. In the end, he didn't dare to argue any more under Yu Yang's gun. Good boy, just wait for me. Do you really think we won't survive if we leave here? Let's go. Brothers, do on your own. I don't believe that a few of us grown men can't survive. Yes, let's go. We won't be bullied here. As they were talking, they also wanted to bring some people they had a good relationship with to go together. If you want to leave, you can leave now. I won't stop you, Yu Yang said calmly. But these people were unwilling to leave. The environment outside is full of risk of death at any time. Only a fool would go out. When those people saw that no one followed them, they were all embarrassed and left in shame. And you get out of here too. Yu Yang pointed at the few people who had caused trouble with Zhang Tan last time. Unstable elements like this must not be allowed to stay in the team. Those people were originally shrinking their necks, but unexpectedly they were still pulled out by Yu Yang. They all had sad faces, but didn't dare to say anything more. They have guns in their hands and have complete control over the discourse, and they don't want to follow in Zhang Tan's footsteps. So everyone walked away with their heads down in shame. Okay, I'll give the rest of you a chance. Yu Yang looked at the crowd with nervous faces. You all go out later and find supplies for me. Where are the supplies outside now? Asked a brave young man. Although others didn't say it, they all thought so in their hearts. If there were such easily accessible supplies outside, would they still stay here? Yu Yang smiled and said, "What I want is not food or drink, but for you to go out and pick up junk." Picking up junk? What's the meaning? For a moment, except for a few people in Yu Yang's team, everyone else looked confused. It's just some damaged electrical appliances, weapons and equipment, or some other good things that can't be used because of damage. After listening to Yu Yang's explanation, everyone looked at each other, still not understanding why Yu Yang wanted to pick up scraps. Isn't this a waste of time? Why are you picking up those things? Are there still companies that collect waste now? You don't need to ask why, just do it. If there is an order, you should complete it. This is what you should do. Yu Yang looked at more than 40 faces with different expressions and said calmly, "I can guarantee that everyone who stays will have enough food and water. Moreover, as long as I am here, your safety will be no problem. Also, if what we find is of great value, I can give him a chance to join the main team." As soon as Yu Yang said this, the expressions of the people below changed immediately. Plenty of food and water? And safety? In the end times, is there anything more important than these? Moreover, if the things you find are of great value, you will also have the opportunity to join the main team. This is simply pie in the sky. They could all see that the people in Yu Yang's team were all full of energy and vigor, without any of the tiredness and vicissitudes of the end of the world. I don't know how comfortable my daily life is. Join in. Be sure to join. For a moment, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. Especially some energetic young men, they all look eager to try. All of them couldn't wait to rush out of Minghuang Primary School. Yu Yang. Anyang walked up to Yu Yang and asked a little embarrassedly, "If I find something good, can I have the opportunity to join the main team?" Yu Yang laughed and said, "Of course, Captain, everyone has a fair chance." Anyang said with shame, "You'd better not call me Captain. I'm not the captain anymore. You're the captain now." Yu Yang shook his head. "From now on, whether you are in our main team or not, you will always be the leader of the subsidiary team. I will not give orders directly. I will assign tasks for you in the future, and you will pass them on." Really? Anyang had a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that Yu Yang was still willing to let him be the team leader. After all, he was a complete failure as a team leader. It's too troublesome to manage so many people, and you happen to have experience. What you lack are just some means. To put it bluntly, you are usually too nice to them. Anyang lowered his head. "I know I'm a little soft-hearted, but we are all neighbors in the same city, and I can't bear to let them starve. No one wants them to starve, but if they want to have enough food, they have to make contributions. No one is obligated to support them for free." Yu Yang said earnestly. "Besides, some people may not necessarily be grateful for things that are given to them for free." Anyang nodded, then took a deep look at Anjia beside Yu Yang, and then walked out of Minghuang Primary School to join the army of ragpickers. For a while, Minghuang Primary School became much emptier. Not long after, Wang Tao's family, accompanied by Zhao Baofu and his wife, the Su sisters, and Lin Wei, who was obviously dissatisfied, walked into Minghuang Primary School in a mighty procession. "Yu Yang, you didn't call me for such an important operation?" Although Lin Wei's voice was filled with reproach, she was clearly concerned about Yu Yang's safety. Yu Yang chuckled. "It seems that you are tired and can't get up." Su Xiaoxiao looked confused. What was Sister Lin Wei busy with last night? Su Mingming quickly covered Su Xiaoxiao's mouth, then smiled awkwardly. "You guys chat, you guys continue chatting." Chapter 58 Time, stand still. And Jia, take them to clean up a building for me to live in. It will be best if it's a place where no one else can hear us no matter how loud we scream. Yu Yang said with a somewhat unnatural look. "Why can't I hear any screams? What if Brother Yu Yang is in danger?" Su Xiaoxiao's mouth was covered by Su Mingming again. You guys chat, he. Su Mingming simply drag Su Xiaoxiao away. Yu Yang coughed twice, cleared his throat, and continued, "Well, find another small, secluded room for Officer Jiang to stay in. He likes to be alone." After hearing this, Jiang Chong looked at Yu Yang with gratitude. He was originally a solitary person who liked to be alone. Moreover, he listened to novels very carefully these 2 days, fearing that others would discover what he was listening to. Now that he has his own place to live, his hobbies can be fully satisfied. Since Lin Wei had a crossbody bag that had been upgraded by Yu Yang, heavy objects like generators and water heaters were easily brought over. Under Yu Yang's arrangement, everyone placed various daily necessities in the new venue in an orderly manner. Since Yu Yang didn't want to be disturbed, these things were not installed in Yu Yang's own building, but were installed next to the original warehouse. As the relocation work was finalized, Some people who had gone out to look for junk returned one after another, and almost all of them held one or two items in their hands. There really is strength in numbers. Yang sighed secretly. It is common sense that only by building up power in the doomsday can one develop faster. So even though Yu Yang actually doesn't like trouble and prefers to live alone, in order to develop faster, he still chooses to build his own power. At this point, the advantage of having a large number of people is reflected. Captain Yu, what do you think of this? A young man ran up to Yu Yang excitedly and took out a flattened electric fan. Electric fan? Yu Yang shook his head slightly. Winter is coming soon. A stove would be more useful than this. When a man heard Yu Yang's comment, he immediately lowered his head in frustration. However, since you have been searching hard, I will allow you to join the affiliated team. I will accept this electric fan. It may be useful in the future. The young man's eyes lit up. He thanked Yang profusely and ran away excitedly. Immediately afterwards, the second person presented the junk he had found. He was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He hesitated and took out a damaged watch from his pocket. This is a famous watch with a luxurious appearance, but it has been pressed with many cracks and the hands no longer move. Seeing this watch, Yu Yang fell into deep thought. Why, you also like famous watches? Jiang Chang asked when he saw Yu Yang in deep thought. Yu Yang shook his head. Although the appearance of this watch is good, Yu Yang doesn't care about this. The ultimate function of a watch, no matter how gorgeous or expensive it is to record time. Therefore, once this watch is repaired, it means that the special effects obtained are likely to be related to time. As we all know, among all special effects, time and space are classic and timeless abilities. If you master timing, you can often achieve results beyond your imagination. Thinking of this, Yu Yang suddenly became excited. He took the watch and tried to repair it. It will take 20 repair points to repair a damaged Rolex watch. Do you want to repair it? It actually takes 20 points. It is indeed a complex and sophisticated mechanical watch. Yu Yang secretly exclaimed. So far, he has only repaired the broken intermediate evolution crystals and the generators needed to repair them, which exceeds this number. The latter, however, provides an effect similar to unlimited energy. In that case, let's give it a try. I hope the effect will be better. Ding! Repair successful. Receive a brand new Rolex watch. A brand new watch appeared in Yu Yang's hand, which was very exquisite in both shape and color. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Time stop. Basic version can stop the time of a single target for 3 seconds. Can only be used once a day. 2. Time slowdown. Basic version, it can slow down the passage of time for a single target by 10 times. Lasts for 10 seconds. Can only be used once a day. 3. Time reversal. Basic version can reverse the time of a single target to 3 seconds ago. Can only be used once a day. Looking at the 3 special effects appearing before his eyes, even Yu Yang was a little stunned. He guessed that there might be special effects related to time, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. This special effect alone is comparable to the special abilities of some second-level evolvers. This is time. However, after a brief moment of joy, Yu Yang suddenly became embarrassed. Which one should I choose? This is like a high school student before the end of the world dreaming of attending the 3 best schools, and all 3 schools send him acceptance letters. Which one should I choose? This has become a very tangled issue. These 3 effects are all extremely powerful, but they also have their own advantages and disadvantages. It is a matter of personal opinion. But Yu Yang himself still prefers time to stand still. In actual combat, a motionless target is a live target, which greatly increases your chances of winning. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot deal with, a 3-second freeze control can also create a chance to escape. The only pity is that it can only stay still for 3 seconds. Otherwise, this ability should have other uses. However, since it is an entry-level version after all, there is still room for upgrading in the future. After figuring this out, Yu Yang simply chose to stop time. Ding! Rolex watch has been added with the effect. Time stops. Okay, I like the watch very much, and you can join the affiliated team. The middle-aged man who had been worried suddenly looked happy. Although this watch was his favorite, it was damaged and would be of no use in Doomsday. He felt it was a good deal to be able to exchange such a damaged watch for a safe and comfortable living environment. Later, several people came forward to offer the junk they had found. Although there were not many useful things, Yu Yang was not too harsh and basically let them pass. Only a thin young man with a pointed chin and monkey face was sneaky and actually threw a pair of worn socks with holes to Yu Yang. Yu Yang was so angry that he kicked him out of the gate of Minghuang Primary School. Just when he was so proud of himself that his face turned red and his neck became thick, a beautiful woman with still charm handed him a broken electric mosquito swatter with a smile. Chapter 59, Cannonball Current. The young woman looked to be in her early 30s, which was the ripe age. After years of settling down, the girl's immaturity has faded, making the originally delicate facial features appear more mature and charming. The difficult life at the end of the world made her dress no longer so exquisite, but under the slightly messy hair, she had a face full of elasticity and luster, and her delicacy reflected a bit of human softness. The young woman had a plump and well-proportioned figure. She twisted her sexy waist, moved closer to Yu Yang's side, and bent slightly, revealing her soft and elastic breasts. She asked with a smile, "Captain Yu, what do you think of this thing of mine?" Yu Yang subconsciously said, "It's so big." Then he immediately reacted, smiled awkwardly, and said, "What a big surprise. This electric mosquito swatter should be able to be turned into a weapon." Yu Yang praised seriously. "In view of your outstanding performance, you are specially approved to join our main team. But boss, you haven't even seen what effect the repair can achieve." Wu Gang couldn't bear to watch it anymore and reminded him. Yu Yang glanced at him coldly. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Wu Gang immediately covered his mouth and shook his head desperately. "Captain Yu, you are such a nice person. You have achieved a lot at a young age. You are handsome, have a good figure, and have good taste. You can tell at a glance that I am a good guy." The young woman's red lips opened and closed as she continued praising Yu Yang, while her pair of affectionate eyes gazed deeply at Yu Yang. This hungry look made Yu Yang have no doubt that this was a character even more ruthless than Lin Wei. But this does not mean that Yu Yang has to hide from this beauty. After the second evolution, Yu Yang's body is now strong enough to cope with more challenges. "What's your name?" "Yu Yang Asket." "Song Yian, haha, isn't a very rustic name." Song Yayan smoothed the hair on her forehead and smiled at herself. Little do they know that this scene seems even more charming in the eyes of these men. "Not tacky, it's a nice name. Let me show you what effect this electric mosquito swatter can have." Yu Yang held the electric mosquito swatter and spent 10 repair points to repair it. Ding! Got a brand new electric mosquito swatter. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Strong current, primary version. After the electric mosquito swatter hits the target, it will emit a strong current, causing 2 points of true damage to the target. 2. Paralysis current. After the electric mosquito swatter hits the target, it will cause a paralysis effect on the target for 2 to 5 seconds, during which the target loses the ability to move. 3. Cannonball electric current. Basic version, swinging the electric mosquito swatter will fire electric current cannonballs, which will cause 1 point of true damage when hitting the enemy. Note, the electric mosquito swatter will consume power when attacking. The current power reserve is 0, and the full bar is 100. Each attack will consume 1 point of power. They're all good. Looking at the 3 special effects in front of him, Yu Yang felt very surprised. I didn't expect there would be real damage. True damage means ignoring defense value. Although the damage per attack is low, the ability to ignore defense more than makes up for it. It can be said that with this electric mosquito swatter, even an ordinary person can easily kill an ordinary mutant beast. The need for electricity was originally a huge problem, but Yu Yang had a perpetual motion generator. Although it doesn't generate much electricity, it is still enough to charge an electric mosquito swatter. After comprehensive consideration, Yu Yang finally chose the Cannon Current Basic Edition. After all, long-range attacks have a higher safety factor and are more suitable for women. Ding! The electric mosquito swatter has an additional effect. Cannonball Current, primary version. After adding the effects, Yu Yang handed the electric mosquito swatter to Song Yiyun and introduced to her the effects and usage of the electric mosquito swatter. After listening to this, Song Yiyun's face was full of surprise. "You mean to give this to me?" Yu Yang nodded. "It is lent to you. This is the same for everyone. When you have accumulated enough merits, we can consider giving it to you permanently." "Captain Yu, I really don't know what to say. You are such a good person. I really don't know how to repay you." Song Yiyun bit her red lips. "I don't know if Captain Yu dislikes me. I can go to your room tonight." Upon hearing this, Su Ming Ming on the side immediately became unhappy. Annie, why are you eating and taking things at the same time? I gave you such a powerful weapon. and you still want to sleep with Yu Yang? And Jia took Lin Wei and Su Xiao to make the beds, leaving her, an outsider, bored here. Originally, I just wanted to see what kind of junk Yu Yang could collect, but I didn't expect that Yu Yang would start collecting people as well. Su Mingming suddenly felt a little depressed, but then she realized why she was depressed when she was fine. What Yu Yang does has nothing to do with her. Thinking of this, she became even more depressed, but she comforted herself that she was just worried about her sister. No, I'm gonna stop my sister from getting close to this pervert who accepts everyone who comes. He's clearly not a good person. Yu Yang, who was standing by, naturally didn't know what Su Mingming was thinking. Facing Song Yiyun's proposal, he coughed twice and whispered, "Come to my room in 2 days." Good things are never too late. Yu Yang plans to stock up on supplies these 2 days. Everyone says that young women are good and they're treasures. What's more, she is a stunning young woman. He also wanted to try what was going on. After hearing Yu Yang's reply, Song Yiyun was even happier than if she had received an electric mosquito swatter. A satisfied smile filled her face. "Then I'll wait for you." After saying that, Song Yiyun walked towards the building where Yu Yang's team was located with sexy steps. Yu Yang withdrew his gaze and continued to collect the junk brought back by others. As time passed, night slowly fell. 2 kilometers away from Minghuang Primary School, a group of people were approaching quietly under the cover of night. "Brother Wang, does Anyang really have so many supplies on hand?" A young man in ripped jeans smiled flatteringly. The sturdy man with a cigarette in his mouth smiled and said, "Of course, I have found out everything. Anyang doesn't have many skills, but he reacts quickly. When the apocalypse just broke out, he stockpiled a lot of things. Then if a dozen of us go to rob them now, will it be dangerous? I heard there are more than 50 of them. What are you afraid of? I'm a level 2 revolver, and my ability can provide 100 points of defense. Even if I stand there and let them hit me, they can't do anything to me." After hearing what the strong man said, everyone else felt relieved. With a defense value of 100 points, it is stronger than any other elite mutant beast. Ordinary firearms can't even do anything to a strong man. Moreover, they're all first-level evolvers, and their physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people. Therefore, they felt that they had a sure win in this operation. When we grab Anyang supplies, Captain Zhao will definitely reward us handsomely. Oh, it would be great if there was no contract to obey. Now I always feel that nothing I do is for myself. Think about it. If you don't obey the contract, will Captain Zhao give you the evolution crystal for nothing? That's true. Chapter 60, Reconnaissance Drone. Inside Minghuang Primary School. In one afternoon, Yu Yang collected a lot of good things. Of course, there's some more ordinary ones. However, Yu Yang was not too harsh. He allowed anyone with a good attitude to join the affiliated team. Yu Yang collected all the things he found and tried to repair some of the good ones with good results. It just can't be used right away. Why hasn't Anyang come back yet? Yu Yang looked up and asked in surprise, "Did this guy get lost by looking for a ragtag guy?" As soon as Yu Yang finished speaking, Anyang ran back from outside with an excited look on his face, holding something that looked like a propeller in his hand. Yu Yang took a closer look. It turned out to be a small reconnaissance drone. "Sure, I'm glad you found this good stuff." Anyang licked his dry lips and smiled with relief. "As long as it's useful." Yu Yang nodded and tried to repair it. He spent 10 repair points, extracted special effects, and finally chose an effect of reconnaissance alert. This effect not only transmits real-time aerial images back to him, but also alerts him when an enemy is spotted within a square kilometer. Under Yu Yang's operation, the reconnaissance drone took off successfully. Yu Yang called out the panel, and on his panel appeared the aerial images taken by the drone, and it even had a thermal sensing function that could see biological information in the dark. Yu Yang took a rough look at the range and found that it was just enough to cover Minghuang Primary School and the surrounding streets. "Very good." Yu Yang patted Anyang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Welcome to our main team. Main team members can eat and drink as they please, and they can also take a shower. Of course, if you like to play standalone games like Su Mingming, you can also take out your phone to charge it." Anyang was stunned when he heard Yu Yang's long string of unfamiliar words. Bath? Charge? Play games? Are we really living in the same apocalypse? Seeing Anyang, he was a little dazed. Wu Gang put his arm around Anyang Yi's shoulders and said with a laugh, "How is it? Are you shocked? Isn't our boss awesome?" "Brother Anyang, don't worry. It's always right to follow our boss. Let's go." I see you stink too, buddy. Let me show you where we take a shower. In this way, Anyang was pulled by Wu Gang towards the built bathroom. Not long after, Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao came back, but Jiao was still busy dealing with some trivial matters. Sister, we will live together. Sister Anja is very nice and has prepared soft mattresses for each of us. Su Xiaoxiao hugged Su Mingming's arm and swayed around in a coquettish manner. Su Mingming pulled Su Xiaoxiao aside, hesitated for a long time, and said with a complicated look, Xiaoxiao, you are still young. There are some things you are not old enough to do. You must not do them, understand? Su Xiaoxiao's chubby face turned slightly red, and she said shyly, Sister, what are you talking about? I'm still young and don't understand. Su Mingming said unhappily, That's not what you said when we were taking a shower yesterday. Su Xiaoxiao quickly covered Su Mingming's mouth and said coquettishly, Okay, sister, I know my limits. Besides, you're still with me. I'm going back tomorrow. I have to report to my brother that I'm safe. Su Mingming sighed. Xiaoxiao, I'm just worried that you'll suffer. That Yu Yang. He will definitely have a lot of women around him in the future. I know this. It would be strange if there are few women for a man as gentle, handsome, and capable as Brother Yu Yang. If there were really few, I would suspect that he was no longer capable. Su Xiaoxiao said as a matter of course. Su Mingming opened her mouth slightly, feeling speechless. I really don't know what kind of drug that stinky Yu Yang gave Su Xiaoxiao that she actually supports him like this. For a moment, Su Mingming didn't know what to say. Anyway, you are not allowed to have anything to do with him. Do you understand? I know, sister. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head with a complicated look in her eyes. I will definitely be careful. I'm glad you understand. The other side, Lin Wei stared at Yu Yang with interest. Yu Yang felt a little scared when he saw this. It seems that the second evolution has increased your physical strength a lot. How do you know that? Lin Wei smiled meaningfully. Otherwise, how could you still have the energy to take in a pretty widow? Yu Yang scratched his head in embarrassment. Lin Wei smiled generously and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? Throughout history, which capable man didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It's just that some do it openly and some do it in private. You don't hide it at all, which makes me feel sincere. It just so happens that you have almost cleared my sister's sewer, so you should take a few days off. If you come here every day, you will get tired of it. You mean you have to hang on a little? After saying that, Lin Wei turned around and left gracefully, leaving Yu Yang dumbfounded. This Lin Wei. In front of Lin Wei, Yu Yang often felt that he was too conservative. To outsiders, Lin Wei might be a calm and even a bit cruel female killer. But to Yu Yang, this tall, long-legged woman is truly a queen. It's the kind with a lot of tricks. It can be said that this has opened the door to new worlds for Yu Yang one after another. Yu Yang saw that most of the people who had gone out to look for junk had returned, and everyone else was busy with their own things. Anyang had also returned from taking a shower, so he also went to the bathroom. As soon as he arrived at the bathroom, Yu Yang discovered that Jia had thoughtfully prepared 2 wooden tables in the bathroom. The ladies' table was filled with all kinds of essences and perfumes, and Jia also quickly gained the favor of many girls with this. On the table for men, there was only soap, which was extremely simple compared to that for women. However, Yu Yang discovered that there was a separate box on the man's desk with his name written on it. That's right. As the leader, you must have your own exclusive items. Yu Yang opened the box with great anticipation, looked inside, and then his face froze. Well, soap. Yu Yang smiled helplessly. I didn't expect that even after becoming the team leader, his treatment is even worse than that of the beauties under his command. However, Yu Yang didn't care about these little things. He didn't care about this before he traveled through time. As long as it could be washed clean, it was fine. What's more, all the beauties took a shower and smelled delicious, but he was the one who benefited in the end. Yu Yang picked up the soap and took a bath happily under the precisely temperature-controlled water heater. At the same time, outside Minghuang Primary School, a dozen fully armed men were slowly approaching. Bang! Then a cry of pain was heard. The person guarding the gate outside Minghuang Primary School flew in backwards and fell heavily to the ground. This scene attracted the attention of everyone who was preparing dinner. An extremely arrogant voice came from outside the door. Where is Anyang? Get him out now. Chapter 61, Just because of you, you want to kill my people. As the words fell, a dozen ferocious-looking men rushed into Minghuang Primary School. Wow, the food is pretty good. The aroma of the food has even reached the door. Smelling the food that was obviously carefully prepared rather than simply cooked, they were more certain that there must be good supplies in Anyang. As long as they get these supplies, they can live a good life again. It's such a waste for you useless people to use such good supplies. You will die if you encounter mutant beasts anyway, so you might as well give the supplies to us. This will be a contribution to the continuation of mankind. Wang Heng, the leader, said sarcastically. Who are you? Why did you hurt our people? Anyang walked out of the crowd and said angrily. You are Anyang? Ha, you have a bit of a military demeanor. What a pity. If you had met me earlier, maybe I could have recommended you to our boss. But today, we are destined to be enemies. If you know what's good for you, just hand over all the supplies you have and I won't kill you. Wan Hang Fiten openly. To be honest, although there seemed to be more people on Anyang's side, Wang Heng didn't take them seriously at all. He could easily take out more than a dozen people with his physical strength alone. What's more, the younger brothers behind him are all first-level evolvers, so it is extremely easy for them to deal with ordinary people. If they were not too lazy to waste their energy, it would only take a few minutes to slaughter these 50 people. Anyang looked at the aggressive group of people opposite him with a slightly solemn expression. But he was not too worried. In his opinion, as long as Yang was there, the problem could be solved. These people can't be more difficult to deal with than elite mutant beasts, right? Why should we give it to you? What will we eat if we give it to you? You are committing robbery. And Jia stood beside Anyang and accused him angrily. When Wang Heng saw Jia, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, I didn't expect there are such beautiful women here. Wang Heng licked his lips, a hint of desire appearing in his eyes. Although he has had some meat since the end of the world, they were all ordinary stuff, not even 1/10 as good-looking as in Jia. Seeing in Jia's pure and beautiful face at this time, he couldn't help feeling a little dry in the mouth. Beauty, do you want to come back with me? I promise to let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks without suffering a bit. What do you think? Besides, I am a level 2 evolver with excellent physical fitness. I promise to satisfy you. Wang Heng patted his chest and said some explicit words, which made Jia frown. However, Wang Heng's words also made them feel heavy in their hearts. This rugged-looking burly man is actually a level 2 evolver. The mutant beast didn't find this place, but was instead found by a group of human robbers. And Jia really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Can a level 2 evolver steal other people's things? Su Mingming saw that something was not right and immediately stood up. We have many level 2 evolvers in the Royal City Alliance, but none of us are as despicable as you. You actually came here to steal supplies. If you want to eat, go kill mutant beasts. Do you have any shame to steal other people's supplies? Wang Heng stared at another beautiful woman who appeared in front of him with his eyes wide open. Su Mingming's youthful and beautiful face and proud breasts stimulated his senses and made him drool. If we tie them all up and keep them secretly, I wonder how happy our lives will be. Wang Heng's mind was full of thoughts, and his eyes gradually became anxious. So what about the Imperial City Alliance? Our boss, Zhao, he doesn't take the Imperial City Alliance seriously at all. Do you have the guts to let the Imperial City Alliance take action? Su Mingming bit her lip. She didn't expect that even after she brought up the Royal City Alliance, the other party was still not afraid. In a hurry, she couldn't help but think of Yu Yang in her mind. Humph, this damn Yu Yang. Where did he go at such a critical moment? At this time, Jiang Chong walked out of the crowd and sneered at Wang Heng. Hi, you guys are just talking nonsense. If you really come into direct conflict with the Imperial City Alliance, do you think Zhao he will protect you? You feel superior even though you're a dog. How ridiculous. As a police officer, Jiang Chong can't stand those who rob and prey. Wang Heng's eyes were slightly angry as he looked at Jiang Chong carefully. You are Jiang Chong, the so-called police officer Jiang. That's right. Every time I see someone like you, I have the urge to shoot him. Jiang Chong's face was full of hatred for evil. Hearing Jiang Chong's words, Wang Heng was stunned at first, then he laughed sarcastically. Haha, Jiang Chong, it's the end of the world, and you still think you're Officer Jiang. This is hilarious. Without official support, you, Jiang Chong, are nothing. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You rejected our boss invitation and came to such a crappy team. I think you have water in your head, right? Jiang Chong was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, so he took out his standard pistol and pointed it at Wang Heng. Get out of here now, or I'll be rude to you. He didn't shoot directly, not because he was afraid of Wang Heng, but because he was wary of Zhao Yi behind Wang Hang, and he didn't want to cause trouble for Yu Yang. After Wang Hang saw the pistol, there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he laughed and said, "Ha ha, you could just try shooting me. If I, Wang Hang, scream out in pain, I'd be a coward." Bang! It wasn't Jiang Chong who fired the shot. In the distance, Lin Wei's gaze gradually withdrew from the sniper rifle's scope, and her eyes became a little dull. It was because the bullet she fired just now hit Wang Hang's forehead, but only caused a burst of sparks, but did not cause any harm to Wang Hang. Seeing this scene, everyone in Minghuang Primary School felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. This strong man actually has such a high defense. Even bullets can't penetrate it. What can I do? Haha. I told you before, bullets are useless to me. How about it? Have you guys opened your eyes? Wang Hang put his hands on his hips and smiled contemptuously. Seeing this, the younger brothers behind Wang Hang also became proud. Haha, Jiang Chong. Our brother Wang has a full 100 points of defense. Bullets can't penetrate him. I think you should surrender quickly. Bang! The sound stopped abruptly. Haha, your boss can withstand bullets, can you? The person who just spoke was shot in the head by Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong is a ruthless and taciturn character. Otherwise, he would not have been so controversial for shooting a criminal before the end of the world. Wang Hang watched his men being beaten to death in front of him. He was so angry that veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Since you are determined to die, don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Chong, more than 50 people here will pay the price of their lives because of your recklessness. Just as Wang Hang was about to take action, another calm voice suddenly came over. Think about your own strength before you say anything harsh. Do you think you can kill my people? Chapter 62, Revolver, Damaged. Yu Yang was seen walking out from behind the crowd calmly. In fact, he had received the alert from the reconnaissance plane when he was taking a shower just now, but there was nothing he could do. He was only halfway through his shower, and it was impossible for him to come out naked. However, he has been observing the situation here through aerial photography. Seeing that no one on his side seemed to be able to do anything to this strong man, Yu Yang hurriedly sped up his shower and finally arrived before the other party made a move. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Although Yu Yang looked like an ordinary college student, Wang Hang had a bad feeling in his heart. Yu Yang took out a revolver, twirled it gently in his hand, and said with a half-smile, "I heard you're not afraid of bullets?" Wang Hang's eyes narrowed. He looked at Yu Yang's hand and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a revolver. The sniper rifle just now couldn't do anything to me. So what can a small revolver do to me? So he raised his head and said, "So what?" Yu Yang's smile slowly faded, and his eyes turned cold in an instant. "Then you better take my bullet." After saying that, Yu Yangping raised his gun calmly, activated the power overload, and suddenly fired a bullet. The loud noise was deafening. The bullet, with a trail of flame, passed through the gap between the crowd and shot accurately towards Wang Hang. Wang Hang instantly felt a strong sense of crisis, but unfortunately his special ability was not danger perception. By the time he wanted to react, the bullet had already reached his head. Puff! The bullet penetrated and even sent his body flying backwards, slamming hard into the wall. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Wang Hang's younger brothers were so frightened that they turned pale and could not speak. Originally, they were eager to take action, but now it was as if someone poured a bucket of cold water on them. They all felt as if they were in an ice cellar and were shivering. How is this possible? Brother Wang. His defense value is a full 100 points. An intense fear filled their hearts. If Wang Hang was killed instantly, then those of them who haven't even awakened their special abilities combined would not be enough to fill the gaps in the opponent's teeth. Plop, plop, plop. At once, the remaining dozen or so people knelt down, raised their hands high, and made a gesture of surrender. Yu Yang's voice was frighteningly cold. You think of surrendering now? You were so arrogant just now. After saying that, Yu Yang raised his gun. Wait a minute. Jiang Chong walked quickly to Yu Yang's side and reminded him. These people are all Zhao Yi's men. Zhao Yi is a level 3 revolver and has many strong men under his command. If we kill them all, I'm afraid Zhao Yi will retaliate. After hearing Jiang Chong's words, Yu Yang frowned and did not shoot immediately. Seeing Yu Yang hesitate, the dozen or so people kneeling down seemed to see hope. Yes, our boss is Zhao Yi. If you kill us, our boss will not let you go. Bang! A bullet was fired without hesitation. The person who spoke had his head exploded like a smashed watermelon. I hesitated because I was wondering whether or not to waste bullets. Do you really think I'm afraid of your boss? Yang put away his pistol and said lightly, Wu Gang, kill them all. The reason why Yang wanted to kill these people was because they were all forced by Zhao Yi to obey the contract and could never betray Zhao Yi, so killing them was the best choice. I'm going back first. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. After leaving these words, Yu Yang walked towards his own bedroom and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. It is not until now that many people have woken up from their dreams. Is it just like that? Wu Gang seemed a little dazed. The boss is so fierce. Wang Tao also stared at Wang Heng's body blankly. The shock in his eyes did not fade for a long time. The boss doesn't want to eat? Zhao Baofu blinked in confusion. The others looked at him speechlessly. Anyang on the side sighed heavily, lamenting that the gap between him and Yu Yang was so huge. It's ridiculous that he had wanted to recruit Yu Yang to join his team before. Now he knows why Yu Yang looked down on him. If I had this ability, I would look down on their small team. Lin Wei looked at the direction where Yu Yang left, thoughtfully. He has become so powerful. It seems that the second evolution has really made him much stronger. It would be a shame if we don't explore such a powerful body. Lin Wei decided to charge her mobile phone, review the knowledge she had learned before, and continue to improve her knowledge. She feels that she still has a lot of room for improvement. Thinking this, she walked towards her bedroom. Su Mingming kept looking in the direction where Yu Yang disappeared, with an extremely complicated expression in her eyes. Her perception of Yang changed again. If she thought Yu Yang was pretty powerful before, now, Yu Yang's strength made her feel a little scared. It's not that Yu Yang has become the strongest person in her mind, but that Yu Yang's growth rate is really too fast. It was so fast that she felt it was a little unbelievable. This guy is not without his good points. At least he looks pretty handsome when he shoots. Su Mingming muttered to herself. The most shocking thing at this point was the members of the affiliated team who saw Yu Yang display his prowess for the first time. This time, they finally felt Yu Yang's power intuitively. When everyone else had no way to deal with the second-level revolver, Yu Yang took care of him with just one shot. And without any hesitation, he killed him with one shot. That cool and handsome look made them feel refreshed. Call you crazy. We killed you in the team battle. At this time, no one sympathized with the dozen or so people who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Because if Yu Yang hadn't been there, these people would have gone on a killing spree today. Wu Gang felt extremely happy when he saw this group of first-level evolvers kneeling and trembling in front of him. So what if it has evolved? Still you have to kneel down in front of me and beg for mercy? Don't blame me, you all deserve it. Why did you have to mess with me, the boss, when you could mess with anyone else? Come, I'll send you off. Yu Yang returned to the bedroom that had been carefully decorated by Jia, feeling quite satisfied. Although this is still a room full of cracks, it does not prevent it from becoming a qualified bedroom. Soft mattresses and abundant daily necessities. Even an electric wire was pulled over and a light bulb was lit. Turn on the lights in the end times. This is a treatment that only he can enjoy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yu Yang couldn't wait to take out the revolver he had just used. The revolver felt slightly warm, as if an overloaded machine were generating heat. The most important thing is that the revolver can no longer be used at this time. There was excitement in Yu Yang's voice. Okay, it's finally broken. Chapter 63, The Only Effect. Yu Yang is very much looking forward to the second restoration of the revolver. This was about to become the first item he had restored twice. Repairing the damaged revolver will consume 100 repair points. Do you want to repair it? It actually requires 100 repair points. That's a full 10 times increase. Doesn't that mean the third repair will most likely require 1,000 points? Yang secretly smacked his lips. Sure enough, the process of making a divine weapon is not that simple. But if I can really make a divine weapon, it will be worth it. Yu Yang chose, yes. Ding. Get a brand new revolver. Ding. It is detected that the host has repaired the same item twice for the first time. A unique effect is awarded. Please choose whether to extract a unique effect. If you choose no, 3 normal effects will be extracted normally. Unique effect. This effect will no longer be drawn from any repairs in the future. It actually has the only effect. Yu Yang looked at the system prompt silently. According to common sense, the only effect is not weak, but the possibility of being useless cannot be ruled out. But it's a pity to miss the only effect. After much deliberation, Yu Yang decided to extract this unique effect. Ding! Unique effect extracted. Growth attack. Growth attack. Every time Revolver kills an order breaker, he will gain corresponding permanent attack power based on the order breaker's level. Note, the upper limit of attack power obtained from each level of order breaker is 100 points. Yu Yang's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of excitement. It actually gains permanent attack power. Awesome. He knew the only effect might be powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. However, he also noticed the precautions after the only effect. It should be to limit me from constantly drawing attack power from the lowest level order breakers. Otherwise, it would be too easy to become invincible. But even so, it's still ridiculously strong. Now Yu Yang can easily kill ordinary and elite mutant beasts. If the entry-level ones are also counted, it can provide his revolver with 300 points of attack power. Add to that the revolver's own 50 points of attack power. That's a full 350 points. This is enough for most situations nowadays. What's more, this is only the revolver's regular attack power. If Yu Yang activates the power overload, his attack power will increase tenfold, which will be a full 3,500 points. This is definitely a thing that can defeat the heavens and the earth in seconds. When he thought of this, Yu Yang's heart became extremely hot. However, he also understood that it would take time to kill so many order destroyers. But he immediately thought of a place. That's a nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant is next to Wanqing Lake. It is still a sparsely populated place. However, fewer people does not mean fewer mutant creatures. The Bayheart Lake has not yet been cleared by the Royal City Alliance, and it is relatively close to the Tongtian Stone Pillar, so there must be a large number of mutant creatures in it. Moreover, the nuclear power plant is also Yu Yang's next base target. So, after sufficient preparation, Yu Yang decided to go to the nuclear power plant first to explore the way. After figuring this out, Yu Yang suddenly became full of anticipation for his next goal. I don't know what kind of surprise the third restoration will bring me. Yu Yang looked at his remaining repair points. Today I spent some repair points repairing some items brought back by members of the affiliated team. There are about 3,000 left now. How about try to repair it a third time? Yu Yang began to think about this problem seriously. There are more than 100 bullets left. If Jiang Chong replicates at full strength, he can provide me with 10 pills a day, which is enough for now. But power overload means there is a probability of damage. If you are unlucky, even if you use up all 100 pills, it may not be damaged. After thinking it over, Yu Yang decided not to fire a blank shot in an attempt to damage it. And it may not be a good thing if the repair comes too early again. For example, if you draw an effect like double the attack power next time, it is obvious that you should stack the attack power first and then double it so that the benefit will be maximized. Let's go to the nuclear power plant tomorrow. After finishing all the thoughts, Yu Yang lay comfortably on the bed. Although everyone has a mattress, Yu Yang's is obviously thicker and bigger. When I lay down on it, my whole body sank into it. It was extremely comfortable. As the head of the group, he must be treated the best. Just after Yu Yang got into bed, there was a knock on his door. Didn't I tell you not to bother me? Yu Yang felt a little confused, but since he had already completed the repairs, it didn't matter if someone came at this time. Enter. The door was gently pushed open, and a beautiful figure in a white dress walked in. Under the warm yellow light, it is coated with a layer of furry gold edges. She is like a pure beauty who walked out of classical oil painting. Anya, what's the matter? And Zhao walked in carefully carrying the food and gently placed it in front of Yu Yang. You forgot to eat. I was afraid you would be hungry, so I brought it to you. And Jia's voice is very gentle, like the breeze blowing in spring, very comfortable to listen to. When he saw the delicious food, Yu Yang remembered that he was eager to know the situation of Revolver, so he came back in a hurry. After obtaining the only effect, I was so excited that I even forgot I hadn't eaten yet. When the food was served, he actually felt a little hungry. Okay, thank you. Yu Yang picked up the chopsticks, picked up the bowl, and scooped rice in his mouth. Pick up a piece of meat and put it into your mouth. The tender meat absorbs the soup and is paired with fragrant rice. This tastes amazing. If there is a real downside, it's that there aren't enough vegetables. After the soil was polluted, ordinary plants could no longer be grown. Only the strong plants that survived the mutation could continue to survive. But they are basically all poisonous. Thinking of this, Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. In fact, Yu Yang thinks many plants are delicious. He couldn't help but think that if only there was some way to continue growing plants. Yu Yang, is it delicious? And Jia's words brought Yu Yang back from his thoughts, and he realized that Jia had not left yet. Yu Yang nodded. Very good. Zhao Baofu's craftsmanship is impeccable. I made this for you myself. And Jia lowered her head shyly. As long as you like it. I don't have any other ideas. I just want to make you happy. Yu Yang's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly, and he looked up at Jia. Under Jia's white long skirt, her skin was slightly red due to shyness, and her pure and beautiful face was very adorable when her eyelashes fluttered. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became subtle, and Jia's heart was pounding, but when she saw that Yu Yang didn't react, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Especially Yu Yang's rice-eating movements became even faster. After a while, and Jia sighed secretly in his heart, and then took the initiative to say, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. And Jia stood up and prepared to leave. But he found that his hand was grabbed by someone. Turning around, she saw Yu Yang looking at her with a smile. You started the fire, so it's really unethical of you not to help me put it out. Chapter 64. 4 teams set off. Yu Yang pulled Jia into his arms, and Jia's delicate body trembled, as nervous as a frightened little rabbit. Yu Yang slowly raised the corners of his mouth. I remember you were quite proactive last time. What happened this time? Are you playing hard to get with me? Jia's face turned even redder. No, I'm afraid of offending you. Why should I be disgusted? Didn't you say at the beginning that you would wait until you figured out the secret of the stone pillar? I was afraid of distracting you. Yu Yang was stunned, then shook his head with a smile. And Jia was the most gentle and sensible among so many women. Yu Yang didn't want to be too impatient, so he explained, I didn't expect my strength to increase so quickly. Besides, didn't you say last time when you begged me that you didn't want me to be responsible for you? Yu Yang's hands explored dishonestly, causing the already sensitive Jia to hum softly. And Jia bit her lip, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and said carefully, Yu Yang, I know you will have many women. I don't expect you to be devoted to me. I just hope you can cherish me. Yu Yang smiled faintly, and the movement of his hands made Jia's body tense suddenly. Don't worry, Yu Yang, will treat every woman of mine well. After saying that, Yu Yang pushed Jia down and tore her skirt apart almost violently. His breathing gradually became heavy. He simply took off his clothes, exposing his strong body in front of Jia. And Jia was a virgin, and looking at Yu Yang's perfect figure and indescribable things, her face turned red, and she raised her fists in front of her chest, looking at a loss. Little did he know that this would only make Yu Yang even more beastly. As expected, Yu Yang's actions were rough and wild, leaving Jia's mind blank. But after fully adapting, Jia's eyes gradually became blurred again. Yu Yang's body has undergone a second evolution, and he is also at the age of full vigor and vitality. Although his movements were not very skilled, Jia gradually reached the top with his momentum. Panting and moaning sounded rhythmically. For a moment, the room was filled with springtime beauty. The next day, on the playground of Minghuang Primary School, a large group of people gathered around Yu Yang, and the discussion was extremely heated. They were all staring at the machine beside Yu Yang with great anticipation. Brother Yu Yang, can this really produce drinks automatically? Su Xiaoxiao's chubby little face turned red with excitement, and there was even a little saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. Certainly, there was a faint smile on Yu Yang's face. You just need to pour water into this beverage machine and connect it to electricity to produce all kinds of beverages. It can produce anything you can think of. That's great. Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands and jumped happily. Lin Wei's eyes were also full of anticipation. Can each of us drink this? Everyone on the main team can drink unlimitedly. After hearing Yu Yang's words, the people in the subsidiary team all became depressed. They all looked a little listless. People in the affiliated teams don't need to be discouraged. As long as they make contributions, they can get various drinks according to their merits. After hearing what Yu Yang said, they all regained their fighting spirit. In the doomsday, people are not only frightened, but also bored. If this continues for a long time, even if they have enough food and clothing, they will gradually become numb. Now that they have a goal to strive for, many people's eyes are shining. There are even many good friends who have agreed to make a bet to see who can contribute more. So how can we contribute? Don't worry, let me arrange it. Yu Yang took out the list of affiliated team members that An Yang had compiled for him. From now on, you will form small teams, led by members of the main team, and start hunting ordinary mutant beasts. Huh? Hunting ordinary level mutant beasts? Can we do it? The people in the affiliated team were all a little worried. That the mutant beast. Although Yu Yang killed the mutant beasts as easily as killing chickens, they were different. They were all ordinary people. When they saw the mutant beasts, their legs went weak, and they didn't even have the courage to approach them, let alone kill them. Don't worry. The members of the main team, leading you, all have the ability to hunt down ordinary mutant beasts. You don't need to be the main output. You just need to do the pre-war information exploration and post-war cleanup work. After hearing this, the people in the affiliated team finally understood. It turns out that they were not asked to fight mutant beasts, so they could accept it. Otherwise, it would be no different from committing suicide. Although going out to hunt mutant beasts is inherently dangerous, they all know that there is no free lunch in the world, and it is definitely unrealistic to just eat without working. Okay, now that everyone understands, I'll assign the team members. Wu Gang and Wang Tao. The two of you will lead 10 people to form Team 1. Officer Jiang, you will lead 10 people to form Team 2. Lin Wei and Song Yiyan, you lead 10 people to form Team 3. An Yang and Anjia, you two will lead the remaining people to form Team 4. Hearing this, An Yang looked embarrassed. Captain Yu, it's not that I don't want to work, but you know my abilities. I'm afraid I can't complete this task independently. Yu Yang smiled faintly and said, You still have a shotgun, right? I happen to have some shotgun bullets among the bullets I got from Officer Jiang. I'll keep one and give you the rest. Also, Yu Yang whispered in Yang's ear. Last night, I gave Jia a prop that I modified. Don't worry, even if I can't kill him, you won't be in danger. When An Yang heard Yu Yang say this, he looked at Anjia in surprise. And Jia nodded shyly, looking very embarrassed. An Yang felt relieved, knowing that Yu Yang had accepted Jia, and said, Well, I will definitely not let Captain Yu down. Yu Yang nodded, walked to the front of the crowd, and continued. In addition, if any team can tie up the seriously injured mutant beast and hand it over to me to kill, then the reward will be doubled. Although Yu Yang's request seemed inexplicable, now everyone else has learned to just do it without asking why. In addition, if someone performs well enough during the mission, they will have the opportunity to join the main team and enjoy the treatment of the main team. This promotion channel is effective in the long term. After Yu Yang said this, many people in the affiliated teams became excited. Although the subsidiary team will not starve to death, it is obvious that the main team is treated much better. Not only will the food be better, but I can also take a shower every day, and now there's an unlimited supply of drinks. I wonder how many more benefits there will be in the future. Okay, let's go. Just when everyone was dispersing, Lin Wei walked up to Yu Yang and looked at him meaningfully. You gave Song Yayin to me. Aren't you afraid that I would let her die outside? I'm a little jealous of your care for her. Chapter 65, Strong Black Silk. Seeing Lin Wei's cool and domineering face showing a slightly jealous expression, Yu Yang couldn't help but find it very interesting. Haha, I believe you won't. I'm counting on you to take care of her. She has weapons, so attacking mutant beasts won't be a problem. Besides, I have prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, Yu Yang took out a pair of black stockings from the storage box in his arms. Lin Wei said unhappily, Is this a gift for me? If you want me to wear it for you, just tell me. I have it. Yu Yang chuckled. This pair of black stockings is different. I have repaired it. When it was brought back to me, I immediately thought of you. You have such a beautiful pair of legs. It would be a shame if you didn't weld a pair of black silk stockings on them. Yu Yang took the opportunity to touch her again, and then continued. Put on this pair of powerful black stockings. Your legs will be fully enhanced. Speed, strength, and explosive power will all be enhanced. With it, your beautiful legs will be even more powerful. After listening to Yu Yang's introduction, Lin Wei was slightly surprised. To be honest, Lin Wei did not expect that Yu Yang would waste his repair points to prepare a gift specifically for her. In her impression, repair points should be quite precious. Lin Wei was touched in her heart, but she refused to show it on her face. Instead, she just put on a faint smile and returned to her queen-like attitude. She gently hooked Yu Yang's chin with her index finger and whispered in Yu Yang's ear, I like your brother's gift very much. I'll reward you well when you come back in the evening. After saying that, Lin Wei gave Yu Yang a wink and left gracefully. Song Yeyun, who was not far away, watched this scene and smiled at Yu Yang with a radiant look. With clean water for bathing and today's careful dressing, she looked less weathered and more elegant and calm. She gave Yu Yang a grateful look from a distance, because she knew that the reason why Yu Yang gave Linwei a gift was more or less to get Linwei to take care of her. That's the good thing about young women. They are sensible and considerate. Many times, she understands many things without you saying anything. After waving to Yu Yang, she followed Linwei out of the gate of Minghuang Primary School. Su Mingming came to Yu Yang awkwardly at this time and said with a complicated look, "Yu Yang, I'm leaving now. I have to go back and tell my brother I'm safe. But I'm not coming back." Yu Yang curled his lips slightly and said, "No problem. You are welcome to come back anytime. By the way, is your brother the leader of the Royal City Alliance?" Su Mingming hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "That's right. My brother is the leader of the Mingxin Group, one of the 4 major groups of the Royal City Alliance." Mingxin? Why does it sound so much like the name of a company? This is the name of a company, Mingxin Group. Haven't you heard of it? I'm from another place. I haven't heard of it. Isk. Mingxin Group is well known all over the country. I think you are just ignorant. Yu Yang smiled vaguely and laughed. Mingxin Group belongs to our family. Before the end of the world, our family was very rich, and my brother was a very good person. He provided very good benefits to employees and often donated to the Ho Project. But now, hey, it's all gone. Having said that, Su Mingming lowered her head somewhat sadly, and Su Xiaoxiao beside her also became sad. Seeing this, Yu Yang comforted him. "Don't think too much. At least your brother is still a top figure in Imperial City, which is better than most people." "Yeah." Su Mingming nodded obediently, which was rare. "By the way, how many level 2 revolvers are there in the Royal City Alliance? Can you tell me?" 15. Su Mingming spread her hands and continued. "It's not a secret anyway. There are 6 level 2 revolvers in the Commander-in-Chief's team, and 3 level 2 revolvers in each of the other 3 teams, for a total of 15. Also, the Commander-in-Chief is a level 3 revolver." At this point, Su Mingming suddenly reminded, "Oh, right? Maybe you don't know yet? My brother told me that after evolving to level 3, you can unlock 2 fixed special abilities. One of them can check the information of mutant beasts, and the other one the Commander-in-Chief didn't tell my brother. But my brother guessed that it should not be an ability to directly enhance combat effectiveness. 2 fixed special abilities?" Yu Yang opened his panel and looked at the upgrade progress bar. To evolve from level 2 to level 3, 100 intermediate evolution crystals are needed, and the primary evolution crystals will no longer be able to provide evolutionary energy. In other words, Yu Yang needs to obtain 100 intermediate evolution crystals before he can evolve. What exactly is this other special ability? It seems that I can only know it after I evolve to level 3. Yu Yang suddenly felt a little itchy. He was a curious person. When he heard that he could evolve to level 3 and unlock 2 abilities, he wanted to fly to the nuclear power plant and kill dozens or hundreds of mutant beasts. Then evolve to level 3 and see what the other ability is. Okay, I understand. Thank you. When you go back this time, can you help make a deal with the Royal City Alliance? Yu Yang took out 3 brand new mineral water bottles from his arms. Each mineral water bottle contains 10 tons of pure water, so there are 30 tons here in total. I need you to help me exchange resources with the Royal City Alliance. Su Mingming was already used to Yang taking out some strange things, so she didn't find it strange how 3 mineral water bottles could hold 30 tons of water. What resources do you want? Well, it's best to be an evolution crystal. Su Mingming shook her head slightly. We do have evolution crystals, but we absolutely cannot give away too many. How much can these be exchanged for? 15 primary evolution crystals, 2 tons of water for 1 primary evolution crystal. This is the limit. There are only 15 primary ones. To be honest, Yu Yang was not satisfied with this number. No, I'm extremely dissatisfied. The primary evolution crystal is of no use to him now. Even if he exchanges it back, it can only help those who have not evolved in the team to complete an evolution. What he really needs is the intermediate evolution crystal. Can I exchange it for an intermediate evolution crystal? Su Mingming shook her head. Impossible. Intermediate evolution crystals are absolutely strategic resources and cannot be exchanged. Yu Yang nodded. He didn't hold much hope in the first place. In this case, Yu Yang no longer plans to exchange the evolution crystals. He plans to exchange some other resources. After repairing and summarizing the junk he obtained these 2 days, he came up with a new idea. Well, I won't exchange for evolution crystals. Do you have seeds? I want to exchange some seeds. Chapter 66. Fooling Su Xiao. Seeds? What do you want seeds for? Do you want to farm? Su Mingming was slightly surprised. For some reason, even though farming has been proven by countless people to be impossible, she still subconsciously felt that perhaps Yu Yang really had a way. She was shocked by her own thought. Yu Yang pretended to be casual and said, "Let's give it a try. I have nothing to do anyway." Su Mingming thought about it and said hesitantly, "The Royal City Alliance seems to have stockpiled some seeds, but none of them were successfully planted, so there should be a lot left." Yu Yang smiled and said, "That's perfect. Your seeds are useless anyway, so you won't lose out if you use them to buy water resources." Su Mingming thought about it and felt that Yu Yang was right. "Okay then, I'll try to help you, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed." Yu Yang nodded and handed 3 10-ton bottles of purified water to Su Mingming. "Your bottle is quite precious, right? Aren't you afraid that I won't come back?" Su Mingming suddenly smiled cunningly. Yu Yang shook his head seriously. "Don't be afraid. I believe you." Cut. Su Mingming pretended to be disdainful, but her heart was actually stirred. "Okay, I'm leaving. Don't think that you can change my impression of you by saying a few nice words." "What's your impression of me?" Yu Yang asked curiously. "Row. Forehead. What? You're not convinced?" Su Mingming clenched her pink fists and threatened. The waves on her chest dazzled Yu Yang. Yu Yang quickly waved his hands. No. I'm convinced. Hee hee. I'm warning you. Don't do anything to Su Xiao. If I come back and find out you've done something bad, I won't be polite to you." After saying that, Su Mingming made a scissors gesture toward a certain part of Yu Yang. Yu Yang suddenly felt his lower body tighten and quickly said, "How could that be? I just treat Su Xiao as my sister." That had better be. In fact, Su Mingming was not worried about Yu Yang. After spending a few days with him, she knew that Yu Yang would never force others, and she still believed in Yu Yang's character. What she was really worried about was Su Xiao. Given Su Xiao's current admiration for Yang, Su Mingming is not sure what this slightly out-of-line sister will do. So she had to warn Yu Yang first. Xiao on the side didn't say anything. She was completely immersed in the sadness of Su Mingming's departure with red eyes. "Okay, Xiao, it's not like I won't come back." Su Mingming touched Su Xiao's head, then gently kissed her forehead. "Sister is leaving by." "Sister?" Su Xiao's eyes were red. "You must come back to accompany me." Su Mingming smiled helplessly and said, "Didn't you bother me a few days ago? Why are you reluctant to leave me again?" "I don't care. Just remember to come back." Su Xiao covered her eyes with one hand and waved at Su Mingming with the other. "Okay, I get it. Don't worry. I'll be back." After saying that, Su Mingming walked out of the gate of Mingwang Primary School alone. Su Xiao's eyes were blurred with tears, and she suddenly felt someone pinching her face. She raised her head and vaguely saw a smiling face through the tears in her eyes. Xiao, come and try the special yogurt I made for you." Yu Yang handed a cup of white, sticky yogurt to Xiao. "There's plenty more if you like to drink." Su Xiao wiped her tears, took the yogurt, and took a sip. His expression instantly changed to a cheerful one, and he said happily, "It tastes good. It's sour and sweet. Brother Yu Yang, your beverage machine is amazing. It can even make yogurt. Haha, as long as you like it." Yu Yang touched Su Xiao's head and comforted her. "Xiao, look, winter is coming soon. I heard that winter in Imperial City is very cold. The coldest temperature can reach minus 20 degrees Celsius. If we don't have anything to keep warm, we will definitely freeze to death." Su Xiao drank yogurt while listening to Yu Yang's words attentively. There was a little milky white at the corner of her mouth, and her little head kept nodding. "Look, Xiao can produce charcoal, so shouldn't we produce more? Then everyone won't freeze to death." Su Xiao licked her lips and nodded. "Then I'll rub the charcoal for everyone." Yu Yang shook his head. "It will be too late to rub it then. You can't rub so much in a day. Besides, Brother Yu Yang doesn't want you to be so tired then, right?" "Yeah, hello, Brother Yu Yang. So, you have to start rubbing the charcoal now, okay? Arrange your time properly every day so that we can have enough charcoal for the winter, right?" Su Xiao's expression suddenly changed. "No, Brother Yu Yang is mean. Brother Yu Yang actually just wants Xiao to do the work." Yu Yang's face froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. How come Su Xiao has become so smart and is not easy to deceive? Well, Xiao, look, when winter comes, everyone needs charcoal. When everyone knows that the charcoal was made by Xiao, won't everyone be grateful to Xiao and like Xiao very much? Su Xiao nadie subconsciously. Well, Xiao, in order to become a Xiao that everyone likes, you have to work hard. Yu Yang thought about it, took out a bag of beef jerky from the storage box, and handed it to Su Xiao. This is an advance reward for you. I believe Xiao can complete the task brilliantly. Can Xiao do it? When Su Xiao saw the snacks, her eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Hello, brother Yu Yang. Xiao will definitely work hard to make charcoal. After saying that, Su Xiao grabbed the beef jerky and ran happily to rub the charcoal. Looking at Su Xiao's departing back, Yu Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was a close call. I almost failed to deceive you. Seeing that everyone had been arranged, Yu Yang also planned to officially start his own actions. The task he assigned himself today was to conduct a preliminary exploration of the nuclear power plant, to find out the route and the basic situation of the nuclear power plant. Then find out how many repair points are needed to repair the nuclear power plant, so that you have an idea. The most important thing is to hunt as many mutant beasts as possible. For this purpose, Yu Yang deliberately did not carry a backpack with a small freezer, but instead carried an ordinary backpack, which contained a dozen items that could be used for storage after being repaired. Each one has a mini storage attached, with 10 cubic meters of storage space. These things were enough for him to hold the corpses of the mutant beasts, and if he found some useful supplies, he could bring them back at any time. Yu Yang took out the paper map he had prepared long ago and roughly identified the direction. To get to the nuclear power plant, you have to walk through several blocks to the deserted suburbs. This nuclear power plant seems a bit far away. It will probably take a long time to get there on foot. Yu Yang came to the street and looked around casually. Everywhere you look, there are ruins. The buildings had almost collapsed. Huge rocks fell down, blocking some roads, and many cars were deformed. Looking at the scene in front of him, an idea suddenly popped up in Yu Yang's mind. How about trying to repair a car? Chapter 67, Chariot Flight. Yu Yang came to a bus, frowning and thinking. The bus has a large passenger capacity, but it is not easy to drive. I don't know how many repair points are needed. Repairing the damaged bus will consume 100 repair points. Do you want to repair it? It actually takes 100 points. Yu Yang secretly smacked his lips. Isn't this a bit too high? The second repair of the revolver only requires 100 points. Forget it. I won't need such a big car for the time being anyway. I might as well change to a smaller car first. So, Yu Yang came to a car with a unique shape. The unique design of this car makes it look futuristic so much so that Yu Yang could find it among many cars at a glance. It will take 70 repair points to repair the damaged self-driving car. Do you want to repair it? It costs 70 points too. Yu Yang felt that it was still a bit high, but the words autonomous driving caught his attention. I didn't expect there would be self-driving cars in this world. This saves me from having to drive recklessly. In fact, Yu Yang doesn't know how to drive at all. He has only driven bumper cars in amusement parks. He originally thought that since he didn't have to obey traffic rules now, it shouldn't be that complicated to just step on the accelerator and brake once he got the car. But now, there is a self-driving car. This undoubtedly resolved his only doubt. It's you. Ding. Repair successful. Get a brand new self-driving car. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Fully armed. The overall defense of the car is increased tenfold, making it extremely difficult to damage. 2. Consumption is halved. The amount of electricity consumed during driving is halved. 3. Flying car. The car will have a flying mode, which allows it to fly in the air. Amazing. There is even a flying chariot. Yu Yang looked at the panel in surprise, and once again marveled at the power of the system. Without hesitation, and without even looking at the other 2 effects, Yu Yang directly chose to fly in the air. Ding! The self-driving car has been given an effect, flying. There are too many ruins on the streets, and it is difficult to drive a car. Now that we are flying in the sky, we don't have to worry about these at all. Besides, who can resist a flying car? After getting into the car's dial, which had become brand new, lit up instantly. Yu Yang found that this car was more advanced than any he had ever seen before. Not only does it have automatic navigation, but it also has AI mode. You don't even need to operate it. Just direct voice output can be used. The dial shows that the car's remaining battery power is 80%, which means it can travel 380 kilometers in land mode and 190 kilometers in flight mode. That's enough. According to the map, it is only 20 kilometers from here to the nuclear power plant. Although it is in the suburbs, it is not too far from the city center. The battery life is completely sufficient. Yu Yang said excitedly, "Start flight mode." Starting up, a pleasant female voice sounded. Although I know it is a machine-synthesized sound, it still sounds very comfortable. The car body shook, the four wheels slowly retracted, and the four jets were replaced. At the rear of the car, two huge thrusters slowly extended out. Then, the jet started and the entire car body slowly rose into the air. It was the first time for Yu Yang to ride a roller coaster, and even he felt it was very novel. Start the autopilot, increase the speed to the maximum, and set the target as the Imperial City Nuclear Power Plant. Okay, we have planned the best route for you. Autopilot is activated. About to depart, please fasten your seatbelt. Oh, seatbelts. Yu Yang forgot. He quickly fastened his seatbelt. Just tied. Next second, call out. The car rushed out like a rocket. Ah, Yu Yang screamed. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he even felt a little dizzy. But after a while, he got used to it completely. The whistling wind whistled past his ears, and the feeling of taking a ride made him feel very relaxed. Great! Woo! At this time, on a high place in a ruin, a lookout suddenly felt a hurricane blowing over his head, blowing his clothes off. He looked up blankly, only to see a car disappearing into the horizon, and seemed to hear some oh and ow sounds. He was horrified and rushed to a hole in the ruins, shouting as he ran. This is terrible. Monkeys have evolved. Monkeys can drive. The car was approaching the nuclear power plant at a very fast speed. Along the way, Yu Yang looked down at the ruined city, where there were more than a dozen places where people gathered scattered around. Those are groups of all sizes that gathered after the apocalypse. In addition, he could clearly feel that the closer to the stone pillar, the greater the number of mutated beasts. As Yu Yang continued to approach Wanshin Lake, the number of mutant beasts along the way increased from one every few kilometers to one every few hundred meters. Occasionally, you can encounter fights between mutant beasts. Along the way alone, Yu Yang picked up quite a few mutant beasts. By the time he saw the outline of a nuclear power plant, Yu Yang had picked up a total of 3 elite mutant beasts and 15 ordinary mutant beasts. An elite one provides 3 attack points, and a normal one provides 2 attack points. Before reaching the nuclear power plant, these mutated beasts had already provided him with a full 39 points of attack power. Now Yu Yang's revolver attack power has reached 89 points, almost reaching 100 points. The reason why Yu Yang was able to successfully pick up the bargain has a lot to do with speed racing. He always waited until the mutant beasts were almost killed before going down to fire one last shot. After collecting the bodies of the mutant beasts, he would take off again. The other mutant beasts that came upon hearing the noise could only roar helplessly and were completely unable to do anything to him. Otherwise, even if it was Yu Yang, there would be certain risks if he was besieged by a group of mutated beasts. As Yu Yang approached the nuclear power plant, the scene there made him feel strange. Because there were no mutant wild animals near the nuclear power plant. It was as if it was isolated from the world, forming a vacuum zone without any mutated beasts. But Yu Yang did not take it lightly. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There are no mutant beasts here, so perhaps there are greater dangers lurking. Yu Yang was not in a hurry to land, but continued flying. He drove around the nuclear power plant and examined it carefully. He found that although many buildings in the entire nuclear power plant had cracks, what surprised him was that there was no large-scale collapse. Only one cooling tower collapsed because it was too high. The others only had cracks and are intact overall. After careful observation, Yu Yang did not find any danger, so he carefully landed on the roof of a nuclear power plant. But at this moment, an extremely cold aura instantly locked onto Yu Yang. Yu Yang had no time to react at all before a terrifying dark red whip came towards him fiercely. Chapter 68, Lord Level, King Level. The dark red whip lashed Yu Yang's body, and the sticky touch made Yu Yang feel nauseous. However, other than that, Yu Yang did not feel any discomfort. Absolute defense triggered. The target has been stunned. The red whip quickly retracted. Just at this moment, a huge figure appeared on the top of the cooling tower, not far away. The figure was bigger than the car Yu Yang was driving, and his body was covered with disgusting pimples. This turned out to be a giant toad, and the huge dark red whip, just now, was the tongue of this toad. Yu Yang looked at the information appearing in front of him. Lord level Order Destroyer, Sky-Swallowing Toad. HP 500/500. Attack power 150. Defense value 120. Special ability 1. Can spit out a long tongue and roll the target into its stomach. Special ability 2. Skin color blends in with the environment, hiding one's own aura. It's actually a Lord-level mutant beast. Moreover, it has 2 special abilities. No wonder I didn't notice it just now. Yu Yang no longer hesitated and directly took out his revolver, activating the power overload while the stun effect had not yet worn off. Bang! 2 shots. However, what surprised Yu Yang was that the battle ended with the first shot. His second shot was completely unnecessary. Yu Yang then remembered that the attack power of his revolver was already 89, not 50. After the power overload is activated, the attack power is 890 points. Minus the 120 points of defense value of the Sky-Devouring Toad, one shot has a full 770 points of damage. So he took down this Lord-level mutant beast with just one shot. Too strong. Yu Yang himself couldn't help but sigh. Ding. Kill the Lord-level Order Destroyer, Sky-Swallowing Toad, and gain 5,000 repair points. Ding. Revolver attack power increased by 5 points. Revolver permanent attack power 94. Seeing that his attack power had reached 94 points, Yu Yang couldn't help but smile. If he continued like this, he would soon be invincible. However, he did not get carried away. The sudden appearance of the Lord-level mutant beast also made him feel a certain sense of crisis. Although his attack is powerful, his defense is not good enough. Especially since absolute defense can only be triggered once a day. If a Lord-level mutant beast attacks now, Yu Yang will definitely die on the spot. However, he was not unprepared. Yu Yang took out a safety helmet and put on his head. This was one of the junk picked up by the people in the affiliated team. It was successfully repaired by Yu Yang, and given the indestructible effect, which can increase Yu Yang's own permanent defense by 80 points. However, because this thing doesn't look good, Yu Yang has never worn it on his head. Now that he no longer had the protection of a bulletproof vest, he didn't care about anything else and simply put on his safety helmet. In this way, even if he was attacked by a Lord-level mutant beast, he would only be injured and would not die directly. After putting on a helmet, Yu Yang quickly put his hands on the ground and felt the repair points needed to repair the nuclear power plant. Repairing the damaged nuclear power plant requires 1 million repair points, but there are not enough repair points at the moment. 1 million. Although he was mentally prepared, Yu Yang was still shocked by the number. However, he didn't care about being shocked, but hurriedly got on the car and flew into the sky. Yu Yang flew to the top of the cooling tower and put the Sky-Swallowing Toad into an empty container in his backpack. Then he flew the car to a height of several dozen meters and glanced at Wanxin Lake. The deep lake water is ink black and bottomless. It makes people feel scared. Yu Yang decided to go back to the area where he had just found a bargain tomorrow to get more evolution crystals and repair points. Wait until the 3rd evolution and accumulate 1 million repair points, then go to the nuclear power plant. However, just as Yu Yang was passing Wanxin Lake, the water surface suddenly exploded. A tentacle that was more than 1 meter wide and several dozen meters long swept towards him from the base center lake at an extremely fast speed. Yu Yang was startled and quickly activated the time standstill effect on the Rolex watch on his wrist. The huge tentacle instantly froze in midair, motionless. 3 seconds. Yu Yang only has 3 seconds. He quickly checked the information of this mutant creature, and then he was stunned. King level Order Destroyer, Sky High Octopus, mutation. Health 10,000/10,000. Attack power 1200. Defense value 800. Special ability none. The full 10,000 health points made Yu Yang dizzy. Although he has no special abilities, this basic attribute is enough to kill him instantly. Hurry, run as fast as you can. Yu Yang shouted at the car. Please set the destination point. Mingwang Primary School. Mingwang Primary School. 3 seconds passed quickly, and the tentacles began to move again. The huge feeling of oppression was overwhelming, making Yu Yang almost unable to breathe. Fortunately, the car had already started, and under the power of the powerful propeller, it quickly sped away into the distance. The tentacles whizzed and smashed down heavily at the place where Yu Yang was just standing, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Yu Yang flew a full kilometer away before the huge tentacle slowly retracted into the lake and disappeared into the inky black water. Seeing that he had run far enough, Yu Yang's heart gradually settled down. It was a close call. I was almost caught. Fortunately, I had time to stop. Strange, this octopus is obviously from the ocean. How can it appear in the lake? Could it be that the distribution of organisms in this world is different? Yu Yang felt a little confused. But no matter what, he won't come to this nuclear power plant again in the short term. At the very least, we have to wait until he has enough strength before trying again. The king level has 10,000 health points. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I raise the revolver's attack power to several hundred points and overload its power before I have a chance to kill it. And it absolutely cannot be touched. 1,500 points of attack power, whoever touches it will die. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, Yu Yang no longer chose to pick up bargains on the road, but drove straight to Minghuang Primary School. Let's take a look at the current situation of the base. I wonder if the 4 teams have gained anything. Yu Yang's reconnaissance drone was still in the base, so Yu Yang was able to check the situation of the base through the panel. And he will be able to know it at the first moment if an enemy approaches. The panel opened and a projection of the base appeared in front of him. While not bad, it looks like we've gained something. At this time, most people had returned to the base, especially Wu Gang's team, who even brought back 2 dying mutant beasts on a cart. It looks like they are all of ordinary grade, but it's pretty good too. Although the main reason for killing the mutant beasts was the 2 weapons that Yu Yang had repaired and upgraded, Wu Gang and Wang Tao were obviously also working very hard. At this time, Wu Gang was drinking beer from the drink machine with great complacency. He looked so proud that he almost raised his head to the sky. Yu Yang could even imagine him running up to him to take credit. The other teams that came back also seemed to have gained a lot, and no one came back with a frustrated look on their faces. After a casual check, Yu Yang suddenly found something wrong. Where's Officer Jiang? Jiang Chong is the team that Yu Yang trusts the most. Because Jiang Chong is a second-level evolver and has a gun, his combat power could be said to be second only to him. But now, he hasn't come back yet. Yu Yang felt something was wrong. Chapter 69, Royal City Alliance. Royal City Alliance. Su Mingming successfully returned to the Royal City Alliance. The physical strength of a second-level evolver allows her to easily avoid mutant beasts, not to mention that she can also sense the energy fluctuations of mutant beasts. Therefore, we did not encounter any danger along the way. The Imperial City Alliance is located in the largest prison in the Imperial City. The reason for choosing this place is that the defense works here are already very strict. Even ordinary elite mutant beasts find it difficult to attack. In addition, the location of the prison is also biased towards the suburbs, closer to a stone pillar that reaches the sky. Therefore, the number of mutated beasts was neither too many nor too few, just enough for the people of the Royal City Alliance to deal with, but not too many. Su Mingming and Su Xiaoxiao are both beautiful women in the Royal City Alliance, and they are sisters. Therefore, it is very famous. The guards at the gate knew them. Su Mingming was holding 3 bottles of mineral water in her hands. She greeted the guard and walked straight into the gate. It was very dark in the prison. There was no electricity, so they could only rely on the faint light of fire. But fuel is also a precious resource, so unless it is necessary, the corridors are basically dark at night. However, Su Mingming still walked into the Mingsheng Group station with ease. Su Mingming came to the door of the only room in Mingsheng Group that had a kerosene lamp lit. At this moment, 2 people were arguing fiercely in the room. No, we must expand the scope of the search. If we continue like this, so many brothers will starve to death and die of thirst. A young man in his early 20s said excitedly. Rash expansion will only bring danger. By the time we reach that point, we brothers will be eaten by mutant beasts before we starve to death, said another man who was obviously older. The young man is the deputy leader of the Mingxin group. He is a capable young man named Su Yifan. The older man was Su Mingming's brother, Su Ming. Su Yifan disagreed with the man's words, but we have to supply food and water to more than 2,000 brothers. We can't keep going any longer. I'm afraid the food will run out in a week. He continued, why don't we cut off the subsidiary team? They are not very useful anyway. We brothers can do the rough and tiring work. Su Ming shook his head. The affiliated team has already had enough to eat and drink. There is no need to cut off their retreat. Besides, even if they have no credit, they have worked hard. Among the 4 regiments, Ours is the largest number of affiliated teams. In fact, we don't need so many people at all. That's enough. Stop targeting the affiliated groups. After all, they're human beings just like us, not stray dogs that can be discarded at will. Then what should we do? Su Yifan's eyes were filled with impatience, and he paced back and forth anxiously. Food is easy to deal with, and most we can sell some resources to other groups in exchange. But what about water? Clean water is much more precious than food. Su Ming clenched his fists, and a look of struggle flashed in his eyes. If we rashly expand the search area, casualties are inevitable, but if we don't do that, there won't be enough food to eat. But cutting down the affiliated team, many people there were former employees of Mingxin Group. Although they didn't have any special skills, he was not willing to give up so easily. He couldn't save more people, he just wanted to help more people within his ability. Brother, Su Mingming called softly at the door. Su Ming looked up with a look of surprise. Mingming, you are finally back. Where is Xiao Xiao? Did she come back with you? Su Mingming shook her head. Su Ming's heart sank. Xiao Xiao is fine. She's in another team now and is safe. The young man next to him frowned. Is there any place in Yuqing that is safer than the Yuqing Alliance? You should bring Xiao Xiao back. Our team's fuel depends on her. Somehow, in the past, when Su Mingming heard Su Yifan talk about reason, she would always listen carefully, but today she suddenly felt that Su Yifan was very annoying. You only know how to force Xiao Xiao to work. Have you ever considered Xiao Xiao's feelings? Xiao Xiao is just a little girl. What did you do wrong? Why do you force her to work all day long? Mingming, Su Yifan didn't expect Su Mingming's reaction to be so intense. He said awkwardly, Mingming, that's not what I meant. Oomph. Su Mingming snorted coldly and placed the 3 mineral water bottles in her arms heavily on the table. What are you doing? Su Ming on the side was puzzled. This is 30 tons of water. Didn't you just say you were short of water? Here, the water is here. 30 tons of water? Su Yifan looked at the 3 500 milliliters mineral water bottles on the table and asked in confusion, Mingming, did your brain get stimulated by something outside? How can there be 30 tons of water? Su Ming was also puzzled and asked, Mingming, what's going on? Why did you say this is 30 tons of water? Su Mingming rolled her eyes, then pulled the bucket in the corner of the room, opened a bottle of mineral water, and started pouring water into it. As soon as they started to fall, Su Yifan and Su Ming realized something was wrong. The water is flowing down, but why doesn't the water in the mineral water bottle decrease? Su Ming's eyes widened, and he asked in doubt, Mingming, what's going on? This water. You can see these 3 mineral water bottles as special storage spaces. Each bottle contains 10 tons of pure water. Su Mingming explained. How is this possible? Su Yifan widened his eyes, totally unable to believe it. It's the end of the world now, what's impossible? Everyone can evolve special abilities. It's normal for something you haven't seen before to be a big deal. Don't make a fuss, Su Mingming said as a matter of course. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. He grabbed Mingming's shoulders and asked excitedly, Mingming, where did you get this water? Did you find a clean water source? Su Mingming pushed away her brother's hand and said unhappily, It's not that easy. This is a resource that a leader named Yu Yang from a team exchanged with you. Team? Su Ming was a little curious. In the Royal City Alliance, what kind of team can come up with so much clean water at one time? I don't know either. I found it when I was looking for Xiao Xiao. I only know that their leader is very powerful. Haha, no matter how powerful they are, can they be as powerful as the Royal City Alliance? Su Yifan said with a little disdain. Su Mingming glanced at him and said, Anyway, he is much better than you. He also evolved a second time. Su Yifan was stunned. Of course, and his ability is much stronger than yours. Hearing this, Su Yifan clenched his fists slightly. He didn't expect that Su Mingming's attitude towards him had changed so much after she came back from this trip. In the past, I would always run after him and call him Brother Su, but now, Su Yifan's eyes gradually turned cold, and he thought to himself, Yu Yang, I want to see what you are capable of. Chapter 70, Something Happened. Captain, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. I won't disturb your reunion. Su Yifan walked out of the room quickly with a gloomy face. Looking at Su Yifan's back, Su Ming sighed. Mingming, your tone when speaking to Su Yifan today was too harsh. After all, he is the deputy head of the group and has made a lot of contributions to our group. What does his contribution have to do with me? Su Mingming turned her head away, not taking Su Ming's words to heart at all. I remember that you and Su Yifan had a good relationship before. Who made him question Captain Yu? Captain Yu. Su Mingming suddenly felt something strange in her heart. No, why should I care about that gangster? Oh, what kind of ability does that guy, named Yu Yang, have that makes our Ming protect him so much? Su Ming asked with a smile. Brother, Su Ming said shyly. I'm not defending him. I'm just telling the truth. Then tell me, what is so great about Yu Yang? What's so great about it? Su Ming pouted and thought carefully. For some reason, she subconsciously recalled the panting sound she heard in the garage that night. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. Fortunately, the kerosene light in the room was dim and Su Ming did not see it. His shooting skills are extremely accurate, and for some reason, his attack power is extremely high. Not only can he kill elite mutant beasts with just a few shots, but he also killed a person with 100 defense points with one shot yesterday. 100 points of defense? Is that person called Wang Hang? I don't know, but I did hear their younger brothers call him Brother Wang, and they are Zhao Yi's men. Su Ming nodded. He had heard of Wang Hang, a capable member of Zhao Yi's team. He was strong as a muscular man, and his defense was even better than that of elite mutant beasts. You mean that Yu Yang killed him with one shot? Yes, that shot was so cool. Su Ming recalled the scene, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Su Ming was making a calm estimate in his mind. So, this kid's shot has at least 200 points of power. My goodness, even if he uses a rocket, I'm afraid he can't do so much damage in one shot. Su Ming thought for a moment and asked, where is their team? Minghuang Primary School. Minghuang Primary School. Are they interested in coming to the Royal City Alliance? Su Ming shook her head. I don't know. But I think, with Yu Yang's personality, he probably wouldn't want to come. Su Ming smiled meaningfully. Oh, so you know him well? Su Ming was a little flustered for a moment. No. It was Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao really liked that guy named Yu Yang and refused to come back. So I stayed there for a few days and observed him. Xiao Xiao, is she okay? Su Ming's eyes were also filled with guilt. I'm sorry for her and ignored her feelings. Xiao Xiao is living very happily there now. Then let her stay there for the time being. We still have enough fuel. We don't have charcoal, but the other fuels are a little worse, but they can still last for a while. By the way, you said he asked you to bring these 30 tons of water in exchange for supplies. What supplies did he want? Can you give me the intermediate evolution crystal? Su Ming tried to smell it, and without even noticing it, she had already started to lean towards Yu Yang. That won't work. Intermediate evolution crystals are the most important resources and cannot be exchanged. Humph. Su Ming knew that this was most likely the result, so she didn't say anything more. She continued, then let's change the seeds. He needs seeds. Seeds? Seeds of plants. Su Ming was a little surprised. Yes, what other seeds could it be? Su Ming's mind moved. What does he need seeds for? Can he grow plants? I don't know. He said he wanted to try. Su Ming nodded slightly, thinking about various possibilities in his mind. After a moment, he replied, okay, then you can bring all the seeds in the warehouse to him. There's really no use for us to keep them anyway. If we use them directly to eat, there are too few. It would be nice to exchange them for some water. By the way, you haven't told me where he got so much water? Su Ming asked curiously. After struggling for a while, Su Ming hesitated and said, I can't say that. Su Ming didn't expect to get this answer. He was very surprised. Ming, can't your brother tell you? Su Ming shook her head. I'm not sure whether Yu Yang wants others to know. Besides, I don't know for sure either. I can only guess. Besides, Xiao Xiao is still with him. I can't offend him. Okay. Su Ming had no choice but to compromise. Remember, your and Xiao Xiao's safety is the most important. You must protect Xiao Xiao. Don't worry. Yu Yang is very kind Xiao Xiao. I was afraid that Xiao Xiao would be kidnapped by him. Su Ming smiled slightly. That's good. Then you can stay with me for 2 days and then go after 2 days. It won't be too much of a 2-day thing, right? Su Ming said helplessly. Okay. Why? You seem a little reluctant. Are you in such a hurry to go back? Su Ming shook his head and smiled. Girls are really not worth keeping when they grow up. I am now really curious about who Yu Yang is. He has fascinated my 2 sisters. Brother, I'm not obsessed with him. After saying that, Su Ming turned around and ran out of the room with a blushing face. Su Ming looked at Su Ming's back, then glanced at the 3 bottles of water on the table. his eyes moving slightly. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to get to know this young man named Yu Yang. Minghuang Primary School. When Yu Yang landed his flying car on the playground, everyone at Minghuang Primary School was stunned. Boss, your car is so cool. Wu Gang's eyes were shining. He was more excited than seeing a naked beauty. There is no man who doesn't love cars, let alone such a cool car. A flying car. How many men have dreamed of riding one? Yu Yang got off the car, put it into the storage box, and asked directly, "Is Officer Jiang not back yet?" Everyone shook their heads. No one from their team came back. After saying that, everyone now realized that something seemed to be wrong. It is common sense that it is dangerous when it is dark. Generally, everyone will rush back before dark. Even if there is no gain, it is better than losing one's life. But until now, Jiang Chan's entire team has not returned. For a moment, the joy that everyone had gained was diluted a lot. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe Officer Jiang's team has such a rich harvest that it will take some time to transport it back. Maybe, Yu Yang said hesitantly. That being said, he still had a bad feeling. Just then, a figure ran in from outside in a panic, his body covered with scars. Captain Yu, something bad has happened to our team, too. Chapter 71 Agreement with Mutant Plants? The man was seen panting, and his body was covered with bloodstains. It seemed like it was scratched by something sharp. What's going on? What happened? Yu Yang asked in a deep voice. The man replied breathlessly. Officer Jiang, we have a trap. Someone has set us up. Don't be anxious, speak slowly. The man took a breath and then said, We were on the road when a woman came to us in a panic and said that her brother was blocked by a mutant beast and his life was in danger. Officer Jiang immediately asked her to lead the way and said he could help her deal with the mutant beast. But I didn't expect that after the woman took us to a farm, she suddenly attacked Officer Jiang from behind. A gang of men rushed out of the jungle. Officer Jiang was seriously injured, but he still shot and killed 2 of the other men, giving us a chance to escape. But there were many thorny vines sticking out of the jungle, and they entangled us all. When he said this, there was obvious fear in the man's eyes. Except Officer Jiang. Everyone else was dragged into the jungle by the vines. I was about to be dragged in too, but Officer Jiang's good marksmanship broke the vines that bound me. That's how I had the chance to escape and report to you. After listening to this, Yu Yang looked solemn. The thorny vines? Most likely some kind of mutant plant. But why would that group of people help a mutant plant? After thinking for a moment, Yu Yang asked, Do you still remember how to get there? I know. It's not too far from here. It's only 4 or 5 kilometers away. The man swallowed and said, Very good, what's your name? Yu Yang put his hand on the man's shoulder. My name is Lu Sheng. It will take 10 repair points to repair Lu Sheng, who is covered in wounds. Do you want to repair him? Yes. Ding. Repair successful. Obtained loyal Lu Sheng. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Fixed voice transmission. Lu Sheng can hear what a fixed target within 100 miles says, and can also transmit messages to this fixed target. Once the target is bound, it cannot be changed. 2. Fixed mutual transmission. Lu Sheng can make barrier-free communication between 2 fixed targets within 100 miles. The targets cannot be changed after being bound. 3. Loudspeaker. Lu Sheng can send messages to targets within 100 miles, but cannot receive information from the target. The target can be changed. Looking at the 3 effects in front of him, Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a live phone? However, after seeing these 3 effects, Yu Yang still chose the 3rd one. In this way, as long as Yu Yang keeps Lu Sheng by his side, he will have a messenger who can ignore distance. You are very good. Thanks to you for bringing back the news this time. You can join the main team from now on. Lu Sheng felt that all the injuries on his body had completely disappeared, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Isn't this amazing? Our leader, is there anything you can't do? Lu Sheng, I just gave you an ability. You can pass information to anyone. I need you to say something to Jiang Chang now. Tell him that we are on the way to rescue him. Tell him to hold on and buy time until we arrive. Okay. Lu Sheng learned it by himself. He closed his eyes and began to try to contact Jiang Chang. Countless people appeared in his vision like stars in the sky. He quickly found Jiang Chang. Officer Jiang, I found the captain. He asked you to hold on. We will rescue you right away. Okay. Lu Sheng opened his eyes and marveled at the magical scene just now. This is incredible. Lu Sheng couldn't calm down for a long time. At this time, Yu Yang took out the flying car again, asked Lu Sheng to get in, and then said, Everyone else stay in the base. I will be back soon. Boss, I'll go with you, Wu Gang said indignantly, holding a machete. I'm going to kill the person who harmed Officer Jiang. Yu Yang shook his head. You stay and guard the base. Yu Yang started the car and slowly took off into the air. Under the guidance of Lu Sheng, they rushed towards the target. In the night sky, two bright yellow flames streaked across the sky, somewhere on a farm. Inside a dilapidated wooden house, Jiang Chong was tied up and his gun was taken away. I didn't expect you to be so capable. In order to catch you, 2 of us died. I will definitely treat you well later. A man with one blind, I sharpened his knife on a stone and said viciously, You scums actually want to eat human flesh. It's only been 3 months since the end of the world. Have you completely lost your humanity? Jiang Chong looked at the human skull in the corner and felt sick to his stomach. What do you know? The blind man said viciously. I just want to live. What have I done wrong? If you want to live, go find food and kill mutant beasts. You take advantage of others' kindness and harm your fellow human beings. You don't deserve to be called human beings. Ha! The blind man suddenly sneered. Only those who survive are called human beings. Those who die are just food that is eaten into the stomach and a pile of shit that is excreted. But you're quite interesting. You are about to die, but you don't beg for mercy. You even have the leisure to discuss these great principles with me. You don't think you can make me come to my senses and let you go? How naive. Jiang Chong's eyes moved slightly. He just suddenly heard a voice coming from far away. Judging from the reactions of other people here, this voice should only be heard by him. Although he didn't know how it was done, he could hear the content of the sound clearly. Yu Yang is rushing to rescue him. All he needs to do now is to delay time. So he continued, I know you won't let me go, and I don't plan to survive. But I really want to know, what exactly is that vine that suddenly stretched out just now? Haha, it's okay to tell you, so you can be more aware of it. The blind man blew on the sharpened blade, with a hint of sneer on his face. In the end times, only the fittest survive, and only the strong know how to take advantage of opportunities to survive. The vines you see come from a mutated plant. Many of our people died at its hands, but I finally reached an agreement with it. Jiang Chong's eyes narrowed, and he said in a lost voice, You actually reached an agreement with a mutant plant? How did you do it? The blind man showed a cruel smile. It's very simple. Just feed it. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth and said, You fed your own team members to a mutant plant. It was only that time. The blind man said nonchalantly, Ha, they were the ones who ran slowly. The slow runners naturally became food. So what exactly is the agreement between you? Jiang Chong asked in a deep voice. Chapter 72, Soil from Which Plants Grow. The blind man came to Jiang Chong with a knife in his hand, with a cruel smile on his face and a cold light in his eyes. We just need to use some tricks to attract other humans or mutant creatures, and it is responsible for killing these targets. Occasionally, we get a little food. Tell me, am I very smart? Ha! Jiang Chong clenched his teeth, his eyes slightly red. So the rest of my team members have been eaten by the mutant plants? Of course, it eats very quickly. The blind man licked his lips. In fact, it prefers mutant beasts. Eating mutant beasts can help it evolve. You are unlucky today. We have targeted you. I didn't expect you to be so easy to deceive. Jiang Chong cursed angrily. People like you who have no bottom line will not have a good death. Haha, don't bother you to worry about that. You should worry about yourself. Let me see, where should I eat first? The blind man gently touched Jiang Chong's body back and forth with a knife. The cold touch and sharp breath made Jiang Chong's body tremble slightly involuntarily. You can't die so easily. You have to live a few more days. That way, the meat on your body can stay fresh. Let's start with the arms. After saying this, the blind man smiled triumphantly and seemed very satisfied with his arrangement. The sharp blade cut Jiang Chong's skin, but Jiang Chong didn't say a word. Oh, you still have some backbone. Ha! If you hadn't killed 2 of my men, which made me very upset, it would seem that it would be nice to keep you and tame you slowly. As he spoke, the blind man increased the strength of his hands. Blood flowed from the wound. Jiang Chong broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, but he said nothing. Just then, several gunshots and screams were heard outside the house. Immediately afterwards, the door of the wooden house was kicked open with a bang. The blind man looked over in surprise and saw 2 people standing at the door. You are. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The blind man was shot in the head before he could finish his words. He looked at the young man outside the house in disbelief, with a look of deep resentment in his one eye, and then his body slowly fell down. Jiang Chong glared at the blind man angrily. "It's really a bargain for you to die like this." "Officer Jiang, are you okay?" Lu Sheng hurried to Jiang Chong and helped him untie the rope. "It's okay, just a minor skin injury." Jiang Chong looked at Yu Yang standing at the door and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry to bother you. It's okay. You guys stay here for a while. I'll go see what's going on in the woods." Yu Yang walked out the door, thought for a moment, and then got on the speeding car. The safety factor in the air is obviously much higher. Then he pulled out a flashlight. This was also one of the junk that the affiliated team picked up. However, after Yu Yang's restoration, its lighting effect has now been improved several times. As soon as it was turned on, a huge beam of light shone out, illuminating the space in front of Yu Yang as if it were daytime. Light of this intensity can, to some extent, be used as a weapon. If an ordinary person looks directly at it, he will most likely be blinded on the spot. Yu Yang shone the flashlight at the ground and hovered over the jungle. Soon, he noticed a strange green color among the withered flowers, plants, and trees. Moreover, among this green color, there are a lot of bright red bloodstains, as well as various bones scattered on the ground. Yu Yang lowered the altitude a few points. A huge blood-red rose was hidden among the green vines, slowly opening and closing. The rose vines stretched out like arms, carrying a human corpse into its huge bud. Several lines of information appeared in front of Yu Yang's eyes. Elite Order Destroyer, Bloodthirsty Rose. HP 200/200. Attack 80. Defense value 50. Special ability, can extend thorny vines to wrap around the target, pull the target into the stamens, and devour it. Now, when Yu Yang sees elite mutant beasts, he doesn't take them seriously. With only 200 health points and 50 defense, even if you shoot randomly, a few shots will be enough to solve the problem. The plants had no vital parts, so Yu Yang took out his revolver and fired a few shots at random. The bloodthirsty rose, who was enjoying her meal, was suddenly struck by lightning. The main stem was shot to pieces in an instant. She didn't even know who hit her until her death. Ding! Kill the Elite Order Destroyer Bloodthirsty Rose and gain 1,000 repair points. Another 1,000 repair points were earned. At this rate, Yu Yang suddenly felt that 1 million was not too far-fetched. But then again, where is the crystallization of this plant's evolution? Yu Yang landed next to the bloodthirsty rose, and a strong smell of blood came. Next to the bloodthirsty rose, many skeletons with flesh and blood still attached were scattered around. When he got closer, he discovered that the juice flowing out of the bloodthirsty rose's body that was pierced by the bullet was also bright red, just like human blood. After tinkering with it for a long time, Yu Yang finally found a cluster of evolution crystals from the roots of the bloodthirsty rose. However, this ball of evolutionary crystals is somewhat different from the one in the mutant beast brain and is overall harder and drier. Yu Yang put the body of the bloodthirsty rose into the storage box and was about to leave. However, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a hint of green next to the land where the bloodthirsty rose was originally located. Yu Yang looked at it curiously. I found that there were actually some small grasses that were growing quite well. Moreover, these grasses are obviously the most common kind and have not mutated. In other words, the land under the feet of the bloodthirsty rose can grow normal plants. This discovery made Yu Yang very excited. Several guesses popped up in his mind. In order to verify his idea, he collected all the soil into his storage box. After doing this, he searched around again and made sure that there was no other place where plants could grow. Then he got on his flying car again and came to the cabin. "Come on, get in the car." "Captain, where are the rest of our team members?" Yu Yang sighed. "They should all be dead. I didn't see their bodies, only some bones." Lu Sheng felt a little sad, but didn't say much. In the end times, death is very normal. Jiang Chong's face was a little pale, and the wound on his shoulder was still bleeding. Yu Yang slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Look at me, I actually forgot to treat your injury." "Heal injuries? You can heal injuries." Jiang Chong looked surprised. Lu Sheng nodded vigorously. "It was the captain who healed my injuries." Jiang Chong had only seen Yu Yang repair things, but had never seen Yu Yang treat anyone's injuries, so he was very curious. Yu Yang walked to Jiang Chong and put his hand on Jiang Chong's shoulder. "It will take 10 repair points to repair Jiang Chong's injured shoulder. Do you want to repair it?" "Yes." Chapter 73 Jiang Chong's Special Effects. Ding. Gain the loyal Jiang Chong. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Double the quantity. The number of items Jiang Chong can copy every day will double, reaching 20 per day. 2. Range expansion. Primary version Jiang Chong can increase the volume of the copied objects to 8 cubic decimeters. 3. More types. Jiang Chong will be able to replicate liquids and gases. Note, Jiang Chong's ability cannot copy items that have been repaired by the host. Looking at these 3 effects, Yu Yang hesitated and didn't know which one to choose for a moment. Yu Yang has a good impression of Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong is also a trustworthy teammate with a wide range of abilities. So Yu Yang simply gave the choice to Jiang Chong. After explaining to Jiang Chong, Yu Yang told Jiang Chong all 3 effects. Jiang Chong thought for a moment and finally said, "Let's expand the range. 8 cubic decimeters is equivalent to the size of a basketball, which is much better than before. This way, I can copy more things. As for liquids, they're useless. I can only copy some liquid fuels and water sources. There is nothing else to copy." Yu Yang nodded. In fact, among the 3, this is the one he is most optimistic about. Otherwise, you can only copy things the size of a fist, which is too restrictive. Therefore, increase the range is indeed the best choice. Ding. Loyal Jiang Chong has added an effect. Increased range, basic version. Okay, let's go back quickly. The others must be worried too. Get some rest tonight. We have new things to do tomorrow. Jiang Chong nodded and got into Yu Yang's car. The car slowly rose into the air. Jiang Chong looked back at the jungle with some sadness in his eyes. There were 11 of us when we came out, but when we went back, there were only 2 left. He felt very guilty. He felt that if he had not believed the woman's words so easily, they would not have fallen into this trap. A few minutes later, Yu Yang's car landed again on the playground of Minghuang Primary School. Seeing that only 3 people got off the car, Anyang stepped forward and asked, "Captain, where are the others?" "They're all dead." Anyang's pupils dilated slightly, and a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. These people had been with him for a long time, and he felt bad when 10 of them died at once. "Yu Yang, this time I failed in my duty. I am willing to withdraw from the main team and become a member of the subsidiary team. Please assign me a small team to work with." After saying that, Jiang Chong walked towards his own cabin alone, his back looking very lonely. Yu Yang sighed, without further comment, and said calmly, "Then Jiang Chong will temporarily return to Anyang's team. Let him calm down for a while." After saying that, Yu Yang casually shot and killed the mutant beast that Wu Gang brought back, and the revolver's attack power increased by 4 points to 98 points. Then, Yu Yang released all the mutant beasts he had killed. Nearly 20 mutant beast corpses appeared on the playground, which was a spectacular sight. It was like a battlefield left over from a horrific war. Especially the corpse of the sky-devouring toad, which was extremely huge and particularly eye-catching among the many mutated beasts. "Boss, you killed so many by yourself. We'll kill more tomorrow." Yu Yang's tone was calm. He felt that he must improve his strength as soon as possible, especially his level. Although his improvement was fast enough, Yu Yang still felt it was not enough. Especially the king-level mutant beast he encountered today, which made Yu Yang feel a strong sense of crisis. It was the first time he knew that the mutant beast had evolved to such a powerful level. And Wanqing Lake is not the place closest to the Tongtian stone pillar. There must be even more powerful mutant creatures beneath that towering stone pillar. If Yu Yang wants to know the secret of the stone pillar, he must at least reach level 5 or even level 6. Evolution crystals. He needs evolution crystals. Wu Gang, dig out all the evolution crystals for me. Yu Yang sat upright on a chair beside the playground and said calmly. About half an hour passed. Wu Gang took a pile of evolution crystals and placed them in front of Yu Yang. Report, including all the team's harvest today, there are a total of 20 primary evolution crystals and 3 intermediate evolution crystals. As for the big toad, even if Wang Tao reduces the defense value, I still can't split it. Yu Yang then remembered that the sky-devouring toad was a lord-level mutant beast with a defense value of up to 120. Even if Wang Tao reduced his defense value by 50 points, there were still 70 points left, so Wu Gang's machete couldn't cut it all. However, Yu Yang did not find it difficult because he was well prepared. He just took out an electric saw from the storage box. This scene scared the others. After all, before the end of the world, this thing had a great deterrent effect, and it appeared in many horror movies. Boss, you still have this good stuff? There was envy in Wu Gang's eyes. Yu Yang glanced at him and said, "This thing is not as effective as your machete in actual combat. It's too heavy, but it does have some special effects. After my repair, it can now temporarily and continuously stack attack power." Temporarily continue to stack attack power? What does that mean? It sounds like it's very powerful. Yu Yang curled his lips slightly and said with a smile, "As long as this chainsaw keeps attacking the target, its attack power will temporarily increase by 1 point per second. Once it leaves the target, its attack power will immediately drop by the initial 20 points. Oh, I see. This thing is suitable for cutting the bodies of mutant beasts. You have some brains for once. Leave this chainsaw in the base for everyone to cut up the bodies of mutant beasts." After saying that, Yu Yang took the chainsaw and came to the side of the sky-swallowing toad. He looked at this Lord-level mutant creature with some anticipation in his eyes. There must be something good in this guy's head. After saying that, he pulled the start rope with one hand, and the unique roar of the chainsaw immediately sounded on the playground. For some reason, everyone felt a creepy feeling in their hearts. It seemed as if the chainsaw would fall on him in the next second and chop him into a bloody mess. The sound seemed even more creepy than the sound of gunfire. Yu Yang didn't feel too much. After all, the guy was in his hands. He put the chainsaw on the toad's head, and sparks flew off immediately. Different mutant creatures have different defensive strengths. For example, the defense of the hidden python is concentrated on its scales, while that of the red flame tiger is concentrated on its tiger skin. The sky-swallowing toad has extremely strong skin and bones. Generally speaking, the defenses of most mutant creatures are concentrated on the surface and bones. Once broken through, the flesh and internal organs inside are not much different from those of ordinary beasts. It just tastes better and contains trace amounts of evolutionary energy. However, Yu Yang did not intend to eat this toad. There were so many mutant creatures on the playground, so he didn't want to eat a toad. As the chainsaw continues to operate, its attack power continues to increase. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, the head of the swallowing toad was slowly cut open. Chapter 74, A Rich Harvest. With a crisp snapping sound, half of the sky-swallowing toad's head was cut off by Yu Yang. Yu Yang was surprised to find that there were more than 10 evolution crystals in the brain of the sky-swallowing toad. Yu Yang put down the chainsaw and picked up the evolution crystals one by one. He counted carefully. There are a total of 9 intermediate evolution crystals and 1 advanced evolution crystal. The volume of the advanced evolution crystal is the same as that of the intermediate one, but it reveals a deep blue color. It contains powerful evolutionary energy. "Boss, what is this?" Wu Gang asked. The others were also very curious, as they had never seen this kind of evolutionary crystallization. "This is the crystallization of advanced evolution." Advanced. Lin Wei was puzzled at first, then surprised. Is this toad a mutant beast that is more advanced than the elite level? Yu Yang nodded. This is Lord level. After hearing Yu Yang's explanation, everyone present was shocked. "Boss, are you saying that you killed a Lord-level mutant beast without saying a word during this trip?" Yu Yang ignored the surprised expressions of the crowd and swallowed the 10 evolution crystals, as well as the 3 intermediate evolution crystals he had just called up, all into his stomach. A huge evolutionary energy was flowing wildly in his body, making Yu Yang feel a little uncomfortable. However, this evolutionary energy has been purified by the mutated creatures, so there is no obstacle at all in absorbing it. Yu Yang took a look at his evolutionary progress, which was 100, and he had only moved 22 steps in total. In other words, 1 high-level evolution crystal is equivalent to 10 intermediate-level evolution crystals in terms of energy. More than 1/5 of the evolution progress was completed in 1 day. Yu Yang was quite satisfied with this speed, but he felt that it should be even faster tomorrow. For some reason, although there was no change in Yu Yang's appearance, everyone felt that Yu Yang had become much stronger. Okay, now it's time to give out rewards to everyone. This time, we harvested a total of 20 primary evolution crystals. Although most of them were obtained by me, everyone also contributed their own efforts. 20 primary evolution crystals can help at least 6 people complete their initial evolution. Come, Wu Gang, this is yours. As early as when Yu Yang took out the primary evolution crystals, Wu Gang could no longer hold back. He ran to Yu Yang happily and took the 3 primary evolution crystals. Thank you, boss. I promised you a long time ago that when I have extra primary evolution crystals in the future, I will give you the first one to evolve. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. Keep working hard in the future. Wu Gang's face was filled with joy, and he thanked him profusely. He also felt very emotional. Before meeting Yu Yang, he couldn't even get enough food to eat, so how could he dare to hope for evolution? Now, not only do we have delicious food and spicy drinks, but we are also planning for evolution. And all this is because of Yu Yang. My vision is really good. Fortunately, I quickly turned from evil to good. Wu Gang was secretly delighted. Wang Tao, you have 3 too. Now most of the circuits and pipelines in the base were arranged by Wang Tao himself. In addition, Wang Tao is usually calmer in battle, so Yu Yang also gave him 3. Zhao Baofu 3. Zhao Baofu is a good cook and has won Yu Yang's heart. He is always willing to work hard for Yu Yang. Yu Yang thought about it. After all, he was a member of the old team, so he gave him 3. Anjia 3. This is his woman. No need to say more or explain. Naturally, the treatment he and Yu Yang's women receive is different. Song Yayun 3. Same reason as above. So far, 15 have been used, and the remaining ones are enough for one person to complete an evolution. Lu Sheng, I give you these 3 in advance so that you can come whenever you are called and pass on information. You need to make more contributions in the future so that you can be worthy of the reward I give you. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Lu Sheng didn't expect that he would also be rewarded and immediately expressed his gratitude profusely. Okay, the primary evolution crystals have been distributed. For the other people who have made contributions that are enough to receive evolution crystals, since they have already completed their initial evolution, I will not send them evolution crystals for the time being. You can exchange some extra snacks from me, or you can save them and share them with me as a reward next time. Don't worry, this is only the first day. There will only be more evolution crystals in the future, not less. For other affiliated team members, each captain should record their own achievements. When they reach a certain level, they can exchange them for supplies or evolution crystals. Also, everyone, there will be unlimited food and drinks tonight. Party adjourned. Long live the commander. Long live the commander. Everyone cheered, and everyone's face was filled with joyful smiles. In the end times, such smiles are rare, and they all understood that all this was because of Yu Yang. In their hearts, Yu Yang has become a belief. The crowd gradually dispersed. Su Xiaoxiao ran to Yu Yang, stretched out her hand, and said, I want snacks. Yu Yang was stunned. Hasn't it been given today? Humph. Bad guy. I made a ton of charcoal today. Mr. Duo? 1 ton. Yu Yang was stunned. Lin Wei on the side nodded. Xiao Xiao didn't lie. I just want to check, and there are indeed nearly that many. Hearing Xiao Xiao working so hard, Yu Yang took out a bag of beef jerky and put it in Xiao Xiao's hand. Don't try too hard. Don't tire yourself out. No, it's actually very simple to make charcoal. I just need to separate the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen elements in the air and then reassemble them according to a special structure. However, I can only reconstruct it into charcoal and nothing else. It seems that this is the only formula that I have unlocked in my mind. Yu Yang smiled and consoled him. This is already amazing. How many people envy your ability? Keep up the good work. There will be more delicious food in the future. Su Xiaoxiao said heavily and ran away happily. Lin Wei at the side said with a smile, You even flatter your little sister. Aren't you ashamed? You don't have many snacks left. Yu Yang curled his lips and said, I'm not making big promises. When the nuclear power plant is completed, we can build a factory. When the production line is set up, what snacks can't we produce? Production also requires raw materials. We have meat, but we can't get any plants right now. Lin Wei sighed. That's not necessarily true. Yu Yang smiled mysteriously. You? Lin Wei was stunned, her mouth slightly opened. You can't even solve this, can you? Who knows? We have to try. If we want to live a better life, we have to keep exploring. Fortunately, I'm lucky and I got something today. Lin Wei smiled with emotion. Yu Yang, I find that you can always give me surprises. Yu Yang Chuklet, would you like to give me a little surprise tonight? Lin Wei smiled seductively and her fingertips gently stroked Yu Yang's chest. I have prepared it for you a long time ago. I guarantee it will surprise you. You go back first. I'll go to your room later. Chapter 75, Wild Woman. Yu Yang returned to the room after taking a shower. He sat cross-legged on the bed, thinking about what happened tonight. On the way back, Jiang Chong had already told him about the agreement between the blind man and the bloodthirsty Rose. This suddenly reminded him of something. That is, he can repair humans and give them strength, thereby gaining the effect of loyalty. So, is it possible to gain the loyalty of injured mutant beasts by repairing them? The thought made him feel a little excited. If this approach is feasible, then he can easily build an army of mutant beasts. However, Yu Yang felt that it was not that easy. Judging from the system's settings and performance, the system is a restorer of order and an enemy of those who destroy order. According to common sense, it should be impossible to repair a mutated beast that is a destroyer of order. But the temptation was so great that Yu Yang decided to find an opportunity to experiment. In addition, another surprise for him tonight was those ordinary plants. Although they're just a few ordinary blades of grass, their significance is significant. Yu Yang had always thought that the reason why plants could not be grown in the soil must be because there was some kind of toxin. The withered and yellowing plants all over the ground can also prove this. So when he got a purifier picked up by an affiliated team, he had the idea to purify the soil. But now, after thinking about it, Yu Yang feels that the reason why plants cannot be planted and grown nowadays is not necessarily because there are some toxins in the soil. And it is very likely that something is missing in the soil. To be more precise, it is possible that in the current environment where mutant energy is overflowing, there's a lack of some necessary survival elements to resist the environment. As for what can provide this element, Yu Yang guessed that it was either the evolutionary crystal produced by the mutant plants or something that the mutant plants themselves could secrete. But these conjectures need to be verified by Yu Yang one by one. He planned to wait for Su Mingming to come back with the seeds, and then let the affiliated team start the planting experiment. As long as we successfully grow plants and restore farming, we will have successfully taken a big step towards restoring human civilization. Only after thinking about all this did Yu Yang finally relax completely. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Without asking, Yu Yang knew who was coming. "Enter." The door was pushed open. A rather stern voice came out. "Student Yu Yang, this is a classroom, and it's class time. Please pay attention." Lin Wei was seen wearing a tight short skirt teacher's uniform and a pair of black frame glasses. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She was holding a book in her arms and a ruler in her hand. She pushed up her glasses and said with a half smile, "Yu Yang, we are in class. Why are you daydreaming? Come on, take off your pants. Let the teacher teach you a lesson." The next morning, Yu Yang came to the playground refreshed. After one night of processing by the affiliated team, the meat on the playground had been cut and sorted and placed in a storage container with a freezer effect that Yu Yang had repaired. Some meat is also made into bacon to increase flavor and extend shelf life. Yu Yang called everyone to the playground. "Today, we will still be divided into several teams to hunt down ordinary-level mutant beasts. Everyone, put safety first. If you're defeated, retreat. You can return to the base and let Lu Xing notify me. Also, if you find any valuable junk while carrying out your mission, you can still bring it back and the team leaders will record the merit. Okay, let's go." This time, Yu Yang still chose to act alone. The main reason is that this is more convenient, and the place he is deep in is relatively dangerous, and he doesn't want to divide his energy to protect other people. Yu Yang got on the car and drove towards the suburbs. This time, he had fully adapted and even began to try to disengage from the automatic driving and drive the car manually. Although I almost had an accident at the beginning, I gradually mastered the skills of driving a fast car. After all, he was the only one driving in the sky right now, so he didn't have to worry about hitting anyone else. So it doesn't matter even if you rush around, as long as you reach your destination. However, this time, since it was not autonomous driving, Yu Yang's speed was not very fast, and he was discovered by several human teams. They were shocked at first, but finally accepted the fact that there was a car flying in the sky. After experiencing the doomsday catastrophe, their psychological acceptance is no longer the same as before. So, they were all curious, who could make a car fly in the sky? A spirit of truth-seeking and exploration instantly spread throughout the area. Many familiar teams began to ask each other, trying to find out where this flying car came from. The instigator, however, knew nothing about this. The world before him gradually became wider, and somehow, Yu Yang suddenly felt that the scenery in the open wilderness before him was quite beautiful. Although the ground is covered with withered yellow, there are also some green spots. Yu Yang plans to kill a few more mutant plants today and observe whether there are normal plants growing under the mutant plants to verify his guess. But just as he left the city and flew over the toll booth, he suddenly discovered that a tough-looking woman was standing on a high ground somewhere outside the suburbs, and not far in front of her, two mutant beasts were fighting. The woman didn't seem panicked at all, and even seemed a little excited. She clenched her fists in front of her and seemed to be shouting some slogans. Yu Yang vaguely heard something like, "Come on, yes, baby, that's how you do it." These words entered Yu Yang's ears, making him a little dazed. Are there any experts? He couldn't help but land from the air out of curiosity. The woman seemed very alert and immediately noticed a car falling from the sky. However, there was not much fear in her eyes, but rather a great deal of curiosity. Yu Yang put away the flying car and walked towards the woman. The woman showed the necessary vigilance, but did not show excessive hostility. "Stop! Keep this distance." A slightly rough voice was heard. Although it was clearly a female voice, it did not have the melodious and sweet voice of a female. Instead, it carried a wildness of a man. "Yu Yang, stop it." "Hello. I mean no harm. I'm just curious what you're doing." Yu Yang's eyes moved slightly, and he made various guesses in his mind. The woman seemed unwilling to tell Yu Yang about this. She made a gesture of driving him away with both hands and said, "Leave. This is none of your business." It was at this time that the two fighting mutant beasts finally ended their battle. One horse-like mutant beast was eventually defeated, while the other was clearly a mutated lion. The mane all over his body turned an exaggerated bright red. The mutant lion ran to the woman and rubbed her body with its huge head. Chapter 76 Hand over Su Xiao Xiao. This mutant beast, which has always been ferocious, actually showed gentleness and dependence on the woman. This made Yu Yang very curious. "How did you do it?" Yu Yang couldn't help but ask. "I said, this has nothing to do with you." The woman's attitude wasn't very good, but she didn't do anything extreme either. Seeing this, the mutant lion also growled at Yu Yang twice, as if trying to drive Yu Yang away. It could be seen that the IQ of this mutant lion is not low. Seeing that Yu Yang was indifferent, the woman frowned. He patted the lion's head and turned away. The lion glared at Yu Yang fiercely, then bit the mutant horse corpse beside it, threw it on its back, and followed the woman. Yu Yang was very interested when he saw this scene. He was determined to find out what was going on today. "I can exchange resources with you." The woman paused. "What resources are used, and what is exchanged?" "Use this to exchange information." Yu Yang took out many bottles of various drinks. He originally brought this for himself to drink, and now he was taking it out for exchange. Anyway, he can produce a lot of this thing, so he doesn't feel bad about using it for exchange. The woman looked at the colorful drinks in Yu Yang's hand and was stunned for a moment. "Are you from the Royal City Alliance?" In his opinion, anyone who could come up with so many enjoyment supplies must be from the largest team in the Royal City. Yu Yang shook his head and said modestly, "No, I just come from a small team." The woman nodded. "Tell me, what information do you want to know?" Yu Yang got straight to the point and asked, "I want to know, how did you tame the mutant beast?" The woman shook her head. "I don't know how to tame mutant beasts." "Then what's the matter with this lion?" Yu Yang asked curiously. "You mean Simba?" The woman smiled helplessly. "Simba grew up with me. It's just that he happened to mutate after the apocalypse." Yu Yang suddenly understood. It turned out that this was because the beast had already known the woman before it mutated. No wonder the beast seems to be particularly fond of women. Yu Yang handed the drink in his hand to the woman. The woman took the drink, selected a bottle of sparkling water, opened it, and then took 2 big gulps, with some reminiscence and emotion in her eyes. Her eyes turned sad. "I used to be a keeper at a wildlife park. I had a deep relationship with many of the animals. When the apocalypse came, most of them mutated, but almost all of them died during the mutation. Only a few survived. Among those who survived, only Simba survived until now. The others died in battles with other mutant beasts, and a few died at the hands of other humans. So I hid here, away from the city and away from the gathering places of mutant beasts. Occasionally, I would take Simba out to hunt." Hearing this, Yu Yang nodded. He already had a general understanding of the woman's situation. "So, you have experience in taming animals, right?" "You could say that." "That's great." Seeing the woman's puzzled look, Yu Yang explained, "Well, I mean, with this experience, maybe you can tame other mutant beasts." "That's impossible. After they mutate, they are hostile to humans." Unless they're like Simba, who has followed me since childhood. The woman shook her head and said with certainty, I think you misunderstood. What I meant was that I might have a way for you to be able to tame the mutant beast. Do you have a solution? The woman was a little surprised. Yu Yang did not answer her question, but curled his lips and asked, are you injured anywhere? Not far from Ming Wong Primary School. A team of 10 is searching the area. Their clothes were clean, and they looked energetic. In the end times, this is quite rare. Deputy Captain Su, what are we doing here? Su Xiao is here. Let's take her back. There was a hint of sinisterness in Su Yifun's eyes and a hint of hostility in his tone. Su Xiao. But the captain didn't give such an order. What do you know? The captain just doesn't want his sister to suffer, so he lets her hide here. But you see, winter is almost here. Without Su Xiao, where can we get so much high-quality charcoal? Do you want to freeze to death in winter? But if we do this, won't the captain be angry? Haha, even if he's angry, he certainly won't show it on the surface. After all, we brought his good sister back personally, and we didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry, I'll take all the blame and won't make things difficult for you. After hearing this, the others felt relieved. I couldn't help but feel grateful to Su Yifan. It's the deputy leader who cares more about us. Haha, work hard. If you do well, you might be promoted from an affiliated team to a formal team. Yes. The group followed the instructions on the map and gradually approached Minghuang Primary School. The reconnaissance drones in the air also discovered their presence. Deputy Captain Su, we have arrived at Minghuang Primary School. Su Yifan looked up and saw a well-defended elementary school in front of him. The tops of the surrounding walls were hung with all kinds of sharp objects, and the door was also guarded by someone. Several people were also arranged to patrol inside the wall. Haha, there are too few people in this team just to arrange these few patrols. Su Yifan approached Minghuang Primary School. Hey, this is our base. Please leave immediately. The two gatekeepers standing at the gate of Minghuang Primary School said with a vigilant look on their faces. But Su Yifan didn't take them seriously at all, and the speed of the second-level revolver was fully unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the two gatekeepers were kicked out. Lu Sheng, who was resting with his eyes closed on the playground, suddenly woke up when he heard the noise. He hurriedly looked towards the door, only to see a dozen people rushing in with ferocious looks. Lu Sheng was so scared that he quickly sent a message to Yu Yang. Where is Su Xiao? Hand her over quickly. Su Yifan said bluntly as he entered the door. Hearing the noise here, Jiang Chong also walked out of his room. He was eventually arranged by Yu Yang to stay and guard the base, as he happened to need to adjust his mood during these few days. Seeing this group of people coming with ill intentions, Jiang Chong looked solemn. Who are you? What do you want from Su Xiao? Su Yifan looked Jiang Chong up and down and said contemptuously, Are you Yu Yang? Jiang Chong shook his head, his tone full of defensiveness. What do you want from our leader? You're not Yu Yang? Su Yifan smiled contemptuously. Call your captain out. I want to see what Captain Yu is capable of. Chapter 77, I didn't say you can leave. Our leader is out. Who are you? Why are you looking for Su Xiao? Jiang Chong saw that the other party's aura was strong. After the last incident with Wang Heng, Jiang Chong did not dare to be too careless without Yu Yang. Therefore, even though the other party spoke in a bad tone, Jiang Chong did not respond. We are from the Royal City Alliance. You've heard of the Royal City Alliance, right? We are not something that small teams like yours can compare to. Since your leader is not here, he is lucky. Go and bring Su Xiao out. We're going to take her away. Jiang Chong gritted his teeth and said, Without the leader's consent, we can't hand Su Xiao over to you. Su Yifan sneered, I don't think you are qualified to negotiate with me. At this time, Su Xiao also heard the noise outside and walked out of the room sleepily. When Su Xiao saw Su Yifan, her expression suddenly tensed. Brother Su, why are you here? When Su Yifan saw Su Xiao, he immediately said bluntly, Su Xiao, hurry back with us. Do you know how worried your brother is about you? Su Xiao was frightened by Su Yifan's harsh tone and said aggrievedly, Didn't my sister go back to report that she was safe? Haha, you still dare to mention your sister? Su Yifan knew that if Su Xiao refused to cooperate, this matter would be difficult to handle, and he could not possibly do anything to Su Xiao. So he came up with a plan and made up a lie. Your sister was attacked by a mutant beast on the way back and is in critical condition. Su Xiao was suddenly struck by lightning and was stunned. Tears welled up in my eyes instantly. Her heart was filled with regret and self-blame. Sister, how is she? Su Xiaoxiao ran to Su Yifan and asked with a sad face. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Su Yifan's eyes showed a hint of pride. But he pretended to be sad and said, Your sister's arm was bitten off and she bled a lot. If I hadn't happened to see her while I was out on a mission, your sister would have been dead. When Su Xiaoxiao heard that her sister had lost her arms, her face turned pale with fright. I felt a little bit collapsed. She cried bitterly. Then take me back quickly. I want to see my sister. I won't run around anymore. Su Xiaoxiao cried very sadly and felt extremely guilty. Su Yifan coughed twice and said with satisfaction, Since you beg me, I will take you back. No, you can't take her away. Jiang Chong stopped Su Yifan. Why? Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to go with me. Do you have any reason to stop her? Uncle Jiang, please let me go. My sister is dying. I have to go back. Su Xiaoxiao said with red and swollen eyes. Please apologize to Brother Yu Yang for me. Xiaoxiao can't accompany him anymore. Hearing the name Yu Yang again, Su Yifan secretly clenched his fists. It's all because of Yu Yang. I don't know what kind of magic he has that makes Su Xiaoxiao and Su Mengmeng trust him so much. Damn it. Jiang Chong looked very unhappy. It's not that he was afraid of Su Yifan. At worst, he would fight with him, but he would die. The tricky thing now is that Su Xiaoxiao is indeed a member of the Royal City Alliance, and Su Xiaoxiao wants to go back with them on her own. At this point, Jiang Chong was in a very difficult situation. Everyone, get out of my way. Su Yifan raised his foot and kicked down 2 more people who were blocking him. Brother Su, please don't hurt them. Su Xiaoxiao said anxiously. They're blind and insist on stopping me. Su Yifan threatened, If anyone stops me again, I will not be polite. I want to see who you want to be rude to. A flying car fell from the sky. Seeing this speeding car, Su Yifan's aggressive attitude couldn't help but stagnate. Huh? What's going on? How can a car fly? In an instant, a greedy look appeared in Su Yifan's eyes. He couldn't even imagine how cool he would be if he could drive this car, and how many beautiful women would stare at him. After the car stopped, a young man with a handsome appearance got out of the car. Captain, you're finally back. That's great. They want to take Su Xiaoxiao away. Don't worry, he can't take it away. Yu Yang said it nonchalantly, but it was like a slap in the face towards Su Yidong. Ah, what a big tone. Su Yifan looked Yu Yang up and down and felt that there seemed to be nothing special about him. Don't think you're that great just because you're the leader of a small team. The Royal City Alliance doesn't take people like you seriously at all. Su Yifan said with some contempt. Are you from the Royal City Alliance? That's right. Su Yifan looked defiant and somewhat complacent. It's good that you've heard of the Royal City Alliance. If you know what's best for you, just admit your mistake and give way. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. So, what about the Royal City Alliance? With an idiot like you, I think it's nothing more than that. Who are you calling a fool? Su Yifan was like gunpowder that would catch fire at any touch. He just pushed Su Xiaoxiao aside and punched Yang directly. Yu Yang dodged by leaning sideways, raised his leg, and kicked Su Yifan directly out. Su Yifan fell flat on his face. Haha, you're really a fool. Yu Yang shook his head and calmly finished off the enemy. Damn, you're looking for death. Su Yifan took out a gun from his arms and aimed at Yu Yang. However, when he was about to shoot, he completely lost the ability to think, and everything seemed to stand still. I don't know if it was just a moment or 10,000 years. Su Yifan felt his body flying up and falling toward the ruins not far away. He clearly heard the sound of his bones breaking. Just now, Yu Yang used time standstill on Su Yifan and then kicked him away. Su Yifan's face flushed. The inner humiliation was even more unbearable for him than the physical pain. He shouted to his men, What are you all standing there for? Shoot me. No. Su Xiaoxiao said in panic. Listen to me. Kill them all. I'll promote you to official members. Don't move. At this moment, Su Mengmeng suddenly rushed in from the school gate. She glared at Su Yifan and said with disgust, You really came here to cause trouble. I said something was wrong for you to go out so early in the morning. You are a lunatic. Sister, aren't you seriously injured and dying? How come you? Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. When Su Yifan saw Su Mengmeng, his heart sank and his face looked extremely ugly. He never expected that Su Mengmeng would follow him. That's easy. This idiot just tricked you. Yu Yang's face was full of contempt. How come there are such shameless, and stupid people in your Royal City Alliance. Su Yifan suddenly felt his blood rushing up and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Seeing that his plan had failed, he knew that today's task could not be accomplished. He got up from the ground, called his men, and said through gritted teeth, "Let's go." Yu Yang slowly pulled out his revolver. His lips moved slightly, and he said lightly, "I didn't say you could leave." Su Yifan's face turned red because of humiliation. He turned his head suddenly and said in a timid tone, "I am the deputy leader of the Mingsheng group of the Royal City Alliance. How dare you?" Bang! Su Yifan fell to the ground, holding his calf. "So what about the Imperial City Alliance? Do you really think Yu Yang, I'm afraid of you?" Su Yifan's face was distorted with pain, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Su Mingming, are you still a member of the Royal City Alliance? This guy shot me. Are you just going to watch?" Su Mingming frowned and walked to Yu Yang's side, sneering. "It was you who secretly came to someone else's territory to cause trouble, and even lied to Xiao Xiao. And you were the one who was about to shoot first. You are not capable of defeating Yu Yang, yet you still have the nerve to mention the Imperial City Alliance? Why didn't I realize how shameless you are before? That's right. He even lied to me and told me that my sister was going to die. I was so sad just now." Su Xiao Xiao had tears in the corners of her eyes, and her face was full of resentment. In the past, Su Yifan would urge her to rub more charcoal every day, and Su Xiao Xiao didn't have a good impression of Su Yifan. Su Yifan stared. The anger and humiliation in his heart had reached its peak. He never expected that the Su sisters would not even say a word to help him. "What's so good about Yu Yang? How can I, Su Yifan, be inferior to him? Since you're all defending him so much, then go to hell. All of you go to hell." At this moment, his hatred for Yang reached its peak. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes were red as if they were about to spit fire. He just shouted loudly, and his eyes burst into a terrifying orange-yellow light. 2 terrifying laser beams burst out and shot towards Yu Yang. This move is Su Yifan's special ability. The greater the power it uses, the greater the backlash. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else and pushed his abilities to the extreme. The laser beam was so fast that it reached Yu Yang in almost an instant. However, Yang was not worried. Today's absolute defense had not been triggered yet, so there was no problem with his safety at all. But what shocked him was that Su Mingming beside him knocked his body away, just as the laser was about to reach him. 2 lasers hit Su Mingming hard. Almost instantly, it pierced through Su Mingming. The light in Su Mingming's eyes quickly faded, and she fell to the ground like a butterfly with broken wings. Yu Yang was quick to act and hugged Su Mingming tightly. He pulled out the revolver in his hand instantly, without even looking up to aim. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots in a row smashed Su Yifan's head to pieces. "Sister," the frightened Su Xiao Xiao cried out and knelt down beside Su Mingming. Tears welled up in her eyes, and the sadness in her heart overwhelmed her like a flood. She saw with her own eyes that her sister's body was pierced. Yu Yang said in a deep voice, "Don't touch her. I have a way." The system for repairing all things is activated. It will take 100 repair points to repair the seriously injured Su Mingming. Do you want to repair her? Yu Yang didn't hesitate at all. Yes. Ding. Repair successful. Gain the loyal Su Mingming. All the injuries on Su Mingming's body disappeared in an instant. Su Xiao Xiao's crying stopped abruptly. A pair of eyes blinked, with crystal tears hanging on the long eyelashes, and the eyes were full of doubts. "Where are the injuries on my sister's body? My brother healed me. Have you forgotten? My brother can heal injuries." Hearing this, Su Xiao Xiao's mood finally turned around. She wiped her tears and carefully touched Su Mingming's face. "Are you okay, sister? Are you okay?" Su Mingming snorted softly and slowly opened her eyes. She looked around blankly, and before her were 2 faces full of concern. Yu Yang said softly, "Are you stupid? Why did you push me away?" His eyes were full of pain. Although Su Mingming never said that she cared about him, she even treated him as a hooligan. But just now, Su Mingming's actions were already the best confession. "It's my fault for not killing this cub right away." There was some self-blame in Yu Yang's voice. Originally, he didn't shoot Su Yifan for the sake of Xiao Xiao and Mingming, but he didn't expect that Su Yifan would be so crazy. He could see that Su Yifan would have to pay a huge price for this move, because there were obvious burn marks on Su Yifan's eyes, and it could even be said that they were burnt. "Don't blame you. It's Su Yifan who's crazy. Su Mingming also sighed. She also regretted why she hadn't realized that Su Yifan was so shameless and crazy before. It is better for such a person to die. Otherwise, her brother might suffer in the future. By the way, how did my injuries heal? Su Mingming then realized that the injuries on her body had completely disappeared. It was Brother Yu Yang who cured me. I knew Brother Yu Yang was very powerful. Su Xiaoxiao said proudly. Su Mingming then remembered that Yu Yang seemed to have cured her minor injuries. Can you really heal injuries? Yu Yang smiled slightly. Not only can I heal your injuries, I can also help you improve your abilities. Having said that, Yu Yang looked at the 3 special effects that the system had extracted for Su Mingming. 1. Radar coverage. Su Mingming can sense the breath of all living things within a 1-kilometer range. 2. Increased range. The range in which Su Mingming can sense auras has doubled. 3. Imaging scanning. Su Mingming can see the outline of objects behind the obstruction. It really is an enhancement of existing abilities. After several observations by Yu Yang, he found that if the people he repaired did not have any special abilities, he would be given a completely new special ability. If you already have special abilities, they will be enhanced. The only thing that is unknown now is whether the person who is endowed with special abilities by him will gain new abilities or strengthen the original abilities when they evolve to the 2nd level. Yu Yang finally chose the first ability for Su Mingming. Originally, Su Mingming's perception was limited and not clear. With the help of radar coverage, Su Mingming's ability to obtain information has been greatly improved. Ding! Loyal Su Mingming has added the effect. Radar coverage. Feeling the changes in her body, Su Mingming's eyes widened. How did you do that? This is amazing. Yu Yang just smiled and hugged Su Mingming, saying softly, "This is compensation for you." After he finished speaking, he stood up, and his eyes suddenly became cold and terrifying. He stared at the 10 people brought by Su Yifan and said coldly, "From today on, the lives of the 10 of you belong to me." The 10 people were trembling all over and dare not say a word. Jiang Chong, take them to work. From now on, they're the subsidiary team of the subsidiary team. As long as they don't starve to death, that's fine. If anyone tries to escape, just shoot them. No need to report to me. After saying that, Yu Yang took Su Mingming and Su Xiaoxiao, one in each hand, and walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 79, Su Mingming's Brain Supplement. Feeling the touch from Yu Yang's broad palm, Su Mingming and Su Xiaoxiao had completely different moods. Su Xiaoxiao felt very curious. Brother Yu Yang's palms are so warm and make me feel safe. It's so comfortable to be held in his hands. The fingers are so long and slender and look very beautiful. Brother Yu Yang has such a gentle smile, and his profile is so handsome. On the other hand, Su Mingming's heart was beating fast, and she was very conflicted. Why hold someone's hand when you're safe? Where are you taking me? Why are you taking Su Xiaoxiao with you? Huh? Is he heading towards the bedroom? What was he doing in the bedroom in broad daylight? Was he going to... Rogue. This guy is indeed a rogue. He is thinking shameless things in broad daylight. Doesn't he think that by enhancing my abilities, he can do anything to me? No, absolutely not. I, Su Mingming, am not such a casual person. But he's really awesome and a really nice guy. If I reject such a powerful person, will I offend him? Besides, he is so outstanding. If I reject him, I may never have another chance in the future. Well, it's not impossible, actually. After all, I'm an adult. But why bring Xiao Xiao with you? This guy, doesn't he want to attack us all? No, no matter what, he can't do anything to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is still young. If you have any problems, come to me. As a sister, I'm willing to make the sacrifice. Just as Su Mingming was daydreaming, Yu Yang had already brought them into the room. Then he slammed the door shut with his foot. Su Mingming's face turned red all of a sudden. She bit her lips tightly. Her eyes were like water, and her eyelashes kept trembling. Yu Yang let go of the hands of the 2 people, and then fumbled in his trouser pocket, trying to find something. Rogue. Su Xiaoxiao turned around with a red face, cursing viciously in her heart. Yu Yang looked puzzled, and finally took out a sausage and 2 boiled eggs. He put the sausage in Su Mingming's hand, and then handed the boiled egg to Su Xiaoxiao. This is a snack for you. Eat it secretly, but don't let the other sisters find out. When Su Xiaoxiao saw the snacks, she was very excited. Thank you, Brother Yu Yang. I love Brother Yu Yang the most. However, she looked at the sausage in Su Mingming's hand and said greedily, "Does Brother Yu Yang have any more sausage?" Xiao Xiao wants to eat brother Yu Yang sausage. Yu Yang reached into his trouser pocket and felt around again. He did feel another intestine, but it couldn't be eaten. He touched Xiao Xiao's head and comforted her. Xiao Xiao, can you just eat the braised eggs today? Braised eggs have protein. Xiao Xiao is still young and needs to grow, so it's better for her to eat more protein. Okay. Su Xiao Xiao stared at Yu Yang's pocket aggrievedly. She suspected that there must be more sausages in it, but Yu Yang just wanted to save them for other sisters. But she was not greedy, and she was already very happy with 2 boiled eggs. Su Mingming also realized at this time that Yu Yang brought them here to secretly give them snacks, and not because he had any other ideas. Although she was relieved, she felt a little lost for some reason. Xiao Xiao, go out and play first, and then come back to work when you're free after dinner, okay? Your sister and I have other things to do. Hearing these words, Su Mingming's heart, which had just calmed down, was instantly lifted up again. What? Is there a sequel? Sure enough, there is no way to escape. I said, this gangster must have bad intentions. But fortunately, Xiao Xiao was let go by him. Let me bear the rest. After hearing what Yu Yang said, Su Xiao Xiao didn't think much about it. She took the boiled egg and walked out happily. When she left, she even closed the door considerately. Su Mingming's whole face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. My heart was in my throat and was beating fast. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Why is your face so red? Yu Yang scratched his head and said in a strange tone, You bastard! How dare you say that? Don't you know why my face is red? I really didn't realize you, Yu Yang, are so shameless. Even after this, you still want to make fun of me. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If it weren't for the fact that you just saved me and strengthened my abilities, I would tear your mouth apart. Ming Ming, how many seeds did you bring back this time? Yu Yang found a seat and sat down, then took out a bottle of drink and asked casually. Su Mingming was stunned. See, yes, didn't I ask you to get water to exchange for seeds? What? Did you forget to bring it? Yu Yang looked at Su Mingming strangely. Su Mingming touched her face awkwardly. Oh, that's it. I thought. Why? No, it's okay. Su Mingming's ears turned red. She pretended to be calm and took out 3 mineral water bottles. But now it is not filled with water, but full of seeds. Well, there are 3 kinds of seeds in here, and each seed weighs nearly a ton. Winter is coming soon, so I specially selected some plant seeds that can grow in winter. One is spinach seeds. Spinach can grow in colder seasons and grows faster. It is also rich in vitamins and is a good food for vitamin supplementation. Another one is white radish seeds. White radish is also very cold resistant and rich in dietary fiber. It's great to add some radish when stewing soup. The last one is garlic. Garlic can grow even in cold conditions. You can eat both the garlic heads, garlic sprouts, and garlic leaves. They are very delicious. In addition, garlic has a certain antibacterial effect. Are you satisfied with these 3 kinds of seeds? After saying that, Su Mingming touched her face, which was still a little hot. Was there no flaw in your performance just now? I guess he didn't notice what I was thinking about before. It's all this guy's fault. Why did he have to come into the room to ask these questions? He made me think all sorts of crazy things. When Yu Yang heard about the 3 kinds of seeds Su Mingming brought back, he knew that Su Mingming had done her homework and said gratefully, Thank you, Mingming. You've worked hard this time. If I really grow vegetables, you'll be the first one to taste them. Su Mingming cursed inwardly. Who wants to eat your vegetables? However, Su Mingming became curious when she heard that Yu Yang seemed really confident. Yu Yang, can you really grow vegetables? Yu Yang nodded slowly. If my guess is correct, growing vegetables is only a matter of time, but I still need to think of a way to grow them on a large scale. Su Mingming's eyes were filled with admiration, and she said seriously, If you really solve the problem of growing vegetables, I think all mankind will thank you. All of humanity. Yu Yang's eyes were slightly absent-minded, but he soon smiled and said, Haha, I'm not that great. I just want to eat some fresh vegetables. Chapter 80 Farmland Planting Experiment. Mingwang Primary School. On the playground, Yu Yang began his planting experiment. He first had someone spread plastic film on an open space. This is to isolate the material exchange with the external soil so as to control the variables in the experiment. Then he covered the plastic with 4 large blocks of soil. They were marked as Farmland Number 1, Farmland Number 2, Farmland Number 3, and Farmland Number 4 respectively. Number 1 is the soil that has been purified by the purifier. Number 2 is soil mixed with powder of mutant plant corpses. Number 3 was buried in the soil that was the crystallization of evolution produced by plants. Number 4 is soil that is buried with the evolutionary crystals produced by animals. The reason why Yu Yang divided the soil into 4 groups was to verify his hypothesis. If plants grow only in soil number 1, it proves that there are toxins in the soil, which is why they won't grow. If plants grow in soil number 2, it proves that the mutated plants have produced some kind of antibody that can resist the harsh environment. If plants grow from soil number 3 or number 4, it proves that ordinary plant growth now requires a tiny amount of evolutionary energy. The reason why it is divided into number 3 and number 4 is only to identify whether the animal's evolutionary crystallization can be effective. In addition, Yu Yang also had someone build a shed made of transparent plastic film on the field to prevent toxic rainwater from falling on the farmland. He will water it with pure water. After the experimental results come out, he will try whether rain will affect plant growth, which is the second topic. After completing these arrangements, Yu Yang began to call on the team members to come here to plant. Of course, the ones who contributed the most were the 10 people who came with Su Yifan. Although they did not do anything excessive at the time, since they had broken into Yu Yang's base without permission, they should pay a price. Yu Yang gave them an order to plant seeds of 3 plants in each field. They held the seeds and walked towards the farmland with their heads down, with some confusion in their eyes. Hasn't our Royal City Alliance tried to plant this before? We can't grow any plants. It's better to eat these good seeds than to waste them. Didn't you see he asked us to put something in these fields? Maybe it will be useful. TSK, I think he's just wasting his time. We're such a big alliance, and several botanists can't do anything about it. What can a small team like his do? He'll be dumbfounded when the seeds rot in the ground in a few days. Don't be so nosy. Just do what I tell you to do. If that guy hears you, you'll be in trouble. As the sowing progressed, precious seeds were sown into the soil. There was also some anticipation in Yu Yang's eyes. If he could really grow plants, it would definitely be a huge gain. At this time, the gate at the entrance of Minghuang Primary School was opened. Wu Gang's team pushed a dying red flame tiger into the school on a cart. Boss, you're here too. Look, I brought back another mutant beast. When Yu Yang saw the red flame tiger beast that was beaten all over, he felt something in his heart. He walked quickly to the side of the red flame tiger and gently placed his hand on the mutant beast. It takes 20 repair points to repair the scarlet flame tiger that is covered with wounds. Ding. The current creature is detected as a common order destroyer. It needs to spend an additional 1,000 repair points to change its camp. Do you want to continue repairing? Note, the higher the level of the order breaker, the more repair points will be consumed when switching camps. Seeing the system prompt, Yu Yang couldn't hold it anymore. We're actually switching sides. It seems that the system belongs to the lawful camp, and these mutant beasts belong to the destructive camp. However, a normal mutant creature needs 1,000 repair points to switch its camp, so it's better to just kill it directly. Yu Yang had no choice but to draw his gun and directly into the life of the red flame tiger. Ding! Kill the common level order destroyer red flame tiger and gain 100 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 2 points. Revolver's permanent attack power, 100 points. It's already 100 points. Yu Yang didn't expect that without him noticing, the attack power of his revolver had actually broken through 3 digits. If the additional power is overloaded, the attack power will be as high as 1,000 points. It's really terrifying. However, what made Yang feel a little helpless was that during these times of power overloading, except for the first time when the revolver broke, the subsequent times were not damaged at all. This luck is a bit too good. Let's continue to increase our attack power. If I remember correctly, I have killed 18 normal level monsters so far, and gained 36 points of attack power. I spawned 3 elite level ones and gained 9 points of attack power. I killed one of the lord level monsters and gained 5 attack points. There's still a lot of room for gain. Yu Yang said to Lu Sheng and Jiang Chong, who were stationed at the base, "You continue to supervise their work. I'm going to go out and do my work first." Wu Gang and Wang Tao continue to hunt wild animals. If there is anything that you cannot handle, come back and contact me through Lu Sheng as soon as possible. Yang took out his flying car and sat on it. The flying car slowly rose into the air and headed off into the distance. Wu Gang looked at this scene with envy on his face. "I wish I could ride in such a cool car someday." Wang Tao silently added, "You should know that it's not the car that's cool, it's our boss." Yu Yang drove his car towards the suburbs, thinking about the encounter that happened this morning. At that time, Yu Yang wanted to kindly help the other party repair his injuries in order to win his loyalty. But the other party refused cautiously. This was the first time Yu Yang hit a wall. However, Yu Yang was not too radical. Instead, he said goodbye in a friendly manner and agreed on the next time they would meet. The woman promised him that she would bring something good next time and exchanged drinks with Yu Yang. During the conversation, Yu Yang also learned the other party's name, Tang Ruru, a name that sounds lively and playful. According to Tang Ruru, she was also a cute girl before she started working at the zoo. However, living with wild animals gradually tanned her skin into a wheat-colored color. Her face was no longer pretty, but became full of heroic spirit, and her personality became straightforward. Yu Yang felt that Tang Ruru's current appearance was quite unique. Yu Yang was also very interested in his identity as a wildlife keeper. With the help of Simba, Tang Ruru completed her first evolution. Yu Yang was very curious about what her ability would be in her second evolution. If it is the ability to tame mutant wild beasts, Yu Yang doesn't mind helping the other party, enhancing the other party's ability and making the other party his own. Thinking of this, Yu Yang flew to a place he had never been to before, a mine quarry. What stunned him was that there were hundreds of mutant beasts gathered in this place. Chapter 81, Energy Crystal Mine. This is a small mine. It can also be seen from a volume of damaged equipment and the overall scale that the mining volume here is not high. Yu Yang couldn't tell what kind of or was mined here in the past, because the minerals here have all turned a light blue color and shine with a crystal-like luster. There were hundreds of mutant beasts gathered here. However, the degree of mutation of these wild beasts is not high, and some are not even much different from ordinary wild beasts. The birds landed on high places, while the beasts on all fours were scattered around the various mining sites or piled up into small hills of ore. I saw them all licking the light blue minerals constantly, as if these minerals were some kind of delicacy. Occasionally, you can see some tall wild beasts biting to death the small wild beasts they disliked. However, because there was so much or almost all the beasts could get some, so no large-scale fighting occurred. Yu Yang looked at these beasts curiously. Pieces of information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Entry-level Order Destroyer. Charging Porcupine. Evolving. Health 45 to 50. Attack Power 8. Defense Value 5. Entry-level Order Destroyer. Howling Hound. Evolving. Health 33 to 40. Attack Power 10. Defense Value 3. Entry-level Order Destroyer. Bewitched Parrot. Evolving. Health 20/20ths. Attack Power 5. Defense Value 3. They're all new birds and beasts. Then the ore here contains a certain amount of evolutionary energy. Yu Yang immediately figured out that the reason these mutant creatures were licking the ore here so intently was because the ore contained the evolutionary energy they craved. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why so many evolving beasts gathered here. Yu Yang parked the car next to the mining site. Then we walked towards the mining site. The beasts here were entry-level at best and could not pose any threat to him. A woof woof, bluff, roar, ouch. Before Yu Yang took a few steps closer, several wild beasts suddenly roared at him. Each of them bared their fangs and had a ferocious look on their faces, just like protecting food. Yu Yang frowned and couldn't help cursing. This is outrageous. I'm not making fun of you, but you're trying to intimidate me. Yu Yang is not a wildlife enthusiast. He will kill anyone who dares to show his teeth to him. He just raised his hand and fired a few shots. As several bodies fell to the ground, a large area around Yu Yang suddenly became empty and no wild beast dared to approach him anymore. However, Yu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. He looked at these beasts with much more kindness in his eyes, just because as soon as he fired the first shot, the system immediately popped up a prompt. Ding! Kill the entry-level Order Destroyer, the Charging Porcupine, and gain 10 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 1 point. Revolver's permanent attack power, 101 points. Even the entry-level player can increase attack power. That's great! Yu Yang looked at the hundreds of mutant beasts in the mining field as if he had seen a treasure. As long as he kills all the mutated beasts here, the 100 points of attack power that can be added at the entry level can be easily completed. So, the next one to appear is Yu Yang's Carnival. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic sounds of gunfire and reloading rang out alternately. At this moment, Yu Yang only hated that he didn't have unlimited bullets. While he was reloading, several wild beasts ran away in fright. However, since there were enough beasts, Yu Yang still successfully reached 100 points of attack power. Now, his revolver's attack power has reached an astonishing 200 points. This is stronger than the average Lord-level mutant creature. It can be said that Yu Yang is now a walking Lord-level mutant beast. If he encountered the Lord-level mutant beast again, Yu Yang would be able to kill it even without using power overload. Looking at the animal carcasses scattered all over the mountains, Yu Yang's mind came to mind of delicious dishes. So many delicacies from land and sea. Especially, there are many wild game that you couldn't eat before. The variety of animals alone is enough to create dozens of different dishes, not to mention the different cooking methods for each animal. Yu Yang did not waste any of this delicious and juicy meat and put it all into his storage box. After doing all this, he came to the light blue ores. He picked up a piece of ore and held it in his hand, feeling a slightly cool touch. These minerals felt like crystals when held in the hand, and Yu Yang could feel a faint evolutionary energy emanating from them. However, the energy inside is dozens of times weaker than that of the primary evolutionary crystal. In order to absorb enough evolutionary energy from it, one must be exposed to it for many years or concentrate it through unique means. Yu Yang looked around. Obviously, this place has not been discovered yet. This place will definitely attract a lot of low-level creatures to lick the ore. It's an excellent trap. The reason why Yu Yang said that what was attracted were low-level creatures was because the fastest way for high-level creatures to evolve was to devour the evolutionary crystals in other mutated organisms, or go to the pillars of heaven to seek opportunities for evolution. If a high-level mutant creature wants to complete its evolution by licking this energy crystal, it may not succeed, even if its lifespan runs out. But this does not mean that the energy crystals here are useless. The first thing Yu Yang thought of was his own farmland experiment. If plants grow in farmland number 3 or number 4 of his farmland experiment, it will prove that plants need a small amount of evolutionary energy to grow. Then these crystals containing trace amounts of evolutionary energy are the best fertilizers. Thinking of this, Yu Yang couldn't help but get excited. We have to mine the ore here quickly. It would be terrible if someone found out. Yu Yang's eyes turned to the damaged machines. After these machines are repaired, I don't know if we can continue mining. Just do it. Yu Yang came to a damaged drilling equipment. Repairing the damaged down-the-hole drill will consume 50 repair points. Do you want to repair it? Yes. Ding. Get a brand new down-the-hole drill. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Non-destructive drill bit. The drill bit of the down-the-hole drill will not be damaged and can be used without limit. 2. Perfect drilling. The down-the-hole drill will have the perfect drilling angle and force to minimize damage to or resources. 3. Efficiency improvement. The drilling efficiency of down-the-hole drills is increased 3-fold. Yu Yang thought about it and finally chose perfect drilling. He could repair the drill bit anyway, so there was no need to damage the drill bit. As for improving efficiency, Yu Yang is not that anxious. On the contrary, perfect drilling can avoid unnecessary waste. Next, Yu Yang repaired the various machines in the mine one by one and gave them good capabilities. But they all have one common problem. That means it consumes electricity. Chapter 82 Preparations for Winter. There are 5 or 6 machines here, and they're all large working equipment. Even if they're not working at the same time, the power is still considerable. Even if we move the diesel generator from the base here, the power won't be enough. But Yu Yang did not feel frustrated, because there are definitely more generators capable of generating electricity in the entire city than the one Lin Wei found. Moreover, due to the collapse of the end of the world, most of them must be broken and will not be taken away by people when they're looting supplies. This is Yu Yang's advantage. Basically, no one would compete with him for what he needed. It can be said that the streets are filled with scrap metal and no one wants them. But after Yu Yang's repair, it can immediately be transformed into something useful. The next task assigned to them is to find power generation equipment. Yu Yang thought about it and put all the repaired excavation equipment into the storage box. Once he finds enough power generation equipment, he will mine all the energy ores. After thinking about this, Yu Yang drove the flying car and flew up again. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Today, the revolver has increased its attack power by 100 points, and there are also many kinds of game. It can be considered a rich harvest. Yu Yang was quite satisfied with today's trip. I hope others can gain something from it too. Yu Yang still remembers that when he asked the team members to go out to complete hunting missions during the day, he tried to pay attention to some junk that might be useful. In order to facilitate carrying, Yu Yang equipped each team with a storage box. Although storage boxes cannot store living things, they are very convenient for storing some supplies and equipment. This time when I go back, maybe there will be some surprises. Evening. Mingwang Primary School. Wu Gang and Wang Tao's first team and Lin Wei's third team have all returned, while the fourth team, led by Yang, is still outside. Wu Gang and Wang Tao were both on the playground. Lin Wei felt a little tired and went to rest as soon as she came back. After taking a bath, Song Yian dressed up very glamorously. To be precise, there is a kind of beauty that is about to bloom. It's not that her appearance is as pure as a flower that is about to bloom. Rather, it describes her entire state as being like someone longing for the arrival of spring and looking forward to the buds of flowers blooming. The eagerness to bloom was all written on her face. She wanted to be moisturized so much. Because today is the night she and Yu Yang agreed to spend a good night together. After a few days of getting along and getting to know each other, Song Yeyun gradually got to know every aspect of Yu Yang. This also changed her mentality from wanting to rely on a strong man to wanting an excellent and strong man to conquer her. And Yu Yang is undoubtedly the man who is good enough and strong enough, even though the man was younger than her. But being young is not a disadvantage. Song Yeyun waited, and finally, a flying car slowly descended from the sky, and her heart trembled. Her eyes were like water, rippling with spring waves, and she looked towards the people in the car. As soon as Yu Yang got off the car, he noticed this dried flower in the crowd that was eager to receive the rain and dew. He couldn't help but notice it, because that look was about to melt him. Ahem, go to my room and wait for me. Song Yeyun smiled shyly, and under the gaze of everyone, she walked towards Yu Yang's bedroom with sexy steps. Everyone in the affiliated team, especially the women, was envious. Originally, Song Yeyun was a member of the affiliated team like them, but because of her luck, she picked up an electric mosquito swatter and was noticed by Yu Yang. Now it can be said that it is a step toward success. Do you think the boss's body can handle all this partying every night? Wu Gang whispered to Wang Tao beside him. They fought side by side these 2 days, and their relationship became much closer than before. Wang Tao adjusted his glasses and said with reason, "The boss is younger than you and a level 2 evolver, so his body must be better than yours. If you can't handle it, the boss should be able to handle it." Wu Gang shook his head, but that woman is too coquettish. Although the boss is powerful, he probably doesn't have much experience in that area. This woman will definitely drain the boss dry tonight. That's none of your business. Just do your job. Seeing Yu Yang walking towards him, Wu Gang immediately smiled. He took out an electric heater from the storage box given by Yu Yang. "Boss, winter is coming soon. You're a college student from another city, and you may not know that winter in our imperial city is very cold. If you don't keep warm, you may freeze to death. We found 13 of these electric heaters in total. I'll go find a few more tomorrow, and we'll have enough for the winter." Wang Tao, who was standing by, still had a frown on his face. He hesitated and said, "Boss, we used to use heating in the winter in Imperial City. Heating is actually boiling water, and then sending heat to the radiator at home through pipes to keep warm. I'm afraid that electric heaters can't cope with the winter in Imperial City. Also, although most of the buildings on the first floor of Minghuang Primary School are habitable, they have cracks, and the insulation effect is limited. We still need to find a better way to keep warm." After listening to this, Yu Yang nodded. He knew that although winter was still more than a month away, preparations for winter had to be put on the agenda. After thinking for a moment, Yu Yang said the basement of a shopping mall across the street should be relatively well preserved. Even if there are cracks, they are blocked by mud and sand. And because it is underground, the thermal insulation effect should be quite good. Although the site there is a little small, it is still large enough for us to live in, so we can clear it out and use it as a temporary residence during the winter. Wang Tao and Wu Gang both nodded subconsciously, thinking that what Yu Yang said made sense. Also, we can go and remove some of the heating pipes and radiators and rebuild the heating circulation there. In order to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, we put the water boiler in the ruins on the ground, and then connected the pipes to send the hot water underground. Wang Tao organized the team to complete this task. No problem. There are quite a few heating equipment in Minghuang Primary School, and they are in good condition. Wang Tao nodded. Since Wang Tao has other tasks, Wu Gang, you don't have to go hunting. Organize people and look for power generation equipment. Any power generation equipment will do. Power generation equipment? Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, our country's photovoltaic power generation industry is very developed. There are also many places in our imperial city that use photovoltaic power generation. The number is piled up, and the power generation effect is quite impressive. Some residential buildings and shopping malls have also used it, but not many. If there are places where there may be a large number of photovoltaic power generation equipment. Wang Tao thought for a moment, then said, it seems that there are quite a few vegetable greenhouse planting bases in the west of the city that are equipped with photovoltaic power generation equipment. Vegetable greenhouse planting base? Yu Yang's eyes moved. Kiepter 83 anywhere door. It just so happened that he was conducting a vegetable planting experiment, and there was a high possibility that there were equipment to assist in planting in the vegetable greenhouse planting base. Even if there was no photovoltaic power generation equipment, it would be worthwhile to make a trip there. But we are in the east of the city now. The west of the city is dozens of kilometers away from here. Wu Gang reminded. That's no big deal. I have a car. Yu Yang smiled easily. It's easy to drive dozens of kilometers. He took out the map he carried with him and handed it to Wang Tao. Can you mark the exact location on a map? I'd like to go there sometime. Wang Tao looked at the map for a while, then drew a circle and said, it should be in this area, but Wu Gang is right. It is indeed a bit far away. If anything happens, I'm afraid it will be too late to provide support. It's okay. There's no chance that I'll need your support. Yu Yang waved his hand and said with a relaxed look. But after he finished speaking, he found that Wu Gang and Wang Tao were looking at him with resentment. Yu Yang reacted immediately. Ahem, you mean I don't have time to support you, right? Wang Tao and Wu Gang both had an expression that said, you just found out. That's a problem. Although there were reconnaissance drones in the base, Lu Sheng was also there to deliver messages. But it will take time for Yu Yang to get back. In the past, if the target location was within a few kilometers, it would only take 2 or 3 minutes to get back. However, this time the target location was dozens of kilometers away. If any sudden incident occurred, Yu Yang would not be able to return to the base in an instant. He doesn't have the ability to travel through space. Space travel? While thinking, Yu Yang felt as if he had grasped something. If I can travel through space, then I don't have to worry about where I go. Yu Yang said seriously. Space travel. Wu Gang was stunned, then laughed. Boss, I admit that you are very powerful, but you don't have the ability to travel through space. Wang Tao understood Yu Yang's meaning. He adjusted his glasses and asked, do you mean to create the effect of space travel by repairing items? Wu Gang on the side suddenly widened his eyes. No. Can we still play like this? Yes, that's what I mean. Yu Yang nodded, and there was a bit more appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Wang Tao. Although his current repair cost is still far from the 1 million required to repair a nuclear power plant, it is more than enough for daily repairs. The question now is, what kind of things can be repaired to produce this kind of effect? Although the effects of extraction vary, they are generally related to the object itself. Only occasionally will an unusual one appear. Wang Tao lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said hesitantly, in many science fiction novels, there is a concept called portal. Space travel is often achieved through a door or tunnel. I wonder if repairing the door can produce a similar effect. Door? Yu Yang looked back and saw that there were many wooden doors in Minghuang Primary School. But can space travel really be achieved through these doors? Yu Yang was a little unsure. However, he was almost determined to achieve this effect. Because it's so convenient. If he had a door that could travel through space, Yu Yang could easily let the people in the base go out to work without having to worry about their safety. For example, in an energy crystal mine, team members can go through the door to mine during the day and come back to rest at night. This greatly improves efficiency. Thinking of this, Yu Yang decided to give it a try. Okay, then let's try it with the door of Minghuang Primary School. After saying that, Yu Yang had some of the damaged doors removed and moved to the playground. And here, he is waiting for restoration. Although no one else knew why Yu Yang came to the door, it had become their consensus that they should complete the order. One damaged wooden door after another was brought to Yu Yang. Yu Yang picked up a wooden door at random. Repair. There is no space travel. Yu Yang was a little disappointed, but not discouraged. If he could easily draw such a miraculous effect, Yu Yang would suspect that what he spent was not repair points, but his lifespan. He randomly selected an automatic door opening effect and threw the wooden door aside. Repair it again. Still no. Just pick an effect. Then throw it aside. Repair it again and again. No. Select the effect. Throw. He tried more than a dozen doors in a row, and just when Yu Yang was about to give up, a new effect appeared in front of him, making his somewhat numb eyes suddenly brighten. Anywhere door. Basic edition can go to any place the host has been to through the anywhere door, with a range of 100 kilometers. Got it. Yu Yang's face was full of excitement. After wasting dozens of repair points, I finally got an effect similar to space travel. How about it? Once this door is opened, can we reach the vegetable greenhouse planting base? Wu Gang asked expectantly. After reading the results carefully, Yu Yang shook his head. He held the door open. It's amazing that the door without any support can stand still. Yu Yang muttered to himself, then opened the door. Hearing several cries of wild beasts from behind the door, Yu Yang looked inside. It was indeed that mine. Where is this? Wu Gang poked his head out and asked curiously, is this the vegetable greenhouse planting base? Why does it sound like there are a lot of mutant beasts? Yu Yang closed the door, put it away, and said, no, I can only go to the place I have been through this door. Ah. Wu Gang suddenly looked sad. Then, boss, you still have to go on a long journey. Boss, you can't abandon us. Wang Tao, who was standing by, said angrily, are you stupid? As long as the boss brings this door, even if the base is in danger when we are halfway there, we can just open the door and come back. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Haha, boss, just go ahead and don't worry. Wu Gang immediately smiled again. As long as I am here, this base will be absolutely safe. Wu Gang patted his chest and said shamelessly. But seeing the contemptuous looks around him, he changed his words and said, I will definitely inform the boss as soon as possible. Yu Yang shook his head helplessly and amusedly. Wu Gang, you should do as I say tomorrow. Don't go hunting. Look for other power generation facilities nearby. We can't just rely on one tree. If photovoltaic power generation doesn't work, at least we have some backup plans. Okay, boss. I promise to complete the task. By the way, boss, what do you need so many power generation devices for? Wu Gang asked curiously. Yu Yang raised the corner of his mouth. The place you just saw through the door is actually a mine, and the equipment there requires electricity. Mine? Wu Gang scratched his head in confusion. It's the end of the world. What's the point of mining? I can't sell it for money, and I can't put it into production. Haha, you'll know when the time comes. Yu Yang smiled mysteriously. Next, Yu Yang repaired the remaining doors again, and a total of 3 door frames with the effect of any door were repaired. Although it cost nearly 200 repair points in total, Yu Yang still made a lot of money overall because he achieved such a powerful effect. At this time, Anyang's team finally returned to Minghuang Primary School. The faces of their entire team were filled with excited smiles. Chapter 84. Anyang Team's Gains. Seeing Anyang's joyful face, Yu Yang knew that this guy must have made some important gains. Sure enough, Anyang came in front of Yu Yang, took out a bunch of cold weapons from the storage box, and threw them on the ground. Among them are spears, swords, scimitars, and so on, which are all relatively long cold weapons. Seeing this, Yu Yang's eyes lit up. It's not that he hadn't thought about equipping the team members with more weapons, but the fruit knives and kitchen knives that are more common in the city are too short. They're okay for killing people, but they are not enough to kill mutant beasts. Wu Gang's machete is quite useful, but this kind of long cold weapon is rare in the city. Brother Anyang, where did you get so many spears and swords? Wu Gang widened his eyes and suddenly felt that the machete in his hand was no longer useful. Although these weapons may not look very useful now, once they pass through Yu Yang's hands, they will surely be transformed into something magical. By then, his machete would be considered short and would have no advantage. Anyang explained. This was inspired by Anjia. Today, Anjia passed by a huge poster that was half smashed, and it contained the idol that Anjia liked in the past. Anjia also said that those idols are not as good as Yu Yang, and that Yu Yang is the best. Brother, Anjia stamped her feet in shame, which made everyone laugh. Oh yes, I'm getting off topic. Anyang grinned and continued. It was a poster for a costumed martial arts movie. It suddenly occurred to me that in places like that where movies are filmed, there must be some swords, guns, sticks, and so on. So, I went to the largest photo studio in our area to try my luck. Luckily, the studio is not too far from here, otherwise we might not be able to make it back tonight. Oh, I understand. You found these weapons in the photo studio. Wu Gang asked. That's right. Anyang's face also showed a bit of pride. There are a total of 32 swords, enough for each of us to have one, and they are all crushed under the boulders and have some degree of damage, which is just right for the captain to repair. Well done, Yu Yang praised. In the previous team, only a few captains had the ability to output, and their efficiency was actually not very high. This is mainly because the other members do not have suitable weapons. Now that they have weapons, the combat effectiveness of each team has increased dramatically. Ordinary cold weapons would definitely not be able to cause any damage to the mutated beasts, but it is different after he repaired them. The worst ones can at least achieve the effect of cutting iron like mud, and the strength and power can be increased tenfold. The better ones can even obtain some more powerful special effects, such as weakening defense, bleeding effects, and so on. When dealing with mutant beasts, they are absolutely invincible. Yu Yang gathered together the unarmed members of several teams and repaired all 32 cold weapons in front of them. Then the effects of each weapon are explained. Everyone happily got their favorite weapons. The strength of the entire team was immediately greatly enhanced. Although most of them have not completed their first evolution, with these enhanced weapons, they are more powerful than ordinary first evolvers. It can be said that even the Royal City Alliance feels that no team of the same number of people can be as powerful as Yu Yang and his men. Well, everyone has gained a lot today, so let's go to bed early. With the help of these weapons, let's do our best tomorrow. Yes, everyone was excited to get new weapons. None of them could put them down, and some even started showing off on the spot. Yu Yang did not stay for long, but hurried towards the bathroom. He did not forget that there was someone waiting for him in his room. It's not that Yu Yang is too impatient, but he knows that the longer a hungry woman is made to wait, the more demanding she will be. Yu Yang doesn't want to be unable to get up tomorrow morning. After taking a quick shower, Yu Yang returned to his bedroom. There was no light in the house, but warm yellow candles were lit. As soon as he entered the room, Yu Yang smelled a refreshing fragrance, which seemed to be some kind of incense. However, Yu Yang still smelled a fishy and salty smell from this aroma. Yu Yang knew that it was a unique fragrance of blooming flowers. At this time, Song Yeyun was half leaning on the mattress, wearing only a thin gauze. The graceful figure was faintly visible under the flickering candlelight. Baby, come here quickly. Song Yeyun's voice was lazy and sweet, making people feel itchy. It was the first time that Yu Yang was called baby. For a moment, I actually felt a little embarrassed. Song Yeyun covered her mouth and chuckled. What's wrong? Our little leader, are you embarrassed? I saw you look so majestic during the day, but I didn't expect you to be shy. Yu Yang was easily controlled by Song Yeyun, but he did not reject this feeling. The feeling Song Yeyun gave Yu Yang was completely different from that Lin Wei gave her. Although both of them are older than him, Lin Wei is more like a queen and can bring him a different kind of stimulation. And Song Yeyun is like a caring older sister. A gentle sister who can bring you happiness. Come, sister will help you take off your clothes. The desire in Yu Yang's body gradually rose. He came to the bed and let Song Yeyun unbutton his clothes, then took off his clothes bit by bit. The strong muscles appeared in front of Song Yeyun. Song Yeyun was moved by what she saw. She stroked Yu Yang's abdomen and couldn't help but sigh. Such tender little fresh meat. Although the two hadn't done anything yet, Song Yeyun was already panting when she spoke. When Yu Yang heard that sound, his body temperature gradually rose. The blood is also constantly gathering. Seeing the amazing changes in Yu Yang's body, Song Yeyun couldn't help but taste it secretly. Yu Yang's body trembled suddenly, and Song Yeyun stood up with a triumphant smile on her face. Baby, lie down. I'll help you. Early the next morning. It's sprouted. It's sprouted. It's really sprouted. Yu Yang was awakened by an excited shout before he woke up. Although he worked until late last night, Yu Yang did not feel tired. Song Yeyun's thoughtful service made him feel like he was in spring breeze and very comfortable. Compared to Lin Wei's excitement, which was like bungee jumping, a night with Song Yeyun was more like taking a hot spring bath. Let Yu Yang feel very relaxed. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and the person outside seemed very anxious. I'm coming. Yu Yang put on his clothes, covered Song Yeyun with a blanket, and then walked to the door. Opening the door, Su Mingming said excitedly, It really sprouted. I can actually grow a plant. Yu Yang, you are a genius. Yu Yang raised his eyebrows. Which farmland is it? Chapter 85 Xiao Xiao, don't scream. Number 3 and number 4 have both sprouted. Su Mingming said excitedly. Really? Yu Yang felt relieved. The result of the experiment was the same as he had guessed. The growth of ordinary plants does indeed require a small amount of evolutionary energy. As a result, the status of the mine rose sharply. As long as you grind the ore into powder and melt it into the soil, growing plants in the future will not be a problem. Moreover, it can sprout in just one day, which is 4 to 5 times faster than the normal growth rate of plants before the apocalypse. In other words, driven by evolutionary energy, even ordinary plants can achieve a huge increase in growth rate. This is nothing short of great news. Once the planting scale is expanded, Yu Yang's vegetable freedom will not be far away. Thinking of this, Yu Yang's mood also became cheerful. He naturally took Su Mingming's hand and said softly, "Thank you for telling me the good news. Take me to the playground." Su Mingming felt a little embarrassed when Yu Yang suddenly held her hand, but she didn't struggle to break free. Instead, she bit her lips and said softly. Yu Yang curled the corners of his mouth slightly, then followed Su Mingming towards the playground. At this time, many people have already gotten up. A lot of people gathered on the playground, practicing with their new weapons. Each one of them is in high spirits and full of energy. Wu Gang, who was slashing at the air with a machete, saw Yu Yang walking towards him with Su Mingming, and his eyes widened. Didn't the boss handpick Song Yayin last night? Why'd he drag Su Mingming out? After saying this, he rolled his eyes and then seemed to have thought of something and said incredulously, "Could it be that Song Yayin alone is not enough? Did the boss have a threesome last night? Damn it, is there any justice in this world?" The more Wu Gang thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. I suddenly felt itchy all over with envy and jealousy. He thought of the toilet paper he had just used up and suddenly felt like life was meaningless. Suddenly, he looked at Wang Tao standing beside him and said in a dry voice, "Wang Tao, your wife is gone. Look, the two of us. Roll." Yu Yang came to the experimental farmland. I saw that new sprouts had indeed grown in fields number 3 and number 4. The emerald green color gives people a feeling full of life. It also makes people involuntarily feel the sprouting of hope. The 10 people who were sowing and watering the crops with their own hands suddenly felt a little unbelievable and just stared blankly beside the fields. Although farming is only the easiest job they do every day, they still have an inexplicable sense of accomplishment when they see the seeds they planted actually sprout. It actually sprouted. It's incredible. What so many botanists and elites in the Royal City Alliance have failed to do has actually been accomplished here. That's great. They actually grew. We'll have vegetables to eat in the future. Hearing this, Su Mingming put her hands on her waist and said with dissatisfaction, "Even if I grow them, I won't give them to you to eat." Those people immediately looked sad. "Miss Su, we are also members of your brother's group. It would be fine if you just stopped talking to us, but why are you trying to add insult to injury? Huh, you deserve it. Who told you to help that villain Su Yifan to make trouble here? It's good enough that Yu Yang can still give you a bite to eat." "Miss Su, Captain Yu, we were wrong," one of them said with a sad face. "We are also trying to make a living. Su Yifan is our boss. How can we not listen to what he says?" "Okay, stop pretending." Yu Yang shook his head. "I'm a fair person. If you want good treatment, you should talk about your merits. As long as you make contributions, you will have the opportunity to be promoted. You are now a subsidiary team of a subsidiary team. When you're promoted to a subsidiary team, you will have the opportunity to eat vegetables. Work hard and don't let me down." "Thank you, Captain Yu. Thank you, Captain Yu." Those people immediately kowtowed to Yang with tears on their faces. "Okay, get up and continue working. Don't rush to end this experimental farmland. Water each farmland normally until the plants in farmland 3 and 4 are fully grown." Su Mingming was puzzled. Why? Isn't there already a result? The experiment must be rigorous. Now, it's just germination, and we don't know whether it can mature. And it's not necessarily true that number 1 and number 2 won't grow out. Maybe they'll just grow a little later. After listening to this, Su Mingming nodded suddenly. "You're right. I'll help you supervise the work these few days. Don't worry, with me here, these people won't have a chance to slack off." Yu Yang nodded and came to the gate of Minghuang Primary School. The teams have been assembled here and are ready to set off. When they saw Yu Yang coming, they stood up straight instantly and looked at him with respect in their eyes. They all knew that the life and weapons and equipment they had today were all thanks to Yu Yang. If they were given another chance to start over, they would definitely not oppose becoming an affiliated team in the first place. Being part of Yu Yang's affiliated team means being treated better than being a main member of other teams. Anyone who doesn't want to is a fool. Yu Yang looked at this group of people who were full of fighting spirit and vigor and was very satisfied. He instructed, "I have to go on a long trip today, so you should all complete your tasks. If you encounter any problems, let Lu Xing notify me. Don't be scared when you meet other teams. Your boss will back you up, but don't cause trouble for me. Do you understand?" Clear. The cheers on the playground were deafening. "Okay, let's go." More than 30 people immediately set off in a mighty procession. Yu Yang also took out his own car again and was about to get in, but Su Xiaoxiao suddenly ran to his side, pulled his clothes, and said, "Brother Yu Yang, Xiao Xiao wants to go with you." Yu Yang was a little surprised. He touched Su Xiaoxiao's head and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to go out with me?" Su Xiaoxiao twisted her body awkwardly and said shyly, "Because Xiao Xiao wants to ride a flying car." Seeing Yu Yang hesitate, she immediately added, "Xiao Xiao was busy from morning till night yesterday and rubbed 2 tons of charcoal. Brother Yu Yang, you can take Xiao Xiao with you. Xiao Xiao promises not to cause you any trouble." Yu Yang thought about it and nodded lovingly. "Okay, but don't scream." Su Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, "Why are you screaming?" Yu Yang smiled slye. "You'll know once you sit on it." Yu Yang opened the passenger door for Su Xiaoxiao and pulled her in. Su Xiaoxiao's face was also full of curiosity and excitement. Yu Yang returned to the driver's seat and reminded, "Fasten your seatbelts." Su Xiaoxiao did as she was told. Yu Yang nodded and started the car. The flying car slowly took off. Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands excitedly. "It's amazing. I've only seen it in movies before, but now I'm really riding on a flying car. Pay attention. I'm about to start the journey." Yu Yang reminded again. Rumble, the engine started, and flames gradually emerged from the thrusters. Brother Yu Yang, can you slow down a bit and let Xiao Xiao get used to it first?" Ugh. As the car sped away, Su Xiaoxiao's screams suddenly resounded through the sky. Chapter 86. The Beauty Seen Through the Telescope. Snort. "Don't be angry. Here's some snacks for you." "Don't want." "Here's a drink." "Don't want." "Throw it down for you." "No." "Huh." Su Xiaoxiao crossed her arms over her chest and pouted her lips towards the sky. "Brother Yu Yang is a bad guy." Yu Yang snickered and said, "You were the one who wanted to ride the flying car, so why do I become a bad guy? You could have driven slower, but you had to drive so fast." Xiao Xiao was scared to death. Yu Yang blinked and said, "I didn't control the speed well. You can't blame me. Besides, think about it. Did I remind you? You weren't prepared, so you can't blame me." Su Xiaoxiao thought about it carefully and felt that what Yu Yang said made some sense, but she still felt that she was being bullied, so she said, "I don't care. Anyway, Brother Yu Yang is the bad guy today. What about tomorrow? Let's see how you perform tomorrow." Haha. Yu Yang set the vegetable greenhouse planting base as the destination, set a speed that was not too fast, and then started the automatic driving. Then he took out the super telescope that he had repaired and carefully observed the situation on the ground. This time, since they were passing through the city, Yu Yang deliberately flew higher to avoid being discovered by too many people. His base is still developing, so it's better for him to keep a low profile. With the help of the telescope, he saw quite a few mutant beasts roaming around the city. Mutated beasts generally prefer to eat other mutant beasts because other mutant beasts have evolutionary crystals in their bodies. Although mutated beasts will eat humans, to humans, mutated beasts are like snacks or desserts after meals. Humans are only used to temporarily fill their stomachs when there are no other mutated beasts to eat. Therefore, as long as a team builds some defensive works, they will generally not be invaded by mutant beasts. It's not that the mutant beasts can't invade those bases, but there are lone humans who are easier to capture, so they don't need to spend effort to conquer human bases. Just like if you have delicious food right next to you, you won't climb the stairs to eat the same food on the second floor. So until now, Mingwang Primary School has not been invaded by mutant beasts. However, as solitary humans continued to gather together, bases were established one after another. It is not so easy for mutant beasts to capture lone humans. They may be forced to attack some bases or teams. Now is the time to compete in base and team strength. The stronger the base and team, the less likely they are to be attacked by mutant beasts. At this time, From Yu Yang's bird's-eye view, he could see it clearly. A tall mutant gorilla wisely did not attack a team of 10 people, but turned around and chose a lone human farther away. If you don't have enough strength and still choose to travel alone, it's no different from seeking death. As expected, the lone human soon ended up in the mutant ape's stomach. Yu Yang lost interest and prepared to put the telescope away. But I caught a glimpse of green inadvertently. Yu Yang focused the telescope's view over there. Among a group of collapsed small Western-style buildings, there is a surviving 3-story villa. The design of this villa is very peculiar, and the building materials are also rare. And on the top of this 3-story villa, there are actually 2 farmlands. There are several common vegetables growing in the farmland. Although their growth is average, they are indeed normal plants. Beside the farmland, a young and beautiful figure is watering the farmland. There was surprise in Yu Yang's eyes. I didn't expect that someone other than me would discover the secret of planting. He continued reading. The figure was probably wearing few clothes in order to bask in the sun. Her slender figure shows that she works out regularly and is full of the beauty of sports. After watering the plants, the figure began to do aerobics. His movements were precise, and it was obvious that he had received professional training. The comfortable expression and graceful posture, if you don't know better, you might think it is a sunny morning in a peaceful world. It seems somewhat out of tune with the current doomsday, crisis-ridden world. Yu Yang judged that this figure was either very powerful or had a very good mentality. No matter which one it is, Yu Yang is very interested. But Yu Yang had more important things to do right now, so he silently took note of this place and planned to visit again using the anywhere door when he had time. He slowly retracted the telescope. His gaze fell back on Su Xiaoxiao beside him. The latter was seen staring blankly at the horizon. "What are you looking at?" Yu Yang asked with some curiosity. "I'm looking at those pillars." Su Xiaoxiao pointed at several huge stone pillars on the horizon. "How high are they? We've flown so high, why can't we see the end?" Yu Yang looked up at the endless stone pillars, feeling a bit of awe in his heart. So far, no research on the Tongtian stone pillar has been reported. No one could even get close to that place. But maybe Yu Yang was out of touch with the news, or perhaps somewhere in this world, someone had already begun studying the secret of the stone pillar. I don't know when I'll get news from the outside world. Global communications are now down. Each city is like an isolated island, with no connection between them. However, even if no news came in, Yu Yang was still more inclined to believe that humans had not evolved enough to get close to the stone pillars. Yu Yang still vividly remembered the attributes of that king-level mutant beast. In just 3 months, it was clear that the human goo-raising model was not as pure or efficient as that between animals. Therefore, the overall strength of humans must still be lower than that of mutated beasts. Yu Yang is not in a hurry to obtain information from the outside world. The most important thing is to quietly improve your own strength first. Thinking this way, Yu Yang had already arrived at the west of the city and began to enter the suburbs of the west city. As they gradually approached the vegetable greenhouse planting base, Yu Yang discovered that they were approaching a stone pillar that reached the sky. After carefully comparing the directions, Yu Yang determined that the direction towards the vegetable greenhouse planting base was the direction towards the Tongtian stone pillar. Their paths are in a straight line. There are still 5 kilometers left. No, it's too close. Yu Yang's expression was slightly solemn. He didn't expect that there was a sky-high stone pillar near the vegetable greenhouse planting base. Although there is no nuclear power plant as close to the opposite side of Wanxin Lake, it is estimated to be about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Yu Yang thought about it, parked the car on the side of the road, and then he took out a magic door. "Xiao, it's too dangerous now. You should go back first." "No, I want to go with Brother Yu Yang." Su Xiaoxiao protested, stamping her feet. "Be obedient. The mutant beasts we encounter later may be very powerful, and I'm afraid I won't have the energy to protect you." Hearing that it might distract Yu Yang, Su Xiaoxiao nodded and agreed. "Then Brother Yu Yang should be careful." Yu Yang nodded and opened the door. Su Xiaoxiao poked her head out with curiosity and found that it was indeed a base, so she walked in with confidence. "Brother Yu Yang, you must come back safely." "Okay." Yu Yang agreed, closed the door, and put it away. Then he got back on the flying car and flew towards the vegetable greenhouse planting base alone. Chapter 87, Level 3, Evolver Zhao. In an air raid shelter somewhere in the west of the city, Zhao, he was eating an apple handed to him by the heavily made-up woman beside him while listening to the reports from his subordinates. The reason why we ate only apples instead of better fruits was that 3 months had passed and fresh fruits were no longer available, leaving only the long-lasting apples. This made Zhao Yi feel a little bad. Even though he controlled a team of thousands of people and had absolute control, if the person wasn't there, then he didn't have it. Even if he forced his men to death, they wouldn't be able to find it. Boss, that woman is so ungrateful that she rejected your request. A man knelt on one knee on the ground, like a slave in the Middle Ages reporting to the king. After hearing the report from his subordinates, there was no anger in Zhao Yi's eyes, but instead he showed great interest. Before the end of the world, her father was a wealthy man and her mother was a high-ranking official, so her vision was naturally higher. And her villa was originally designed as a doomsday fortress. In fact, it has a lot of hidden defense devices. The subordinate said in embarrassment, "Then it will be difficult for us to attack." Haha, the more such a woman is, the more interesting it is to conquer her. Keep sending people to observe. Hasn't she found a way to grow vegetables? Wait a little longer. When the vegetables are ripe, I will lead the team myself, and take the people away as well. Yes, the subordinate replied. By the way, I haven't seen Wang Hang for several days. Where did he go? The subordinate hesitated, looking embarrassed. Zhao Yi glanced at him coldly. Just say what you want to say. Do you still want to hide it from me? I dare not. The subordinate hesitated. Wang Hang took a dozen people to rob supplies from a team in the next district. I heard that they received news from several people who were driven out of that team. It is said that the resources of that team are quite good, but the people in it are very weak. Zhao Yi nodded nonchalantly. It's just a small team. There's nothing to hide. Wang Hang said he wanted to give you a surprise. That's why I haven't reported it to you yet. How come these few days have passed, and there is still no news? Zhao Yi's face darkened. The subordinate's body began to tremble, and he said, tremblingly, maybe he died there. Waste. Zhao Yi slammed the table, and a terrifying aura burst out instantly. The heavily made-up woman standing beside her was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly knelt down. He went to rob and got killed instead. What a loser. Boss, should we send someone again? The subordinate asked uncertainly. Why are you going? Aren't you embarrassed enough? The Royal City Alliance might already know about this, and it's even more likely that they are the ones who are interfering. That's their territory after all. Forget it. It's not worth it for a Wang Hang. Zhao Yi picked up the wine glass beside him and drank the delicious red wine. It's just the loss of a level 2 revolver. It's nothing to me. The real thing is to focus on conquering the Tongtian stone pillar. I think the Royal City Alliance has also started to make moves, so we have to hurry up. We must not let them be the first to give birth to the first level 4 revolver. Zhao Yi casually crushed the cup in his hand, and the sharp glass did not leave any marks on his hands. He has already evolved to level 3. Level 3 allowed his body to achieve a qualitative leap, greatly improving his physical defense and attack. In addition, the 2 fixed special abilities obtained at level 3 also allowed him to know more things. A stone pillar that reaches the sky. Haha, I hope you won't let me down. In the sky over the western suburbs of the city, Yang was flying freely. Along the way, he saw many collapsed factories. He couldn't help but wonder, would there be some food processing plants among these factories? If so, then could there be some goods that were not transported to the city in time? This would definitely be a rich supply. So Yang chose to take a detour and pass by these factories. However, to Yu Yang's disappointment, these factories were either not food processing factories at all, or the food inside had long been looted. Yu Yang even saw some traces of human survival after the apocalypse. For example, a bonfire built with simple stones or a house with some worn-out clothes drying in the sun. But without exception, these places have been abandoned for a long time and are covered with thick dust. Apparently, many people didn't make it to 3 months. Or maybe they have already moved to a place more suitable for survival. But Yu Yang prefers the former. After all, this place is more than 10 kilometers away from a city, and there is no means of transportation, so you have to walk such a long distance alone. The probability of being killed by mutant beasts along the way is too high. As he got closer to the stone pillar, Yu Yang was getting closer and closer to the vegetable greenhouse planting base, with only less than a kilometer left to go. Suddenly, Yu Yang felt that the mountain in the distance seemed to move suddenly. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dazzled. But after staring for a long time, the mountain didn't move again. Strange. Why am I dizzy when everything is fine? Could it be that I've been overindulging myself in sexual activities these past 2 days? The more Yang thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, so he decided to take a 2-day break and stock up on some supplies. However, he also felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Just when Yang was about to arrive at the vegetable greenhouse planting base, he suddenly remembered. A feeling of terror instantly spread throughout his body. He quickly took out the map and compared it carefully. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the mountain in the distance again. Although it is only a few kilometers away, its majestic appearance is awe-inspiring. No, Yang was more than just an awe now. Instead, I feel a little scared, because the map shows that this is a plain and there are no mountains at all. Then, there's that mountain-like figure in the distance. There's only one explanation. Mutated beast. It was a mutant beast as powerful as a mountain. How could a creature grow so large? Eating hormones won't make you that big, right? Yang thought it was too outrageous. That a body as big as a mountain. Fortunately, the body was still a few kilometers away from here. Otherwise, Yang would never dare to land. There is no doubt that this must be a mutant beast that is more terrifying than the king level. Slowly retracting his gaze, Yang looked towards the vegetable greenhouse planting base. There are many vegetable greenhouses here, and in the open space not far away, there were indeed many photovoltaic cells. These photovoltaic cells were connected in series to form a huge power generation network. Photovoltaic cells can generate electricity as long as they are exposed to sunlight. Although they are called batteries, they cannot store electricity and need to be used in conjunction with storage batteries. But the good thing is that Yang also saw a lot of batteries. Yang immediately started to harvest these photovoltaic cells like a Japanese soldier entering the village. Before long, all these photovoltaic cells and supporting facilities were put into Yang's storage box. But just when Yang had finished collecting these things, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the mud. Chapter 88, Lord Level. Searching Eagle. The figure was as big as a truck, covered with terrifying spikes, and its dark eyes flashed with a creepy light. Several lines of information appeared in front of Yang. Elite Order Breaker. Charge the Porcupine. HP 200/200. Attack Power 120. Defense Value 50. Special Ability. When sprinting, the attack power increases by 50% and comes with a crushing effect. Oh my goodness, is this a porcupine? Yang had never seen such a big porcupine. Although mutated beasts generally grow in size, this one is dozens of times larger than a normal porcupine. This porcupine was extremely aggressive. After crawling out of the mud, it rushed towards Yang without any hesitation. There was also a shrill howling sound. The dust was flying and the noise was extremely terrifying. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Hit the mark. The porcupine's momentum came to an abrupt halt. With a scream, the porcupine's body suddenly lost its center of gravity and rushed forward, scraping up a layer of mud on the ground. Hit the porcupine's vitals, causing 230 points of critical damage. Ding! Kill the Elite Order Destroyer, charging porcupine, and gain 1,000 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 3 points. Revolver's permanent attack power, 203 points. It's pretty ordinary. Yang shook his head. After making such a big scene, he was killed by just one shot. I was still considering whether to activate the power overload. Yang calculated that when he fired just now, the revolver's attack power was 200, and an ordinary shot could cause 150 points of damage to the porcupine. With the blessing of his accurate shooting skills, he hit the vital point with one shot, causing 230 points of critical damage and directly taking away the charging porcupine. I didn't expect that I would become so strong without realizing it. Yang suddenly felt happy. Now, as long as you hit the vital points accurately, even elite mutant beast can be killed with one shot. However, he did not let down his guard. After all, the appearance of these mutated beasts is hard to guard against. Moreover, this place is closer to the Tongtian stone pillar, so the probability of elite or even lord-level mutant beasts appearing is greatly increased. So even though he had a lot of protective gear, he still had to keep himself alert. Yang walked around the vegetable greenhouse planting base and put everything he thought might be useful into a storage box. After making sure that there was nothing else worth putting in the storage box, Yang got on the flying car and prepared to take a walk around the neighborhood. Anyway, since we are here, and this place is quite close to the Tontian stone pillar. It would be nice to hunt some elite mutant beasts at the same time. This is a plain. Although there are some factories, there are not many places to hide. Unless it's hiding in the ground like the porcupine just now. Or hide in the withered jungle. Fortunately, as long as the distance is not too far and no stealth skills are released, Yu Yang can judge whether there are mutant beasts in the withered grass based on the information appearing in front of him. However, I don't know if these mutated beasts are hiding too well or if they all have stealth skills. Yu Yang walked around but didn't find any other mutant beasts. Just as he was about to expand the search range, a huge figure appeared in the clouds not far away and was flying towards him rapidly. Chirp! A few lines of information emerged. Lord level order breaker. Searching eagle. Health 400/400. Attack power 200. Defense value 100. Special ability 1. After locking onto a target, all damage inflicted on the target increases by 20%. Special ability 2. After locking onto a target, the speed of chasing the target increases by 50%. Lord level. Yu Yang exclaimed. The search for enemy eagle was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yu Yang almost instantly. Yu Yang quickly drove the car down and thus avoided the eagle's attack. Then he quickly took out his revolver and shot the enemy-seeking eagle in the right eye. Hit the vital point of the seeking eagle, causing 210 points of critical damage. The search for enemy eagle did not seem to expect that Yu Yang's damage was so high. After a cry of pain, its flying trajectory seemed a little flustered. It immediately changed direction and fled away from Yu Yang. Yu Yang thought about it and didn't fire another shot immediately. Instead, he decided to follow the searching eagle to see where it would fly to. The search eagle's speed of escape was obviously not as fast as when it came. It was obvious that when it came, it must have activated its special ability too, increasing its speed. He was running away and injured at that moment, so his speed was greatly reduced. Yu Yang was able to keep up with him, but he did not get too close. Instead, he followed from a distance and observed through a telescope to avoid being discovered by the search-seeking eagle. About 5 minutes passed. Yu Yang discovered that the scouting eagle had come to a dense forest. He was above the clouds, observing through the gaps between the clouds with a telescope. The plants here are almost all dead. Only one mutated tree survived. I saw that this big tree had a huge crown, and on the top there was a huge nest built with various dead branches. Yu Yang's eyes focused, and then he discovered that there were 3 huge eggs in this nest. The eggs of a mutant beast. Yu Yang's face was full of surprise. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. The hunting eagle flew to its nest and licked its feathers gently. Its right eye, which was injured by Yu Yang, was still bleeding. In addition, Yu Yang also saw that there was a lot of rotten meat and quite a few bones on the ground around the big tree. Some of them were human, but most of them were from other beasts. If a beast wants to evolve to the Lord level, it must prey on many beasts. I don't know what level of mutant plant this tree is. Due to the long distance, Yu Yang was unable to directly obtain information about the mutated tree. However, Yu Yang guessed that the level of the mutated tree should not be as high as that of the search-seeking eagle. Otherwise, it would not allow the search-seeking eagle to build a nest on its head. The two should have reached some kind of agreement. The mutant tree provides protection for the scouting eagle's eggs when the scouting eagle goes out to forage for food. The search for enemy eagle distributed some of the excess food to the mutant tree. After circling in the air for a while and making sure there were no other threats nearby, Yu Yang decided to meet the 2 mutant creatures. He lowered the car slowly. When he was about 300 meters above the ground, the search eagle spotted him. When the search eagle confirmed that this was the unknown creature that had just injured it, it immediately showed strong hostility. He kept making a chirp sound in his mouth, trying to drive Yu Yang away. But it is doomed to be in vain. Yu Yang took out his revolver and aimed at the enemy-seeking eagle. Chapter 89 Unique Item. Biological Storage Cube. Bang! The bullet fired. Originally, Yu Yang thought that he could kill this enemy-seeking eagle with just one shot. But he didn't expect that the mutant tree under the enemy-hunting eagle suddenly stretched out layers of leaves and branches, surrounding the enemy-hunting eagle tightly. For the first time, Yu Yang's bullet did not hit the target he was aiming at, but hit the mutant tree. Yu Yang's gaze converged on the big tree. Several lines of information are displayed. Pseudo-Lord level Order Destroyer. Twisted Old Tree. HP 1000/1000. Attack power 10. Defense value 250. Special ability. Can use renewable leaves and branches to form a barrier to protect a certain target. Can block 300 points of attack damage. Effective range 100 meters. It's actually a pseudo-lord level mutant plant. Yu Yang's eyes narrowed, and he said in surprise. And his health points are actually 2,000. The only drawback is that the attack power is too low, but its defense value exceeds that of a true lord-level mutant creature. Inside the barrier, the enemy-seeking eagle discovered that Yu Yang's bullet did not cause any harm to itself, and a hint of pride appeared in its only remaining eye. It chirped, as if in provocation. Yu Yang laughed as soon as he heard it. You don't really think I can do nothing to you? Have you ever seen cheating? Today I'll show you one. Power overload activated. Revolver attack power increased to 20-30 points. Yu Yang slowly raised his revolver and chuckled. Can you withstand the shot? Bang! The loud gunshot made the whole forest tremble. A terrifying flame with a tail of flame shot out from the muzzle at a high speed. The bullet, carrying an extremely dangerous aura, slammed heavily into the barrier of twisted old trees. The old tree's barrier exploded instantly, and the residual power of the bullet hit the search-seeking eagle, directly making a big hole in its body. The searching eagle died before it could even let out a scream. Ding! Kill the Lord-level Order Destroyer, seeking eagle, and gain 5,000 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 5 points. Revolver's permanent attack power, 208 points. Yu Yang did not retract the pistol, but looked at the twisted old tree with a grim smile on his face. You just have thick blood, right? You just have high defense, right? Shall we fight each other? The old bark of the twisted old tree suddenly twisted, like a human face with a bitter smile. Ding! The twisted old tree voluntarily changes its camp. Do you accept? The sudden prompt made Yu Yang stunned. Huh? You can voluntarily switch sides? You should have said so earlier. If he had known that they could change camps voluntarily, Yu Yang would have let a few mutant beasts volunteer. Ding! Tip! The threat of force cannot cause the target to change camp. The current target is a companion creature and has no independent survival ability. Changing camp is a natural result. Okay, damn it. Why is it so hard to raise an army of mutant creatures? Yu Yang thought about it carefully and decided that if this old tree was placed in the base, it would be good for protecting the base. So he chose yes. Ding, the twisted old tree has joined the host camp. It is detected that the host has captured a mutant creature for the first time, and a unique effect item is awarded. Biological Storage Cube. Biological Storage Cube. Unique effect item can store living creatures. The creatures in the cube will be in a state of time stasis. Number of storage grids, 27. A transparent 333 Rubik's Cube appeared in Yu Yang's hand. I even got a magic cube that can store living things as a reward. Awesome. Yu Yang immediately put the twisted old tree into the Rubik's Cube, and a miniature twisted old tree suddenly appeared in the first square of the Rubik's Cube. At the same time, the bird's nest, which was originally at the top of the twisted old tree, fell down rapidly due to the loss of support. Oh no! If this egg falls on the ground, I'm afraid it can only be used to make egg drop soup. Yu Yang swooped down and, at the critical moment, collected the 3 enemy-seeking eagle eggs into the Rubik's Cube. There are 3 eggs, each taking up 1 grid. 3 miniature eggs appeared inside the Rubik's Cube. Looking at this rather magical item, Yu Yang was quite satisfied. This trip was quite rewarding. A Lord-level mutant creature can provide at least 1 high-level evolution crystal, which is equivalent to 10 intermediate-level evolution crystals. Plus, the charging porcupine we just killed can provide at least an intermediate evolution crystal. Today's evolution progress can be increased by at least 11 levels. Just when Yu Yang was about to continue searching, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Captain, a small team has arrived at the base, saying they want to join us. Yu Yang was stunned at first. Then he realized that Lu Sheng was conveying a message to him. Anyone wants to join? Yu Yang looked at the darkening sky and said, Forget it. It's getting late anyway. Let's go back and take a look. He took out a random door, then thought about the location of the base in his mind and opened the door. The sound of heated argument suddenly filled his ears, making him frown. What do you mean you won't let us in? I'm sorry. We have to wait until our leader comes back before we can make any decision. Don't worry. Your leader will not stop us from joining. We're here with supplies. Besides, we have so many beautiful girls. How could your leader refuse us? Hearing about the wandering girl, Yu Yang's attention was immediately attracted to her. I saw a group of people confronting the gatekeeper at the entrance of Mingwang Primary School. The person who just spoke looked like a female executive, around 30 years old. Although she looks well-dressed, she still can't hide her mean temperament. As for the women behind her, or the pretty girls mentioned by the female executive, although they were not ugly, they were very ordinary and had nothing to do with beauties. Especially since Yu Yang is surrounded by beautiful women now, he looks down on these ordinary guys even more. If he really had to choose, Yu Yang thought the timid-looking girl standing at the back was pretty good. Although his face was dirty, he looked so well-behaved that Yu Yang felt comfortable looking at him. Especially seeing that the other party was carrying 4 or 5 packages on his back and holding a suitcase in his hand, it was obvious that he was being bullied in the team. Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. As for the others, Yu Yang really didn't want to even look at them. "Captain, you're here." The gatekeeper was overjoyed when he saw Yu Yang. This group of people insisted on breaking in, saying they wanted to join our team. "Please see if you can let them join. Are you the team leader here?" The female executive looked at Yu Yang with some surprise. She didn't expect Yu Yang to be so young. "I see your place is quite big. There should be room, right? Please make some room for us. And be careful not to put us in the same building with dirty men." Yu Yang frowned, feeling a little speechless. Do these people still think of themselves as fairies before the end of the world? Yu Yang waved his hand impatiently and said calmly, "Drive them all away." Chapter 90, Taking Inly Shaoran. "What?" The female executive couldn't believe her ears. "You're actually going to drive us away?" Yu Yang sneered. "You are useless people. Why should I keep you? You're a grown man. Don't you have any gentlemanly manners? We've finally gotten here. What does that have to do with me? I didn't post any job postings." The female executive was so angry that she wanted to turn around and leave on the spot. But the aroma of meat wafting from Minghuang Primary School made her unable to move her legs, and she even saw a beverage machine. The female executive gritted her teeth and forced her voice to be softer. "Look, you have so much meat here that we can't even finish it all. Why don't you give us some? We girls can't eat that much." Yu Yang said calmly, "What does our meat have to do with you? We don't eat for free. We can work, such as washing clothes and cooking, but we can't do heavy work. We are all girls, so you must take care of us." "Oh." Yu Yang shook his head, completely lost interest, turned around and left. "You, why are you like this?" "Sister Wang, forget it. We could just find another one." A pockmarked woman nearby tugged at the female executive's clothes. "This man doesn't know what's good. There must be other men who do." When Yu Yang heard the words coming from behind, he sneered in his heart. Any man who accepts your money is the one who really doesn't know what's good. The female executive snorted coldly and kicked the girl who was carrying 4 or 5 packages hard. "It's all your fault. You said the treatment here was good and asked us to come over and give it a try. Today's embarrassment is all because of you." "That's right. I didn't expect that you look so innocent, but have such a bad heart. I think you just want to embarrass us." No, the girl said a little aggrievedly. "Wait a minute." Yu Yang turned around and shouted to the group of people. The female executive turned around in surprise, and when she saw Yu Yang coming over, she immediately became proud. "What? Do you regret it?" "Hee. Let me tell you, even if you apologize to me, I still have to think about it carefully." But Yu Yang ignored her and walked straight past her and went to the little girl. "You come with me." The little girl was stunned. Are you asking me?" "That's right." The girl raised her head slightly, revealing a rather well-behaved face. This face showed a look of helplessness. Can I really? But I'm afraid I'm useless to you." "Haha, it's up to you whether you use me or not." The little girl bit her lip, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and she said gratefully, "Thank you." "What's going on?" "Sister Wang, why did he only accept Shaoran?" A sour-looking woman said jealously. The female executive's face turned pale with anger. "No, Shaoran is a member of our team. I haven't agreed yet. Why should he take her away?" "Hey, I don't agree." The female executive walked to Yu Yang and pulled his clothes. But what greeted her was the cold muzzle of a gun. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against the female executive's forehead, causing her to tremble with fear. "Gun. Sister Wang, he has a gun. This is my last warning. Get out of here." Yu Yang felt like he was losing his patience. The female executive quickly calmed down and said with her chin raised, "I don't believe you dare to shoot." Bang! The female executive's head exploded like a cracked watermelon. It's so noisy. How did such an idiot survive until now? It's really weird. Yu Yang pulled the frightened little girl and walked towards the base without looking back. The other women were so frightened that they dared not move. What? Why don't you leave quickly? The gatekeeper reminded. The women screamed and ran away in panic. Yu Yang pulled the little girl to the edge of the playground and asked softly, "What's your name? How old are you?" The little girl obviously hadn't recovered from the bloody scene just now. She looked at Yu Yang with some fear and said timidly, "My name is Li Xiaoran. I'm 18 years old this year." 18 years old. This surprised Yu Yang a little, as the girl was actually about the same age as him. Looking at the little girl's petite figure and timid look, Yu Yang thought she was only 14 or 15 years old. "Do you have any family?" Li Xiaoran shook her head. Yu Yang sighed, then said, "How about this? I'll have a sister take you to take a bath, and you change into clean clothes, okay?" Li Xiaoran nudda obadiently. Yu Yang gently wiped the dust off her face, and then brought her to Su Mingming. Su Mingming was playing a single-player game on her phone next to the farmland out of boredom and didn't notice Yu Yang coming at all. Yu Yang looked towards the farmlands and found that the sprouts in farmlands number 3 and number 4 seemed to have grown a little bigger. There was no movement at all in farmlands number 1 and number 2. Let's go mine evolution energy crystals tomorrow and prepare for the farmland early. After thinking about this, Yu Yang patted Su Mingming on the shoulder and said, "Mingming, take this little girl to take a bath." Su Mingming looked up and saw that Yu Yang was holding the hand of a dirty girl. She was startled and said with a little jealousy, "Where did you bring this girl back from?" "Ah, this was not brought back by me. It was delivered to my door on its own initiative," Yu Yang explained honestly. Su Mingming looked at Li Xiaoran, who was timid and innocent, and then at Yu Yang, who was smiling. "No matter how I look at it, I feel that Yu Yang is a big bad wolf with bad intentions." Su Mingming snorted, grabbed Li Xiaoran's hand, and pulled her towards the bathroom. As he walked, he said mysteriously, "I'm telling you, this guy is a big gangster. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually a bad guy." "Yu Yang, when did I become a gangster?" Yu Yang came to the playground again and took out an elite level and a lord level mutant creature he had killed today. Then he took a chainsaw and slowly cut open the heads of the 2 mutant creatures. After ramming the porcupine's head, Yu Yang obtained a total of 2 intermediate energy crystals, which could be said to be beyond his expectations. And in the head of the search enemy eagle is a standard advanced evolutionary crystal. Yu Yang ate all these evolution crystals, and his evolution degree increased by 12 levels. Including the 22 squares he had already walked before, Yu Yang has now completed 34 squares in his evolution from level 2 to level 3. "Keep working hard." Yu Yang sighed. Then he took out the biological storage cube. The first grid inside contained a mutant plant that had reached the pseudo-lord level, a twisted old tree. Chapter 91. Guarding the gate, twisted old tree. However, Yu Yang remembered that the twisted old tree skill coverage range was only 100 meters and could not cover the entire Minghuang primary school. But he suddenly thought that although he seemed to have injured the twisted old tree, the two were still in a hostile relationship at the time, so it could not be considered intentional. So, he immediately repaired the twisted old tree. It will take 50 repair points to repair the damaged twisted old tree. Do you want to repair it? As expected, the same faction is different. This pseudo-lord level only costs 50 points. It's really a good deal. Yu Yang Chose, yes. Ding. Repair successful. Obtained a loyal twisted old tree. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Branch piercing. The twisted old tree learns to pierce the enemy with sharp branches, causing damage 10 times the attack power. 2. Skill enhancement. The twisted old tree skill defense is improved and can block 500 points of attack damage. 3. Range expansion. The range of the twisted old tree skill is expanded to 500 meters. Yu Yang definitely did not consider attacking skills. As for the damage-bearing capacity of the enhanced skill, it also looks pretty good. But Yu Yang prefers the third one. 500 meters basically covers the main areas of the base. Yu Yang finally chose expand the scope. Ding! The twisted old tree has an additional effect. Range expansion. This way, the entire base can be protected by the twisted old trees. Yu Yang walked around the base and finally chose a relatively central location, dug out the twisted old tree, and planted it in the ground. The people in the base were startled when they saw a huge tree suddenly appear. When he saw the big tree moving, he was so scared that he rolled and crawled. Upon seeing this, Yu Yang immediately said, "I have tamed this mutant tree. Don't worry, it doesn't have much attack power, but it can provide us with good protection. But this big tree is carnivorous, so remember to feed it." After listening to Yu Yang's explanation, the people in the base finally understood. It turns out that this big tree was the guard tree brought back by the team leader, but they still couldn't hide their shock. They never expected that Yu Yang could actually tame a mutant tree. This is simply incredible. Jiang Chong also came over at this time. He had been stationed in the base since everyone in his team died. After a few days of adjustment, his spirits have improved a lot in the past 2 days. He looked at the towering tree in front of him, his eyes trembling, and said with emotion, "I never thought that you actually did it. You must have gotten inspiration from the blind man that day." Yu Yang nodded hesitantly. It was indeed after that day that he came up with the idea of taming an army of wild beasts. But taming the twisted old tree was an accident. Thinking of this, Yu Yang suddenly thought of Tang Ruru, the wild woman. Maybe the other party can tame the beast. If you can switch camps directly, you make a lot of money. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock is the day he and Tang Ruru agreed to meet. He was very curious about what Tang Ruru would give him in exchange for supplies. Just at this moment, Wu Gang led his team back to the base. They were also startled by the towering tree that suddenly appeared in Minghuang Primary School. "Boss, what's going on?" Wu Gang walked up to Yu Yang with an incredulous look on his face. "This is a mutant plant that I tamed. It can provide protection for the base." Wu Gang was immediately filled with gratitude and took Yu Yang's arm and said, "Boss, I didn't expect you cared about us so much. How could we be so worthy of you, boss?" Yu Yang shook off Wu Gang's hand. Go, stop being so cute. What did you get today? Did you find any other power generation equipment?" Wu Gang's face suddenly wilted. "Boss, this thing is too hard to find, and we're not sure if it's under those ruins. We can only try one by one." He stretched out his hand and opened his palm. "Look, my brothers and I have worn out our hands moving those huge rocks." Yu Yang nodded and consoled him. "It's okay. There's no need to rush on this day. It's impossible for us to have everything go smoothly." When Wu Gang heard that Yu Yang did not blame him, he immediately smiled and asked, "Boss, how is the photovoltaic power generation over there?" "I've taken them all back. Tomorrow morning, I will take a few people to the mine to make arrangements. Then our mining project can be operational." Yu Yang then asked, "By the way, how is Wang Tao doing over there?" "That idiot Wang Tao is still dismantling the heating pipes. It will take more than a day or two to fix that. But don't worry, he's very rigorous and will definitely get it done." Yu Yang nodded. "Then I won't worry about your affairs. Jiang Chong, please keep an eye on it for me and report to me if there are any special situations." "Okay, no problem. What about the others? Haven't they come back yet?" "No, Lin Wei and Anyang's team haven't come back today. I guess they got new weapons and want to kill more mutant beasts. From now on, they will report their daily hunting gains to you. If there are any intermediate evolution crystals, you can bring them to me. If it's primary, give priority to upgrading the main team members to level 2. For the rest, you can distribute them to the subsidiary team members based on the merits recorded by the team leaders." "Okay, no problem. Well, I'm going to rest first." After taking a shower, Yu Yang returned to his bedroom. Although a day's running around did not make him physically tired, it made him feel a little tired mentally. After going deep into the vegetable greenhouse planting base, his spirit has been in a tense state, especially seeing that mountain-like mutant beast. Yu Yang felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his heart. Due to the long distance, Yu Yang was unable to obtain any information about the other party, but he was sure that this was definitely in existence beyond the king level. After so many days, Yu Yang knew that the levels of mutant creatures from low to high were entry level, ordinary level, elite level, and lord level. As for whether there is anything between the lord level and the king level, Yu Yang is not sure. But looking at the gap between the two, Yu Yang guessed that there should be at least 2 more levels. Yu Yang can now kill lord-level mutant creatures in seconds, which seems very powerful. But what if he is facing a king-level one? A magazine of 6 bullets certainly can't kill him. In the end, it's the bullets that limit our performance. Yu Yang took out the remaining bullets and counted them. "We used too many bullets in the mine last time. Now we only have about 60 bullets left. I've accumulated nearly 10,000 repair points. It's time to try to repair the revolver for the 3rd time. If I can make one with unlimited bullets, I'll be truly invincible." Yang took out his revolver. The brand new revolver exuded an air of danger. Seeing the flawless revolver, Yu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, he used the power overload many times, but it never broke down once. In response, he could only smile helplessly. After thinking about this, Yu Yang lay on the bed with his eyes closed. The image of the woman farming on the rooftop that I saw during the day appeared in my mind unconsciously. Yu Yang was deeply impressed by the healthy and athletic figure. When will we find a chance to meet each other? Wouldn't it be too abrupt to show up so suddenly like this? Just when Yu Yang was daydreaming, there was a knock on his door again. Who is it? Chapter 92. Lin Wei, Dual Dance. It's me. Lin Wei's voice came from outside. Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that he did not ask Lin Wei to come to his room tonight. Are you here to collect the public grain so soon? Although I feel like I don't have much in stock, there's nothing I can do about it. I have to pamper my own woman. Enter. The door was opened. What surprised Yu Yang was that Lin Wei was wearing a short skirt today, paired with a pair of black stockings that had almost become her every item. She was simply a beauty. Seeing Yu Yang's lecherous look, Lin Wei said unhappily, I have something important to talk to you about today. Yu Yang then moved his eyes away from Lin Wei's beautiful legs and asked curiously, What's the matter? Lin Wei pursed her lips, seeming a little embarrassed. Just tell me if you have any difficulties. I'm hurt. Lin Wei lifted up her skirt and saw a clear scratch on the outside of her thigh. Although he was no longer bleeding, he was still seriously injured. Yu Yang's expression suddenly tensed up, and he quickly stood up. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Does it hurt? Lin Wei smiled bitterly and shook her head. I was careless and got scratched by the claws of a cunning mutant weasel. Fortunately, I had the strong black silk you gave me. Otherwise, it would be more than just a scar. The injury isn't serious. It's just, Yu Yang's expression changed, and he understood. You feel that your combat power is too low, right? Lin Wei nodded and said a little embarrassedly, Although I have a sniper rifle, it is really hard to use when I am on a mission. Yu Yang, I know you can repair the human body and give it abilities. But I also know that it will cost you your hard-earned repair points. After saying this, Lin Wei looked conflicted. My contribution to the team is not even as good as Song Yayun's. I really don't know how to continue as the captain. Yu Yang looked at Lin Wei's sad expression and felt a little guilty. I ignored your feelings. Don't worry. It's not difficult to get my repair points now. I got several thousand today. It will be no problem for you to repair yourself. Really? Yu Yang, don't lie to me. If you lie to me, I would rather not have it. Lin Wei's cold face showed a rare look of uneasiness. Really? I'm not lying to you. But the process of drawing special abilities is very random. I'm not sure what I'll get. Lin Wei gritted her teeth and said, It's okay, I can try. Yu Yang nodded. Even if you don't draw a good ability this time, you'll have another chance when you evolve to level 2, so don't worry. But I want to warn you, injuries that are deliberately inflicted cannot be repaired. Lin Wei nodded. Don't worry, this injury was completely an accident. Good. Yu Yang's hand gently stroked Lin Wei's thigh. Lin Wei's body trembled, and she stared at Yu Yang with some resentment. Yu Yang chuckled. It's not too much to take advantage of it at this time. Feeling the smooth touch under his hands, a prompt popped up in front of Yu Yang's eyes. It will take 100 repair points to repair Lin Wei's thigh injury. Do you want to repair it? Yes. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Calm Killer. When facing an enemy, Lin Wei will remain absolutely calm. 2. Killing Intense Sense. When there is danger locked on, Lin Wei can sense it immediately, even if the target is hidden. 3. Dual Dance. When the enemy faces Lin Wei, a flaw will be exposed somewhere on the body. When Lin Wei hits the flaw, an additional 5% of the attack power will be caused in true damage. Note, the next flaw can only be refreshed after hitting a flaw. When he saw the first 2, Yu Yang didn't feel anything. But when he saw the last one, Yu Yang's eyes widened. Damn, so awesome. When Lin Wei saw Yu Yang's excitement, her heart began beating violently as well. How was it? Did you get anything good? Okay, of course. This is simply great. Yu Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. Noble true damage again. And it is 5% of the true damage of the attack power. It's simply a magical skill. To be honest, Yu Yang himself was a little envious. Seeing Yu Yang's shocked expression, Lin Wei couldn't help but become curious. Tell me quickly, what exactly is this ability? To put it simply, every time you attack the enemy's weakness from now on, you will inflict 5% of your attack power as true damage. Do you understand true damage? It's damage that ignores defense value. Lin Wei was stunned. How could she not understand the true hurt? These days, Song Yeyun holds an electric mosquito swatter, and every electric bullet she blows out causes real damage. Although the damage is not much each time, it can really kill the mutant beast. On the contrary, although her sniper rifle has considerable damage, it is too inflexible. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been accidentally scratched. But now, she also has real damage. And it is real damage that does not depend on any weapon. In other words, any weapon Lin Wei picks up now will have an extra 5% of true damage. Lin Wei was so excited that she was speechless. After a long time, she said with gratitude, "Thank you, Yu Yang." Lin Wei hugged Yu Yang with emotion. The power she suddenly gained made her completely immersed in joy, and she completely forgot that Yu Yang's hand was still on her thigh. During this hug, Yu Yang's hand slid directly into the depth of her skirt. Lin Wei snorted softly and immediately bounced away as if by reflex. Yu Yang said innocently, "You can't blame me for this." Lin Wei rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said, "That's it. I like this ability." "Okay." Yu Yang nodded. Ding. The effect of Lin Wei, loyal until death, has been added. Dual dance. Lin Wei felt a strange energy descending into her body, allowing her to gain certain abilities. She wished she could find some mutant beast right now to test her strength. "Yu Yang, you are so nice to me." Lin Wei expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Okay, don't just express your gratitude with words. You need to take action." Yu Yang raised his eyebrows. Lin Wei raised her chin. The corners of her mouth curved beautifully and said with a smile, "Actually, you can also thank me with your mouth." Yu Yang was pushed hard onto the bed by Lin Wei. What followed was a night of torrential rain. The next morning, Yu Yang came to the playground. He briefly inspected his experimental farmland, then sat on a recliner and prepared to listen to Jiang Chang's report. After listening to the report, he planned to go to the suburbs in the east of the city to improve his attack power and keep his appointment with Tang Ruru. Last night, the two teams brought back a total of 11 primary evolution crystals. Jiang Chang explained everything in detail. It was their first day using new weapons, so they didn't show any mercy. All the mutant beasts were killed. We've warned them to leave some alive. Yeah, Yu Yang know that. In addition, we brought back some supplies, including some quilts and winter clothes and a small amount of cigarettes. Dividing line, make a record for confused book friends. The beauties that have appeared so far are Lin Wei, already captured, and Jia, already captured, Song Yian, already captured, Su Xiao Xiao, in the process of capturing, Su Ming Ming, in the process of capturing, Li Xiaoran, in the process of capturing, Tang Ruru, in the process of capturing. Current main missions. 1. Repair of nuclear power plant, in progress, /1000000. 2. The protagonist has reached level 3, in progress, 34/100. 3. Vegetable planting, in progress, experimental. 4. Energy crystal mine, in progress, nearly completed. 5. Forming a mutant beast army, under planning, progress, 3 mutant beast eggs. The current revolver attack power is increased. 1. Entry-level order breaker, 100 points, 1 point per item, the upper limit has been reached. 2. Ordinary order breaker, 36 points, 2 points per item. 3. Elite order breaker, 12 points, 3 points per item. 4. Lord level order destroyer, 10 points, 5 points each. If there are any errors or comments, please raise them here. In addition, if you have time, can you please go back to the beginning of the first chapter and give a good review in the comments section? This book is about to be tested. Thank you, family members. Chapter 93. The Strange Postures of the Mutant Beasts. Cigarette. Yu Yang felt a little surprised. Something like this should have been consumed long ago. How come there is still some left? Jiang Chang smiled and said, "We collected them bit by bit from the scattered vehicles on the street. Before the end of the world, some men would hide their cigarettes in their cars, so we had a chance to find them." Yu Yang know that. Although he doesn't smoke, cigarettes can indeed serve as a very good motivator. Sometimes, some people would rather starve than not smoke a cigarette, especially for old smokers. A cigarette can even make him work for you. Okay, then the cigarettes will be one of our important rewards. Don't get them all out. As long as you keep at least one, you can copy them. Jiang Chang was stunned. Didn't you ask me to copy bullets for you every day? Yu Yang si get. Even if you duplicate bullets for me every day, there's still not enough bullets. Most importantly, I have to reload every time I use up 6 bullets, which really affects my efficiency. It's time to solve this problem. You mean, to get the effect of infinite bullets? Jiang Chang was not stupid. He guessed Yu Yang's thoughts based on what he said. Yu Yang nodded. If I can achieve this effect, my upgrade speed will be even faster. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news, Jiang Chang said with a smile. He then continued to report. Also, while searching for supplies, we also found some teams cutting down trees or smashing wooden furnishings in some shops to store fuel for the winter. Should we store some as well? Storing fuel. Yu Yang turned his head and glanced at Su Xiaoxiao's residence. The little guy had just woken up and was coming out of the room in his cute pajamas. She just rubbed her eyes and greeted Yu Yang from a distance. Do you think we need to store any fuel when we have this little guy? Jiang Chang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. That's true. Jiang Chang once took a look and saw that in just a few days, Su Xiaoxiao had filled 2 spare warehouses with charcoal. It can be said that Su Xiaoxiao is simply treating herself like an animal. This cute little girl is very dedicated at work. Okay, you're responsible for arranging today's tasks. I'll go to the mine first. You can find a few people in the team who can operate a drill. If you can't find anyone, find a few people who can operate an excavator. I think they should be able to do the same. Okowo. After arranging all these, Yu Yang found a suitable location at the edge of the playground and placed a magic door. He planned to keep this door here to facilitate the team members to travel back and forth until the mine was fully mined. But he did not go in immediately, but lowered another door. This door leads to the place he and Tang Ruru had agreed to meet. That is the suburb in the east of the city. There are many wild beasts fighting there. It is the place where Yu Yang once picked up bargains. Yu Yang opened the door and stepped in. The morning breeze blew against his face. The rising sun shines on the earth. Yu Yang took out the flying car and sat on it. He planned to take a walk around the area first, look for the mutant beasts, and see if using power overload can damage the revolver. But after walking around, Yu Yang didn't find any mutant beasts. This is weird. There were a lot of mutant beasts when I came here last time. How come they all died in the past 2 days? Yu Yang's face was full of confusion, and then he began to observe the surrounding environment carefully. He soon discovered the problem, because at this moment, at the end of this suburb, the towering stone pillar was flickering slightly. Active period? The wild animals here should all be running in that direction. Yu Yang thought for a moment and decided to walk a distance in that direction to see what was going on. Yu Yang drove the flying car towards the stone pillar of heaven for about 5 kilometers. At this time, he was still about 10 kilometers away from the stone pillar of heaven. But Yu Yang has already started to see mutated wild beasts, and there is one every few dozen meters. However, what made Yu Yang feel a little weird was that these mutated beasts did not fight with each other at all. Instead, they all lowered their heads as if they were worshipping something devoutly. And the direction they are facing is the direction of the stone pillars that reach the sky. Information about the mutated beasts appeared in front of Yu Yang one by one. Without exception, all of these mutated beasts are evolving. It seems that the irregular activity of the Tongtian stone pillar is indeed the way the mutant beasts evolve. Yu Yang didn't intend to miss such a good opportunity to harvest, but the beasts here were all entry-level mutant beasts, so Yu Yang planned to go deeper. He drove the flying car towards the direction closer to the stone pillar. After about 2 kilometers, Yu Yang finally saw the first ordinary-level mutant beast. Now, he has already gained 36 points of attack power from the mutant beast, and only 64 points of attack power are left to reach the upper limit of 100 points. One provides 2 points, which means that Yu Yang only needs to kill 32 more ordinary mutant beasts. He looked over there. There are definitely enough mutant beasts here. So he took out his revolver and activated the power overload mode. You can also try to see if it can be damaged at the same time. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As the gunshot rang out, a mutated beast that looked like a yellow cow fell to the ground immediately. Ding! Kill the common level Order Breaker Fortress Scalper. Obtain 100 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 2 points. Revolver's permanent attack power, 210 points. Gained 2 points of attack power. But what surprised Yu Yang was that although the sound of his gunshot was extremely loud, a wild beast was killed by him. But the other mutant beasts still kept their heads down. It was as if I was frozen in time. This scene made Yu Yang feel creepy. He raised his eyes again and looked at the towering stone pillar. A strong curiosity arose in his heart. What on earth is that? However, attack power still needs to be increased. No matter how curious you are, you still have to work. These mutant beasts did not move, which was exactly what Yu Yang wanted. Originally, he didn't have many bullets, only more than 60. But if these mutant beasts do not move, Yu Yang can reduce the consumption of ammunition through special operations. He came to the ground, found a suitable angle, shot a bullet, and after passing through one mutant beast, he continued to fly towards another mutant beast. One bullet took the lives of 2 mutant beasts. Afterwards, Yu Yang found various angles and took down at least 2 mutant beasts with one shot. Although it took some time, there was nothing we could do as we had few bullets. With one shot after another, the lives of the mutant beasts were harvested one after another. The permanent attack power of his revolver is also increasing. When Yu Yang killed the 12th one, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! The 3 minutes are up, and the power overload has ended. Chapter 94 Imperial City Alliance Commander-in-Chief, Fu Yuanfeng. Yu Yang looked at the revolver in his hand. It's not broken. However, Yu Yang was not discouraged, but continued to activate the power overload. Then use the same trick again, find a right angle to reduce bullet consumption. When the 29th ordinary mutant beast was killed, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The 3 minutes are up, and the power overload has ended. Snap! A burst of fire came out of the revolver in Yu Yang's hand, then completely scrapped. Ha, it finally broke. My luck is so bad. Yu Yang couldn't help laughing. Then he quickly chose to repair the damaged revolver. Repairing the damaged revolver will consume 1,000 repair points. Do you want to repair it? Yes, it really takes 1,000 points. Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a little pain. But this also proves that his judgment was correct. For each cumulative repair, the required repair points must be multiplied by 10. The further you go, the more repair points you need. In the later stages, the number of repair points required will be astronomical. But fortunately, at least it only takes 1,000 points this time. We'll talk about the future later. Yu Yang prayed for a full minute, then carefully chose yes. Ding! Get a brand new revolver. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. There's no first-time reward. Tongzi, you're a bit stingy. Yu Yang curled his lips and looked helplessly at the 3 special effects he had drawn, and suddenly his eyes lit up. 1. Double the power. The revolver's attack power is doubled. 2. Kill refresh. After the revolver kills the target, it will automatically refresh to a full bullet state. The refreshed bullets are in ghost state and cannot be taken out. 3. Bullet explosion. Basic version: after the bullet hits the target, it will explode, causing secondary damage, with the damage value being half of the original. Yu Yang's eyes were fixed on the second effect. Kill refresh. TSK. How to say it? There's a feeling of scratching an itch, but not scratching the right spot. The effect of kill refresh, to some extent, can be regarded as a disguised form of infinite bullets. The prerequisite is that Yu Yang's damage is high enough to kill the enemy within 6 bullets. When it comes to elite or even lord-level mutant beasts, Yu Yang is confident that he can end the battle within 6 bullets. But at higher levels, Yu Yang was not so sure. Fortunately, his attack power can be stacked as long as new levels appear. So it's a pretty good effect after all. As for the first effect, double power, Yu Yang thinks it is better to wait until the attack power is fully stacked before making a choice. Ding! Revolver has added effect, kill refresh. Yu Yang looked at the revolver in his hand and was quite satisfied. He is only 3 more ordinary level order breakers away from completing the full collection. It's a good time to try out new effects. Yu Yang emptied the gun until only 1 bullet was left. Then he aimed his revolver at a regular mutant beast. Bang! The mutant beast fell to the ground. A strange light immediately lit up on the revolver. Yu Yang discovered that the revolver was full of bullets. It really works. Seeing that the bullet was really filled, Yu Yang's mood suddenly became good. Although the refreshed bullets cannot be taken out, as long as they can be refreshed continuously, it can be regarded as infinite bullets. In this way, his attack power and combat efficiency when encountering danger will be greatly improved. Especially when facing the siege of many targets, there will be no vacuum period due to reloading. After firing 2 more shots and killing 2 mutant beasts, Yu Yang's attack power obtained through the ordinary level also reached the full 100 points. The revolver's permanent attack power now reached a terrifying 272 points. Finally finished. After completing his stage goal, Yu Yang felt a lot more relaxed. He looked at the time. It was still an hour and a half before 10 in the morning. So he decided to continue going deeper into the stone pillar. He wanted to see if he could take this opportunity to hunt some elite mutant beasts. Although there are still many ordinary mutant beasts to be killed here, Yu Yang doesn't know how long the activity of the Tongtian stone pillar will last. Yu Yang didn't want to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he decided to brush the elite level first. Yu Yang collected the corpses of all the mutant beasts, then got on the flying car again and drove towards a deeper direction. Royal City Alliance. Commander-in-Chief. We have detected that the Tongtian stone pillar has entered its active phase. A soldier with a gun hurried into an office. The office was luxuriously decorated and had brand new equipment, and it didn't look like it was in the apocalypse at all. A man with a mustache, neatly combed back hair, and wearing a suit, sat behind a desk. He put down the tea in his hand and looked serious. His clenched fists reflected his inner tension and anxiety. Okay, I understand. Take me there. The commander-in-chief walked out the door and stepped onto a human-pulled vehicle. In the end times, they had no vehicles, so they returned to primitive human-drawn carts. The commander-in-chief left the Royal City Alliance in a rickshaw, and no one else followed him except the man pulling the rickshaw. Su Ming stood in front of the window and saw through the window that the commander-in-chief's exclusive vehicle drove out of the Royal City Alliance, with some confusion in his eyes. What is Fu Yuanfeng going to do? His current behavior is becoming increasingly incomprehensible, and the gap is slowly widening. Hey, I don't know when I can reach level 3. Report. A man walked into Su Ming's office. I found out that Su Yifan took a few people to Ming Huang Primary School. Ming Huang Primary School? Su Ming lowered his head in thought. Su Yifan was fine. Why did he take people to Ming Huang Primary School? Do you want to bring Su Xiaoxiao back? He can't even bring Ming Ming back. How can you bring her back? Oh, I hope nothing bad happens. I'll go there myself tomorrow. Okay, I understand, back off. Yes. Fu Yuanfeng sat upright in the car, feeling quite heavy-hearted. Ever since he learned through special channels the method for a level 3 evolver to level 4, he has been unable to sleep all night. It was not long ago that I finally made up my mind to go for this evolution. If he succeeds, he will be able to ascend to the 4th level of evolver and possess even more powerful abilities. But if you fail, you may be seriously injured at best, or even lose your life at worst. He is now the most powerful and noble person in the Imperial City. The enormous power made him attached, but also made him cowardly. But he also knew clearly that if he stagnated, he would slowly be overtaken by others and eventually lose everything he had now. Looking at the towering stone pillars that gradually become larger in the field of vision, Fu Yuanfeng finally couldn't help but curse out loud. This is a damned way of evolution. I have to put myself in danger. Wouldn't it be a waste for me to build such a large force to serve me? Aren't those people meant to die for me? What a stupid rule. Chapter 95. The body begins to collapse. The eastern suburbs of the city. Yu Yang continued to move forward in the flying car. As he got closer and closer to the stone pillar, Yu Yang seemed to be able to see circles of ripples releasing from the stone pillar. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Sizzle. Suddenly, there were several crackling sounds of electricity in the car, and then the display screen of the car system went out instantly. The car fell rapidly. Oh my god, what's going on? Yu Yang's mind was thinking rapidly. Although the height he flew was not high, only a few dozen meters. But if you fall from this height, you will probably die. Oh, and there's also a random door. Yu Yang immediately took out the last door, opened it, and went in at the critical moment. Bang! The car was smashed to pieces. Yu Yang was standing on the ground, not far away, with a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and opened the door and came to the ground. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces like this car. Why did the car fall suddenly? Yu Yang thought carefully for a while, and then suddenly thought of something. He looked up at the towering stone pillar again, and the ripples slowly spread out. Although it is barely noticeable here, there's still a strange energy flowing. This is also the reason why Yu Yang felt palpitations. Could it be that this is the mysterious energy that destroyed human civilization at the end of the world? So, the flying car will be damaged again when it encounters this kind of energy? The more Yu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why a flying car suddenly broke down. Forget it, let's just walk. Yu Yang put the broken flying car into the storage box, then began to walk towards the stone pillar. But as I went deeper, the palpitations became more and more intense, as if there would be something dangerous if I continued walking. Yu Yang thought about it and took out all his protective gear. In addition to the bulletproof vest he always wore, he also wore a safety helmet that could provide 80 points of defense, 2 knee pads that could provide 30 points of defense each, and 2 wrist guards that could provide 10 points of defense each. At this time, the total defense value that the equipment brings to Yu Yang is 160 points. There is also a bulletproof vest with a defensive shield that can withstand 500 points of damage. Yu Yang thought that was enough. He took careful steps and moved slowly forward. Although the walking speed is definitely not as fast as the flying car, the good thing is that Yu Yang has walked out of the area of ordinary mutant beasts. What he can see in front of him is the elite mutant beast. However, the number of wild animals here has decreased significantly. It used to be that there was one every few dozen meters, but now it has become one every hundreds of meters. At this time, it was only about 6 kilometers away from the Tantian stone pillar. Unlike the dormant stone pillars yesterday, the active stone pillars give people a sense of oppression several times stronger. Yu Yang felt heavy in his heart. Arrive. As he continued to move forward, the elite mutant beast in front had entered Yu Yang's shooting range. So far, after revolver gained the effect of gaining attack power by killing, Yu Yang has killed 4 elite mutant beasts. Each one gains 3 points of attack power, for a total of 12 points. According to the 100-point upper limit, Yu Yang can still get 88 points, which means he can complete it by killing 30 more. However, the last one should be forced to only get 1 point, otherwise it will exceed 100 points. After calculating all this, Yu Yang took out his revolver. At this time, the revolver's attack power is 272 points. The health of elite mutant beasts is generally around 200 to 300, and the defense value is between 50 to 100. Therefore, the damage caused by Yu Yang's shot is about 200 points. A weaker elite Yu Yang can be dealt with 1 shot, and a stronger Yu Yang can be dealt with 2 shots. Yu Yang aimed his gun at the mutant beast, but fell dazed. He shook his head, focusing. Bang! A shot was fired. With a scream, an elite beast fell to the ground. Ding! Kill the elite Order Destroyer crushing Rhino and get 1,000 repair points. Ding! Revolver attack power increased by 3 points. Revolver's permanent attack power, 275 points. Seeing that he had successfully killed the enemy and gained attack power, Yu Yang felt a little more relaxed. He shook his head to dispel the feeling of mental disturbance. Maybe I'm too tired. I have to take a night's rest today and can't indulge myself anymore. After thinking about this, Yu Yang continued to reap the lives of these mutated beasts. With the blessing of Kill Refresh, these elite mutant beasts fell to the ground very quickly. The 25th one. A hint of joy appeared on Yu Yang's face. Only 5 left, and all the elite mutant beasts will be cleared. Today's harvest is absolutely huge. However, all the elite beasts in front of him had been killed, so Yu Yang had to go deeper. He walked forward a few hundred meters. Plop, plop. Yu Yang's heart began to beat violently. No, there's a problem. Yu Yang made a prompt decision and immediately gave up moving forward and instead fled quickly in the opposite direction. But at the same time, a circle of energy ripples far stronger than before was released from the towering stone pillar. At an extremely fast speed, it passed through Yu Yang's body in an instant. Absolute defense lights up instantly, but goes out instantly. Crash! All the defensive devices on Yu Yang were damaged. An extremely powerful energy penetrated into his body. It's the energy of evolution, but it is an extremely domineering, evolutionary energy. Completely different from the gentle feeling when he ingested the evolution crystal. This evolution energy was destroying Yu Yang's body in an extremely overbearing way. Yu Yang noticed it inadvertently out of the corner of his eye. In the distance, many mutant beast bodies exploded directly. Feeling the raging energy in his body, Yu Yang knew that if he didn't find a solution, he would most likely explode like those mutant beasts because he couldn't bear it. What should I do? What should I do? Yu Yang thought about all the items he had on him, but he couldn't think of any one item that could help him get through the current difficulties. Puff! Yu Yang felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He felt as if something inside him had exploded. The intense pain made his face pale, and he curled up on the ground. Puff! Yu Yang's right hand also exploded immediately afterwards. Next comes the eyes. Puff! Only black bloody holes remained in Yu Yang's eye sockets. Although it is not fatal yet, Yu Yang's life force is rapidly fading. If his brain exploded, he would be finished. No, I can't just die like this. Yes, I have a system. Yu Yang immediately tried to repair himself. Ding! The host is trying to repair itself. The self-repair process will be carried out in different organs, and the effect obtained will be random. Do you want to continue? Chapter 96 Evolution of Body Parts. Dividing organs means that they need to be repaired multiple times, and the cost of repair points will be greatly increased. But he couldn't care less about that now. Yes, yes, yes. Yu Yang shouted anxiously. Ding! Repair successful. Get a brand new kidney. Effect obtained. Full of vitality. Full of vitality. Your kidneys will be full of vitality every day and never get tired. Ding! Repair successful. Get a new pair of eyes. Effect extracted. Scanning eye. Scanning eye. When you look at the target, you will get more information. Ding! Repair successful. Get a brand new right hand. Effect drawn. Lucky hand. Lucky hand. Your right hand may give you something better when you open any reward. Repair completed, costing a total of 1,110 repair points. The energy raging in the body gradually dissipated. Although his muscles were still a little sore, Yu Yang felt that he should be fine. I'm finally alive. Yu Yang opened his eyes again and looked around. Somehow, he felt as if his eyesight had improved. He looked at the mutated beast in the distance again, and was surprised to find that in addition to the basic information of the mutated beast, he could also see some more detailed information. For example, what the mutant beast evolved from, the mutant beast's current evolutionary level, and even the mutant beast's past movements. In addition, Yu Yang also discovered that he could initiate a scan actively. After the scan is turned on, his vision can penetrate the mutant beast's fur and muscles layer by layer, and finally see the mutant beast's internal organs, and even see how many evolutionary crystals are in the mutant beast's head. This feeling is not like an X-ray photo, but a bit like peeling away the fog that blocks the vision layer by layer, and Yu Yang can control which layer he sees. Is this the scanning eye? It's really amazing. As for this kidney that is full of vitality, Yu Yang was secretly delighted at first, and then he felt a little amused and helpless. It seems like my life is going to be a tiller. However, he could at least understand these two abilities, but he was a little confused about the last one, Hand of Luck. Unlock rewards? What kind of rewards can be unlocked? It has been so many days since he came to the apocalypse, but he has never seen any rewards. But it's always a good thing that it's been repaired. Since Yu Yang couldn't figure out, he simply stopped thinking about it. He got up from the ground, looked at the stone pillar with some fear, and began to think about a question. Do you want to go deeper? Now he knew that a body damaged by this evolutionary energy could be repaired and even gain special abilities after repair. But there are two problems here. First, based on the 1110 repair points spent, the 3 repairs should cost 10 points, 100 points, and 1,000 points respectively. Then, the next repair should cost 10,000 points, and then 100,000 points. Yu Yang's current repair points are only around 30,000. Can only be repaired once. Second, the part hit by the energy is random. If it hits you right away, it will explode your brain. Forget it, just to be on the safe side. Let's go back first. Yu Yang first collected the corpses of the mutant beasts and the damaged items, and then walked back reluctantly. It was not until he reached the outermost part that he took out all the things he had just discarded. The first is scrap cars. It will cost 700 repair points to repair the scrapped self-driving car. Do you want to repair it? It actually takes 700 points. Yu Yang was stunned. Only then did he remember that the repair points required for the second repair would be multiplied by 10. The first time his self-driving car was repaired, 70 repair points were consumed. So now, it is naturally 700. Such a high cost is actually not worth it. However, during this period of time, Yu Yang has become accustomed to using the flying ability, and even if he finds a new car, he may not be able to draw the flying ability. If you try to refresh the effect like the Anywhere door, if you're unlucky, it is very likely that you will need more than 700 repair points to get it. Although it costs more repair points to repair it again, it can inherit the previous abilities. The repaired car can continue to fly, and it will have an additional ability. Yu Yang thought carefully for a while and decided to give Fei Che another chance. After all, he had just killed 25 elite mutant beasts, and now he had plenty of repair points, so it wouldn't matter if he used some. Maybe you can draw some powerful effect, and then if you combine it with flying, it will be great. You may even be able to take off directly on the spot. Yu Yang paused for a moment and chose yes. Ding! Repair successful. Get a brand new self-driving car. 3 special effects were drawn. Please choose one from them. 1. Fully armed. The overall defense of the car is increased tenfold, making it extremely difficult to damage. 2. Consumption is halved. The amount of electricity consumed during driving is halved. 3. Stealth camouflage. A new stealth mode is added to the car. In this mode, the car is invisible and cannot be discovered by other targets. Good. At least you didn't disappoint me. Yu Yang chose hide and disguise without any hesitation. Not to mention anything else. If he had the ability at the time, he would have gone to see the true appearance of that mutant creature that was as big as a mountain. This ability is very useful when dealing with situations that are far beyond one's own capabilities. Moreover, this ability is different from the concealment ability of those mutated beasts. The mutant beast stealth abilities basically require them to remain motionless, but the car's stealth ability can be used while flying, which is simply a miracle. Ding! The self-driving car has been given an effect. Hidden camouflage. As for the other equipment, Yu Yang looked at the bulletproof vest, safety helmet, knee pads, and wrist guards. These are life-saving equipment. If it weren't for these equipments, Yu Yang estimated that he would have exploded at that time. Yu Yang remembered that the bulletproof vest cost 10 repair points. Repairing it again requires 100 points. It's acceptable. Yu Yang chose to repair it. Ding! Repair successful. Get a brand new bulletproof vest. 1. Indestructible. Basic edition. The bulletproof vest provides 100 points of defense, and the effect can cover the whole body. 2. Absolute defense. Intermediate version after being attacked. A defensive shield is provided, which can defend against any attack below 1,000 attack points and cause a 4-second stun effect on the attacker. Effective once a day. 3. Defense field. Primary version can be activated actively to form a defense field with a diameter of 3 meters, which can resist attacks below 50 points of attack power, and the effect lasts for 3 minutes. Can be activated once a day. 1,000 points? Yu Yang looked at the second special effect and felt slightly surprised. I didn't expect it to double. Since I had already attached the primary version, I directly drew the intermediate version this time, which can defend against a full 1,000 points of attack power. Finally, it looks like absolute defense. Yu Yang did not hesitate too much and decided to go all the way with this effect. After all, the stun time even increased by 1 second. Ding! The bulletproof vest has been given the effect. Absolute defense, intermediate version. Chapter 97 Veterinary Medicine. Yu Yang put on his bulletproof vest again. As for the other pieces of armor, Yu Yang also repaired them one by one. Then I picked the best effects among them, and the defense value of each piece of armor was at least doubled. After finishing all this, Yu Yang got back into the new car. After he activated the flight mode, he turned on the stealth camouflage. The car slowly rose into the air and was then covered by a layer of transparent light. This layer of transparent light shield has no defensive capabilities, but can make the flying car outside look like it has disappeared. Yu Yang looked at his watch. There is still half an hour until 10 o'clock. That's plenty of time. Yu Yang drove the car and flew towards the direction he had agreed with Tang Ruru. After a few minutes, Yu Yang arrived at this area, which was the area he came to this morning. The portal was still standing there, and Yu Yang could even see the figures in the base through the door. Yu Yang remained in stealth mode and parked the car next to the random door. Then he took a nap in the car. 10 minutes later, a surprised voice sounded. Hey, why is there a door here? Yu Yang opened his eyes and got up from the car. Look outside. It was Tang Ruru. But Yu Yang was stunned at first, and then his eyes widened, because he forgot to turn off the scanning mode. In front of him, Tang Ruru was no different from being seen through. No, that's too rogue. Yu Yang looked away, looked at his nose and his heart, reminding himself not to be so vulgar. Just take another look. After taking another glance, Yu Yang quickly turned off the scanning mode. Then the car's stealth camouflage mode was removed. Tang Ruru was startled by the sudden appearance of the car, but she did not act too panicked. After discovering that it was Yu Yang's car, his expression quickly returned to normal. However, Simba, who was following behind Tang Ru, was frightened and let out a wow, jumping on the spot with all the hair on his body standing up. It took Tang Ruru to comfort Simba for a while before he returned to normal. However, it still bared its teeth at the foreigner with a bit of hostility in its eyes. Your car is amazing. Although it was not the first time she had seen it, there was still curiosity in Tang Ruru's eyes. Do you like it? If you like, I can also take you for a ride, Yu Yang said with a smile. Tang Ruru looked at Yu Yang deeply and then said, I know what you mean, but I will not join your team. I am used to living alone. Yu Yang smiled helplessly. It's okay. Even though you don't want to join me, we can still work together. Tang Ruru smiled and nodded. I loved the drink last time. This time, I like to swap it for some milk. I think I need some protein. This is not what I mean by cooperation, said Yu Yang. Tang Ruru showed some vigilance. What do you mean? Yu Yang took out the biological storage cube and then took out 3 eggs in front of Tang Ruru. This is... Tang Ruru's eyes widened, and she already had some guesses in her mind. These are the eggs of a mutant creature. I hope you can hatch them. After saying that, Yu Yang handed the eggs to Tang Ruru. Tang Ruru subconsciously took the eggs. Each egg was as big as a basketball, and she could hardly hold them all. But she couldn't take her eyes away. Raising animals has always been her hobby. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a keeper in a zoo. Even if Yu Yang didn't say it, when she saw these eggs, she hoped that she could hatch them. What animal's egg is this? It's a mutant eagle of a very high level. I don't know what level of mutant creature will hatch from this egg. You have to be careful. Tang Zuzu, not that. I can help you, but I can't guarantee success. No problem. Yu Yang nodded and smiled. In return, I will give you enough food and water. But you have to report to me regularly on the situation of these 3 guys. That's as I should. By the way, this is for you. This is what I used to exchange for the milk this time. I think it should be helpful to you. Yu Yang looked at what was in Tang Ruru's hand. Is this veterinary medicine? There was a hint of surprise in Yu Yang's voice. Tang Ruru smiled and said, Yes, it's veterinary medicine. These are some common veterinary drugs, mainly some antibiotics. Yu Yang took the boxes of veterinary medicine from Tang Ruru and asked uncertainly, Can this person use it? Of course. As long as you get the dosage right, it's actually about the same. At most, the side effects will be a little stronger, but it's better than losing your life. How is it? Is it okay? Tang Ruru saw that Yu Yang was a little hesitant and suddenly felt a little nervous. Yu Yang raised his head and smiled. Of course. In fact, Yu Yang is more interested in Tang Ruru's abilities rather than the supply she provides. Yu Yang knew that Tang Ruru was very wary and it would take time to build trust with her. What's more, this material does work. Although Yu Yang can repair people, it is impossible for him to repair them every time a team member falls ill. The first time was fine, and it was done with 10 repair points. But the second and third time, the consumption was 10 times greater. Yu Yang was not trying to build a super team, so there was no need to give so many people abilities. Besides, he simply didn't have that many repair points right now. Therefore, it is particularly important to prepare some medicines. Yu Yang's team was established relatively late. Things like human medicines, which are stockpile materials that ordinary people can think of, were basically snatched away when the doomsday began. Therefore, there are really no medicines in Yu Yang's current team. Okay, I just need these medicines. As for the milk, wait for me, I don't have it with me. I'll go to the base to get some. After saying that, Yu Yang packed up the car. Then he went back to the base through the door. He walked to the beverage machine and took out a mineral water bottle with a storage effect. It was filled with dozens of kilograms of milk. Then he returned to Tang Ruru through the magic door and handed the milk to her. This is a mineral water bottle with a special space. There are probably several dozen kilograms of milk in it, enough for you to drink for a while. This operation made Tang Ruru dumbfounded, but she did not show it. Instead, she said with some envy, It looks like you have mastered some advanced technology. Huh, that's no big deal. Our team has many more things that will surprise you, Yu Yang said with a smile. Yu Yang's meaning is very clear. Join my team. These are all basic operations. However, Tang Ruru did not respond to Yu Yang's words. Yu Yang did not continue this topic. Instead, he made an appointment with Tang Ruru for the next meeting, then returned to the base and took back the door leading to the eastern suburbs of the city. Call Wang Tao over. Yu Yang instructed Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng closed his eyes and activated his ability. A few minutes later, Wang Tao rushed over from the opposite side of Minghuang Primary School. Boss, you called me. Yu Yang nodded and asked, How was the heating facility going? Just put up a frame. but the rest will be done in a week. Well, that's good. Yu Yang thought for a moment and said, after lunch, don't go over there yet. Bring a few people who know a little about circuits with me to the mine, and we'll connect the photovoltaic power generation equipment. It's time to start working at the mine. Okay, no problem. I've found the ones who can use the machines. Wang Tao agreed immediately and asked, anything else? That's all. You did a good job. Yu Yang took out a cigarette and handed it to Wang Tao. This is a reward for you. Go get busy. Wang Tao, who is always calm and steady, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the cigarette and was more excited than seeing a beautiful woman. Is this really for me? Yu Yang smiled and said, of course, keep working hard, and there will be more benefits in the future. Thank you, boss. After saying that, Wang Tao took the cigarette with trembling hands, feeling inexplicably excited. He never expected that after more than 3 months since the end of the world, he could still smoke a cigarette. Wang Tao rushed to his residence with a cigarette in hand. He wants a lighter. He wanted to take a puff of this wonderful cigarette. Yu Yang smiled and shook his head, then walked toward the edge of the playground. This is where his experimental farmland is located. However, he was not here to see the farmland. At this moment, there were 3 pretty figures standing by the farmland. Your name is Li Xiaoran, and mine is Su Xiao. Both of our names contain the character Xiao. Su Xiao held Li Xiaoran's hand and said excitedly, as if she had met a good friend she hadn't seen for a long time. Li Xiaoran changed into clean clothes, with shoulder-length hair and a short floral skirt. She lowered her head, looking shy. Don't worry, no one will bully you here. Brother Yu Yang is very nice. What's so good about him? Su Mingming said angrily, with her hands on her hips. This Su Xiao, what a wooden head. Yu Yang brought back another beautiful girl. And Xiao, you didn't even react at all. So stupid. Brother Yu Yang will give us snacks. Aren't the sausages and boiled eggs he gave us last time delicious? Su Xiao asked curiously. I only ate his sausage. I didn't eat the boiled egg. Su Mingming julet herlips. Su Xiao smiled innocently and said, then you can talk to Brother Yu Yang this time. This time, you'll eat his eggs, and I will eat his intestines. Poof! Yu Yang, who had just arrived, happened to hear these words and couldn't help laughing. What kind of lewd words are these? Brother Yu Yang, snobs. Su Xiao ran to Yu Yang, spread out her palms, and looked at him expectantly. Only then did Yu Yang realize that he had misunderstood. Did you work today? I want some snacks. Xiao has done it. I made a ton of charcoal this morning. I am now very skilled at the job and can do it much faster than before. Yeah, Xiao is great. Yu Yang touched his pocket and said awkwardly, I didn't bring any snacks today. I'll bring them to you later, okay? Okay. Xiao nodded obediently. I want one too. Su Mingming turned her face away and said proudly. Yu Yang smiled and said, okay, you all have it. Does Xiaoran have one too? Su Xiao asked. Yu Yang nodded. All of them. I don't need it. Li Xiaoran, who had been shy and silent, spoke timidly. I didn't do anything. How could I get such a precious thing? It's okay. Just think of it as a gift package for you as a novice. Su Xiao held Li Xiaoran's hand and whispered, Brother Yu Yang is a very good person. He won't bother with you about this. Yu Yang smiled and nodded. You should adapt for a while. There is no rush to work. Li Xiaoran lowered her head shyly, then hesitated and said, actually, I can do some work. Oh, what can you do? Li Xiaoran hesitated, but still said, I used to work in a massage parlor. I can give massages. Li Xiaoran lowered her head even deeper. Massage. Yu Yang looked at Li Xiaoran strangely. Although there are some formal massage parlors, many of them are not clean. Especially for a good girl like Li Xiaoran, the possibility of being taken advantage of is too high. Could this girl who looks so good do something like that? Feeling Yu Yang's strange gaze, Li Xiaoran explained in a panic, I don't do that kind of work. I just massage. Master said that I have a natural talent for massage and don't need to do that kind of thing. Is that so? Then come to my room tonight and give me a massage. Let me experience it. Yu Yang grinned. Okay. Li Xiaoran's face was as red as an apple. She quickly looked up at Yu Yang. In fact, from the time she came here until now, her impression of Yang is still very vague. At this close glance, a handsome and sunny face was imprinted in her mind. I don't think he would do anything to me. Li Xiaoran thought to herself. This leader looks quite decent. Okay, the meal is ready. Come and eat. Yu Yang smelled the aroma of the food and felt really hungry. When the three girls smelled the delicious food, their appetite was aroused. Then don't forget the snacks that Brother Yu Yang promised us, Su Xiaoxiao said, and pulled Su Mengmeng and Li Xiaoran straight to the place where they were going to eat. Yu Yang also followed. Li Xiaoran looked at the dishes on the table in front of her with a dazed look in her eyes. Do you usually eat like this? Of course, Su Xiaoxiao said with a smile. I have gained weight since coming here, just look at my face. Su Xiaoxiao pinched her chubby face as she spoke. I think it's healthy to combine meat and vegetables. Su Mingming said seriously. Yes, but there are no vegetables in the apocalypse. Li Xiaoran said regretfully. Didn't you see just now? Vegetables have already grown in that farmland. They will be ripe soon. Li Xiaoran was completely stunned. She had been keeping her head down and indeed hadn't noticed. He didn't expect that this seemingly small team not only ate so well, but was even able to grow vegetables. This is simply incredible. Originally, she was out looking for supplies when she saw bacon drying in Minghuang Primary School from afar. That's why she told her team that this place should be pretty good. But she also didn't expect that life here was more than just not bad. Not only can you take a bath, but you can also drink beverages. Not to mention such a rich diet. More importantly, the leader here is nice and handsome. Li Xiaoran suddenly felt like she had fallen into heaven. I'm not actually starving to death, am I? Is this a sweet dream before death? Chapter 99. Sumin Bisits. After dinner, Wang Tao stood in front of Yu Yang with 7 or 8 people, and Wu Gang was also called back by Yu Yang through Lu Sheng. Several people were staring at Yu Yang with full energy. Very good, you're in good spirits. You should remember what I say next. The place I'm asking you to go this time is a mine. All you need to do is to correctly connect photovoltaic cells and other supporting facilities under the guidance of Wang Tao to complete photovoltaic power generation. Then, the ore in the mine is dug out using an excavator, preserved by a specialist, and finally handed over to me. Vugong. Arrive. Don't look for power generation equipment for now. I'll leave this job to Anyang. You go to the mine first. You're responsible for keeping other people safe, but you're also responsible for monitoring their work. Remember, notify me in time if there are any special situations. This mine is very important to us. Yes, I guarantee to complete the mission. Wu Gang stood up straight and saluted in a not-so-standard military manner. Everyone else, do you understand? I understand. Well, very good. Yu Yang nodded. Let's go. Yu Yang brought these people to the random door beside the playground. He opened the door and walked in, followed by others. Yu Yang looked around and saw that many mutant beasts had gathered in this small mine. However, Yu Yang has completely lost interest in these mutant beasts. The evolutionary crystals in the bodies of these entry-level mutant beasts are incomplete. Although Yu Yang can repair them, the consumption of 20 repair points is completely worthless. And what was repaired was only the primary energy crystal. Boss, there are so many mutant beasts. Wu Gang was a little nervous. Don't worry. They're just mutant beasts that have not yet been introduced. You can definitely handle them. Yu Yang was naturally prepared to shoot these mutated beasts one by one and take them all away. Anyway, now we have kill refresh, so we don't have to worry about bullets at all. Just as he was about to shoot, an idea suddenly came to Yu Yang's mind. If I collect all these low-level mutant beasts, then when I deal with targets that cannot be killed with a volley of bullets, can I keep one bullet and kill an entry-level one? In this way, the bullets are full again. Thinking of this, Yu Yang also became excited. He quickly came to an entry-level mutant beast and tried to put it into the biological storage cube. But failed. Tip: creatures from the hostile camp cannot be stored in the creature storage cube. Depend on. Could you tell me the restrictions earlier? I was so happy for nothing. Since it couldn't be put into the Rubik's Cube, Yu Yang had to give up for the time being. But he felt that there was nothing wrong with his idea. He just needed to find a good way to carry some low-level mutant beasts with him to realize his idea. In addition, Yu Yang also discovered that the effects provided by the system are all aimed at the enemy camp. For example, the target killed by the revolver has increased attack power. Yu Yang suspected that even if he killed the twisted old tree, it would not increase his attack power, because the twisted old tree joined our camp. After thinking about this, Yu Yang no longer hesitated. The revolver in his hand fired continuously, killing one person after another. After all the problems were solved, Yu Yang found a relatively flat open space and took out all the photovoltaic power generation equipment. Seeing this, Wang Tao and others immediately went to work. Yu Yang came to the mine and put down all the excavation equipment that had been put away earlier. After arranging all these, he handed over all matters here to Wang Tao, and then returned to the base first. After returning to the base, Yu Yang took out the 25 elite mutant beasts he had hunted yesterday and began to extract the evolution crystals. A total of 30 intermediate evolution crystals were taken out, which was pretty good luck. Yu Yang swallowed all these intermediate evolution crystals into his stomach. After absorbing them all, he looked at his panel. Why is it 95? Yu Yang was very surprised. He remembered that the previous progress was 34. He had just eaten 30 intermediate evolution crystals, so the progress should be 64. How come it was 95? After Yu Yang thought about it, he had some vague guesses in his mind. Could it be because of the energy invasion this morning? Yu Yang guessed that the huge increase in the degree of evolution was probably related to the invasion of the evolutionary energy into his body that he experienced in the morning. The evolutionary energy at that time was very manic, but also very abundant. After Yu Yang used system repair to forcibly bear it, the remaining energy was also absorbed by his body. I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. Yu Yang's mood brightened as he looked at the last 5 squares of progress left. It just so happens that the elite level attack power is almost finished. This is perfect. I can also do the evolution at the same time. I wonder what kind of special abilities I'll get when I reach level 3. Just then, Yu Yang noticed some commotion at the door again. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Mingming ran to the door with surprise on their faces. With Su Mingming's perception ability, she immediately realized that the person at the door was their biological brother. Su Ming. Yu Yang was a little surprised. Is it because of Su Yifun's matter? Yu Yang frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he first covered the farmland, and then put away all the doors. After doing all this, he walked towards the door. At this time, outside the gate of Minghuang Primary School, a man in his 30s was looking at the Su sisters with a smile on his face. He looked very similar to the Su sisters. Please let my brother in, Su Xiaoxiao said to the guard unhappily. Well, the guard said in embarrassment. No one other than a member of the team can enter without the leader's order. Yu Yang happened to hear it and nodded secretly, thinking that these people were quite responsible. However, he also walked quickly to the door and said politely, Captain Su, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Su Ming saw a young man walking out of the door. He has an extraordinary demeanor, exuding confidence and composure. Is this the Yu Yang? Su Ming thought to himself. Although it looks okay, but occupying both of my sisters at the same time is really abominable. Su Ming's face remained expressionless, and he said politely, Captain Yu is also a hero in his youth. He is so outstanding at such a young age. It's really a reminder of the young. Nowhere. Come here, what are you standing there for? Let Captain Su in quickly, Yu Yang said politely. Su Ming did not bring anyone with him this time, which means that he did not represent the Royal City Alliance, but only came as the brother of the Su sisters. Therefore, Yu Yang judged that the other party was most likely not here for Su Yifun's matter. Even if it is true, so what? Su Ming nodded. Thank you very much for the hospitality, Captain Yu. Brother, I miss you so much, Su Xiaoxiao said sweetly. Although she had some resentment towards her brother before, Su Xiaoxiao had long forgotten about it these days. She wasn't one to hold grudges. If you really miss your brother, why don't you come back to find me? Su Ming said unhappily. Brother, Su Xiaoxiao pouted. If you say that again, I will ignore you. Okay, I won't say anything. I really can't do anything about you. Under the guidance of Su Xiaoxiao, Su Ming walked into Minghuang Primary School. As soon as he entered the door, he was stunned. What's up with that big tree? Su Ming's shock. Su Ming's pupils dilated slightly, and he was full of doubts. After careful observation, he discovered that this was actually a mutant plant. Captain Yu, did you transplant a mutated plant? Won't it attack you? Su Xiaoxiao said first. No, Brother Yu Yang said that this plant will protect us. Protect you? Su Ming was surprised. How do they do that? Yu Yang thought for a moment and didn't intend to tell the truth. It wanted to join us on its own initiative. It has no attack power and couldn't survive, so it came to me. It's actually possible? Doesn't that mean we can also give it a try? Su Ming's eyes suddenly became hot. I don't know, maybe. Yu Yang nodded on the surface, but he was laughing in his heart. Just try it, and no one will say a word once you try it. Wait a minute. Su Ming inadvertently glanced at someone getting a drink from a beverage machine at the playground and immediately asked in shock, "Beverage machine? No, you still have electricity here." Su Ming felt like he was dreaming and shook his head vigorously. Su Ming took out her cell phone and said, "That's nothing. Yu Yang has a generator here. We can charge our phones. I can even play standalone games here." Su Ming opened his mouth in surprise, with a look of realization in his eyes. "No wonder you don't want to go back. But how is this done?" Yu Yang spread his hands and said, "Nothing, just repaired a diesel generator." How did you fix it?" Su Ming looked at Yu Yang eagerly and asked hurriedly, "Our Royal City Alliance engineers have checked it, and no machine can repair it. My special ability is repair," Yu Yang replied. Su Ming was stunned. "What kind of machine can be repaired?" Yu Yang nodded. Su Ming's eyes trembled. He licked his lips, and his mind suddenly became active. He asked with a flattering smile, "Brother Yu Yang, are you interested in joining the Royal City Alliance?" "Not interested." Su Ming didn't expect Yu Yang to refuse without even thinking about it. "I can give you the best treatment you can get in the Royal City Alliance." Yu Yang remained silent, just slightly turned sideways to get out of sight. She revealed the beverage machine behind her, the bathroom not far away, and the flesh that covered an entire eaves. That expression seemed to say, "I have electricity. What do you have?" Su Ming immediately touched his nose in embarrassment, but he still refused to give up and said, "I'll tell you a secret. Our commander-in-chief has evolved to level 4 and is now able to kill an elite mutant beast on his own." Yu Yang was stunned. "Do you have to evolve to level 4 to kill elites independently? Is level 4 so laggy? Isn't he awesome? You will have a future if you follow him," Su Ming said with a little complacency. But after he finished speaking, he found that Yu Yang was totally indifferent or even didn't care. Why is it different from what I imagined? Shouldn't this kid jump up in shock? Seeing that Yu Yang was completely indifferent, Su Ming became anxious and pulled his two sisters to say, "You all should persuade Brother Yu Yang. Isn't our Yuching alliance good enough?" Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, and Su Ming remained silent. You guys, Su Ming sighed heavily. He also knew that he was too excited. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Yu Yang really had no reason to join the Royal City Alliance. But he was too eager for Yu Yang's ability. Although the Royal City Alliance has many elites, no one can repair any modern machine. In his opinion, if Yu Yang could join them, it would be possible to rebuild a modern city in the Imperial City. "You really don't want to think about it?" "No. Thank you for your kindness. That's really not possible. How about I join you?" Su Ming said dejectedly. "What?" Now it was Yu Yang's turn to be surprised. "You are kidding." I was just kidding, haha." Su Ming scratched his head embarrassedly. "I got too excited, sorry." Yu Yang shook his head and said, "It's okay. Actually, I'm not as good as you think. Repairing things requires a price. I can't repair things without limit." Su Ming nodded. "Anyway, I still hope you can think about it seriously. If you figure it out, you're always welcome to come." "Okay, can I have a drink of soda?" Su Ming's eyes fell on the beverage machine. Yu Yang was stunned. Su Ming covered her mouth and laughed, and quickly explained, "Don't look at my brother's age, but he likes to drink soda very much. His teeth are almost gone because of drinking it over the years." Su Ming smiled awkwardly, revealing his unhealthy teeth. "We've finished drinking all the soda we had in stock. I'm craving for more soda, hee." Yu Yang was amused and said with a smile, "Drink as much as you want. I'll drink until you're full." Can I take some away?" Su Ming smiled embarrassedly. "Brother," Su Ming yelled in dissatisfaction. "Can you act like a team leader? How can you be so shameless as to ask for things from others?" Su Ming also felt that he had lost some of his status. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this? I will exchange it with you for 10 primary evolution crystals." Yu Yang waved his hands. He really looked down upon the 10 primary evolution crystals. "No need. You are Xiao Xiao and Meng Ming's older brother. Just consider these drinks as my greeting gift." Yu Yang took out a repaired mineral water bottle, added dozens of kilograms of soda, and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming suddenly laughed so hard that he couldn't stop smiling. "That's so embarrassing." After saying that, he took a big gulp and then carefully hid the soda in his arms. "I have to drink this secretly. By the way, has Su Yifan been to your place?" Yu Yang's expression changed, and then he said very calmly, "That's right, but I killed him." "What?" Su Ming was shocked. with a look of vigilance in his eyes. Kill him? Why did you kill him? Su Mingming on the side quickly recounted what happened. After listening, Su Ming had a complicated expression and finally sighed heavily. This is Su Yifun's own problem. Hey, why is he so depressed? It's not easy for us to train him. Yu Yang said, it would be good for your team to get rid of such narrow-minded people who don't obey orders. Su Ming nodded. How could he not know that? What's more, many of his ideas were not in line with Su Yifun's, and Su Yifun did create obstacles when he was carrying out some orders. Now that he has been killed by Yu Yang, it can only be said that it is his own fault. By the way, didn't Ming Ming bring back some seeds last time? How are they? Did they plant them successfully? There was some anticipation in Su Ming's eyes. We're still experimenting. This thing won't be successful in a short time. Yu Yang glanced at Su Ming and signaled her to keep quiet. Su Ming did not notice anything unusual. He just nodded and sighed. You don't have to be too persistent. Many of our botanists have not been able to grow anything. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to eat vegetables in the future.
Even if she can wait, can Songji wait? He may not be fighting with anyone somewhere right now. Even if she could continue to transmit energy to him, he was still immortal after all, and it would not work if she continued like this. And there were Robert and Eugene. She couldn't wait to meet her old friends. Qin Xian was thinking quickly in his mind how to sneak out and find someone. Just then, someone at the door called out, "The queen is here." Qin Xian suddenly felt a strange energy approaching her. She looked over alertly and saw a young and noble middle-aged woman wearing a violet satin cheongsam walking towards her. Her temperament is graceful and elegant, like a fairy from heaven. There was a girl with a ponytail following him. She was also pretty and cute, about 17 or 18 years old, and as pretty as a little snowball. Both of them have outstanding temperament and fragrant smell, which makes people feel extremely comfortable. Qin Xian couldn't help but stare in amazement, and couldn't help being attracted by their aura. The people around her bowed down, and she almost followed suit. Just as she was stunned, the ring on her ring finger suddenly felt hot. The heat made Qin Xian gasp, and she suddenly felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. When he looked up again, the scene before him had undergone a shocking change. The young, beautiful woman suddenly turned into an old lady with a pear-shaped figure and rough, dark skin. You could take it to the vegetable market and sell vegetables directly at the stall. The little girl also became a very ordinary girl, the kind that you couldn't find even if you threw her into a crowd of people and searched for a long time. Qin Xian then realized that she had been tricked silently. A psychic controlled her brain and made her see what he wanted her to see. Fortunately, the slave ring pulled her out of the illusion in time. However, Qin Xian herself is also a psychic. As long as she can realize that something is wrong, she will wake up quickly. This kind of mind control ability, if it is of a high level, can be very difficult to deal with. However, this person's rank is so low that Qin Xian doesn't even want to abuse her. What are you fussing about? You can't even have dinner. The girl who looked like a maid shouted angrily, and everyone lowered their heads instantly, not daring to speak. The maid turned to look at Qin Xian, and the queen also noticed her. In the eyes of outsiders, they still look like perfect fairies. The queen tried to appear dignified and elegant and looked at Qin Xian. It made Qin Xian feel creepy. I don't know what's the point of their tricks. Suddenly, the queen narrowed her crow's feet eyes and revealed a gentle smile. It's really beautiful. The king will definitely like it. She walked over and took Qin Xian's hand. The king knows you're coming and is very happy. He has already said that he will summon you to the bedchamber immediately. Come with me.